The decree.
Artaxerxes decree.
So academia has two dates. One is 444 BC, and the other one is 457 BCE. And there's a lot of debate on when
You
the decree of Artaxerxes was.
you just said it was 470, right? BC.
457. 457
457.
BCE.
Okay, all right. 457. And what year was the crucifixion?
So that's why I say give or take a few years, because it's the hotly debated topic when the crucifixion was. But I follow a specific calendar known as a Zadok calendar. Actually go on Stellarium and show you the possible year of his death. And I believe his death was around 2829 AD.
Okay. What was the date of his birth then?
So if he lived 33 years, it was around a couple years before the current era.
Okay, so it was about
give or take a year. That's why I said give or take a year.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But you just said that the Artaxerxes thing is plus or minus 8 years.
That's according to the scholars.
Yeah. Okay. So you're kind of fudging here, right? So the claim that this is exactly right and that the Jews should just have known it and accepted it, because of how precise this prediction was. Also worth noting, Artaxerxes not Jewish, so I'm not sure why the Jews should be paying attention to him. And wasn't the Assyrian king who actually released the Jews, wasn't that Cyrus? Wasn't that Cyrus the Great?
Yeah.
So the to me, and I mean, we're getting into an argument, but to me, this seems post facto rationalization. So you're looking at something, and it's close enough to being true that you're saying that it all fits together, and this is a form of cognitive bias where you're sort of saying, okay, that's close enough, I'll accept that as true, and that's close enough, and I'll accept that as true, and and the more of these things you accumulate, the more willing you are to accept things that actually don't fit, and sort of you end up sort of levering yourself into a thing where it's basically, I'd prefer it if the evidence was like this, but it's not actually like that. It's a bit different from that. I'm not. All
right.
Sorry, I talked for a while. Carry on.
So the reason that Artaxerxes is significant is because Daniel prophesied of a certain king making a decree and ordering the rebuilding of Jerusalem after its destruction. Right? And that's where the count starts. That's where the 70-year count starts. Now, you can say we're fudging the math, but it's within a 5-year. It's literally the 5-year. That's very accurate. No, especially knowing that we're trying to figure out when exactly he made that decree and when exactly Messiah was crucified.
Okay, but Artaxerxes
not
wasn't
that bad,
a king.
dude.
Artaxerxes wasn't a king.
Whatever he was, dude. Whatever he was.
He's an emperor, and there's a distinction.
All right, you're right. He's the emperor. Okay, fine.
If Daniel prophesied that a king would declare this, and Artaxerxes is the person that you've decided on, then that prophecy is wrong because it wasn't a king who did it. And
I'll give you the prophecy.
I haven't finished my point. And I think when Daniel was talking about kings, implicitly he would mean a Jewish king, not some foreigner.
What? Why?
So the specific verse is Daniel 9:25. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the prince shall be 70 weeks. That's why it's important to know exactly when that decree was given.
The prince.
Yes.
What does the prince mean?
That's who the Messiah is.
Prince it has to do with principality, right? Like not like a prince like you would think in England, not like that.
Okay, so what was the original word
sovereign.
used there in the version of the?
Hold on, hold on.
was-
It did PhD Tony, you missed it. It said know and understand this from the issuance of the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. Doesn't say who, doesn't say what position of power. It just says from the issuance of the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem.
Okay, I was not aware that the Old Testament was written in English. What does it actually say?
All right, then. All right.
So the
now
word
it's
weeks
not
is
translated.
shavim. So shavim, Hebrew, that's the word for weeks, and they say that 70 weeks could equal 7 years. So 70 weeks could be 490 years.
Right.
70 weeks is how long?
So the breakdown of 70
490
weeks.
years.
Yeah, so weeks.
right.
So in Hebrew, the word is shavim, Shavuim.
Yes.
And it is apparently accepted that could represent 1 week being 7 years. So 7 times 70 is 749 years from the time
7
of what?
times 70 is 490.
Sorry, 90. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. 490.
Okay. All right. And with a bit of fudging, you can get it accurate to within 7 years.
Okay, I
Probably.
can read it in the Hebrew for you if you'd like.
Okay.
Wetada, wetaskal min mosa dabar lehasib we lebno wat Yerushalayim. So
Okay.
it said,
Well,
therefore no
your Hebrew sucks.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, no. I just want to go over the words now. Watada. Therefore, no. Wataskal and understand min that from Mosa the going forth the bar of the command let Hasib to restore welibnat wat and build Yerushalayim Jerusalem.
Okay.
So there you go. I think it was translated pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, my question was not, but this is the you guys are so selective in what you hear. My question was, what does it say in the original? And then you gave me English, and that's not the original, is it? That's not the question that I asked, and you didn't say, here's my direct translation of the Hebrew. You just gave me something in English. So I asked for something, you gave me something different, and now you're going on, well, it was a great translation. I don't know why you were complaining.
that was amazing.
I was complaining because you
I
didn't present it as what I asked for.
I didn't say I don't
do
know
you
why
want?
you're
He was
complaining. PhD Tony, I misunderstood your question the first time. So then when you re-clarified the question, I went and got the Hebrew and I read it in Hebrew.
Yes,
and then
I
broke
was
down
here for
each
that.
Hebrew word for the English.
I was here for that. And also I doubt that you did, because it doesn't seem to, most languages do not translate word for word. Hebrew is an Asiatic language. I'm very surprised that the grammar maps into English grammar as
That's
precisely
the
as you
product
just
of universals. Yeah, that's awesome.
I beg your pardon?
That's the product of universals. Yeah, that we can have a translation. Yeah. Only possible by God.
That is a non sequitur. That has no bearing to what I just said.
It was directly what you said. But anyway,
I have a
this is what
feeling
these
this is
people
going to
do.
turn
So
into a
therefore,
dumpster fire, dude.
It's a.
Um,
I'm
but-
just
but-
reading the
but
parallel
here's the-
Hebrew.
but
We
here's
could
the-
go
but-
even more into the Strongs if you want
but
on
here's the- but
watadah,
here's the-
which
but
means
here's the
therefore
question.
no. And when we
But
could
here's the
say it
question.
means to
Okay.
know, to perceive, to understand, to acknowledge. Okay, so that's what that word means. Like how deep you want to go.
My question is, you've picked a random, so it doesn't even mention a king. It doesn't mention,
Mentions the decree. dude.
Yes, plenty of people can issue decrees. The Pope
How many
can issue a
people
decree.
issued the
He's not a
decree
king.
to restore
How about you let me
Jerusalem?
respond to your points rather than interrupt me as soon as I start talking?
Plenty of people
Decrees
can
can
issue
be issued.
decrees. I don't think that's
Decrees,
impossible.
decrees can be issued by religious authorities. They can be issued by secular authorities. They don't need to be issued by kings or
It's a
emperors.
specific decree, dude.
Really?
Yes, it
Go
is.
into that.
Yeah, the
Ryan, you're pretty good at
decree
predicting.
is to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. That's what the
No, no,
decree
sir.
entails.
No, sir. No, sir. It doesn't. It doesn't say who is issuing the decree.
That's not my argument. My argument
Okay,
is
well
you
then,
said it. Okay, why are you talking when I just started? Okay, you said when the decree, you saying anyone can give a decree. I agree. Anyone could give a decree. But there's a specific decree that said it's the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem.
okay. When was Daniel written?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
like you're good at predictions there, Lion. Like if you predict this will turn into a dumpster fire, like how would you predict? Like what would be your prediction, Lion? How would a demon react to the word of God? Like how would they start reacting, do you think? I'm just taking a shot at this guy. Sounds like a demon to me.
Which guy are you taking a shot at?
Or you're an
Don't worry
adversary.
about it.
Obviously, he is adversarially, acting against the scripture, which is technically a definition of Satan.
No,
But-
that's not what I'm doing, nor is it a definition of Satan. I am not arguing against scripture. I'm arguing against your interpretation of scripture, and those are very different things.
I haven't
and the book of
interpreted
Daniel,
anything.
the book of
I read
Daniel,
it in the Hebrew, word
the
for
book
word.
of Daniel, you're interpreting the book of Daniel as a prediction, right? Now, the book of Daniel was written after
He's a
Artaxerxes
prophet, dude.
No, it wasn't, dude. He lived.
Yes, it was.
Dude,
It was
it
written
was.
around. It was written in about the second
And
century.
how do you know that? How do you know that?
BCE.
Why are you so? Why are you so confident? Why are you so confident in that?
You're accepting scholarly opinion on everything else, like
you're
the timing
slow,
of Artaxerxes stuff. Why won't you accept the scholarship around the book of
You're
Daniel?
saying Nebuchadnezzar was after Artaxerxes.
No, what I'm saying
Okay,
is that the
that's
book
Daniel's
of Daniel was
time.
written.
Bro.
I'm saying that I'm
No,
saying,
it
sir,
wasn't.
I'm
No, it was
saying,
not.
okay, this is going to turn into just you saying something and me saying the other, unless one of us can produce evidence. I can produce scholarship backing up my position. What can you produce?
Bro, scholars believe he was born around 620 BC, which would line up with his own book.
No,
Have you read the book of
sorry,
Daniel?
That's a bad syllogism, sir. Saying that Daniel was born in 620, therefore the book was written during his lifetime. No, those don't follow. If
Dr.
the book
Tony.
was written in 200 in the second century BCE,
You have
then
no
it would
evidence
not.
of that, dude. The only reason people believe that the book of Daniel was written around that time because that's the oldest fragments that we have, dude. So what? So just because we only have fragments or parts of the book of Daniel that only date to 300 BC, does that all of a sudden mean that it was written in 300 BC? Absolutely not.
No, the
How foolish is that?
timing of when it was written will be a different issue from when we found the earliest.
That is the earliest fragments that we have, and that's why
Even
they say
so, even so, it is possible to date documents from the language in which they are written and the social references which they make. If scholars have come to this opinion, and you're right, I'm going to look into more detail at the evidence that they're using to come to this conclusion. But if they've come to this conclusion, it is not on the basis of when we found the earliest fragments. It will be on the basis of linguistic and social content of the document.
It doesn't matter because if the book was rewritten, right, because it gets old and fragmented, they're going to rewrite it at that scribal practice. What now?
So if there's nothing in the Bible if there's nothing in the book that dates it to 6th century BCE, then what is your evidence that it is 6th century BCE?
It did. Nebuchadnezzar. That's the time he was around. And you said we shouldn't look at this like prophecy, even though the dude is named Daniel and he's called a prophet.
Yes, So if somebody wrote a book called Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, I should accept it because Abraham Lincoln existed. Is that your claim?
No, my claim is if you're
Uh,
telling me I'm interpreting this as prophecy wrongly, and the book says Daniel was a prophet, I don't understand why you're making that claim. It's not like my
because
interpretation. It's just plainly there. Daniel was
so
a prophet.
you're interpreting that statement as being literally true. That's an interpretation.
That Jesus also told us that the prophets existed. That there was prophets.
You're interpreting you're just picking bits of a very large book with lots of stuff in it to
No,
prop up
you're
your
trying to
belief
do an
system.
internal critique. You're trying to do an internal critique on the scripture. So now at this point, you're trying to do an external critique and say the scripture is not even valid. Okay,
No.
you can
Okay.
hold that position, but right now you're holding the position the scripture is valid and you're trying to internally critique it.
Okay, so let's step back to the dating. The prophecies of Daniel are accurate down to the career of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, king of Syria and oppressive of the Jews, but not in its prediction of his death. The author seems to know about Antiochus's two campaigns in Egypt, the desecration of the temple, and the fortification of the Acra, a fortress built inside Jerusalem. But he seems to know nothing about the reconstruction of the temple or about the actual circumstances of Antiochus's death in late 164 BCE. Therefore, they date it to between 169 and 164 BCE. Some evidence of the book's date can be found in the fact that Daniel is not present in the Hebrew Bible's Nevi'im, where it might arguably be expected to fit. This was closed in 200 BCE. Rather, Daniel forms a part of the Ketuvim, the writings, also formed around 200 BCE. Additionally, the Wisdom of Sirach, a work dating from 180 BCE, draws on almost every book of the Hebrew Bible except Daniel, leading scholars to suppose that its author was unaware that the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel,
His name to the people was Belshazzar, just so you know.
So there is good historical evidence from the content of Daniel that it dates to a very specific period in the 2nd century BCE. And that
That's when Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylon.
And that was not written in the 6th century BCE. And you can reject the academic evidence. You can suggest, okay, it's possible that if Daniel is a prophet, surely he should have got the death of Antiochus right, but he didn't. So your claim that he's a prophet, therefore he's predicting the future carefully, is self-contradictory because he makes mistakes.
What chapter and verse?
When he predicts the death of Antiochus.
Okay, what chapter and verse?
Let me look that up for you.
Because we're talking about someone who lived in during the reign of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, after Jehoiakim, right?
Yes, Daniel may have lived at that time. That's not when this book was written.
It's so stupid because you're appealing to atheistic, agnostic at best scholars, right? Academics that deny the book of Daniel being written before those prophecies were given because they can't possibly believe that prophecies are possible. So when they date these books, the fact that Daniel was able to prophesy Medio, Persia, Greece, and Rome, they're like, there's no way that this book was written before that because there's no way that a man could have prophesied these 3 kingdoms.
So why is Daniel not in lists of books that are in the Hebrew Bible from before 200 BCE?
Well, you would have to substantiate that, and I could pull up sources
combating
that. Yeah, I don't care that you pulled up one source, dude. There's so many scholars that would disagree with that assumption, dude.
Are any of them atheists, sir?
Yes.
Or are they all ideologically biased?
Dude, there's nothing as studied as the Bible, dude, in history, bro. The Bible is like the #1 studied thing, dude. And there's so
Okay,
many
so-
scholars that would disagree with you.
All right, bring up one. Bring up one who has an argument refuting the evidence that I just laid out. And now I want evidence that is, I want a line of reasoning that is as strong as the line of reasoning that I just laid out, which was multi-stranded and pulled from various different
Dude,
sources.
you didn't bring. You had no evidence. It was all inference and assumptions. What evidence did you have that the book of Daniel was written 300 BC? Actually, you actually pushed the date forward to like 200, 150 BC, dude. From what I heard.
Yeah, he's
Well,
saying
you
that
weren't-
Daniel
you
lived for
weren't
500,
listening- you weren't
600
listening.
years old because he also admitted that he might have lived in Nebuchadnezzar's time. So I don't know what's going on with this guy.
So you're clinging to a syllogism that I reject, that because Daniel lived in 600 BCE, he must be the author of this book, and this book must be written during his lifetime. I accept when Daniel lived. I do not accept that he is the author of this book.
How about Bell and the Dragon? Did he write that one?
Your reference escapes me, sir. Doubtless you think you're being clever.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question. That's another one. That's another book attributed to Daniel. Did he write that one or no? And what year
I
was that?
don't know, but I doubt it. I doubt that Daniel was literate.
What?
He
What
was.
do you
I doubt that Daniel was literate.
So you're saying he might have had a scribe?
No, I doubt very much that he wrote any books or had any scribally written, and certainly he doesn't seem to have any that survive to us today.
Then why did the king put him in such a high place if he was illiterate?
Because literacy was because of his religious significance.
And why was he religiously significant if he didn't write the books?
Well, this is self-contradictory. You're arguing that he was a famous prophet and he wrote this book. So he was a famous prophet before he wrote the book, right? Therefore, he had religious significance before he wrote the book. Even under your own model of what happened, even if I accept that as true, he was a famous historical figure before he wrote the book.
Well, technically,
Right,
he was
so
put in that position though because he was able to interpret dreams.
Yes, which doesn't require literacy, does it?
He also had to read like a writing on the wall.
Okay, according to the book.
Okay, dude. I
So-
mean,
so
what
you've
else
got-
are you
so you've
going
got this-
off of? Do you have any
you-
other history on Daniel? I asked you if Bell and the Dragon was acceptable, and you said, I don't know.
Yes, I'm allowed to say I don't know.
That's
Right,
fine.
if
I'm
I
just
don't know
saying,
something,
okay,
if I
did
don't
Daniel
know- if I
exist
don't
or
know-
not?
Okay,
Did
I was still in the middle of answering your question, right? I am allowed to say I don't know. I'm allowed to say, let me go look it up. Do you want me to go look it up?
It sounds to me you're saying he
Yes,
didn't even
yes.
exist. Yeah, but you can go
No,
look
that's
it up.
not what I'm saying at all.
How long will it take you to look it up? Like an hour, a couple hours?
I don't know. What's the name of the book? The Dragon and...
You have the
You
Book
want
of
him to wait
Daniel.
out, dude?
You have Bell and the Dragon.
Bell. How's that spelled?
BEL.
Yo. But
Okay. Okay. No, I don't think he wrote that.
Okay. So someone else went into the king's chamber.
That question is meaningless without context. Are you referring to an
I'm
event?
just confused on what you
in-
think Daniel is. Like, what is it? Is it just fiction then, or like? I'm confused on your position.
It's fiction derived. It's fiction derived from. Well, it's religiously inspired fiction derived from a prominent figure. And you see that sort of
Was
thing
his
happen
name
all the
Daniel?
time.
Was his
Yes, the
name Daniel?
prominent. Yes, I've no reason to doubt that there was a significant religious figure called Daniel that existed and was reputed to be a great prophet.
And
I've no
Belshazzar
reason.
is what they called him, though, in their tongue, in the Aramaic.
While I'm still speaking, I'm still speaking. And so when you start to ask me a question while I'm still speaking, I won't be able to hear the start of the question because I'm still speaking. So perhaps if you want me to answer your questions, maybe wait till I finish speaking. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah. So then
That's a
all
yes
of
or
the
no question.
yeah. So the
Yes,
whole
sir. It
scripture.
seems reasonable. Yeah.
Okay. Can you repeat the question because
I
I
don't think I
couldn't
like
hear
that.
it because I was still speaking?
So Daniel was also known as Belshazzar, right? Because the chief officials gave him a new name.
I don't know.
So there's more information. Are you talking like you have historical evidence for Belshazzar or Daniel, or that he was called both those names, or
I
why do
don't
you think he was
know.
a prominent figure? Is my question.
Yes, I think he was a prominent figure. I've
Why?
said that
Why?
already.
Why?
Pardon? Because if we look at this in realistic terms, the person who wrote the book of Daniel chose the character of Daniel for a reason. Let's suppose that he had chosen Joe Smo, whom who nobody knows existed, and there are no stories about. Well, that book isn't going to be very compelling because people don't know who Joe Smo is, and they're going to read his book and go, why the hell should I believe any of this? This is about a guy I've never heard of. So the fact that he chose to write a book and call it the Book of Daniel and have Daniel be the main character tells me that he and his audience both knew and had preconceptions about this guy Daniel. In order for that to be true, Daniel needs to have had prevalent stories still existing about him.
Okay, so that would go for all of them, right? Like Job then is a prominent
Yes,
figure.
that would go. Well, Job is a different story because the purpose of the book of Job is very different. Right, the purpose of the book of Job is to answer the question, why do bad things happen to good people? So he doesn't need Job to be famous. He just needs the story to have a structure in which Job suffers all of these misfortunes because of no particular reason, but God has a plan and it turns out extremely well for him. Not so well for his family, of course. You know, they don't. His first family, they all die of disease, and it doesn't really answer the question of what if Job had died before, God had won his bet. But yeah, that's the purpose of the Book of Job. The Book of Job does not. It's not about a prophet. It's not about some famous thing. It's about a guy who had bad things happen to him.
It is about a famous person. You just have to read Genesis and you'll get his lineage. He was a king in Edom.
I mean, Jesus quoted him in Matthew.
Yes, Jesus quoted him after the book had been written. We're talking about
that would have gave Daniel. If Daniel was just some random book that some guy wrote, Jesus wouldn't have quoted him.
Guy, I was still talking, mate.
All right.
Okay. And I understand that there's a delay too. Sometimes I ended up over talking other people because of the delay, because I think that they've stopped and they haven't. But we're talking about the motivation of the author when they sit down to write this book. And then they write the book and they say Job is all of these things, and then people later on read the book and they quote the book. Saying Jesus quoted Job after the book was written gives us zero information about whether or not Job was famous before the book was written.
Were you talking about Daniel, the line? Jesus quoted Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jesus quoted Daniel. Yes. By his time, the book of Daniel existed, and he could quote it.
I'm just saying,
you know,
as a
and
Christian,
additionally, to validate your point, Daniel was still, in my opinion, a famous historical figure amongst Jews. So yes, quoting him was a meaningful thing for Jesus to do. Now, let's get this straight. I'm not saying that anybody should abandon their faith. Far from it. What I am saying is that you need to look at the Bible as something that was written down and added to by people. We know that there are stories in the Bible, we know that there are stories about Jesus that medieval monks didn't like, so they took out of the Bible. We've got versions of the Bible with those stories in, and it got to a particular monastery, and that monastery said, this story sucks because Jesus gets angry with a disciple, so we're just not going to include it in our Bibles going forward.
This is a
So-
fruitless conversation
hold on, dude,
for
can I-
you, Lion.
I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna back out.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for him to finish. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not saying that the Bible doesn't contain valuable spiritual insights. I still think that the parable of the Good Samaritan is one of the greatest stories I've ever read, and I still use it to guide my life choices. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't put too much weight on on its literal truth at all aspects. Some of this was written by other people for other purposes. Some of it was mistakes in copying. Some of it is just flowery language. It's not there to be interpreted. I forget what the 4 levels of truth are, but one of them is literal. One of them is historical. I think one of them is metaphorical or poetic, and one of them is spiritual.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Going on,
So
dude.
there
You
are
gotta wrap
different.
it up.
Sorry, I'll try and wrap it up. Good point. There are different levels on which you should read it. You should not read the Bible as being completely literally true in every respect, and that is kind of my main message here. Not that it doesn't contain truth, because it does. Not that it isn't spiritually powerful, because it is. Not that the religion is worthless, because it isn't. But just don't stake your entire spiritual well-being on the Bible being literally true, because the evidence we have doesn't seem to support that.
So, let me ask you, what's your best justification for believing that Daniel was all fictional and not an actual story, and Daniel, an actual character that lived in Babylon?
Well, as I say, there are multiple strands of evidence, but the best one is that the author seems to have known some of the stuff that was happening in a particular period of Jewish history, but then doesn't seem to know later stuff that happened in Jewish history. So when this was written down, it was likely written down after the earlier events, before the later events. That's my evidence. Now that being said, you could be right? I'm not saying that it's impossible that this was a later interpolation into a document. The argument you came up with that later scribes have added this sort of stuff to a book that already existed. But in that case, I would expect a complete ignorance of the history of 2nd century history, or I would expect it to be included in earlier lists of holy books, and it isn't. So it just seems like the balance of evidence suggests that that's where it fits in history. But you're right, I can't say definitively that it wasn't written by Daniel. I'm only guessing. This is just an inference.
Right. So this was my suspicion when I began this, because when I look into dating for ancient texts, a lot of times if the texts are too prophetic and the prophecies come true, they date after the prophecies. They did the same thing with 2nd Ezra. They did the same thing with the 12th Testament of the Patriarchs. The 12th Testament of the Patriarchs were extremely prophetic and messianic. And because of that, most academics dated it post-Christian fiction until they were discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then when they were discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls and carbon dated, they found out that these texts actually pre-existed Christ, to their surprise, showing that just because it has certain prophecies that come true. Doesn't mean that it was written after the prophecies, right? So the way that people have dated Daniel is because Daniel was a prophet that predicted the coming of three kingdoms. Three kingdoms: Media, Persia, Greece, and Rome. Very specific, very
Isn't
specific
that
stuff.
4?
Um, and last thing before I go, I just want to say this. There was a surprising discovery with cuneiform tablets, right, in Babylon. Here the claim is Daniel 5, chapter 5 names Belshazzar as the king of Babylon during its fall, calling him the son of Nebuchadnezzar. Now, historically, this has been confirmed, not in the Bible, but outside the Bible. For a long time, critics thought this was a major historical error, as Belshazzar was not known from Greek historians. However, Babylonian cuneiform tablets discovered in the 19th and 20th centuries confirm that Belshazzar was a son of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon, and acted as co-regent while his father was away. Daniel calling Belshazzar king and offering him the third position in the kingdom. Daniel 5:16 and 29 fits perfectly, since Nabonidus was first, Belshazzar was second, and Daniel was offered the next highest spot.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, you were still talking.
No, I'm done. That was it. No,
Okay.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Yes, and there are multiple points that I feel I need to discuss here. Yes, the Bible does contain accurate historical content that is being supported. Many people for a long time thought that David and Solomon were kind of mythological features, and we're discovering archaeological and documentary evidence that no, they existed. And similarly, it is not inconceivable that Jewish oral history or Jewish written history that is lost to us now records details of the Assyrians that we didn't otherwise have access to. That's perfectly conceivable. That does not argue to me against the previous historical analysis. And again, this is sort of like the analogy that sort of crystallizes this to me is Spider-Man comics. Spider-Man comics, they're in Manhattan. They sometimes have real historical figures in them. They sometimes allude to historical events that are occurring around them. But that doesn't. They do that in order to sort of enmesh their audience in the narrative. That doesn't make Spider-Man comics true. So the fact that you've got historical details that have been successfully preserved and presented in these documents is not an argument that the documents are entirely reliable history. That's a separate thing, right?
Okay, so that was the closing statement. I want to read one thing and then I have a question. It says, this is Yahweh talking to Daniel. Go on your way, Daniel. He replied, for the words are closed up and sealed until the time of the end. Many will be purified, made spotless and refined, but the wicked will continue to act wickedly. None of the wicked will understand, but the wise will understand. That's Daniel 12:9 and 10. But my question then was, what was that king again that you said he got wrong?
Which king? So it
That
was the
predicted the death of a king.
it was the death of Antiochus. That was the
Okay.
thing he got wrong.
Thank you. I'm going to look into that further. But yeah, I thought that passage
So-
was relevant to the conversation.
Well, okay. And this is the other thing. This is the other point that I would make about your religion. The wicked. Who is wicked? Am I wicked because I'm an atheist? Now, I was a Christian for 30 years. Am I wicked because I'm an atheist? Or
Well,
would I be, or am I wicked if I do wicked things?
No, yeah,
Right.
wickedness is defined as going against God's law. So
Okay,
anyone,
but-
so if you're saying, because this is, and I'll just explain to you because it said, in the passage, the wicked will not understand, right? None of the wicked
Okay.
will understand, but the wise will understand. And the scripture tells you what the key in order to become wise is, and that's to have the fear of God, right? The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. So
Okay.
therefore, yeah, you would be a wicked person. Yeah.
Okay. So all right. So even if I do good things, I donate tens of thousands, well, more than $10,000 a year to charity every year. I try and educate people. I am cranky, but I try to do good deeds. I try to help the people around me. So, and you're saying that despite all that, I'm wicked.
Well, what's the purpose
And
of your good deeds? Why do you do them?
I do them because I have empathy for other people, right? I do them because I don't like the idea of human suffering and I want to alleviate it as much as I can. I don't do it because I'm afraid of going to hell. I don't do it because I'm afraid of God. I do it because I think that it's a good thing to do.
Okay,
Now,
and then how did you get this definition of what is good and what causes harm and all that? How did you figure all that out?
basic empathy.
Which is written
I
on
would,
our insides, right? By
yes,
Christ when the Ruach HaKodesh
no,
came down on
no,
Pentecost. Yeah.
no. So
How about
humans are social animals. I want to respond to this. Humans are social animals. We derive evolutionary benefit from operating in cohesive groups. If we were completely self-interested and aggressive and incapable of empathy and incapable of understanding what our the other members of our social group are thinking and feeling and need, we would be bad social animals and we would be at an evolutionary disadvantage. So the fact that human beings feel empathy does not necessitate the existence of a God. It doesn't argue against the existence of a God, but to say that these things only exist because of a God is wrong. And this is where I think that religion is actually harmful, because it becomes the case that, as you said, wickedness is defined in terms of belief in the God, not whether or not you're doing good deeds.
No,
And I
I
really think,
literally
and I
said it
really,
if you're doing
and I
the law
really,
of. I literally said if it is. Hold
I
on one
just,
second, PhD
I just,
Tony. I said if you're doing the law of God. So that would require some sort of deeds. And I reject your premise that humans are social because we have literally antisocial disorders in humans.
oh boy.
yes,
I would like to point out just a
but
point.
there's actually an evolutionary argument for that as well. If
Hold on,
everybody,
Tony.
if
Okay.
Tony, hold
everybody,
on,
if
hold on. Please, left lane's trying to get in, Tony. Just give him a chance.
Yeah, I mean,
Come on.
it's going to get away. It's going so far, so fast. I can't. I want to go back to why they're showing wicked in opposition to wise. They're not opposite to one another.
Yeah, that's
In
an excellent
the
point.
scripture, it is because you don't have a definition of wicked because you don't have anything external to yourself to go by. So I reject your justification of I am the arbiter of what is wicked and what is good. That's ridiculous in my opinion. That
Well,
cannot be the case. So then when if the Bible says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, so the not fear of God is the beginning of wickedness, bro. And wickedness
okay.
is just
I
someone
have
who
a
doesn't
question.
submit themselves. Wickedness is just someone who does not submit themselves to God's law.
Okay, but we just demonstrated that that isn't the case, right? Because doing good deeds is not just fearing God, right? We demonstrated that somebody who goes out and does good deeds, you're saying, isn't wicked. But then you, and this
Well,
brings
no
me back to my
standard of
question:
goods or
is the only
It's
reason
the
you
first commandment, dude. You're avoiding the first commandment.
just don't interrupt me, please. Is the only reason you do good deeds because you fear God? Is that the only reason you do good deeds?
Yes.
Okay. You show great moral courage because I think that makes you sound like a cock.
Well,
That's fine. You can think that I should be set apart from everyone in this chat because that's what the scripture says. It says, "Be holy, be set apart, be you peculiar, because I am peculiar." So that's
It
perfectly
worked.
fine. If you have valued yourself by consensus, then you, sir, are just a confused individual.
Wait,
You have to
Torah.
look to the external of
let me.
other people. You have to look to the external of other people to approve of your deeds. And if other people's preferences change, those good deeds could turn to wicked deeds for all you know.
Now, this is simple, guys. It's just very simple. When you hold the door open for someone and they smile and say thank you, you've made them happy. They've said thank you. It makes me happy. That's just basic human empathy and knowing the difference between right and wrong and what's good
You
and not
have to
good.
love your neighbor.
I hate when they hold the door.
Yeah, everybody's got to talk over me. You
Stop
don't need a
talking over
Bible.
it.
You don't need a Bible. You don't need a Bible to tell you the difference between good and bad and what's right
I
and
hate
wrong.
when people
Of
hold the
course,
door.
yeah,
I
you
think
just
it's
have
bad.
to
It's bad.
you have to accept the God, right?
Holy and sacred means restrict yourself in language in judging others.
Ooh.
If hell didn't exist, you guys
that's
wouldn't
an
even
excellent-
love your neighbor.
Torah,
That's a good point.
Torah, you are a bad example.
That I'm directly rebuking my neighbor so I don't hold hatred in my heart. Okay? That's from Leviticus chapter 19. Okay? You can read it yourself. So I am directly rebuking your behavior. That way I don't hate you later and say, man, I should have said this. Okay? So, because I don't want to harbor hatred in my heart towards you. So when you insulted me by saying I'm a cock, and I said, okay, I look at that as you're saying I'm different from everyone else. I'm
So you're-
perfectly fine with that. However, I've shown you that you're looking to consensus for your moral capacity, which consensus can change over time.
At no point, no, that was directed at me. Everything was directed at me in that. At no point in my discussion of what constitutes morality did I mention consensus. At no point did that word cross my mouth. So you are misquoting me, and you are misrepresenting my position.
Yeah, right now it is good to give
You
to.
already said it. You have
Yeah,
no
right
external
now it's
reference,
good.
and if you were to have something external, it would be your neighbor or whoever else, and then it would be consensus. So it's either you or the consensus. Those are your only options.
No.
Yeah, and you
No,
said you
that is
think
again a
it's good.
misrepresentation, sir.
Dude, you said
is
it's
again-
good to give to
no,
charity.
no,
that is
no,
something
you are
that we
misrepresenting
believe
my position.
consensus. That could change in the future. People might say, don't give to charity because they're all scamming everyone and all this stuff, and they can justify reasons to not give to charity. And then you giving to charity would no longer be considered good.
I wouldn't care, right? I don't do it so that other people will say that I'm nice. That's not why I do
Now
that.
you have no external reference.
So
you are the arbiter of what is moral. You're the arbiter. It's based on your preferences.
Don't dogpile me and don't interrupt me,
Did they make you
please.
leave?
Okay. No, Tanks. What I'm hoping for is that you'll get muted and hopefully server banned. But moving on.
Ooh.
I don't need an external reference for me to decide what is moral or immoral. I decide on logical criteria. That which, in my opinion, advances human flourishing is good. That, in my opinion, which does not harms human flourishing is bad. I try to maximize them. I'm still in the process of talking.
I don't think we should even end up talking to you anymore.
Everyone, I am still in the process of talking. I am still in the process of talking, Rob. I am not basing my decisions on external factors. I am not.
Let him go.
I rebuke you.
I am not basing my position on consensus. I am basing my position on my perception of that which advances human flourishing and that which harms it.
Okay, so you are pro-life, correct?
No, I am not pro-life because
Okay, then you just contradicted your whole entire moral ground of logic
no,
and what
no,
progresses human life. Because
no,
Can I
I
have
don't
sir,
know
a
if you
no,
know
sir,
this,
and
we all start
no,
off
sir,
in the
let me
womb.
explain
We
why.
all start off in the womb in order to get out of the womb. Okay, so if you're saying we can terminate children in the womb, you're not trying to progress human life.
Can I
Yes, I
say
am,
something?
sir, and let me explain why. Because anti-abortion laws don't reduce the number of abortions. They have zero impact on the number of abortions that actually occur. They just make them illegal. They make them less safe. They make the women suffering them more likely to experience great harm and to die as a result of the procedure. So,
I didn't say
I'm
we didn't. I never said anything about
I'm still
anti-abortion laws.
talking,
I
guys.
didn't say anything about
I'm
laws.
still actually in the process of flapping my gums. So, anti-abortion laws or
I didn't say
pro-life
anti-abortion
stances.
laws.
Jesus Christ, mate!
shot her gun forever,
Can
dude.
you? So anti-abortion laws have the opposite effect. They kill more people than allowing abortions to happen. Also, I reject your categorization that that fetuses are children. Fetuses and embryos are not children, sir.
Do children
So,
come from fetus and embryos? Yeah, and I never said anything
Do
about
eggs come
abortion
from
you're just
laws.
chickens?
dragging these
I
Are
guys down
did.
the
eggs
I
rabbit.
did.
We
chickens?
never argued,
I
dude.
did.
Nobody
No,
wants to know.
actually, a chicken egg that's unfertilized is just a period. So you eat chicken periods. That's what you're
Can
eating.
I
So
say
yeah.
something?
So no, I gotta address this because I did not say anything about anti-abortion laws. You can just pro-life. You could do propaganda. Like, for example, we have propaganda right now that frowns upon drinking and driving. And do you think that it's I would say it's working, that it discourages people from drinking and driving. So I don't see why we couldn't public shame and propagandize the pro-life movement without having to make any laws and just change the values of people.
Yeah, somebody
Okay,
who takes that stance has no
I'm
external.
going to
Hello,
let
I'm talking.
Phil respond to that
Hello.
rather than have no tanks plow over the conversation. Off you go, Phil.
No, I'm not plowing over. I
Okay,
began
thank you.
speaking.
Thank you very much, and good morning
I
to everybody.
rebuke you.
Um,
What's up,
so
man?
I want to just hark back to this idea that you're bad if you don't, if that you can't be a morally good person just because you don't follow the Bible. So my question is very simple. The person who thinks that you're wicked because you don't get your morals from the Bible, are all the Muslims wicked? Are all the Indians, all the Hindus wicked? Are all the Chinese people wicked? Are all
It's a
those
good
people
point. So
in
the point is that if you don't,
are there
oh,
no
you're still
good
going.
people in China? Are there no good people
You
in
guys are like the
India?
birds
Are
of
there
a
no
feather.
good people
You don't
everywhere
have
else in the world
any
that don't follow the
standard of
Bible?
good. You have no standard of good to go by in the first place. And the bottom line is the scripture says you know what is good because it's been written on your insides by
Yeah.
the Holy Spirit, dude. So
In
when
China,
you
they
come
literally
to
eat
me and tell
dogs.
me, when you come
And
to
you
me
can
and
be,
tell me I know what's good, I agree. You do know what's good. But
yeah,
once you say, I know what's good and therefore I am God, I am the one who makes the decision of what is good, that's when you stepped into wickedness.
and you
Wicked. Yeah.
can be
Yeah.
all
No,
of those good things without believing in the Bible.
What's your
Okay?
That-
external reference?
none
Either of
of
you guys, you're
those.
gonna have to answer that at some point. What's your external reference to know whether something's good or not? And if you say you don't have an external reference, it's internal, and then you say, well, I think what it is to prevent harm. That's just subjective to what you think is harmful, and you have no reference to the external world for what other people think is harmful. Just some sort of subjective viewpoint that you're going to push on other people. You have no standard.
No, we
No,
as a
sir,
society
no,
we make.
sir, no, sir. There are multiple fallacies there. One, yes, morality is entirely subjective. I agree. Thanks
There
for
you
your
go. So
comment.
then you have no objective standard.
But
and there
but
is no morality.
we don't enforce our morality on other people. That's not what laws are. Laws are not an enforcement of morality. They are social constructs designed to foster social cohesion. That is the purpose of
Freedom of
laws.
religion.
It is not. It is not. Nobody's saying you can't be Christian. And don't interrupt me, please. How many times do I need to ask?
It's a law,
Um,
dude.
Yes, it's a law, but it's a law because it fosters social cohesion, right? And your argument about abortion, I do not argue that a kid who is born into poverty, into a potentially abusive household, because his mother is too poor to actually raise him, and is therefore constantly at work all the time and takes out her anger and frustration on him. I argue that isn't fostering human.
You don't know what anger is.
So
You don't
we
know what
should
porn
kill
is,
that
you don't know
child.
what
Please,
We should, so if that child is 2 or 3
please, can you
years
not
old,
interrupt
if
me?
that child
Both
is
of
2 or
you,
3
can you
years old,
both of
we
you
should
not
kill
interrupt
the
me?
child.
Can you not
That's
interrupt
what
me,
you're
please?
saying.
For fuck's sake! And you
Dude,
call
nobody
yourself a
screams when
Christian.
you're not
You
here,
are
dude.
you are so dickish, both of you. You won't let me finish my thoughts or
Oh
make
shit,
my
nobody's
cases,
let this guy
and then
talk
you
at all.
claim that you are motivated by religious charity. You are hypocrites, sir,
Shut the
and you are
fuck up.
fucking evil.
I am a mod.
Okay,
I am a mod.
you're-
I'm here.
hold
Go
on
ahead.
one
Finish your
second.
statement, Tony. No,
Oh,
you're gonna let
there-
Tony
there-
finish.
There's no he.
Guy just
Go ahead.
rants.
Let's talk about the weather.
Let's leave this Discord
I
channel.
was just
guys.
trying to
What do you
have
think?
Tony
Cora,
finish his
Lion,
statement.
I
myself,
rebuke
No,
maybe.
this
dude, this
entire
was
conversation.
Okay,
Tony
my statement
telling us. Tony,
here,
real quick,
my
Tony,
statement.
you're saying
I'm allowed to
children.
finish
You
my
would rather
statement,
children.
aren't
Yes, you are.
I? Okay. So, the human flourishing is a complicated issue. It is not just more people is better, because overpopulation, overcrowding, putting economic stress on families and on people is not always good. And to claim that just pumping out babies is great for humanity and it promotes human flourishing is a simple lie. And we should be making more intelligent decisions than that. Because if we just keep on breeding, we're just going to destroy the planet and render it, with possible large-scale population decline. So people are going to die of starvation or lack of resources or lack of access to medicine, and that is not good. It's not good for human flourishing. Therefore, breeding without restraint is not a good thing. And no amount of rationalization is going to make it a good thing.
Oh, see that?
Nobody said that. Hold on. If the poor, impoverished woman had sex, she knows what's coming after that. Okay, so if she didn't want to have a child, she could have just practiced abstinence. But for you to say a poor and abused child will never grow up to make something of themselves, then you're making the claim at this point that we should kill 2 and 3 year olds that are in poor, impoverished families because it would be better off that way. You're saying it'd be better off to have a dead person than an alive person.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, and that is a grotesque misrepresentation. I never said that killing children was good. What I said was somebody electing to terminate a pregnancy at the embryo or fetus stage is not killing a child. Further, I did not say that all people who are in poverty live lives of suffering. I am saying that some of them do. It's not that this is a grotesque misrepresentation of my argument. And now you're getting into the point of intellectual dishonesty. I didn't say any of the things you suggested, and I'm still talking. Thanks, no thanks. And I was just about to fucking wind up, and then you had to chime in over my last
PhD, Tony. You're taking a lot of room.
He's right.
So it's no wonder people want to talk over you. You are not in a conversation.
It shouldn't be surprising.
Torah, of course, wants to rub his stings against you because he likes that.
Okay,
dude, this is what
you are all in a fight. Just because you like to fight.
Hold on, listen, I'm trying to mod. Listen, dude. Don't
Amen, Whitewater.
Tony's
Amen.
All right, I'm gonna unmute you, Tony, but please relax. Don't start freaking out. And Tora, go ahead. But Tony, you gotta wrap it up.
Impoverished families, poor families, it doesn't matter. And when he says a fetus or an embryo is not child, the word in Latin for fetus is little person. And it's just ridiculous to make an arbitrary point of where life begins. It's just going to be arbitrary because we can get into it. I can ask him. And if he says 6 weeks, I'll just say, how about 5.5? You know what I mean?
That's
It's
when he'll
just
be done
such a
talking.
silly
Sweet.
argument, dude.
Okay, so do we have funerals every 2 months for every 2 months for families that are having sex, but the woman isn't getting pregnant? Because I think it's more than 50% of fertilized eggs fail to implant on the wall and are just ejected from the uterus. Do we have funerals for those? Do we have
No, we
funerals
do.
for
No, we do
miscarriages
not
in the
have.
first 3 months? Are there any religious sacraments for fetuses or embryos? No, there are not. No,
Some
we do
people
not
do.
have those
Some
funerals.
people
No, as
do
a
have
society,
funerals.
we do not treat, neither religiously nor legally do we treat fetuses and embryos as though they are people, and to claim that we should is fatuous. And to claim,
Well, we do
and you are
legally,
drawing,
actually.
and yeah, I'm still actually speaking, and to draw the line at the point of conception is equally artificial as drawing it at any point along the 9 months.
Okay, you said there's no legal laws for it. If you shoot a pregnant woman, you can get 2 accounts of manslaughter. Okay, so there are legal implications to it. So it's just ridiculous to have this view that we should not be producing babies. So for every 2 people, we should not be reproducing more babies to substantiate population. We should do population control as Tony's position, which feminism worked and is doing that position. Because right now we make 1.6 children for every couple. That's a steady decline. And that is not a way. And then to internally critique my position with a crazy idea like we can outsource the earth when I think God made the earth and can provide anything for his people is just like, dude, do you even know who you're arguing with?
Well, I wasn't aware that you were that delusional, but okay, let's respond to this.
Projection.
When you say we, the human population on Earth is increasing over time. So we are not at below replacement values unless you are using a very selective term for we. Are you using a very selective term for we?
No, it's 1.6 right now.
No, it isn't. Global population is increasing. Global population is increasing. So it can't be 1.6.
It is 1.6. Go ahead and look it up.
Okay, what am I looking up exactly?
How many babies do we produce per couple?
Who's we?
Humanity.
Okay.
Well, it's anybody that's taking on secular humanism, really, / feminism. That's who's really suffering the decline, isn't it? The numbers are here if you like. United States 1.6, Canada 1.4, United Kingdom 1.5, France 1.8, Germany 1.5, Italy 1.2, Spain 1.3, and on it goes. So
That's a good point, yeah, because like in their worldview, like the atheist Tonyistic worldview, they're gonna work themselves out. They're gonna be gone. They're gonna extinct themselves, and it's like I thought about it before, like the Christians like arguing for these people to not off themselves and take themselves out of the population. Like, should we be like arguing for that because under their
Yes, because
world
we
they're gonna be
love
gone.
them.
I know.
Because we love them, and I'm operating out of love, and they take it as if I'm operating out of malice. Because I want to save this gentleman's life from going into self-extinction. It's a self-defeating view that you're in. People won't think like you in the future. What will happen is Christians and Muslims will continue to have more babies than just 1.6, 1.8, right? And they'll take over the world.
Could they?
Okay, so having been attacked by 3 successive people, I feel quite flattered that it's Tonyistic rather than atheistic. The global fertility rate is still above 2. So when they say we, they are referring to white countries. So that's what they're referring to. They're just too afraid to say it. The argument that religious people are going to outbreed atheists is nonsense, because most atheists come from religious families. So you guys are making more atheists, and the proportion of atheists in the population is increasing. It's you guys who are making us. So if you wanted to reduce the number of atheists, you should have fewer kids.
We're converting people every day to Christianity. People are being converted every single day, more and more, times 2, times 4. This is what's going on in the Christian
No,
world.
it isn't.
I don't know
No,
if
it
you
isn't.
understand that. You
Look
think
at-
it's on a
look at the-
decline, yet I go to a church that's constantly increasing in people that are coming in every week.
Great. But you only need to look at the census data to be able to tell that the number of people who are willing to identify as atheist is growing over time. So how is that possible?
Yeah, but the number of people that are turning to Christianity.
I'm still actually speaking, sir. How is that possible if our birth rate is so low?
That's fine. That's a sample selection over a certain amount of years that you're going with. And if you go with a sample selection of those same years of the amount of people that have become Christians, it way outweighs your atheistic numbers, dude, by like 10 times.
Okay, where's your data for that?
I don't
can
even know if
pull
we
up
need
data
data.
for
You're advocating for a world where you kill your fetuses and you don't procreate. I mean, it's in the recipe. Do you really need data for your recipe?
Yes, the majority of the reason that people seek abortions or people choose not to have children, because there are plenty of people who do just choose not to have children, is because having children is quite expensive in developed countries. It takes quite a lot of resources. As our populations decline, that cost will decrease and people will be more willing to have children and better able to support them. So your claim that in the long term this is going to lead to extinction is just
Extinction
wrong.
of your worldview.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe women should,
I'm
like,
still
close their
actually
legs
I'm still actually
if they can't afford
talking,
it.
guys. I'm still actually
Well, just so you know, so I'm not talking about extinction of humankind. Just
yeah,
your
you don't
worldview.
get to interrupt me, and literally, okay, I was going to wrap up, and then I got interrupted like 4 times. It'll be much quicker if you just let me finish what I'm saying. Seriously. It's in the long term, the pressures that are leading people to not have children will alleviate. The claim that this decline in birth rate will continue indefinitely is not logically supported. It's not true.
170,000 people are new converts every day to Christianity. So thus every year the number of Christians increases by 28,835,000 people. So go ahead. What is your atheistic stats?
Where are you getting those stats from?
From Google.
Okay.
Try to be honest about Jesus Christ. Can you answer the question?
I just typed in how many people have converted to
And where did
Christianity per day, and it gives me an AI overview.
Okay, that's what he was asking for.
Okay.
Is Google
would
not
like
a good
to
enough
know.
answer for that?
Yes, Google is not a good enough answer for that. Google will go out, search a lot of Christian websites and come back with Christian data.
That's what Google does.
Because that's where the data is, and it will present that data as though it's real when it comes from Christian sources. So what I'm looking for are
Okay, it comes from movieguide.org.
What I'm looking
Movieguide.org.
what I'm looking for are neutral sources like censuses. What is the rate of the growth of Christianity in the US at the moment?
How about movieguide.org? Is that good for you? It's not Christian. It supports Hollywood.
I just asked you a question, sir. What is the rate of growth of Christianity in the US?
I don't know in the U.S. I thought we were talking about the whole world.
Well, you can use the whole world, but the issue with that is that atheism grows mostly in developed countries. So as the poorer countries develop, we expect atheism rates to rise. But religiosity is strongly tied to socioeconomic factors. So in those countries, yes, I expect religions to prosper and grow.
Atheism can't
Excellent.
rise, dude, because they kill their babies. What are you talking about?
Nobody kills babies, sir. That's just a lie.
Okay, atheists abort fetuses that turn into children.
Dude, that's just so crazy. Do you not think Christians have abortions? Are you kidding me?
Not at the same rate as an atheist, bro.
Yes,
What are you
they do.
talking about?
In fact, religious education is highly tied to abortions because.
Well, then they're not a Christian, obviously.
Because sex education in religious schools is bad, and they don't know how to avoid having sex. And the guy in here who said that poor women who have sex have only themselves to blame, that was an egregiously idiotic thing to say.
So you're saying abstinence isn't the best way to avoid having children?
Can you not interrupt me? Just once. Can you not?
Can you guys let me know when both you guys are done? Because nobody can say a damn word since you guys have been talking. Because both you guys won't leave any room.
Okay.
Give us space. Give us
the woman to talk actually makes a good point. I've done a lot of talking. He's done a lot of talking. She's tried to get into this conversation multiple times. She should be allowed to. Off you go.
I just want to make a comment against, like, for you, PhD, to him, because you're also talking about how many Christians are not and numbers. But you're saying, well, that's not a Christian then because they had an abortion. You're going by numbers that people are claiming they're Christian, not if God or if you think they're Christian or not. We're just going about evaluations, who claims they're a Christian or not. So when you're saying that somebody had an abortion and it's not, they're not Christian, now you can't say that. That's just you saying that as a faith of God in a book, but that's not the numbers on Google. This is ridiculous.
So that is a complete mischaracterization. I never said that people.
No, not you, honey. Torah had said that, not you.
Okay.
That Torah is saying the Google numbers that
okay,
Christianity. Yeah, it's okay that he's like, well, that's not right because they're not a real true Christian then. That's not about that. It's about people claiming their Christianity. So the numbers you gave, Torah, from Google would not have anything to do with if they were aborting or not aborting children, if they're Christian or not Christian in that manner. None.
Okay, fair. That's fair. Yeah, no problem then. So are these statistics, so you're saying none of these statistics are even accurate then? Because is it possible to be a Christian and abort your baby, like while you're following Christ?
Is it possible for a Christian who believes and walks a certain path every day on Discord, I'm not saying anyone here, and nothing like that, and then sin every day? Yes.
Well, then, but how are they a Christian if they're willfully sinning, though? Or if they're willfully sinning, how are they a Christian?
Well, you think that
being Christian doesn't mean to be perfect.
No, there's a conflation. There's a conflation there that there's a faulty logic there. That you think they are sinning doesn't mean that they think they are sinning.
Okay, so abortion is not a sin.
I'm still talking, and I know Christians who are not pro-life that do think that women should have the right to abortions. So yes, there are Christians, and you're claiming that they're not really Christians is just offensive to them, and we're back to light order statement that you are being judgmental.
Still not done. How do you not finish when you finish?
Well, how about you wait until I'm finished before you speak?
You concluded your point. When you conclude your point,
no, I hadn't.
I also addressed you, be it Tony, and damn, I forgot.
If it offends them, if somebody's offended by a standard that they claim to uphold, that they are, hey, listen, you're violating that standard, whether whatever it is, whatever Christian aside. That's what happens to people. They get offended when you point out they're not upholding their own standard.
According to the Bible, we are all sinning. Now try to understand what sinning means. It is, we have lived in a period called the man age. Each man on its own. In the judicial system, it's called son per son, per son, per son, per son. We are each son is on its own, having to be a man. Now we are returning to becoming a son again, guided by the mother under our feet, the blue beam. It is a very painful process. And you are getting there.
Okay. Sorry, off you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna interject really quickly. And specifically to Torah and no tanks. I can't help but feel a little bit judged by you guys, and I'm trying to say this in a really honest way, and it just doesn't feel to me. It just doesn't feel. I get this sense of self-righteousness, and it just doesn't feel like the most Christian thing in the world. And I just would ask that you maybe reflect on that a little bit.
Okay, that's the hippie Jesus. That's the hippie Jesus view of the world. So I understand your view because the church does teach in that manner. However, I don't follow the hippie Jesus view. The statement "only God can judge" is not in the Bible. That's Tupac that said that. So I don't know why. I don't know if you've read the scripture, if you've read
Yeah, I
James, if
have.
you've read First John 3, if you've read Leviticus 19:17, where it says to directly rebuke your neighbor, that way you don't hold hatred in your heart for them. Because it seems to me that you might be holding a little bit of hatred in your heart for me.
Okay, I will consider that as long as you consider that there might be a log in your eye and you're criticizing my moat.
I'd like to respond to this. I'd like to respond to something that was said earlier. Both Tora and some other participant were saying you can't call yourself Christian if you're not holding the Christian values. There are Christians who do not believe the same values as you do. So it's not a question of you, and you have appointed yourself the arbiter of whether or not they are valid Christians or not. They disagree with your version of Christianity as
No, I
strongly as
didn't.
you disagree
Dude, I
with
didn't
theirs.
write the scripture. I just read it.
Strongly, you just interpreted it, and they would argue that you have interpreted it incorrectly.
They'd have to present the scripture, and they would have to make a good argument for it.
That's between you and God, brother.
That's between, you are not the arbiter of whether or not other people's interpretations are correct. By definition, if your interpretation were incorrect, you would come to faulty conclusions. And you have no demonstration that your interpretation is correct other than I say so.
Well, are there false converts?
Can I get in? Can I get in here real quick?
Yeah.
There's no interpretation. It's just what it says.
Right. Sometimes there's room for interpretation, and then sometimes there's literally no room for interpretation. So that is like a cop-out, right? It's a cop-out. Because, for example, if Proverbs 27 says open rebuke is better than secret love. And then I can show you tons of other verses corroborating what Torah is saying. Like, for example, 1 John 2:18 through 20 says, judge false Christian among us. Revelation 2:2 and 1 John 4:1, judge false prophets and false apostles. I can keep going. Judge the workers of iniquity. Ephesians 5:11. Judge preaching. Hold on, judge preaching. 1 Corinthians 14:29. Judge matters between the brethren. 1 Corinthians 6:5. Judge with sin within the church. Judge all things. John 7:24. Judge with a righteous judgment. John 7:24. 7:24. Yeah.
You're just quote mining.
Yeah. So no. The point is, they would judge you using the same scriptural justification, and they will find you to be a false Christian. So and you have no better justification that you're not a false Christian than you say so.
That's not the standard. Is the Bible.
You almost
The
quoted
standard
Matthew
is
7,
you are
1, 5.
arguing there that the Bible exists and can be interpreted
It's not up for private
independently. And
interpretation. It says it right in
I
it.
am still talking. For fuck's sake. The Bible can be objectively and correctly interpreted, and you've got no evidence for that other than you say so.
I'm just gonna call it. I'm gonna call. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna call that an appeal to interpretation fallacy. Because if that's all you're gonna do is if that's your best rebuttal, that's a weak ass rebuttal. Go ahead.
Yeah, it
Pretty
doesn't
much
use
quoted
the-
Matthew, though. Matthew 1 through 5, what Jesus said.
I want to point out that there is no Christian church, no major Christian church in the world that holds that the earth is flat, and there is maybe one, and not a big one, that utilizes the book of Enoch.
There was a debate on
Messianic congregations do. So
So we should rebuke flat earthers then? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that the people who are in here represent a very, how do I say this? The fiery Christians in here represent a very small portion of the Christian population. And
that's what it would be, bro. It's called set apart. It says that many people think they're getting into the kingdom, but only few do. The path is narrow. What are you talking about? So you're saying there's no messianic congregations that read from the book of Enoch at all?
No, I didn't say that. The Ethiopian church does. But they're one of the few, and they're not exactly, just a second, and they're not exactly huge.
Okay, well, that would make it even more dude, what do you think holy and set apart? What do you think that means? You think it should be conforming to the ideology of the majority?
I think it means
No,
Christians.
Jesus says the majority will hate you.
I
He
think it means
guarantees you that.
Christians. And if you're certain you're getting into heaven because you think
I'm not certain of it. You're the one that claims certainty of that.
Are that righteous? Then
I don't claim that. I don't claim that.
I think there's probably some. I think you can find yourself some scripture that deals with that.
I only know if I'm saved when I die. I don't even say I have achieved my salvation because I know who I was in the past and I know that I can become something different. So I'm strictly disciplined to live a life according to righteousness, which is doing God's law. And if you disagree with that, and if you disagree and think you can willingly sin at this point, now that you have Jesus in your life, you're preaching a license to sin, dude.
No.
I want to respond to
You've missed the point. You've missed the point. The point is, if you read the Bible and interpret it in ways that lead you to demonstrably factually incorrect conclusions, then you have no credibility when you come to pronounce on what is moral or what is immoral. So you have been led into multiple counterfactual positions that discredit not only you but your religion.
You have to respond to I had next.
Tony a question. Tony.
No, dude, I had next. Come on.
Let me ask
bro.
Tony a question.
No. Let Lion go next.
Tony.
No, because then Tony's going to respond to Annie. It's going to be like a 5-minute thing.
Hurry up.
No, it's going to be it's going to be 30 seconds.
No, because
we already
Tony's
asked him
not 30
the question,
seconds.
Andy. We already asked him the question.
His whole defense is that we might be misinterpreting the scriptures. That's a really weak defense. He keeps saying that. I just want to respond to Omni because Omni's appealing to the majority consensus. That doesn't work in the Christian worldview. The reason being is because if you look, there's many verses, for example, many are called, few are chosen, right? Jesus said that. Jesus also said, enter ye by the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many be there that enter thereby. For narrow is the gate and straighten the way that leadeth unto life, and few be they that find it. So it's only the remnant is a very few. It's a minority of the Christian population that will actually make it into the kingdom. Just because you profess Christ as your savior does not mean that you're getting in. That's all. Go ahead.
I think it's Matthew 7, like 15, that says, not fornicators, not adulterers, not liars, not swindlers. Double check me, because I'm just saying it from memory, because I'm driving. Thanks.
Yeah, not only that, it says there will be
Yeah, none of
many
those
that
people
come
in-
saying, I will be, I prophesied in your name. And what does he say? I never knew you.
Yeah.
So
The
what you're
swindlers, the
arguing is
adulterers, the thieves, the liars, all those will not enter the kingdom. I just want to finish this verse for him. Thank you.
no, that's okay, Taylor. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to say that, if you are with the majority, then by the Bible, the world's going to hate you according to Christ. You will be hated by the world. And there will be few, as Ryan mentioned, that will enter the gate that leads to life. So, the persecuted are blessed. And to be in a few minority that actually, tries to literally follow the word, I would want to be in that group.
Yeah, and all they
Okay,
do is persecute me all day.
You can also be hated by the world for being an asshole. Being hated by the world is not the guarantee that you might think.
So the argument here is that God created this religion for a tiny fraction of the relatively small number of people who believe this, because not because they're bad people, not because they do evil things, but because they don't read an obviously wrong book and come to factually incorrect conclusions.
Yeah,
that was God's entire plan, was it?
Yeah, the majority of people will lean upon their own reasoning and turn from God as the arbiter of what upholds the truth, and then use their reasoning and their subjective experiences to say what is good and what is not good and what is true and what is false, and then they will become the arbiters, and they will coalesce with others until there's a consensus that they all agree upon the same subjective truth. That's the prediction, and that's the case, and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, you're ignoring the first commandment, and you're like, how am I wicked? Dude.
So, what percentage do you think is going to hell, in your opinion? Can I ask?
Only Jesus makes that decision.
But you don't have a rough guesstimate?
No, but he sure is a small number.
90% probably, dude.
Sorry, go ahead.
So this
to go to hell is to like.
But this argument is self-defeating, right? There is no evidence that the events in Exodus happened. So you're using a quote from something that seems not to have happened, as far as we can tell.
Yeah, but you're doing an
archaeological.
That's not true.
Why don't you interrupt me while I'm talking?
Because you're doing an internal critique, bro, and you're not staying internal.
I don't care if I'm doing an internal critique or not. I was a Christian for fucking 30 years. I'm allowed to do an internal critique.
Yeah, Jesus talked about 1 in 4 individuals actually being planted in soil. So I'm sorry you were scattered on the rocks, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's fine.
That is not a response to the point that I was making. You are appealing to this book and saying that it is. You are appealing to this book and saying that it is true, and there is no evidence to support the bits that you're relying on, Exodus in this case, and there is contradictory evidence to a lot of the things that you are saying about the age of the earth, about the shape of the earth, about the development of living organisms. And when we get into the weeds on this, you're not relying on the book. You invoke a lot of fan fiction about, Taylor in particular invokes a lot of fan fiction about sin being genetic.
At the end of the day, I will pray for you. I will pray for you, Tony. Because I know that just because you hold this position doesn't mean you will hold it for the rest of your life. Y'all will.
Let me respond to him
because I just want to respond. It'll be quick.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to live forever. I don't want to go to heaven. Don't pray for me.
That's what I was going to point out. The Bible says
I'm going to pray for you tonight, Tony. Sorry,
Taylor's next for sure, but I was pointing it out earlier. It'll say you'll willfully choose hell. It's not that you're getting sent there. You'll choose it, just like Tony did. That's what I was saying earlier. Go ahead, Taylor.
He did.
Hold on, guys.
No, choosing death is not the same thing as choosing hell. And Taylor wanted to say something, and I cut her off to say that I would only be short, and then everybody piled in. Taylor, what did you want to say?
Hold on. Taylor is going next, and then Andy had a question 5 minutes ago, but After Taylor, Andy can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, let Taylor go here. Okay.
Okay, so I wasn't saying sin was genetic. I was saying that the Nephilim in the Old Testament, why they were killed, I believe it was from some genetic corruption that happened with the Nephilim from Genesis 6:3 account where the sons of God came into the daughters of men and bore giants. However, that's off topic. So you did say that there's no evidence for Exodus, and I'd like to push back on that because I've actually posted multiple pieces of archaeological evidence on my Twitter that are verified by archaeologists, such as the Minerva tablet, where the Egyptians wrote about the Israelites, and there's other Egyptian writings that mention Hebrews as well.
That's not that
That's
in
not
no way
evidence.
validates any of the plagues that were visited. It in no way validates the destruction of an entire Egyptian army and the death of the death
They're
of
all
the pharaoh.
cousins, dude.
Nor is there any archaeological evidence for a population of around 2 million people wandering through the deserts of Saudi Arabia for 40 years.
So you're moving the
Think about that.
goalposts.
That's 2 million people. How much shit do they leave behind on a daily basis? Where are their camps? Where are their cooking fires? Where is any trace of 2 million people wandering for 40 years through Saudi Arabia? There's none, and there's not a skerrick of evidence of this.
They do have evidence of the altar that they built. They have evidence of the Rock of Horeb and a couple other things, the pillars that Moses erected and things like that. But however, let me just say that I did show evidence of the Egyptian writings talking about the Israel as a people group during the time whenever Israel was actually encountering the Egyptians. So are you going to move the goalpost, or how much evidence do you want?
No, so this again gets back to Spider-Man, right? So Spider-Man mentions Spider-Man mentions Manhattan.
Yo, welcome to the room.
Spider-Man mentions
like an hour and a
Germany.
half.
Spider-Man mentions Russia. That doesn't make Spider-Man a real story. The fact that the Egyptians knew about the Israelites doesn't make the story of Exodus true.
Okay, well, I believe that we found the Egyptian army rebellion in the bottom of the Red Sea, and that we found Mount Sinai itself.
Okay, yes, but you choose to believe stuff that confirms your preconceptions. Where is this evidence so that I can have a look at it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
It's called a faith for a reason, and really, like any book that you read, take it with a grain of salt. It's based on faith, especially if it's his story or anyone else's. Yeah, the Bible says, "Trust not in men, and test all things, and prove that which is good, or keep that which is true." However you want to word it.
So the Bible tells me to test what is true, and when I test the shape of the earth, I find that it is approximately an oblate spheroid. When I test the rotation of the earth, I find that it rotates once every 23 hours and 56 minutes. When I test the age of the earth, I find that the age of the earth is more than 4.2 billion years old. So I test all of these things, and now I'm going to hell because I believed the Bible and I went and tested stuff. Is this the argument?
How'd you test it?
Well, multiple ways. There were 3 different claims. Which one did you want me to test?
Hey, test your mute button, bro. Why don't you hold Andy's beer for a second?
Which of the claims did you want?
Oh yeah, Andy. What was it? Andy was going to say something.
Let's hear from Andy.
Humanism, I think.
Andy, I'm holding your beer. Go.
Well, are you finished, Taylor, or I don't want to step on your toes?
I'm not sure what happened to Taylor, but she's gone. She's not responding
Has
now.
she
So
cut
you
out,
can go.
or?
No, she might have just stepped away from her mic for whatever reason. Anyway, we can resume the
He knows
conversation
everything.
later.
He knows he can talk for Taylor. He knows what she's doing.
I said might. I said she might have stepped away from the mic.
Can you see
Maybe
Taylor
she
right
died.
now?
I don't know. I didn't claim actual knowledge. I just explained a possibility. I was trying to be polite to give Andy the option to talk, but no.
Let's not get bitchy. I was just going to say that I like the transcendental argument for morality. I think morality is objective. I assume you think it's subjective, though, right?
Yes.
Well, is rape always wrong?
I would argue yes, but You can construct. Well, that depends. Everything is actually context based. You can come up with an elaborate case in which rape as a punishment for a particular crime may not be the wrong thing to do.
No, but you see, we're still acknowledging that it's bad there, Tony, right? No matter, even if we say, look, we're going to have to rape this person to save the entire human species, let's say, we're still acknowledging that this is a terrible thing we're going to have to do for the greater good, proving the fact that it is always wrong, right?
Well, no. In the context, it isn't wrong. The act itself, you know, whether or not something is moral or immoral is not dependent on the act. It is dependent on the context in which the act takes place. So if you're arguing that, you know, somebody has to rape somebody else to save the entire world, for instance, that's not wrong. That is clearly a moral act because it saves more lives, it does more good than it inflicts harm. That is just good.
And
it does inflict harm. It does inflict harm, but that's not the criteria by which I decide what is good or evil. It's whether or not the harm done outweighs the good.
But you can't say good or evil, Tony. You don't have a standard. Yes. That's what you don't understand.
I can say good. I can say.
Can I speak for 2 seconds, mate?
Actually, you interrupted me while I was still talking to interject your point.
Dude, it's late here. You're making me shout. Come on. The thing is, if you seem to be representing the secular humanists right now, but in secular humanism, it can be whatever you want it to be. Notions like evil become meaningless.
That's a complete mischaracterization.
No,
I would actually make
anything you want it to be, dude.
Let me know when you finish speaking, and I get to respond.
Andy, could I kick a little puppy to death for fun, or would that be bad?
Is it wrong? I mean, this is just daft.
Do I get to respond now, or are you talking?
I don't have to qualify it. If you ask me that question, I don't have to say yeah, but at all. Like I just say yes. So I'll let my yes be yes and my no be no, because it's obviously wrong to rape people just for fun or whatever you said.
Yeah, no matter what silly scenario you come up with, it's always wrong, and everybody knows that. Proving that morality is objective, it's not subjective. Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but
laughing condescendingly while you say stuff doesn't make it true, Andy. I just got through explaining. I'm still talking, Andy. And can you not let me talk for 5 minutes in order to respond to what you said? Why is it that every time I get one sentence in, you are interrupting me?
Live in a society, you have to have morality. It don't have to come from God, but to live in a big society, we have to have morality and laws and understand the way of living. Point blank. It don't require God.
Yeah, well, I was making the point. If you know the transcendental argument, Cole, maybe you do, maybe you don't. I was making the point that it's independent of an individual.
Tony has a point, though. You did interrupt him like I just did you when he was answering a question that you asked. That isn't fair, Andy.
Yeah, but he waffles on for ages.
Well, so it's okay to interrupt me because, who cares what I have to say in response to your point?
All right, well then, Cole. Yeah, so Cole, without a society around, can you imagine a world where it would ever be good to kick a puppy to death for fun?
No, because you've already said from context that you're only doing it for fun. So you're not doing it to achieve any greater moral good. The context is you are doing it without need, and it's not good to do it.
I don't think
Cole,
he waffles on.
He's you for the answer, Cole. Cole, is it ever, even without a society around, would it ever be good? Would it ever be morally good to kick a puppy to death for fun?
There's always society around.
All right, now walk into the woods with a puppy.
You still live in society, dude.
And then live in the woods. Don't
get over it. I'm not answering your question because it makes no sense.
It's very easy for somebody who has a moral grounding that's objective to answer this.
Okay, but
it's always wrong.
Yes, by definition, it is always done wrong because there is no greater good done through the act. So by definition, even under a subjective morality, it's wrong. Okay, that's that doesn't make. That just means that we share a common idea of animals flourishing being good and animals suffering being bad. That doesn't point to an objective morality.
Is it right or wrong to let people transition to the other opposite sex?
It's right.
Well, a lot of the data coming back is showing that it's not helping with their self-terminating, or whatever the kids call that these days. It's actually making them worse in many cases. So
That's a barefaced lie, sir.
Well, my point
Where's
is
your
that
data?
it seems even within these groups,
please
they
cite
can't
the data.
decide because they have no standard. And by the way, I'm not saying you're a bad person, Tony. I'm saying I'm sure you know. I'm sure you're a good person. You sound like a good person, dude. I'm just saying you don't have any justification for your morality. That's the point.
I'm saying I don't need a justification for my morality.
How do you justify that statement?
Because I
said
said
justifications.
And because I said it.
Right. So now you're the arbiter. You're the thing that makes
I'm the
sense.
arbiter. I'm the arbiter of what I consider good or evil. Yes.
Yeah, you don't know.
No, and neither do you. You just think you know. And indeed, I'll expand upon that point. I wasn't finished responding to you. And indeed, the fact that Christians have done many immoral things in the past and continue to do them in the interests of their religion and have disagreements between themselves show that Christians don't actually know what is right or wrong. Because if they did, they'd be agreed over what is moral and what is immoral. I'm still actually talking, mate. Maybe, and given that I was in the last sentence of what I was saying, it would have been much faster for you to just shut up and let me finish.
I'm fucking leaving. This guy's torture.
Are you going to finish, Tony, or?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm not. What's the point? He's not listening to what I'm saying because he's talking over what I'm saying. So this isn't a conversation. This is him just imagining what I'm saying and then interrupting.
Tony is never finished.
Excellent point.
I was just going to say,
Tony does make a fair point. At least when he explains himself, he doesn't repeat the same point over and over. Okay? He might go on for a bit. That's fine. It all makes sense. It's not the same thing being repeated.
He repeats it every time. Why are you interrupting me?
No, he
blah, blah, blah. That's just dumbass shit meta that we don't need to
Because you
hear.
interrupt him.
Well, I was just going to say before I go and make a drink that I wasn't making the transcendental argument from any particular flavor of spirituality. I wouldn't make it from the position of a Hindu. That's secondary. I'm saying that there's something outside of all of us. That's the point.
Were you here previously when I explained sort of the secular rationalism for that? So humans do share a common moral compass, but that can be explained evolutionarily, not and doesn't rely on the existence of a God.
You know, I think it's pretty obvious that people that know that they're doing wrong, they do so in private. Like the Masons don't do like public shit, right? That's terrible. Like all their public shit is like charity, or just any group, right? The 1%ers, right? Motorcycle club members, or whatever you want to call it. But all these people like innately know. Nobody has to tell them right from wrong. Now, it gets a whole lot trickier when you go away from God's law or natural law, whatever you want to call it, and you start going to man's law, because then it becomes legal and illegal, and that is a little different story than right and wrong. But everybody fucking knows right and wrong after a certain age. Thanks.
So if you're not a Mason, how do you know what they do in their private meetings?
Well, I mean, you can assume that they're not doing anything good because they're doing it in private.
There are undercover videos of Freemasons.
Hang on.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's an assumption. I admit it.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So people
But it
who
wasn't
have
about
sex
the
in their
Masons. I could have said X. Go ahead.
So people who have sex in their bedroom are necessarily doing something wrong because they're doing it in private.
Well, it'd be wrong to do it in public, right?
If you say so, sure.
Yeah, you shouldn't have sex in public. What if a girl walks up?
I actually think that it depends on context. You know, if a group of people get together and go to a house and all have sex while one another watch, I don't see that that's immoral.
Well, that's in private. Keyword there.
Well, but there are a lot of people there, right? So it is, you know, more public than the other example. But nonetheless, sort of the yes, everybody's right. Humans do share a simple a simple, very basic moral code that harming things is bad unnecessarily. You know, sometimes it's necessary to harm things. That's fine. But in general, harming things is bad. Helping things flourish and be happy is good. All humans understand that. The contention is whether or not that comes from God or whether or not it's the product of evolutionary programming to help us be better social animals. Do we agree that that's the central dichotomy in our attitudes? You guys believe it's God. We say it could be God, but it also could be just be evolutionary programming.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
I have a question. Thank you,
Well,
PhD.
I just asked the religious people a question. If I am adequately distilling down the sort of the dispute we're having. Do they
Yes, I
agree?
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's accurate.
Okay.
I don't like the animal part. I'm not an animal. I'm a man. Never been an animal. My ancestors weren't animals.
It says in the
I've
Bible
always-
that you're an animal. Well, no, you shouldn't say you're a man either, because that means monster.
Oh well, no,
It
you
doesn't
just
say you're a animal in the Bible. It's literally says animals are of one thing,
I
and
think
then
you're just
man
being
is one.
tedious I think you're just being tedious to avoid addressing the point that Tony made.
Animals are animals are not less than us.
We are
I didn't
animals.
say they were less. We're
Nobody
separate.
said that.
By the
We're separate.
our soul is called anima.
Okay.
We have a dark soul. We have a dark soul. We have a dark soul below our feet, and we have the potential of the light soul above our head to be connected with that, to become whole again.
Excellent.
And that's what we are in the process of.
Right. So if you look up the scientific definition of what an animal is, then humans are incontrovertibly animals. We eat food, we process it. We're animals.
The main thing is
from your
that
worldview,
we have
your foundation. Sorry.
Please, Larry, you go
brother.
ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that's the difference between man's law and God's law. God's law says that we're men, right? Man law says that we're animals. So God's wisdom is man's foolishness. Man's foolishness is God's wisdom.
Okay, but if you're having a conversation, if you're having a conversation with somebody who is using English, right, and we go to an English dictionary and we look up the definition of what an animal is, and humans clearly fall inside that category. We are not trying to insult you by saying that all humans are animals. We're just trying to say. Okay, so I didn't want.
It's your point of view.
I don't want you to think that we're trying to be a derogatory term, and nor am I trying to say that your well-being is just as important as, say, a rat's. Obviously, your.
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that either, right? It's not that we're worth more than the animals or anything like that. It's whether or not you can charge a cat for murder. You can't do that. Cat kills a rat. That's his fucking job, right? Or if a cat kills another cat, right? Even if he eats like little ones, right? Little kittens. Like we would think that's bad, but for him it's good. Same thing with you. You think you're an animal. That's fine. I don't care. But you can't charge a cat with murder. That's
No, you can't. That is right. Though some animals can determine when they've done something wrong, right? Some, animals like dogs, for instance, and elephants. They do know when they're being naughty, so to speak. They do recognize that. Do you agree that that's true?
Absolutely. You can totally learn from animals, especially when they do that thing where the dog looks to see if the cat's looking because he knows he's not supposed to get in the cat food.
Yep.
So you can watch their body language and you can tell they absolutely know right from wrong. But it gets to a point that if I have a cat, right, and he's fighting and he bites the fuck out of me because he's fighting another cat, like, should I react? Or should I
No.
be like Steve Irwin? Right, I should be like Steve Irwin, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm a man and I'm not going to react like an animal.
Yeah, that's
That's the
true.
difference.
Yeah, we do have vastly, we do have quite significant terms of ratification, and we are capable of making much more informed moral judgments than animals can, and that distinction is very real. Yeah.
Real quick, Tony. To be fair, everybody should try to be a little bit more like Steve Irwin.
That is, Steve Irwin does seem to have been actually an awesome guy. So yeah, though kind of if you keep on going fucking around with dangerous animals, you will eventually come the worse off for it, which is unfortunate.
The bloke was a banana, a good banana.
Crikey. This alligator tried to eat me. But truth seeker, did you have something to say?
Eden, just I wouldn't trot out your Australian accent.
Oh, thank you.
I was
truth seeker, go ahead.
I was just saying, animals are actually eukaryote cells. That's one of the key differences between animals and others.
Yep, that's I accept that as true.
Can you give me a 1 to 10 on my Australian accent? Ready? Come down under, mate. We'll prop some prawn on the baby.
So
humans are eukaryotes, aren't they?
Wow. Okay,
But this
Eden's out of Australian jail now.
Does your scale was 1 to 10? Can I go below 1 at all?
0 is not a number.
It actually didn't start that badly, but towards the end of the sentence, that really got bad. That
I don't
it
speak
just-
Australian, so I just the best I.
Yeah. Okay. Don't do that. You'll get arrested if you come here and try that.
You do it in a pub, mate. That'll be funny.
And we can have the.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I think real flat earther was trying to pick an argument with the 0 is not a number. 0 is a number.
Oh, I wasn't going to go to 0. I was going to go way below that.
No.
You have to have a 0 in between 1 and -1. So, like a Google review, they say, "I wish I could give 0 stars," but they just have to give them 1, no matter what, which helps them by giving them a review, right?
Well, real flat earther, did you actually know that 0 factorial equals 1?
Dun dun dun.
Define factorial, please.
Yeah, so like if you did 3 factorial, it'd be 1 times 2 times 3. It's like,
Well, more concisely, n factorial equals n times n minus 1 factorial, and 1 factorial equals 1.
So, what is 5 and 5?
What?
25.
10 Commandments.
It's simple math.
Are you asking
No,
what's
no,
5
it isn't,
Because you
factorial?
haven't defined an operation. Do you mean 5 plus 5?
Tony, how many fingers are on your hand?
4.
Well, count those with your other 4 fingers and your 2 thumbs, and try to give me an answer.
Okay.
5 plus
So you
5.
want me to count you want me to count the total digits on both hands. That's 10.
Did Truth say 55 was the answer?
No, I did not say 55 was the answer. That would be the
This
sum
remains
of all
true.
of the numbers from 1 to 10. So that would be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, etc., up to 10. That would be 55. But just counting the number of digits on both hands, that's just 10.
Well, just multiply it by 0 afterwards.
Yep, that's 0.
Take infinity and then times it by 0. The number 0, if you think that's an actual number.
It very much is a number. Yeah.
When was it invented? What decade? What century?
Sure, math is not invented; it's discovered.
Math is not invented.
No, we're in the AI, and AI is not to be
Would
invented but
century
discovered.
would century zero be ironic?
So the zero was introduced into notation multiple times. The Babylonians, for
15th
instance,
century, right? By Middle Eastern. It wasn't a Middle Eastern Arab, but it was a Middle Eastern
no, sir. Zero was
Tony.
used by the Mayans, for instance. The Mayans had a zero indicator in
what?
their numerical
And
system.
who's the president?
You're just babbling non sequiturs. Anyway, taking Eden taking back Eden wanted to ask a question and progress the conversation forward. Off you go, Eden.
Yeah, thank
Tony, did you say there was a year zero?
No, no, I didn't.
Because it wasn't invented yet.
No.
Well, when you're born, you're not 0 days, are you? I guess.
I tell the girls, I go count the months in the womb, baby.
Well, in computer science, actually, they do use zero indexing. So usually the 0th element is the first element.
Yeah, it's
Only
computers
C
is zeros and
are
ones.
0 years old at birth.
More technically, you are your age divided by 3.15 by 10 to the 7 years.
You say, how many weeks is the baby? You look at the baby, and then you say, how many months old is the baby? And then once the baby's old enough to talk, it will tell you, I'm 5.5 years old. I'm nearly 6.
You start with seconds, right? It's born, and then it's this many seconds, then that turns to minutes, and that turns to hours, that turns to weeks, months, years. That's how they do it.
When you're in the womb, technically you're negative years old.
Yeah, that's why I call these test tube freaks 30 years old at birth. Like the IVF babies who were conceived. Yeah, the IVF babies that were conceived 30 years ago and then get born 30 years later. These people were literally born 30 years old.
But still ignorant?
Yeah, that's got a.
I just want to say how remarkable it
hill
is.
on your astrological sign, don't it?
Yeah, it probably messes with that a lot.
The ability to come up with meaningless gibberish is quite impressive.
Tell me what the tattoo means, hon.
I think we were talking about subjective morals.
Yeah, and I had a question about that, the morals. And thank you, Tony. Do you think morals should be handed out by the government or strictly from the parents?
So the government's role is not to dictate morality. That is not the government's job. Laws should not be based on moral systems. They are agreements that we use to keep society cohesive. So no, morals should not be handed out by the government. That's not the government's job in any sense. Parents can attempt to inculcate a sense of morals in their children, and I think should, but we don't really train parents in how to do that. So the results we get, results can and do vary with the quality of the parenting, but most people will pick up morals from their peers, people of the same age, and from their parents, and the company that their parents keeps.
So when governments ban rape, they are enforcing morality onto the population. Is this a bad thing for governments to ban rape?
No, they're not, sir. They're enforcing it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to ban rape. I am saying that the law against rape is based on maintaining social cohesion. Yes, laws tend to ban things that everyone regards as immoral, but it is not that is not the total function of law. nor is its law's purpose. For instance, the people who try to enforce their religious convictions against abortion as law, that's not what law is for. Law is not for one minority in the population to dictate to another larger group what they should or shouldn't be doing. That's not what law is about. Law is about enforcing what we as a society regard as undesirable or antisocial behavior.
So keeping social cohesion is a moral value of which we should appeal to.
No. Well,
How is
you
it
can
not?
argue that that is the case, certainly, but certainly people have moral compunctions that extend beyond that. For instance, there are people who hold a moral stance against abortion. That is actually not in favor of social cohesion. I would argue that therefore it is immoral. But
yeah, and so you're arguing that social cohesion is the objective moral that needs to be appealed to.
It is a criteria by which I judge things, but that depends on the nature of the society. You can have societies, for instance, where moral precepts are widely divergent from what I consider to be moral behavior. So no, my moral behavior does not consist of social cohesion is one of the criteria I consider when deciding whether or not something is moral, but it is not the final determinant, nor does it have anything to do with what the function of laws is.
So if a society doesn't want to ban rape, it's fine if they just don't value social cohesion?
That is the opposite of what I said.
Stunlocked.
But where in the Bible does it say rape is wrong, though?
I mean, it's just kind of off topic to what we're talking about.
No, it's not at all. Because
you can't steal things.
You're trying to use the Bible as a moral, objective, ever-changing way to make a decision. And I'm asking, where in the Bible does it say, "Thou shalt not rape"?
Yeah, I'm not arguing for the Bible.
Don't steal.
I'm not arguing for the Bible right now.
I'm
I'm arguing for objective morals and ethics as a concept.
Okay, we had this conversation. We had this conversation 2 hours ago, mate, and we resolved that yes, humans, as a result of evolution, there are two views on this. Humans do share a lot of the same opinions about what is moral and what is immoral. As a general rule, there are humans who don't share that understanding, but there are two hypotheses as to why this occurs. One is there's a God who wrote it on everybody's heart. The other is that this is a result of evolutionary pressures where humans that were able to make larger, more cohesive social groups outcompeted humans who couldn't. So we have social animals have an evolutionary pressure towards empathy, towards understanding right action versus wrong action. So the idea that humans as a whole tend to agree on what is moral and what is not does not dictate an objective moral code written on people's hearts by a God. That is not a conclusion that you can reach because there is another explanatory mechanism for it.
So things that go against our evolutionary code of ethics, as in what most people agree upon and what has been proven to be valuable because it makes societies more prosperous. These are good things, and things that are not that, things that are dysgenic, evolutionarily speaking, are bad things. AKA religion is good and secularism is bad.
No, that is a faulty syllogism on every single level. The utility.
I mean, secularism is bad for evolution. Religion is good for evolution.
No, hold on.
No, it's not, sir.
Can I say something really quick? So
yeah.
You made like you're saying, and I'm hearing this kind of as the position you're supporting, but you're basically saying that the Bible is the arbiter truth of morality. Is that a claim that you're saying?
When have I ever brought up the Bible in this conversation?
That's what
Do
we were
you
talking
agree with
about.
the statement or not, sir? Because it sounds very much like you do agree with the statement, but you're just not willing to say you agree with the statement.
I'm perfectly willing to say it, as that is the position that I hold. However, it is out of the scope of the conversation. And this is why you don't try to go into every single little thing at a time. You drill down on a specific thing, objective versus subjective ethics, before you say which set of objective ethics is true.
Oh, okay. So
there is no set of objective ethics. We have not accepted that. That some acts are uniformly reviled by humans does not in any way imply that all such acts can be so adjudicated. Not all humans agree on whether or not abortion is ethical or not, right? But many people have moral positions on it. So clearly, there is no objective moral guidance on this.
Yeah, same thing with rape.
In general, people do agree that rape is an immoral thing.
Not in the
Not at
Middle
all.
East.
Tons of societies think that rape is okay.
Probably because of the books that they follow. But what I'm saying is,
like biblical society. Would you say that biblical society was one of them?
I'm just saying societies in general. There are numerous ones.
Well, and I am asking you specifically, is rape prohibited in the Bible?
Well, I mean, I'll answer your previous question. Like biblical societies, like Sodom and Gomorrah, yes, they loved rape.
Okay. I don't think you can say that. I think you can say that some people in Sodom and Gomorrah liked rape.
I mean, it's pretty universal that it was like everybody liked it.
The story, yes. What's your evidence for that, sir? What's your evidence that everybody in Sodom and Gomorrah liked rape?
In the same way that you believe any other history book? The Bible is a history
is
book.
not a history book.
In what way is it not a history book relative to anything else?
In the same way that Spider-Man is not a history book. Just because Spider-Man mentions his things that historically existed, that doesn't make Spider-Man history.
Yeah, just because there are books on Julius Caesar or Napoleon Bonaparte doesn't mean he's not Spider-Man. Doesn't mean he existed.
What?
So that's a non sequitur, sir. The Bible claims things that we have no independent verification are even possible outside of biblical testimony. So why should we accept them as having occurred, and why should we accept the book as being historical? Why should we not treat it like we do Spider-Man as a story that is set in a given historical context and is given historical detail in order to aid audience immersion?
Because
I'd
it's
like to
called
answer that.
history. It's his story. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I'll just be super quick if I can. The thing is that you don't have to accept it, right? Nobody has to accept any of it. Some people don't accept Anne Frank because they say that a pen that was written in that diary hadn't even been invented yet, right? I'm not saying that's true or it's not true. I'm just saying that for you to do something like that and say, oh, that, well, if it came from the Israelites, then we can't accept it, or because a Jew wrote it, we can't accept it. That sounds like racism to me. I'm just saying.
That's not at all what I said, sir. What I said was it contains and purports to report events that do not otherwise seem to be physically possible. So why should we accept that as any more plausible than Spider-Man stories?
The answer is we should not. We absolutely should not.
I mean, we've never seen a Big Bang. We have tangential evidence that a Big Bang exists.
We do
a lot
see
of
a
people
Big Bang
probably
every day. We see a Big Bang every day when we observe that everywhere is getting farther apart from everywhere. We observe the Big Bang every day.
The point is, you have never seen a Big Bang.
Yeah, it's all
and you
coming
still believe
together.
it.
It's all separating far away from each other and going way far away. Yet for some reason, it's all coalescing together.
If there's redshift, and that proves the Big Bang, right? Now, hold on. If there's redshift in every direction, then if you could hypothetically rewind time, it would be blue shift in every direction, and that would observably be the Earth as the center of creation. So just keep on going with your Big Bang.
Complete misunderstanding.
So
that's a
if
complete
there's
misunderstanding.
redshift in every direction, let's go over it. Where did I misunderstand?
It's because
This is the
the
center of
singularity
creation.
has infinite space-time curvature, so everywhere and nothing is at the center.
So what about he's referring to the axis of evil?
Let's get back to let's get back to Yasuke's point. Yasuke made a point that was fatuous, and he deserves to be excoriated for making it. There is no evidence consistent with the resurrection. There is no evidence consistent with a burning bush. There is no evidence external to the Bible consistent with the plagues visited on Egypt. There is no evidence external to the Bible of the Pharaonic army being drowned in the Red Sea. There is no evidence external to the Bible of 2 million people wandering for 40 years through the deserts of Saudi Arabia. There are multiple things in the Bible where there is not even tangential external evidence to support the biblical narrative. So why do you accept that these stories are true?
You're saying there's no evidence, but the Bible itself is evidence. You just don't like that evidence.
If we accept the Bible as truths, then should we not accept the Odyssey as true? Should we not accept the Iliad as true? Should we not accept the reports of Greek gods fighting on a should we not accept? How do you know it's not true? Where in the Iliad does it say the Iliad is true?
Yeah, the Iliad literally happened.
True.
It's true.
Okay, the Iliad happened. So you're saying that the Greek gods existed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So then your epistemology is worthless. Your epistemology is leading you to multiple counterfactual conclusions. So we can reject you as a crackpot.
There's nothing about the Greek gods existing that contradicts Christianity.
Yeah, I didn't say that there was. I said that you are coming to multiple false conclusions. The Bible, multiple Christians will disagree with you, but the Bible explicitly refers to there being gods other than God, right? On multiple occasions, God talks about the gods of Egypt as being real. And that he wants to demonstrate that his power is greater than him. The Bible also says that magic is real because Pharaoh's sorcerers do magic in their duel with Aaron and Moses.
Magic is real too.
Magic is certainly real, Tony. I'm afraid.
You guys are here publicly declaiming the least scientific thing possible, and then turning around and saying we should trust your epistemology. You guys are nuts from ear to ear.
You're just the man with no grounding in anything.
You're literally just
got no grounding for your morality. For your, has he left? Oh, he's left.
He made a category error, right?
So
We're talking about faith, and he's saying there's no scientific. Okay, go ahead.
It's so hilarious with PhD Tony. I can just make his brain break so hard.
Like none of it. The thing is, Yasuke, nothing. Think of it like this: he's got no grounding for anything. No for logic, reason, morality, nothing. It's just degrees of certainty, and so he can't even make a true claim.
Yeah, and then so when saying things that are outside of his script or outside of the bubble of like what his expected response is, he just falls apart. But anyway, anybody else have another conversation topic? Don't need to beat a dead horse.
Well, as I said the other day, and I'll say it again, and that guy was doing the sophist tap dance as well, that Warren dude. I shouldn't talk about people who aren't here, but there's only two options to me. Either it's random or it's guided. Okay? If it's random, how can you trust anything? You can't. You can't trust anything. So he's talking about from some, like he's the moral arbiter. How can you trust that? Hello?
Yeah, he's the moral arbiter, but he doesn't have any objective morals. And it's just like, maybe it's democracy, but it's also not. Like, the problem is you can't tie anything down. The second that you get to something and try to actually, like, okay, let's get specific here, then it goes into somewhere else that's non-specific.
But so I got because specifically I asked you where in the Bible does it say rape is wrong? And if you can't source a place in the Bible and you still believe rape is wrong, there is an external force outside of the Bible that guides
No, we
morals.
can, dude. It's in the
can I
law,
go over
bro.
this?
It's
You
in the
didn't get it
law.
last
I'll give
time.
you the exact verse.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's even a simple principle. It's a fundamental principle. You don't take stuff that isn't yours, right? So if that vagina belongs to someone else and you ask to use it and they say, no, you cannot use my vagina, and you take it anyway, that's stealing.
I understand that, but
Yeah,
the
that's
Bible.
fundamental. That's right. You didn't need the Bible for that.
Precisely that. But what I'm saying is the Bible went down to prescribe things as specific. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not this. Thou shalt not that. It did not prescribe thou shalt not rape.
Yes, it does, dude. Those are the. You're talking about the 10 Commandments,
I
dude.
understand.
Have you
There are
read
like
the
10
rest
laws in
of
the
the
Bible.
law, bro? Have you
Yes,
read
I
the
have.
rest of the law? Yeah.
Yes. And what I'm saying is, as it's directly prescribed for those things, you have to find it in the Bible. And like I said,
Read Deuteronomy 22, bro. Read it right
Read it to
now
me.
and
Read
eat
it
your
to me.
words, dude.
Dude,
Just
read it
eat
to
your
me.
word. No, I don't. I'm not
Just
going to
read it
sit
to
here
me.
and read the scripture to these people because they hate when that occurs. So I've given you the chapter. You could go to 22,
really don't have
24
access
through
to do that.
28
I really
and
don't have
read it
access to do that.
yourself.
I
Okay.
truly would, but I don't. I don't have access to do that right now.
Yes, you
I
do.
would,
You
but
have a phone right now in front of you.
I'm
You
not
can
able.
download the Bible app or just Google it.
Okay.
You can just Google Deuteronomy 22 and read it for yourself. Okay.
I'll read it. I'll read that verse for myself. Thank you.
We need
when
a
I have a
Bible bot
chance.
for the server.
Again,
Bot is always useful.
I wasn't making. I don't think Yasuke were either. I wasn't making the argument from the position of any particular flavor of spirituality. That would be secondary, right? Because
Yeah, I'm specifically
you can always
talking about
argue
objective
about
ethics. Yeah.
interpretation.
Yeah,
I
because
have
I'm
a question for the
specifically
room.
talking about objective ethics versus subjective ethics, which is
I want everyone to
completely
answer
different.
honestly.
I have a question. I may have misheard. Is this the one if you see your fellow Israelites ox or sheep straying?
I
Is
don't
that the
have the
one?
ability to read it right now.
No, I'm
No,
asking.
Deuteronomy 22 goes into it in more in depth when you get around. I would say it's around. Let me look real quick. 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, 25. If a man encounters a betrothed woman in open country and he overpowers her and lies with her, only the man who has done this must die. Do nothing to the young woman because she has committed no sin worthy of death.
But
So,
she's not
but
betrothed,
if
though.
out in the country a man happens to meet a young woman pledged to be married and rapes her, only the man who has done this shall die.
Okay, so yeah, does that say you
Nothing to the
can't rape?
woman, she has committed no sin deserving of death. But what if she's not pledged to be married?
Here in Arizona, they're
It's
going to
the
give
next
the death
verse,
penalty
Omni.
for,
Just keep
for
reading,
human
bro.
traffickers.
Are you kidding me? If a man encounters a virgin who is not pledged to marry and seizes her and lies with her and they are discovered, then the man who lay with her must pay the young woman's father 50 shekels of silver, and she must become his wife because he has violated her. He must not divorce her as long as he lives. Now, if you go up in the chapter and it says what happens if you hate that woman, and
So you have to.
there's
She has to
penalties for
marry
it.
you.
So you could go through the whole scripture, and that's what it claims. Okay, so you can just
I
read
would
it
be
for
in
yourself.
trouble.
The scripture says, "Do not rape women, dude."
It doesn't. Okay. Yes.
The entire reason the marriage thing is there is because in classical societies, essentially all societies, a
It
woman
don't say-
who is unmarried and a not virgin is like literally less than dirt. Like
But
in
it
terms
don't-
of the hierarchy, like they're below the most peasant garbage man possible.
But it doesn't say not rape at all. It just said if you rape them, then you get to marry them. So that's telling men if they see a woman they want, yeah, they may have to give the father 50 shekels, but they get the woman they want for life. How is that saying you're not allowed to do it?
Oh, I mean, there's other
Dude.
stuff like you have to give the father 50 shekels, but it's up to the father to decide who you can marry. The father has to give away the what. So if he refuses that, then he refuses that. There's other rules in place, such as like if he doesn't have the 50 shekels, then he would be a neighbor who owes
And
a
I'm
debt.
not
And that
condoning it or
would
agreeing
become
with it or any of that stuff. I'm just saying that there had to be a way to settle this matter to where if the dude got her pregnant, that's his problem.
Am I roboting still?
No.
Does it?
Loud and clear.
Am I
So
roboting?
it was literally just in the middle of my sentence. All right.
Does it? I mean, it gives you instructions as to what you do if
Wait a
you've done
minute.
it.
Did I cut anybody off? Because I don't think I was roboting.
Nope. You can continue, and then Paza, you go ahead, and then I'll chime in.
Okay, I didn't hear anybody speaking. I thought I was speaking for like 20 seconds before I got jumped in. Anyway, so yeah, this is the way that it was back then, and they had to think of a way to settle it because the girl couldn't just go back to the father and then be pregnant later. And like, that's your problem, pal. It's like, well, you got her pregnant, and I'm out all this, time and investment into this person, and now she's your problem. So 50 shekels, whatever silver's worth, 50 times $20, that was like an agreed upon thing that they had in their society because they didn't have pregnancy tests back then. So they had to figure some shit out. Thanks.
Hey, maybe I was roboting. I don't know. Maybe I was, but yeah, I was making something similar to the same point. Yeah, so like there's other rules in place. Is what I was saying. Is that it's up to the father to give away the daughter. So then that somebody else's point saying, oh well, then he can just rape and marry who he wants. If not, if the father doesn't agree to that, and then if he doesn't pay the debt, right? There's other rules in place that then he would be indentured to him through that debt. It's like, so what better revenge than your rapist being your slave?
So this makes so yet again I say this makes no sense because you said right there and said a while ago that all of this comes from God and everything else. Well, if it comes from the Bible, then the Bible is basically saying that it's not a bad thing, but then you're coming up with all this other stuff saying society. I'm not finished talking. You're saying society. You're saying society. You're saying society has to. I mean, had to come up with some way of making things right. That people had to figure out a way of making. I thought it came from God. I thought it's wrote on our hearts from God, not from society.
Well, that's a
I mean, you guys are literally going against yourselves constantly on what you're saying.
Dude. I hear you. Keep on.
I hope you hear me.
Ethics and morals, obviously.
Okay, so nobody's going against.
Hello.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
All right. I mean, I should have a chance to address him addressing me. I just feel like it's right. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, don't do it. It says don't do it. If you do something fucked up, you got to make it right. I don't know what you disagree with.
So in Deuteronomy 23, it says, if a man happens to meet a town, a virgin, pledged to be married, and he sleeps with her, you should take them both to the gate of that town and stone them to death. The young woman because she was in a town and did not scream for help, and the man because he violated another man's wife. You must purge the evil from among you. Well, what if he muzzled her or covered her face so she couldn't make a noise or no one heard her because there was a load of noise elsewhere?
Well,
this is supposed to be God's law, remember?
Hold on, you would need two witnesses for that account, right? So you would have to have two witnesses that saw the woman be muzzled, and then that would be, you can bring that through the judge. So
I don't know if you know much about rapes. They don't tend to arrange to have witnesses.
You're talking about a time, Pazza. You're talking about a time much different from the time we're in today, and you're saying the ethics should be the same in this time as it was in that time. That's your argument. You're not making a moral argument. You're making an ethical argument.
I'm not talking about our time at all. I'm talking about how this is even sensible in their time framework. Because the woman's going to say, the woman's going to say, I couldn't scream.
That's incredulous.
Isn't the woman who's going to say, I couldn't scream. He had my mouth covered.
I mean, in classical communal society, when are you ever going to be alone? Like, you're thinking about it in the same way that we have modern times, to where it's just a single family, and maybe the wife is alone all day in a singular house and the neighbors can never hear anything. Like, yeah, of course, it's a lot easier to do things in today's society. But, when you're living with 3-4 generations on the same property, like, it's it's going to be a lot harder to find somebody alone.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, you gotta think women travel in packs when they go to the restroom. Back then in that society, I'd imagine that women like really packed up, like they went everywhere together because they didn't want to get grabbed and snatched their snatch.
Yeah, it's like if you
Keep
actually
imagining.
care about women, if you actually care about women, you keep them safe. You make
This
sure
is
that
saying
you
the
have
woman. Yeah, this is saying the woman wanted this. Yeah, go ahead. Man.
No,
Where does it
not
say in the
just backing you
Bible
up
a
that- in the-
virgin
in the
should
Bi-
never
in the
should never
Torah
travel on her
states-
own?
Hold on, dude. In the Torah it says every matter is established by 2 or 3 witnesses. Every single case, every single judgment.
Even this one. Even this one. So if there were not 2 or 3 witnesses for this event, this is a non-event, bro. If you're saying just 2 people, like how would anyone know to stone these 2 people if nobody saw it happen, bro?
But then people are gonna say, well, you know how
There
many
you
cases
go.
will get away? People will get away free because there wasn't 2 or 3 witnesses. So either way, damned if you do, damned if you don't. They're always gonna find a way to shit on the Bible, dude.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. It's just an incredulous argument because you can't imagine that the God might have a higher moral standard than yourself and might have a reason that you don't understand, even though if we're talking about the God, this is a higher being than you.
Haza, I have a quick question for you and Renee, and for anyone else. Are you familiar with the story where Jacob from the Bible, his daughter was raped, and how he tried to resolve it?
No, I'm not familiar with that story.
It's okay. Yeah, maybe we'll go over it another time, but it's a great story. Essentially, the father of the guy who raped the woman, he tried to work out an agreement where he would get his son to marry the woman. I think she was only 12 at the time, but the father of the daughter, I think if I'm not mistaken, tried to agree, and essentially he was like, they can't marry because you guys aren't Jews. So the father essentially decided to convert to become a Jew, but the sons of Jacob
Nah, dude,
essentially
hold on,
took
real quick,
matters.
just- Nah, it's
Okay, no,
nothing to
you
do
can
with-
go ahead.
Nothing to do with Jews, bro, at all. Yeah, just letting you know.
Well,
Go ahead.
didn't the father
Israelis?
agree
What do
to
you mean?
become? Didn't
What's
he
the right word?
Yeah, didn't they want to convert?
Convert to what?
In what
Convert to what?
mindset though is a man raping a 12-year-old girl?
I don't know.
a
Let's clear up that word
justification?
first, though. What's the right word? Line or is he just off base?
Well, then, Pazza, what is the external reference that you're pointing to? That you're saying, like, in what world?
We've been through
sorry,
this
Octo.
so many times. You don't get to just recycle it.
Oh my God!
There, you can come to moral judgments, and I don't want to hear a single word from any of you about rationality. Right? You're here claiming to be making rational arguments when your basis is you'll believe anything that was written down by anyone.
Rationality comes from
and
God.
you believe in magic. So
the logos
there's
and
no
stuff like that, too.
basis. There's no reason to respect
I'm
the
not telling you to
rationality
abandon
of
your
any
belief,
of you.
but you believe in magic.
Well,
Like you're literally just hand waving things away, hand wave dismissal. Like,
No, yes,
you're not bringing any intellectual
anyone who
vigor to
believes
this
in magic
conversation.
is not being rational. Anyone who believes in magic is not being rational by definition.
Guys, do we just want to look up the definition of magic together? Wait,
I have a
let's
question
just
for
all look
Pazza,
up
just a last
hold on.
follow-up.
Why are you talking?
Really quick,
Hold
really
on,
quick.
listen. It's the most
Can we-
known unknown. Listen, you can agree on this, everybody here. It's the most known unknown thing, where you came from and how anything got here.
Can we just all together look up the definition of magic together? Can we all just look up the definition together and see if we
Yeah,
believe
hold
magic?
on, Akna, hold on. We're having a discussion. I have a quick question. We'll get to your question, I promise. Pazza,
It's not a
lastly,
question, it's
just
just-
quickly. Let's say if you were in that position of the man, the father, what would you want to do, if you don't mind me asking?
None of that.
If
Kill that
if a
son.
man,
I don't want to put you in that position. Let's just say a man has a daughter that's raped.
Yeah.
What do you think he should do?
the man should be punished. There shouldn't be any imposition on mine or anybody else's part to marry the daughter off to the man. That's
What
ridiculous.
if she wanted to marry him? Yeah, but what if she wanted to marry him because they fell in love? That she's just underage.
My God.
Well, that will be a decision, but
wrong with that statement already.
but yeah, you're
The Bible
Holy
says, The Bible says that if a woman who's raped and refuses to marry her rapist, you should stone her to death.
Wait, also,
That's what
we
the
said that
Bible
we were.
says.
Nobody
That's
chapter
what the Bible says about that.
and verse. Chapter and verse.
I'll
Dude,
get
you
that
smoke
for you in
way too many Adderalls
No,
to
no,
be in this conversation,
No,
bro.
hold on, really quickly. Eden did say we can do my question right after that, so it was that. So we're gonna look at the definition of magic. Really quick, really quick. I'm gonna look up the definition of magic.
Yo, stop smoking Adderall, bro.
I'll read
What are
out.
you guys doing?
I'm gonna read out the definition.
Hold on, come on, guys. Straighten the fuck up, man. I'm tired of this. No.
Eden said that we could do my question after. That's what Eden said. So are you gonna take it up with Eden or?
Okay, maybe we'll entertain Tuakna and then we can go back.
Yeah.
You guys are in charge.
Okay, so really quickly,
You never got
I
the
just want to read
verification on the Jewish versus whatever the proper term was.
Really quick, I just
There's
want
no consideration.
Just to clarify, I was asked for chapter and verse. Deuteronomy 22, 23 to 27.
Okay, great.
We
So
just
I'm
read
just going to read
that.
out the definition
We
of
literally
magic
just read
really
that.
quickly, and let's see if anyone agrees with this definition. The power of apparently influencing the course of events by using mysterious or supernatural forces. So does anybody believe that events can be altered by supernatural forces? Just say if you believe that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yes.
some of us do believe in magic. Okay, great.
That was already made clear earlier. That was made
Edward
clear earlier.
Bernays is the most prominent magician of our age.
Yeah,
Well, of
wizards
the previous
everywhere.
age. Edward
Hello?
Bernays literally performs magic.
I'd say Edgar Casey was a pretty good case study.
Yeah, look at the Cobains.
about
That
Charles
was a
Manson?
great magic trick, which everybody
no
fell
one's
for.
no one's denying that we like believe in something that you would classify as magic. That doesn't offend us, dude. That doesn't offend me, bro.
No, I'm not saying that's literally the definition of
okay, so
magic.
then can you define consciousness for me?
It's not an attempt to offend you. It's pointing out a fact.
Yeah, but they define magic when they speak as something that's impossible. So they have a different definition than the one they read off. They think that it's impossible.
That's not how I use magic.
But the way
It might seem like something
the way it's being
impossible, but it
used-
could be explained with natural means. We just don't understand how the creator did that. That's all.
Yeah, but that
Go ahead.
it's not creator did it.
the way
it's supernatural,
the way
so it
it's
doesn't work.
the way it's being used in this conversation is essentially just you believe in magic. That's my argument.
By
I'm just going
definition, you believe in
to
magic.
I'm just going to give the assumption that like, oh hey, that's probably really bad. In the same way that like
There's no assumption.
If somebody says something vaguely related to race, it's like, oh, you did a racism. I don't need to
That's not
actually
at
make a
all.
real argument. I don't need
I
to make
didn't-
an actual argument. I can just say that, and
I didn't
then
make an
the
argument.
implicate. I'm not saying you. You're not the one
Okay,
doing
there's
this.
no implication.
You could
You guys are taking
There is no implication here. You credulously accept the most unscientific thing that there is to accept.
Exactly,
The most
by
unscientific, the most evidence-free events in your mindset can occur because there'll be an explanation somehow. So anybody can claim anything, and you guys will accept it. You have
You're
a
not coming from our
psychology,
position here,
and you
Tony,
have
because
zero
the-
rationality. And no, I'm not going to stop
The
talking just
evidence
because you
is
guys
the
are dog piling me.
rationality. The
I
evidence
am
is
not
the
going to stop
morality.
talking just because I'm being just because I'm being interrupted. You guys have, by your own testimony, completely abandoned science, completely abandoned rationality, and completely abandoned evidence. And everything you say can be viewed through that lens.
Even if
Okay,
true,
so
you're
it's
not
a
actually
genetic
making an
fallacy.
argument. You're not actually making an argument here. You're just saying
Making a
things.
statement.
You're literally
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying things, bro.
Wait,
And that all of those
I am
things were
saying that you
Hold
guys
on,
are
Tony,
irrational
Tony,
and not
hold
worth
on,
talking
Tony,
to,
hold on.
and I
got in
defy
before
anybody
you.
to prove that
I
statement
got in
wrong.
before you, dude. Yeah, I
Alright,
did.
your
Okay,
opinion
the
is noted.
rationality, the transcendentals that you're saying, the uniformity in nature, you have no justification for.
What the
You have
fuck does that
absolutely
even
none.
mean? What the fuck does that even mean?
Because the science
That
you're
is
saying
absolutely
you're
not
doing
true.
is
I have
based
not
on the
observed something,
uniformity
therefore
of nature.
I don't posit its existence.
Wait,
That's
can I ask
rational.
Everybody-
It is
Hey, yo,
not
listen,
rational
listen, you gotta
to accept that anything is real.
Yo, everybody
Wait.
stop. Everybody stop.
Can I get in?
Everybody stop. Brenda's here. Brenda, go ahead.
No.
Who's Brenda?
It's my turn then. Okay, thank you. I'll take your time, Brenda. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't
I appreciate it. So I want to respond to what this guy is saying, and every time he says it, I don't know what happens, but I don't ever get to respond to this guy. So you made a huge category error. People were asking us about morals, and then somebody brought up the Bible, and then when people started talking about the Bible, then you said this is the most unscientific thing that I've ever seen. Therefore, you're completely not worth listening to, and nobody should take you seriously. It's a category error. What you did
No,
there.
it isn't, sir. No, it isn't,
If I could just finish. If I could just.
Let
If I could
Larry
just finish. Yeah, I'll be quick, and then I'll go on mute. You know how I do. So, because of that, you being dishonest and using that kind of sophistry, because you're a learned man, and you know that that doesn't follow. Because we read a book and we're inspired by it, therefore nothing we say that comes out of our mouth is trustworthy. That's a genetic fallacy. So if you'd like to reformulate your argument, I would rather hear it without any fallacies. Thank you very much.
Impossible.
Show me a
not
man
because
being made out of dirt.
There are multiple errors in what you said. If you read a book and you, on the basis of reading that book, you come to multiple demonstrable counterfactual conclusions that are at odds with all the evidence that we have available to us, then your ability to critically understand and correctly interpret material is invalidated. You have been shown to be unreliable. And then when you say other portions of the same book justify other positions, I have no reason to accept that your reasoning is any less faulty than it was in the other cases where I can demonstrate that you're wrong. So if this is the attitude you're going to take, then you have literally abdicated rationality and evidence as criteria. You've substituted instead your interpretation of a collection of Middle Eastern fan fiction.
What makes rationality possible?
What do you think makes it possible?
What makes always thinking and rationality ideal?
A rational thinking mind.
So rationality comes from. I was asked two questions. I'll answer them in order. Rationality. Where does rationality?
Possible?
Okay. Yes, that was the first question. I'll answer that question first. What makes it possible is because if animals respond in irrational fashions to their circumstances, they will die. Therefore, correctly interpreting the circumstances that the animal is in and correctly responding to it provide an evolutionary advantage. Therefore, there is evolutionary. Therefore, there is evolutionary pressure towards the development of increasingly sophisticated levels of rationality.
What makes irrationality possible then?
You tell us.
That sometimes a system is unreliable doesn't mean that in general it is always unreliable. So there are levels of irrationality that do not impact the evolutionary fitness of organisms, as you guys are amply demonstrating right now.
Yeah, false positives are a thing.
You didn't even answer the question. You didn't even answer the question. You're still granting the fact that rationality just exists. You're just saying rationality just exists. I'm saying what makes it possible in the first place?
I can answer that. I can answer
super quick. Tora, can you just...
In the middle of his sentence, that's two people. Hold on, Brenda. Hold on, Osco. Finish off, bro. Come on, guys.
Yeah, okay, so rationality is going to require a mind, right? And that's going to require knowledge. So my question essentially is, what makes knowledge possible?
Your first premises are unsubstantiated, so I'm just going to disregard them. The second thing is, what do you think rationality is, Tora? Wait, really quick, Tora, what do you think rationality is? Like, what do you think it is?
The mind's capability of using reason and logic.
What do you think reason and logic are something that isn't a result of the product of the brain? Do you think that's independent of the brain?
It's not my brain.
I'm asking you, do you think it's independent of a brain?
No, I don't agree with you when you say the mind transcends the brain. I'm not granting that premise.
Say that. I asked, do you think reason and logic are independent of the process of the brain?
Yes.
So you think that they transcend the brain at least?
No, I don't. I don't think the mind is in the brain.
Didn't say mind. I asked, are reason and logic
irrational?
I asked a very simple question. You keep going to mind. I didn't ask about mind. Do you think reason and logic are independent of a brain?
Yes.
Yes, dude.
I understood his answer, and it's irrational.
Ask the gastroenterologist what he's doing looking in the gastrointestines for neurons.
There are neurons in your stomach.
Whatever. Even ignoring that part. So if you think that reason, logic, rationality, and all of these things are independent of the brain, what causes you to think that? Why do you think it's independent of the brain? Or what has led you to that?
Yeah, you have to ignore what I said, of course. But please let him answer.
Yeah, the neurons being found everywhere in the body, spinal cord, into the stomach, and then obviously it would be my worldview I would invoke here, that when the scripture says it's your mind, it doesn't depict your brain there. Okay, so all rationality and reason comes from God, the ultimate source for intelligibility.
What's your argument?
The
This is
fact
called.
that it exists. Never mind then.
This is called. This is
Wait,
called.
wait, really quickly, Tora. You just said two different answers. I'm going to acknowledge. I'm going to acknowledge the first one. The first one you said that the reason that you think that. Okay, cool. The reason that you think reason and rationality are independent of the brain is because we find neurons in the stomach. But I don't think you would ever say that neurons in your stomach are reasonable or rational. So I don't know why you brought that up. That's
okay. Did you have breakfast this morning? Hold on. Did you have breakfast this morning?
I was about to explain in 2 seconds, and you couldn't even let me finish that. Okay, and then the second one, the second thing is that it's because of your worldview. So you made a claim that reason and rationality come from God. What led you to believe that?
His divine revelation in the scripture. But I would just like to ask you this: Did you eat breakfast this morning?
I did not have breakfast this morning. No.
Okay, so this is okay. If you did not eat breakfast, that's perfectly fine. But do you agree that your stomach can tell you that you're hungry?
Okay, just speak. I don't know what you mean by tell me. My stomach doesn't speak. It doesn't.
Yeah, it like makes noises. It grumbles sometimes.
That's not telling me things.
It's not? Okay, so you just ignore grumbling tummies?
Do you think when the wind blows, it's trying to tell you where to walk?
That's irrelevant to my actual conversation, because what I'm asking you is you have been controlled by an entity absent your mind. You have been controlled by another entity that has told you that you're hungry and that you want to eat. Or for a matter of fact, this morning, it said you're not hungry.
Can you choose not to eat?
Really quick. Yeah, I was about to ask.
There's no rationale here, guys. It's irrational.
Hold on, really quick. Can I just not listen to that entity and just not eat? Do you think that?
Wait, I think he's on to something. My stomach has definitely told me I'm hungry.
So for the last 10 minutes, Brenda has been trying to speak. Can we show some common human courtesy and allow her to ask a question?
I'm not huge on that. This is just presuppositionalism when they're saying that the ability to reason comes from God. We're just presupposing a God in order to explain rationality.
No, we're presupposing reason first. And then what allows that.
That's not what you're doing at all.
Yeah,
so it's just presuppositionalism.
And do you have an answer to the contrary?
Okay, just to be clear, it's not a true dichotomy, so that's already a false.
I do have an answer. I have an answer, but T guy is going.
Okay, is it coherent?
Wait, I'll just 2 things really quick. Not a true dichotomy, so saying impossibility of the contrary doesn't even make sense there. You haven't demonstrated
it's either the God world or the not God world.
You just actually interrupted me. No, it's either the God world, not your God world, not anyone else's God world, or no God at all. So there's actually a lot of things.
Oh, it's either the God world or not God world.
Sorry.
It's a true dichotomy. Yeah,
so yeah, but that's not the argument you're making. You're arguing
that is the argument I'm making.
It's really not, but we're going to keep going past that. And then the second thing is you haven't even demonstrated this, right? So you're just saying that reason requires a God. Can you prove that statement?
I base it on that there is no coherent evidence to the contrary.
Again, I was going to ask, do you have proof of that statement?
Yeah, that is my proof, okay? That there is no evidence to the contrary. Just like right now we assume heat boils water because we assume there is no evidence to the contrary. But there is a possibility in the future that there might be a different explanation.
I can easily.
Just go ahead and give a coherent worldview in the not God world. I don't care what God, just the not God world, how knowledge is possible. Go ahead.
the more you talk, the more I'm gonna have to respond to it. So again, two things. Just I want to ask: do you think that arguments are evidence or proof? Do you think that, Torah?
Yes.
Okay, so that's so insane to me, but we'll ignore that part. The second thing is, do you think there's any coherent worldview other than Christianity or whatever religion you believe in?
I don't know if I've heard them all.
No, that's not what I
Do
asked.
you
I
ask
asked, do
questions
you
and then
think there
get
could
frustrated
be?
when people answer them?
No, I asked, do you think there could be?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that was just what I said. So I said I haven't heard them all. So then that would make it a possibility, wouldn't it, too, Akna? Do you not know what implications are by statements that you say?
Okay, you said you hadn't heard all of them, but that doesn't change the fact that you could still think it's impossible. Anyway, so if you think there could be, can you explain how a worldview could be coherent without using your God?
No, right now I don't have. If I don't know it, then no, I can't do that for you.
Okay, so you just basically asked an impossible task that even you wouldn't know the answer to. So how could we possibly
No,
give you
that's
one if
not
you
the
don't even
case.
know?
There is a possibility
That's you
that
literally just
somebody
interrupted
has
me.
more knowledge and can derive a more
You just
coherent
interrupted
worldview. That's
me.
a possibility, bro.
No, you asked to get one, and then I asked what that would look like from you, and you said, I don't know what that would look like. So even if we did do that, how would you be able to tell that's the case if you don't
I
even know
would
what it
use
would look like?
logic and reasoning in that moment.
Okay, but why couldn't you just use that right now for like an example case, an example scenario?
We could, I'm sure he could if we gave him the time. But
So
Tuakna, I have to
this is the
say,
same-
I
this
really
is the-
like your style.
I can give you the most. I can give you the most coherent worldview I've heard from the not God position. Okay, let me find it for you real quick, and I'll get right back with you in case someone else wants to go on.
Yes,
Well-
I have something to say. This guy just appealed to his logic and reasoning, and this is one of the guys who agrees that magic exists. This is why the claim that magic exists undermines your later arguments. I would also like Torah, when he comes back, to present evidence of a mind without a brain.
Oh yeah, that's also a really good one. I should have asked about that too. That's a good one.
I think we've seen some of that in this very Discord.
Can I respond to that?
That's crazy.
Can I answer his question?
Yeah, go ahead, Larry. Give it a try.
Give it a
Yeah,
try.
so
You
Dr.
guys don't even
Rupert
have evidence of the
Sheldrake,
thing you believe in.
Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, he did some, quote unquote experiments. I don't want to argue about that word, but he cuts a head off of, I can't remember which creature, but it was responding with intelligence. So I think science knows about the mind-body problem.
Yeah, Sheldrake is a quack.
Okay, so does he got degrees after his name, or is he a
Doesn't-
quack?
He's
Both can be
Well,
true.
that's a genetic fallacy, right? That's a genetic fallacy.
Both can be true. So just because somebody has qualifications doesn't mean that they haven't gone barking mad, right?
And that's why we don't respect people just because they have qualifications.
And I'm still talking.
So let's
I'm
not
still
move. Let's
talking.
not- I was interrupted.
I'm still talking, mate.
Thank you, bro.
Why do you
Now I
look
know.
Yeah, I found the coherent worldview. That would be the not God world. Okay, humanity first. They research AI, right? Humanity perfects AI. AI perfects itself. Hold on, dude. AI enslaves humanity. A solar flare disables AI. Now the humanity worships the sun god, and then it repeats. The cycle repeats.
What on earth is that supposed to mean?
Hold on. Really quick. You just jumped entirety of creation. Do you think Big Bang is a reasonable stance without God?
No,
Well,
no.
wait a
Okay,
minute.
so but
wait a
you
minute.
just skipped that. You just skipped.
You
Wait,
said
hold
you
on,
were
really
going to
quick.
justify
You just skipped.
your position,
Hold on.
No, hang on a minute. You never answered Torah's question,
Really quick.
did you?
Tor never asked me a question. Just really
Yeah, he
quick.
did. He said he wanted you to justify your
He didn't ask.
morality and your logic
He
and
didn't
your
ask.
reason.
He didn't. Andy, I wasn't there. He didn't ask me that. You're
He
just
did.
wrong here.
Yeah, I did,
I literally
dude.
was not here. I literally wasn't here. I don't know what you guys are talking
Yeah,
about.
I asked you that question specifically.
Sure. You most certainly didn't because I wasn't here. But the
Yeah,
second
you
thing
should
is
stop
just the
smoking
second thing
Adderall,
is-
bro.
Okay, I love how you guys are telling me that I know something that I don't know. But the second thing is you just skipped the entire beginning of creation, even though you would never accept that from any other worldview. So why'd you skip to the middle of the universe instead of starting from the very beginning? I want to
There
hear how
doesn't
you
have to
think.
be a
I
beginning
want
in
to
that
hear how you
worldview. In
think.
that
I
worldview,
want
there
to
doesn't
hear
have
how
to be a
you
beginning.
think. I want to hear how you think the start of what we know to be the universe began without a god in a coherent worldview. Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Okay, so what you just gave isn't what you said you were going to give, which was a coherent worldview, because you actually just skipped the middle part, which you don't think is possible without God, as your current view holds. So I don't know why you
sorry,
did that.
man. I tried my best for you. I'm sorry,
Yeah, it
dude.
wasn't too great. Okay, if you want to ask me the
Okay,
morality question now,
congratulations, dude. You got me.
Octa's open for a question.
Yes,
Why don't you ask
I get
him?
it. If you want to
Why
ask
don't
me
you
the
ask that
morality
question?
Yeah,
Akna said he's
four
open for the question.
4 people are now wanting Akna to answer the question, how he grounds reasoning. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just really depends on what you think reasoning is. I think that reasoning, thought, all of those things are the process of our brain. So I kind of associate it with preference. So like you'll never be able to touch my preference. You'll never be able to see my preference. You'll never be able to hear my preference. Cool. So that's not what I just said. It's just because you can't follow analogies. You'll never be able to have a physical interaction with my preferences, but you understand the process of me choosing vanilla ice cream again and again and again creates something called a preference. You never actually have to hear and touch.
Parker.
Wow, I am
Okay,
still
Parker
not
and
done.
Dean,
That is
bro.
so crazy. Still not finished. So
One
you won't
interrupt
be
them,
able to
guys, because then after how
still
you know.
not finished. Why are you guys just interrupting me? Okay, so you'll never be able to physically interact with these preferences, but you understand these acts over and over again have some meaning to them. It is the same thing as using logic or reasoning. You'll never be able to touch mathematical concepts. What you can do is you can interact with the world in such a way that they have meaning.
So you have no ground. Your answer is you have no grounding for logic.
No, I
it's
just told you what
arbitrary
I
and a
think
preference.
reasoning is. That's not what I said. I just told you what I think
reasoning, which
reasoning
requires
is.
the laws of logic to reason. What
Okay, so
grounds
I
the
just
laws of
told you.
logic in your worldview? That was the dude.
Okay.
It's not a trick. It's just a question. It's not a
Well,
trick.
you just can't understand my response. I just told you what I think reasoning is, and I assume you guys disagree because you guys think that reasoning is something metaphysical and not the product of physical interactions with other things. So I thought you guys were going to say what you think reasoning is because you obviously do not agree
No,
with
the
my
question
definition
is
of
put to
reasoning.
you. How do you ground reasoning in a not God world?
Do you want to use my definition or your definition of reasoning? Because we
It's
do
a
not agree
fucking
with what it
question
is.
to you, you retard. What the fuck is wrong with this kid?
Okay, so you said a word. I don't think we agree with the definition of that word. I don't think we have the same use of that
The
word.
laws of
So
logic,
do you want to?
contradiction, identity, exclude the middle, and
Yeah,
you can even
there's
throw in sufficient reason
there's
if you want
no
to.
such
How do you
thing. There's
ground the laws of
Do
logic?
you want me to respond? I'm going to say the same thing. I think all of those are physical interactions with the world. There's no way to comprehend something having contradictory properties because to even think of it is assuming it doesn't have contradictory properties. The thing that you're thinking of cannot be
So you
the
think
thing
the
that you're
laws of
thinking
logic
of.
are
The thing
physical
that
now,
you're
or
thinking of. The
not?
thing that you're thinking of is not something else because that's the exact thing you're thinking of. This is just a result of how we have to interact with the world.
Okay,
I
so the
don't
laws of
think. I
logic in
don't
your
think. I
oh
don't
shit,
think.
these
I don't
fucking nut
think.
jobs.
I'm literally almost
Oh
done. and
man,
then
this is not
you have
gonna
to cut
work
me off.
out, man. No,
He
this is
keeps
not gonna work
interrupting
out.
me. Yeah, I agree.
Don't interrupt him. Let him finish because he's gonna repeat. And come on, man.
I'm almost done. I was literally just about to finish. I don't think you agree with that definition of reasoning and the laws of logic. So if you would like to present your own so I can understand where you're coming from, we could do it that way too. Do you want to do it that way?
No, this is a critique of your worldview, right? Where you just claimed that the laws of logic are physical interactions. So what accounts for the physical, right? The Big Bang that you just pointed to. What accounts for the physical world, which upholds the laws of logic prior to the physical world?
This is probably the most
I just have
uninformed
no clue what you mean by
conversation I've
accounts
ever
for.
heard in my
Fuck
life.
off! I'm out of this fucking room. Bunch of
So
fucking
great.
dweebs.
Well, you tried no tanks. Thank you, no tanks.
I know it's really hard to
Guy
have a
doesn't
conversation when people
understand
ask for
that reasoning
clarification.
requires the laws of logic.
I actually just said that, and then you guys. No,
Okay,
hold on.
so yeah,
I
what
actually
is
just
your
said that's the
grounding?
case.
What is your
I don't-
grounding? What is the what? Why did the what makes it possible?
I'll say the same thing again. I don't know what you mean by what is your grounding. What the hell do you mean? What is your grounding?
What makes it possible?
What do you mean? It's not that what makes it
have a
possible. Nothing makes
sufficiently
it possible.
complex
It is
brain,
the
that's all.
case. It's not. It's what makes it possible. It's something that makes the physical
Yeah,
world
but they're
possible.
too dumb to
The
understand
physical.
that, T.
Well, they understand that
Brenda,
things
please
are
don't
what
do
they
that.
are. Well, you guys are. You literally believe in magic, but whatever.
I
The
just
point
wonder why we're
is,
talking about people and not ideas because it's always seems like little bitches are worried about people and talking about
I'm
people.
so
You're
close
not a
to
little
finishing.
bitch, are
And then
you?
you guys
Right?
have to keep interrupting me because you can't let me finish.
You're
So I was so
not
close. I was so close. So we understand the fact that things are what they are. When you ask what's the justification for why something is what it is, you kind of get into a
Yeah,
like the
that's
question
called
doesn't
a
make
brute
sense.
fact in philosophy. Tuakna, you just stated it's a brute fact. That's not acceptable in philosophy. Sorry.
How do you
Wait, don't you
ground?
think? Hold on. Don't you think God is just a brute fact?
Nope.
You don't
No.
think God is just a brute fact? So what's the
No,
justification
we
for
have
God?
justification for God.
Yeah, what's the justification for God? Yeah, what causes God? What's the reasoning? What allows God?
What
makes
causes God
possible?
is not a justification, bro.
What
are you
allows for
talking
God?
about?
What makes
No.
God possible?
He doesn't have a cause.
What
What
makes
makes
God
God
possible?
possible? Knowledge
Yes.
exists.
That's not what makes God possible.
Otherwise, unless you can
True.
give a better answer for what
That's a
makes
claim.
knowledge possible, bro.
That's not what I
do not
asked
know
you. I
what knowledge
asked. That's
is.
not
I
what I
can
asked.
answer the
That's
question if
absolutely
you
not
could
what
shut
I
up.
asked.
If you
Hold
could
on.
shut up.
Okay,
What makes
cool.
God possible? Like to answer it. Yeah. So here's the part where you shut up because you stopped talking, and I'll answer. So, what makes God possible? The fact that you can only see a very small spectrum of light, and you can only hear a very small spectrum of sound. And let's say that you knew half of everything in the universe. Well, you don't know the other half. So that, that thing that everyone has, ignorance, that
What is he
God
talking
could
about?
exist. Why can't you let me finish? Are you afraid?
You're so
I'm trying
off
to answer
topic.
the question. I'm answering the question. What makes it possible is you don't know everything. Is that off topic?
That doesn't make
You're
it
saying
God
my ignorance
possible.
makes God possible? Hold on, just to be clear, you just admitted what makes God possible is literally ignorance. You understand that? That's literally what you just said.
We all have ignorance, and you misunderstood what I'm
Yes,
trying
and
to
you said
say.
that
What I'm
ignorance
trying to
makes
tell
God
you is
possible.
no. What I'm trying to tell you is I
Oh
didn't
my
answer the
God.
question. What makes God possible?
I know.
Right.
I can
I
tell.
answered the question. What makes God possible in the sense that you don't know everything. You don't know
How does
everything.
that make God possible?
Since you don't have 100%
Because if you know
certainty,
everything,
yeah.
if you know everything, then you would know that God doesn't exist. You don't know that. You're not going to make the claim that God doesn't exist, right?
I have.
I'm so wait. Sorry. I asked a very simple question.
Do you know that God doesn't
Hold
exist?
on.
Do you know it?
Hold
Do
on.
you know
I
it?
think Akna is.
hold on.
He's not an
asking the
atheist.
question.
Hold on.
Torah, I have
yeah,
can
that's true.
I ask Torah a question real quick? We can take it offline if necessary. Where is it? I think it was Torah that. Are we certain that you can't have brute facts in philosophy? Because
That's
I
not
think
true.
you can.
It's absolutely, of course, it's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
where?
Yeah, what?
Who accepts a brute fact in philosophy?
Lots of philosophers have. Yeah.
Wait, you do.
You guys
yourself do.
accept,
You think God is a brute fact. So
No,
you
I'm
do.
surprised that there's so much logic is always brought
No,
up
there's not.
unless it
You guys,
doesn't suit them.
Yeah. None
Hold
of
on.
them know
No,
anything.
argument,
None of them know
here
anything
being
about
brought up.
God.
hold
The
on.
argument here being
Look at
brought up is
gravity.
the fact that if you cannot prove something with 100% certainty, like the statement God does not exist, it leaves room for the possibility. That's what he's asking for. The possibility of God's existence is the fact that you cannot make the claim that God doesn't exist.
How does that make God possible?
No, that's a non sequitur. That
No,
doesn't
it's not.
follow. You're just saying that.
Yeah, it
Why?
does.
No,
That's
it
not an
doesn't.
argument. That's not
It's
an
not.
argument against it. That's
I
not
just
a
thought brute
rebuttal.
facts
No,
were
you
legit.
haven't.
I
You
mean,
haven't
you guys
explained.
argue.
Stuff that can't
Wait,
be
really
viewed. It
quick.
happens. But Globers think that water sticks to spinning balls and stuff's
Okay,
gonna
can we
fly
just?
away.
No, we
Okay,
don't. No,
okay,
we
hold on.
don't,
Just
Okay, hold
imagine
Demok.
on.
gravity, don't
Hold on.
you? A gravity
No,
Okay,
god
cool.
we don't,
making little
Demok.
balls and stuff.
Great. Okay,
No,
cool.
we
Never
Just to be
don't.
been.
clear,
We don't.
you
How can you
understand right now.
manipulate gravity to make a ball of
Oh
stuff?
my
We
god.
don't, Demok. You don't
I
understand
know
our
you
Now
argument.
don't.
that's a non sequitur.
All right, cool, great. You understand right now what you guys are saying is that you're saying our ignorance, the fact that we don't know, makes it possible for God to exist, not even acknowledging the fact that you didn't make a conclusion. You didn't even try to make those things fit together.
Same with
Why is it the
gravity.
fact that our
That
why is it the fact that why is
that
it the
makes
fact
it
why is it that the
possible.
fact why is it the fact that our ignorance makes the Christian God exist and not Zeus exist or not any other God exist or the fucking pink flying fairy above all of our heads? You're not explaining this part. You're just saying, well, our
The
ignorance made this
coherency.
possible. You're
No,
still
no.
not letting me finish.
You're,
You're just simply stating the fact that our ignorance could make it possible for God to exist. Why does that follow?
yeah, because if you cannot be 100% certain about anything, therefore you cannot make the claim God does not exist. Okay? And nobody is arguing what specific religion right now. Right now, we're just talking about the ultimate source for intelligibility. Now, if you'd like to go into why this religion, it's the coherency, bro.
I'm gonna ignore the entire second part of that because there's no coherency. But you didn't. That wasn't your original claim. You didn't say
It's
that.
not an argument.
No, stop interrupting me. Your original claim wasn't that it's possible for God to exist. You're saying what allows God to exist is our ignorance, and what allows specifically for a specific
you
God to
asked
exist.
specifically
Dude,
what
I
makes
just
God
let you talk
possible.
without interrupting you. What is your problem? I actually just let you fully talk without interrupting you. So what is your problem, dude? Great. So
You're
you're not
misrepresenting
explaining.
the argument.
Dude,
Damn
can
mouth,
you be
motherfucker.
quiet? Okay. you need to explain step to step, if you want to give an informal argument, for why individual ignorance, specifically someone in this room's ignorance, allows for the existence, not the possibility of it, but the actual existence of God. Would you like to do that?
Well, you're moving the goalpost because the first thing you asked was what makes God possible. Do you disagree?
I asked what makes God possible, assuming that God exists, because you said you can't have brute facts. I assumed you believed in God, and you said, I don't believe God is a brute fact, so I asked you, what makes it possible for God to exist? That was under the umbrella of saying God existed. What makes that possible? Did you not get that part?
Yeah, of course. It's the true
Okay.
dichotomy that makes it
Okay.
possible.
Great.
Exactly.
So,
Because there's either the God world or the not God world. And you don't know. You don't know which one it is. That is why it is possible, because it's a true dichotomy, bro.
not the possibility of God existing, what allows God to exist in reality?
Doesn't God allow everything else to exist? Not,
How does
like,
it follow? How does
like
it
what are
follow
you?
from how does it follow from your
Thanks,
argument that
Brenda.
God exists? Well,
That's what I'm
everybody's talking
asking.
over everybody in here.
God
He just won't
allows
give that.
everything else to exist. You don't need
Guys,
something to allow
I get
God
that
to
you guys
exist.
want to keep
That's retarded.
restating your claim, but it's not evidence.
I reject your philosophical framework.
That's fine.
You're a retard.
That's okay. You can do that. The funny thing is, we'll keep living our lives without, like, literally, what do we need God for? Like, does anyone want to answer that one?
He made
Just wait
everything.
till you're
He made
dead.
He made absolutely everything. How about that?
Yeah,
So
how the hell
what?
are you
You
going
want
to
to
get to
prove
heaven
that?
without God?
Do you want to prove that? Just prove that.
This is the thing, dude.
Yeah,
Both of us
exists.
can, yeah, both of us can live our lives, right? We can live it out. But there's implications of the God world of an afterlife. So that's perfectly fine, bro. If you want to roll the dice on that, I'm fine with that. I don't care. But
Pascal's wager now.
me and you will have
Pascal's wager.
no
Well, fuck me.
me and you will live lives and we'll be happy. We'll both be happy, bro. That's fine.
You're both right.
Okay,
because there's a
just to be
source.
clear, depending
Oh,
on
it's
what you
a
believe,
source,
some
right?
people think that no one goes to
No,
heaven
you're
except
looking for a
Jesus.
source, right? A source
No, I'm
to
looking for
everything.
proof.
Yeah, that's the source. So
No,
what is
it's
your source
not.
to everything? No, the source to everything's not the source to everything.
That's
That
not
wouldn't
what
be
I
the
asked
truth.
for.
The
I asked
source
for proof.
of what? The source of
Oh,
everything?
look, no, I asked for proof of a claim.
Of everything. God.
No.
There is no
made
proof.
everything.
You can't prove anything. You can't
Listen
prove
to what they're
anything, bro.
telling you.
Prove
They're
something
telling you
right
God
now.
made everything. God is the source in their book. Now, what is your fucking source of
What
life?
do you mean by source? I don't get when you guys use these words.
Well, if you
It's not
don't
a
know,
It's
foundation.
nothing. He believes in nothing. Hold on, time out. Answer your question, Damak. He believes in nothing. Nothing is their God. Always. Nothing
So
created
I'm
the
a
Big
true
Bang.
atheist. So I'm not
Nothing
an
created the
atheist.
Earth.
Yeah, he didn't even know how to answer. He doesn't even know
So
what
I'm
a
a true
source
atheist.
is.
Yeah, that's why I asked for clarification, and then you
A
refused to give it
source
to
is the
me.
beginning starter, the primer.
That's not any more clarifying.
It's not ever gonna be. What's
This is
your
willful
source?
ignorance.
Fine.
This is
Fine.
willful ignorance on your point too, Agna, which is funny because you said, "Oh, you can't make the argument from ignorance." Yet this is what you're doing.
Making an argument from ignorance because I haven't made a claim yet. So that's already a stupid thing to say. The second thing is, you guys honestly believe a better explanation for the Bible is someone telling Moses to write all of these commandments and telling other people that it's divinely inspired
God
instead
wrote
of
it
humans
himself.
instead of humans just writing down. Like the fact that you guys think that nothing is my God, and I think that's more reasonable, and I'm insane for that, than you guys actually having to create a word that means there's no natural explanation from anything that we've seen, that it has to be out of this world. Literally what a miracle is to
You don't know what the Bible is, bro. You obviously don't.
to explain things that are in the Bible that you literally had to make your own word for something being so out of this world is funny to me. Like that's a crazy thing.
Okay, that's not an argument.
I never said it was an
It's
argument. What
metaphorical,
is your
like
guys' obsession with an
parable.
argument? My
A
position
parable
is
or
Well,
simply,
then what are you doing? Just
I'm
bloviating?
telling you.
Thank
No, I'm
you
telling
for
you.
your
No,
bloviation,
that's
bro.
not what I'm doing.
right now,
I'm
guys.
telling you why I don't believe you guys.
Yeah,
When
it
you
doesn't
make
matter.
stupid claims.
It's not a legitimate argument. It's just
I
a
never said I'm
preference.
making an argument. I'm just saying I don't believe you
Yeah, you're
guys
just
when you
saying
make.
your preferences
Okay,
to
thank
everyone.
you.
Like we care about your preference.
Yes, and you're saying your preferences as well.
No, I'm
No, it's
not.
not.
You don't have a preference
Everybody
to believe
doesn't
in
have the
God?
same preference.
You guys
See,
don't have
you're
a preference to
supposed
believe in God?
hold on, bro. You
No,
gotta keep
it's not my
talking.
preference.
Hold
Okay.
on. The other guy, you gotta talk. You gotta stop talking for a second. Parables, metaphors, different things. When you say one thing and you mean something with what you're saying, so like when the way you speak to kids, and you're like, I put it in a simpler term or a simpler way, like for the globe
Scholars
garbage.
obviously do.
So in the Bible, a lot of people that believe in the Bible believe there was spoken in metaphors and parables. And so you have to understand, like, so the thing you're saying right now might not be the physical, actual way things went down. It might be just a way to explain to you, like, well, if you know, this is the way to explain it so you comprehend what we're saying. God made these fucking laws and sent them down, right? Not a guy named God, maybe
There's
not
no
even Moses.
laws. There's no
Well,
laws.
D-Mock, real quick
Listen to the
though.
whole point, though.
Okay.
It's the people that believe it, not you, Brenda.
No, there's
Not
no
the other
laws.
guy.
Those
That's
the
what you
laws as
keep
you
saying.
understand them don't
That's
exist.
what you keep
They aren't
saying.
real.
But the Ten Commandments to some people would be laws, Brenda.
No, that's not what I'm talking. There's no laws.
Okay, then
you're not getting it. You're trying to mix stuff together with
unjustify.
your
Hold
belly.
on. Okay, Brenda, then justify unjustified murder.
That's literally an oxymoron. How
Yes,
what?
it is. It's about the dumbest thing you could possibly say.
Yeah, okay. Are you saying
What
that
is murder?
unjustified murder doesn't exist?
What is murder?
Killing someone.
See,
No,
I'm not
it's
even
not.
gonna go there.
No,
with
it's
it.
not.
That's
Hold
not what
on, it's
murder is.
not. Hold on, don't you guys don't have to do that. Listen,
Well, it's literally the
people have.
definition.
Hold on, Brenda and the other guy think different things from what you guys
That's
think
true.
about certain
That's
things.
true. We
And
do.
this is all. This is all it is.
Congratulations.
Right. So this is all it is. No matter what you say at the end of the day, it's
Yeah.
Brenda still gonna think
But
what
you
Brenda
could.
thinks. Right.
Yeah, but you could
But-
have
but-
you can have a calm discussion with people that you don't agree with. I do that all the time, right? It's only when I come to flat Earth servers where we get this chaos. I talk to fascists, right? And we have conversations. We have conversations, right?
Yeah, it
You
shouldn't be a
can't.
fight.
You can't have conversations here.
You
'Cause
bring the
don't know-
chaos. Don't make
no,
us.
I don't.
What
No,
a
I
joke.
don't.
You bring the
No, I
chaos.
don't.
I think we're
It's
doing
not
fine.
true.
Calm down.
Not true.
Calm down. It's okay.
Are you
We're
gonna
good.
pretend like Brenda isn't the most chill person in this chat by like a mile?
Hold on, wait a second.
Well,
What's
I
your
haven't been in
standard
the,
of evidence?
I have
Hey,
a past. But
Brenda, what's your
Yeah.
standard of evidence include? Does your standard of evidence, like, would you like empirical, like something you can touch? Does that prove it to you?
That's not about proof. It's about what makes a statement more reasonable or plausible.
But does that help with proof? If there's something you can touch that would
No.
prove to yourself something?
It's
No, that doesn't
evidence.
I would
help.
say yes.
It's
I would
evidence.
say
Yeah,
it's
right.
evidence.
Okay, well then reach down to your private parts and get a life.
Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
so great.
So hold on 1 second, D. Like if like with when Tony was talking, and I think when everybody's talking, I think the missing point that kind of doesn't get spoken to, and it's directly said on this side, it's the literal interpretations of the words of the Bible being
Yeah.
used as the objective moral compass that is being spoken towards.
what how do you know that that interpretation is the correct one?
And also the irony is it's not even literal. There are multiple translations across different
I
countries.
understand
so
that. But I
do
get that.
not
Hold
murder.
on 1
Do
second.
not murder should be taken non-literally.
You don't know. You don't know what murder means.
But the thing is in the death, and as D-Mock, and he eloquently stated it. He was like, there are metaphors, there are similes, there
How do you
are.
know that? How do you know that
Okay,
a
so how is
metaphorical?
bearing don't bear false witness. Please explain how that's a
how do you know-
metaphor or a simile.
How do you know that a metaphorical?
really quick.
How do you
If
know
I-
that a metaphorical interpretation isn't the correct one?
I
Also,
agree.
real quick,
Yes.
Tora, you obviously
I'm not.
don't
I
agree with
never
that. Do
made
you
the
think you
claim.
may-
I never made
Tora,
that claim.
Do you think you may pass down slaves to children as inherited property? Tora, do you believe that you could
Ethically,
pass down slaves?
ethically speaking,
No,
or morally
no,
speaking.
no. In the Bible, it says you may pass down slaves as inherited property to your children. Do you think that
Here
should
we
be
go.
taken literally, just like it said that they may not murder?
Yeah, well, ethically speaking, in today's
Not what I
day,
asked.
no. Well, let me answer,
Let
bro.
him talk.
Ethically
Okay.
speaking, in today's day, that
Not what I
wouldn't
asked.
look good to
Morals change
according
over
to.
time.
No, that's ethics. Morals and ethics are different. They're not the same thing. The problem with your question is if you don't have a standard external to yourself, you have no reason to judge my morality.
But the
Wait, hold on.
question
I
is
didn't even judge you.
no,
I
hold
asked
on
you a
one
very
second.
simple question.
Yes, the question is it moral to be able to pass
That's
slaves
not what it
down?
doesn't matter what I. Okay, I will give you the answer as yes because you don't
Okay.
have any moral ground to reject my answer.
I
Yes,
do.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, give it. It's your preferences.
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, what do you mean by reject your answer? It's not like a rejection or acceptance thing. It's just like I don't even know how to respond to that. Saying that you may own slaves, I just don't know where that's gonna get you in the world. Like, how does? Sorry, just be clear. Even
Non
in your
sequitur.
worldview, hold on, really quick. I just want to, because I'm
It's
curious.
weird. That's his
Dude,
argument.
stop
That's weird,
interrupting me. I'm
bro.
not saying it's weird. I'm just asking. In your worldview, how do you improve your life and other people's lives by biting the bullet and saying yes, it's moral to own slaves and pass them on as inheritance? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Why would you bite that bullet for your own worldview?
Because the scripture is divine revelation, bro. And that's where I look towards for my moral compass. Now, if you could give me where you look,
So
that'd be great.
Tora,
Can I get in for a second? Can I get in just
really quick
Yeah,
though?
you're first.
As Americans though, right? There are laws that we can enact, and if you have the same ability as I do to vote, and you are able to have a moral framework in which slavery is moral, it's the same statement you guys say to us when we talk about rape. But the
No,
problem
you don't
is,
have it. No, ethics, dude. You're
hold on.
talking ethics right now, not morals.
So, just so everyone knows, these people don't think morality is anything other than God. Like, that's literally what they think it is. So, if you say anything other than God for morality, they're just gonna be like, nah, that's not real morality. It's actually gotten to the point, this is why they have to say that God's morality is written on your heart to explain why people share morals. It can't be because of evolution. It can't be because of societal norms. It can't be any of that. It just has to be the fact that God is written on your heart as the explanation. This is what's happening right now.
All right, dude. Larry's
All right,
next.
I've been waiting to speak. Okay, so I don't condone human stealing, man stealing, right? I don't condone slavery. But if someone is graping and pillaging, right, they should be separated from the rest of society. Now in Texas, there's hold on. Now in Texas, there's privately owned prisons, right, where some of these rapists and murderers go, right? If the owner of that privately owned prison were to die and his son were to inherit that privately owned prison, would you have a problem with that, atheist?
If you're asking me, I have a problem with the privatization of prisons in general. But if you're talking,
I do too.
If you're talking about the economic model of inheritance, I don't have a problem with that.
But is it ethically wrong in society today?
Did I not? So I made a statement that I am against the privatization of prisons.
Based on what, dude? Based on what?
Wait, can I just also point out another thing? They ask for your personal preference and then don't like when you give your personal preference. He literally just asked him, are you against the private ownership of prisons or the ownership of prisons as private property and not as a government entity? And he said, yes, I'm against that. He asked him for his personal opinion. He gave a personal opinion and then he said, oh, it's just your opinion.
We heard it.
Like, how
All right, dude. We don't need a recap from you every fucking time.
Larry and I agreed. But Tora jumped in and said something. But Larry and I were agreeing, and I'm against the privatization of prison, but the economic practice of that happening, I don't see why I can stand in between that. But I don't see that as passing down slaves because they're not slaves; they're prisoners.
Read the 13th Amendment. There's one exception to slavery in the 13th Amendment. It's if someone's been duly convicted.
Yes, it is a punishment that may be forced onto the person upon conviction.
Prisoners were considered slaves in history, dude.
We don't live in the fucking 1600s, bro. What is wrong with you people?
Doesn't matter. He should they're not slaves, they're prisoners. Like there's some kind of like.
You just interrupted me, dude.
Then you're talking about ethics.
Guys, you just interrupted me.
If you're saying it can change over time, you're talking about ethics, not morality,
now you're
bro.
interrupting me. So I'm
You're
gonna.
not
Okay, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. So, what are we gonna do here? How are we gonna make this work?
we mute the people who are interrupting me.
Bro, you're the only one causing this chaos.
You're the one
You
that's
actually
causing
just
chaos, bro.
interrupted
Like
me.
I gotta say, you're like talking, you're re-talking, you're saying names over and over. Like you gotta chill out, bro.
Okay, should I mark and like screen record this to show you how many times the flat earthers are interrupting and you just don't mod it? Should I do that? Because I bet you it's going to happen in the middle of this conversation. Oh, called it. There it was.
I mean, if you're gonna
First of all,
do
all
it,
right,
you're
Shut up, dude.
doing it
Bro,
now.
I can't, dude. I gotta mute him for a second.
Okay,
Bro,
yeah,
listen,
mute him,
just
mute
for a
him.
second. Dude, I'd rather talk to Brenda, any of the other Globers in here, than talk to you, dude. Because you just can't stop, bro. Like the
He
Energizer Bunny.
deafened.
It sounds like
He
you're on drugs,
deafened.
dude.
Bro, he deafened himself. This seems like a conversation that you guys should probably at this point define the difference between ethics and morality.
I finished my point
but
before I got
unmute him.
muted, or
Okay,
is
good.
that am I not allowed? Can I finish?
No,
Cool.
you
So-
are, bro. But just keep it short and sweet, and try not to repeat and call names over and over and over, please, bro.
Yeah, I haven't called anyone names today, so I don't know why.
No, I
you're
don't mean
saying that.
names. I mean when somebody goes to interrupt you, or you just start Brenda, like just chill out, bro. Chill out a bit.
Wait, but why don't you just mute the people interrupting me? That also would work.
I'm trying
Anyway,
not
the
to
point
mute.
is,
I'm trying to mod without muting.
okay, so anyway, the point is, we don't live in the 1600s anymore. We have, like, I don't know why you guys pretend like we don't have all these new amazing things. I mean, it's so strange to me.
Like the
But
Federal
anyway,
Reserve
the
Bank
point is,
that you're enslaved
It's
to.
not an
yeah,
argument.
anyway, the point
That's
is,
a non
we
sequitur,
have the
dude.
world lives, and you agree to live in a society that has different rules than what the Bible has. And I don't even think if we lived in a world where the Bible rules were literally implemented, well, of course, it couldn't be literally implemented, but you guys wouldn't want to live in that world. You don't live in that world. You could create that world, and you just wouldn't live in it. So I don't get
Okay,
how
the
you
Bible
guys
says we can. The
Dude,
Bible
okay, so
says
that's
we
what I mean.
should
Like, you
conform
could
to the.
literally just
Oh, but
do
you
this.
go on and on and on. You're
I was just
monologuing, bro.
about to
Make
finish.
one
I was
point.
literally just about to
The
finish.
Bible
And then you
says we
bring it
should
interrupted me.
be
Okay,
in the
so then
world,
tell him
but
to
not
stop
of the
talking,
world.
and then I will actually thank you. Okay, so my question would simply be like, do you guys actually want to live in the world that the Bible prescribes? Because I don't think you guys do. So I'm actually
That's-
curious about this one.
Dude, yeah, the Bible says be in the world, but not of the world. It doesn't say that we should revolt and cause all these issues or any of that. Our citizenship is in heaven, bro. You don't understand the biblical worldview. It's clear.
You just didn't answer what I asked. I asked a very specific
I
question.
literally
Would you
did.
want to? Thank you for interrupting
Yo,
me.
bro,
Would you want to live in the world that the Ten Commandments and that all of the
Yeah.
Levitical laws
yes,
prescribe, the Old Testament
yes,
and the New
Yes,
Testament
yes.
prescribe?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So why don't you live in that world? Why don't you do that?
It doesn't
We're
exist,
enslaved.
bro.
It's a
We're enslaved
complex.
by
It's
banks.
very
You
complex. Dude. We
you
can get
could
into
make
but
it that way. You could start a community.
No, we're
It
not.
will
No,
be
we're not
that
called to
way
do
in the
that either.
future. It will be that
Yeah.
way in the future.
No, it won't be.
We're not called to do that either. To set up a theocracy, we're not called to do that at all.
That's exactly
Yeah,
what
if
people
I'm
are
if I'm
looking for
coming
right
from the
now.
biblical worldview, Brenda, it will be that way in the future according to the biblical
Yeah,
worldview.
but you're wrong. Yeah, it won't be.
Okay,
that way.
that's fine. That's not an argument.
No, I know it's not an argument.
It's just the world just doesn't agree with you. Like that's
Because
just
you
simply
didn't.
it.
Because you didn't make an argument either. You just said something's going to be, and I said no. It's
I
not.
did make the argument. I made it
No, you
clear
didn't.
for you. Yeah, I said in the biblical worldview, we will live with all of those laws in the future because
Yeah.
that's what the Bible says. That is an argument.
No, it's not. It's a
You said
claim.
if it was right. You didn't actually say that. You said if it was right, which is actually a big caveat. You made an if statement. It's not an argument.
Yeah. So
Are you claiming that you have 100% knowledge? You have 100% certainty on any of these claims you're making?
Wait, do you actually want me to answer that, or are you just trying to pivot from the point we just made?
No, just go ahead. You said that I didn't make an argument because I made an if statement, and therefore you believe that there is a possibility someone has 100% knowledge on a topic like this, that they should not make the statement with an if.
Am I allowed to repeat the stupid thing he just said? Please say I'm allowed to repeat what he just said. He said the fact that I made an if statement, which you said is not an argument, therefore you believe that someone couldn't have 100% knowledge on the topic. I can't even. When did those words
Why
come
do
out of
you
my
always
mouth?
have to do that, dude? Save us time and don't recap every time somebody talks. You always
Okay,
do
fine.
that. Bro.
I'll just say
You notice
that.
that,
I'll
right?
make it short. I'll make it.
Argument
I'll,
again.
okay,
Hold
I'll
on,
make it. I'll make it.
no,
I'll
you
make it
gave
short
up
and
your
pithy.
spot,
I'll make
dude.
it short
You
and
gave
pithy.
up your
I'll make
spot,
it
bro,
very
because
short
at
and
this
pithy.
point, what you have
I have
done.
an idea. Don't engage with him. How about
Yeah,
that?
yeah, his argument at this point is that's weird to me. Cool,
Not what I
dude.
said.
Don't care, bro.
How am I not making an argument and also saying my argument is weird to you? You just said I wasn't making an argument, so you really got to pick a lane,
No,
dude.
my argument is weird to you.
You said my argument is that your argument's weird to me.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you have. Yeah, and it's
But
not
you
an
also
argument.
just said I
Yeah.
don't have an argument. Okay, so
Yeah, because it's weird to you is not an argument, bro.
So then how is it my argument?
Because you're doing it as a rebuttal. Like you think you're rebutting what I'm saying. So you perceive it as an argument for some reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't rebut me.
If I say that I don't perceive it as an argument, does that mean I don't perceive it as an argument and you were wrong with what you just said? I don't perceive it as an
No,
argument.
actually, the implications of what you're doing and the rebuttal process that you're going through is implying it is an argument.
You think so? You tell yourself whatever you need to make yourself feel better, I guess. I don't know how to respond at this point.
Yeah, there was another argument that you just tried to make.
Did I try to make it, or was it an actual argument?
No, dude, you're not making any arguments at all.
I
You're terrible at
agree.
this. You're just scattergunning, and all you do is just talk over, and then you tell us what the person just said. You really don't even add anything to the conversation.
So why are you talking to me at this point? I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, yeah, we can move on. No problem.
I agree.
So, Akna, how do we fix the world?
It depends what you want to see in the world. There are a lot of things that you could fix, and there are some things you simply can't.
Can you just get? Do you have any answers at all?
What do you want to see in the world? What? That was a legitimate response. Like what?
Of making it better.
What's wrong?
What
with
I
it?
think is better? Like what I want to see?
Yeah, that's why he
need a
asked you
really,
specifically.
really big pipe wrench.
I didn't.
Two people just said things at once.
Just
so.
try to answer the question.
Well, if there are anything that I would want to see in the world, I would want to see better education would be a really, really big one. I think that we could at least make a slightly better monetary system. I've been learning a lot about economics because people always want to talk to me about it, and I'm honest that I don't know shit about it, so I don't have those discussions normally. I feel like religion in itself isn't a problem, but I feel like religion that is just purely like anti-reality, like people who don't believe in evolution, I think that's like a huge issue. I have no issue with religion as long as it's just not blatantly anti-reality. So those would be like three big things. So fixing religion to be less anti-reality. I think more education would be a really good thing. And then I think just having a better distribution of, I would just say resources, because money isn't really worth anything, but it's the way that we use money and how it controls people. I think we should do something to change that a little bit. It doesn't, I mean, purely anti-capitalism. I don't know. It kind of seems weird. Just like how, like, passing on wealth, when you have a lot of it, it gets really weird because it's like when you have inheritance tax, like there's inheritance tax, but there are ways to get around inheritance taxes. So I think that's like a really weird thing about how wealth is passed down based on generation to generation, and especially like the simple fact that the more money you have, the easier it is to cheat the system. I think that's a really weird thing. So that would just be something I would change.
So more education, less God,
Yep.
and more taxes.
Absolutely what I just said. 1000%.
What do you think is wrong with the world?
Um,
That we have more education, that we have more taxes, and that we have less God.
We actually have all of those things, and the world's not better, bro.
You just didn't understand what I said.
So what's
Yeah,
wrong?
we do have all of the things you just said. There's less religiosity, right? There's less. There's better education right now. People get PhDs, math, all these degrees, and we have more taxes than ever before.
Yeah, but we just obviously don't have a definite. Yeah, you asked for my personal definition of better, and then we have more of those things to my personal definition, and then you just wanted to go to your own definition of better. That's why I asked, are you asking what I think is better or what you think is better? And then you just wanted to skip past that point because you do this, and every religious person does this exact thing.
So we want more than we have. You want a better education than we already have. Can you propose what that would look like?
So like it just really depends. So just distribution of educational resources is a really big thing. I was very lucky in my high school. I got to have a personal computer, and this, even though there were really shitty Chromebooks, the school would distribute this. I think just simple access to information. Again, it doesn't seem like a really big thing, but we have books. There are places in the country that some people can't even get in the country. That's not the case in the world, that people can't even get an education. So I think these things, just having more access to information, I think would just be a better thing. I think the internet's
And why does that follow that would make it better for your life? What
We need more kids
follows
with
about that
iPads.
Fucking
in the
hell.
world?
Fucking genius.
No, so all over the world, you're saying you want better education. How does that necessarily impact your life if people in Africa have iPads?
I said, first off, I want more education. I mean, it would be nice if we had better education.
Yeah, what is
but
the
at
impact to your
so
life?
thank you. You up and socializing just as COVID hit. I think that would be a really big thing. I think just basic medical knowledge would not hurt. I think everyone should know basic things like how to do CPR. I think people should know what chest compressions are. These are basic, just medical knowledge. That would be really nice. I think we should.
They taught us that in high school.
Cool. Some people don't learn that. Are you thankful for learning that?
Of course I am, but can you explain to me where people? Okay, how does that affect you personally if people in Africa have iPads and learn CPR?
Bro, it's like you just skipped over the entire thing we just discussed. I just asked you. You learned that thing. You're thankful for learning that thing. It made your life better. It would make other people's lives better. I think the world improving and going into a better direction by having knowledge, by having access, by having choices. Having these is better than not having them, because people can make their own decisions. They can make better decisions when interacting with other people. They're not going to be at the mercy of other people. This is something that education does. And we know this is something that education does, which is why I'm so
necessarily,
close to
bro.
finishing.
It's okay because you've repeated yourself like 3 times now at this point. So yeah,
we interrupted me. I was literally 1 sentence away.
We understand what you're saying, but yeah, it's not necessarily in the right direction. People with higher IQs actually experience more suffering, and then you have the CPR example. If you are in a scenario,
he's deafened, yeah.
I muted him for a second because I can't, dude. It's just audio chaos, bro. I can't, dude. I don't know.
I learned CPR when I was a kid, and I never used it, and I forgot how to do it. So.
Well, this is the thing. If you are CPR certified, actually, and then someone like dies around you, you are held to a higher standard at that point. So that could induce suffering on that person. So yeah, this gentleman, what he's saying is he wants more suffering in the world, and that's going to make it a better place.
Hold on, just to be clear, I got muted just so you could tell me what my response was. Is that really what just happened?
Dog,
you went on deafened.
I muted you again, dude. You gotta chill out, bro. See, he's gonna keep doing this and act immature, but we can't have him just dominate the chat, dominate the room. Nobody can get in. I don't know what to do, bro. What do you guys think? What's the other mods think? This is unbearable.
It's been a little bit better the past couple minutes.
People are leaving, dude. Like 10 people left, bro. In like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 people?
Yeah.
Cool. So just to be clear, I didn't say I want more suffering. Yes, there is a degree of responsibility that's held. If you have access to information, great power comes great responsibility. But I think the fact that we need to understand how to have
That's a Bible quote.
Cool. Good for you.
Hey, Akna.
Okay. It wasn't finished. I just got interrupted again.
It's fine.
That's crazy. No, it's not fine. If you guys want to mute me, I'll go on to deafen. But whatever. The point is, yes, there's a higher responsibility, but people obtaining responsibility is a good thing. That is a good thing. If you think not having responsibility or having responsibility is a bad thing, I don't know how you live your life.
Well, you're trying to. You don't want people like. I don't know if you've noticed this, but the people who are like the most educated, generally, are also the most retarded people. Like they don't have any common sense when it comes to whatever it is they're educated on. They're super knowledgeable. They're extremely knowledgeable.
That's true.
Well, look,
it's just based on how education works. That eventually
chill. Wait, chill, dude. Come on, man.
It's the same thing as
I just got interrupted like 3 times, so I have no sympathy.
I don't care.
Yeah, but I'm actually saying something interesting.
Chill out.
So, it's like when you give people Google Maps, and then they use Google Maps all the time. they lose the ability to keep track of places. So it's like when you educate people, all they do is memorize what other people said. So they're not actually using their own brains. They feel like people have this figured out. I don't need to think at all. I can just read what other people said, memorize it. And the problem is most of that stuff's not even true anyways. Like most of the things people learn are not even
Yeah,
true. But
That's
the main
exactly
the main problem is it actually, like, learning things and doing research shuts off your ability to think for yourself. And
can I
that's
respond
really
to
the
that?
problem with it.
Because he was talking to me, so I'm just gonna say something super quickly.
No, wait.
He was talking. I was gonna say it's so quick.
All right,
Yeah, it's gonna be so quick. This
Look, if people
position
are
is just
being-
self-defeating because you're just saying learning less means you know more, which as a statement makes no fucking sense. It's self-defeating.
Well, look, you don't need to be educated to be extremely knowledgeable. You can look into things, research stuff yourself, think about things on your own, do your own tests. You don't need to read, you don't need to go to university and read some book. Okay.
That's not
That's
how
learning.
That's not how university
So I heard
education
Brenda,
works.
yeah, Brenda, and who else wanted to get in? I heard another guy. I think he left.
Yeah, this is a
Brenda, go
typical
ahead.
This is a typical flat Earth misconception of how education works. They think that it's just rote learning, and that's just not how education is done anywhere, right? You don't just read from a book and pass tests, right? You do experiments. I've done experiments all throughout school, both in junior high, senior high, and in college. You do experiments. You read. You're not just told what to think. So you're just wrong about.
You're telling me you test everything that you think you know? You do 5 experiments in high school. Stop.
We did a lot of experiments.
I just at high school. I did experiments. I took AP Bio. I took AP Physics. Are you guys gonna nut on what I did like 2 years ago? Is that really your response? I did those things.
Look, the problem
that makes sense.
You're just gonna nut.
The problem is the experiments don't actually matter if you don't have an underlying philosophy that's true. So the thing is, your whole entire framework of the mainstream when it comes to anything that has to do with biology, it's all completely distorted. So it doesn't matter what information. It doesn't matter what information you discover. No, listen. It doesn't matter the experiments you do, any information you discover, because you're going to misinterpret it.
How do you know that?
It doesn't do anything.
How do you know that?
You gotta have logic and reasoning.
That's literally all I've ever seen.
They don't
What do you
tell
mean?
how to think.
Give me
Well,
an
they don't tell-
example.
Hold on a second.
You
They
have
don't tell
logic
you
and
how to
reasoning.
think. They don't tell you how to think. They tell you how to do a skill.
That's not true.
But just
That's
because
not
the truth
true.
said that medicine doesn't work if you don't believe in God. It's literally if you don't have the philosophy behind it.
I have a question,
No, it
PHP Bob. You framed the fact that education is based upon reading something, remembering it, and then blindly repeating it. Basically, right?
Yeah. Well, you disagree
And
with
you
that?
said that, and you said that was retarded, right?
You think I can disagree with the professor?
Hold on
and
one
pass?
second. Can you tell
I can
me the
just say you're-
difference? Go ahead.
Go.
I was going to ask if you could tell me the difference between the way that you're using the Bible to guide your moral objectives and the way that people are educated are different.
Yeah, just it like actually makes sense to me. And the thing is, if you're like Terrence Howard and you're in math class, and I don't even know what Terrence Howard says, he's like 1 divided by 1 can't.
Something crazy.
He said.
I don't even know the stupid shit he said. Go ahead.
I can tell you what he said. He said 1 times 1 is 2.
Right. So you can't sit.
Do
in
you
math
agree
class,
with him?
You can't, listen. It doesn't matter if I agree with him or not. You can't sit in math class and give your own thoughts like that and still pass. They're gonna be like, "No, you're wrong."
Because
no,
he
he
is
has
wrong.
his own justification. He has his own reasoning.
No, he doesn't.
He could sit
He
there. He could sit there and debate the teacher.
No.
He does.
This is the thing. No, he does, but this is the difference.
No,
though.
he does not.
Hold on. He does have justification. It's
No,
not
he does
right.
not.
Excuse me, Brenda. He does.
You're
I've read his papers, Brenda.
Yes, he's wrong.
Those are his independent justifications that he has made that are incorrect.
Then it's not. If it's incorrect, it's not a justification.
Those are his independent justifications that he created that are incorrect.
They are wrong.
Incorrect.
It's
Yes,
objectively
we agree.
wrong.
Is, even though he's
We
incorrect,
agree.
you
So
can
that's
agree
not a
whatever.
just.
But he
Listen.
still had.
No, he's right. He's right. Even if he is incorrect, his whole entire like the whole reason why he even came up with that is because he's thinking for himself. Most people don't sit there and like think about this stuff and then come up with their own conclusions or opinions, whether they're right or wrong. Most people don't do that. That's the problem.
He's not thinking.
This is
We
a
don't want a
reality,
nation of
brother. We don't disagree,
we
but
don't want a nation of thinkers. We want a nation of workers. We don't teach you what to think. We teach you how to
You don't know how to think, Demok.
produce a task. It is a task that you
You
get
don't even
taught or
understand the globe
programmed.
model, Demok. You don't.
Brenda, can you stop talking over everybody? Are you special
Why?
today? Because you're not special.
Oh, okay.
So when you get programmed to just produce a task set at hand, that's what school is.
No, it's
Now,
not.
they
That's
don't
not what
tell
I.
you,
That's not what my school
but I
was.
agree with you, Brenda.
I told you
Hold
that's
on, let me
not
finish.
what happens.
Let me finish. I agree with you that they're not supposed to tell you what to think. Who gives a hell what you think? At
They
the end of the day,
didn't.
when you go to prison, it doesn't matter what you think in solitary confinement, does it? Hell no. Keep thinking.
You're wrong about how education is done.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
That's your opinion. You're
It's not
entitled
my
to it.
opinion. It's my experience. Every school I've been into in my entire life, we didn't do that. This is you,
You
not
can't speak
not
for a
everybody
we.
else.
You can
This
only
is
speak
no.
for
This
a
is
you.
you. This is you.
No,
This is
Brenda,
your belief.
You are not me, Brenda. Clearly. Stop acting
It's not
like
even
everybody's
just school.
Brenda.
It's like almost everything.
Yes, it's your. This is a you
There's not a
problem. It's
million
not anybody
Brendas.
else's problem.
That's right. There's not a million Democs. There's only one. Glad
Yes,
you learned that.
you
That's right.
failed. You failed to understand education. You
Brenda's
failed.
education. Gotcha.
No, my
Brenda just said
education.
every school that I've experienced. Brenda, anecdotal evidence doesn't trump his anecdotal evidence. They're equal. Don't you understand that?
No, the vast majority of education is done differently than how you say it is. It isn't done that way. This is just you projecting your experience onto everybody else. The way education is actually done is through, in the sciences, you have lectures and then you have experiments.
Well, it's weird because I went to school, and the only time, like, when I actually started to figure things out is when I decided to think for myself and actually reject what anybody else in the world was saying, and just decide to think for myself.
So did you do experiments? Did you do experiments?
Yeah,
in science
sure.
class?
Yeah.
There you go.
Brenda, how
Well,
many
that doesn't
centuries have
matter.
they
We
been
already went
doing
over why
this?
that doesn't
Brenda,
matter.
So
I just wanna say-
you rejecting the experiments doesn't mean that
No, I
you
reject
didn't do
everything
them.
else. I reject
Yeah, but
everything else.
you rejected the experiments, right?
I experimented with
interpretation.
balls and they don't hold water, Brenda. What are we
Real
going to
quick,
do with this?
Brenda,
Yeah,
the
that's
funniest
you
thing.
not understanding what the
Reality?
words mean. Yes, it's you
Yeah,
not
No, that's
understanding.
not words. It's a physical 3D sphere
No,
that
you
doesn't
not
hold
understanding.
water. This
That's
has
right.
nothing to do with words.
Yeah,
This is
that's
look and
you.
obtain and observe information about reality through the attribute of the thing you're trying to talk about, which
Yeah,
would be a
Mark.
3D sphere holding water or not, Brenda.
Yeah, that's
You're
it.
not
That's
holding
not.
water.
Yeah, that's not the claim.
That's my claim. You heard it here
It's
first,
not the
folks.
claim that we make. It's not the claim.
You claim they
failed.
hold water.
No, we don't. We don't claim that balls hold water. It's not the claim.
Yeah, you
Well, they
do.
also can. That's the thing too.
No, we don't
Yeah,
claim
they
that.
can. Wait, water balloons can hold water. What are you talking about?
It's not what we just said. It's not what we said.
On the outside.
I think he means like a solid sphere can't hold
It's
water. on
not
the
what he
outside.
means.
No,
I mean,
balls
water
can't hold
doesn't
water.
stack on hills. Water does not stack on hills, not on the bottom of the hill,
Yeah,
not on the
there's
side
no
of the hill,
hills.
not on the
There's
top.
no
not
hills
with
in our
gravity,
model.
not with any gurus. There's no model you have to
You
present
don't
other than
understand the
reality where
model.
water doesn't stick to balls and it doesn't stack on hills
Yeah,
8
that's
inches
not the
high.
claim. That's not
The
the
claim
claim.
is water stacks thousands of
No,
miles
it's
high
not.
on itself.
No, it's
On
not.
the outside edge of a ball,
No,
with
it's
gravity
not.
smacking it to there like a piece of tape.
Nope,
That
that's
is the
not the
claim.
claim. No, it's not.
Water surface tape
No,
guy.
it's not. You don't
And
understand
then
the
you got another
claim.
piece of tape called your
How do you
hair.
not meet this? Like, damn, they're just going back and
Brenda,
forth.
can you shut the fuck up?
Wow.
Why? Demok is screaming
Why don't you
too.
say no? She asked why. She doesn't say no. She says no 20 times, but when she's told
Because
to be quiet, she asks why.
It's not the same. It's not our claim.
What's not your claim, Brenda?
Everything you said, Demok.
That made no sense. Can you be more
Yeah.
specific?
Yeah, our claim is not that water sticks to balls.
What is your claim? Water doesn't stay on a sphere.
No, our claim is that gravity is mass attracting mass.
I don't know what that means. Thank you.
I know
word
you
user,
don't.
for
I
nothing.
know you don't. You've never
You show us
understood
what
it.
it means. Show us.
You don't understand. I can't.
I
We
don't
can't
need to
explain it to you.
understand. Show
The
us.
claim.
Like
The
me.
claim is that mass attracts mass.
Where's that at? What mass? What's that mean?
Yeah, there you go.
What is
All
mass?
mass. All
You're
mass
not.
attracts all
You
mass.
lack. You
So
lack
air
the
attracts
ability
water.
to understand. You lack
So
the
air
This is what
ability
happens
to
when you're
understand it.
educated. You believe water sticks to balls.
Yeah, we're asking about an air ball and a water ball right now. You're claiming
Not the
math,
claim.
and it's math, but it doesn't seem to happen this
Not
way.
the claim. Not the claim. The claim is
So
that
mass
mass
doesn't
attracts
attract mass.
mass.
And causes
Where
water to
does mass
stick
of
to the
air
outside of a
attract mass
ball.
of water?
Your inability to understand it doesn't mean it's not
Brother,
true.
I'm only repeating the dog shit you just said.
Yes, I
You're the
know.
one that
I
has
know.
the inability to
There
perform
you go.
these claims.
So the problem isn't the
It's your
education.
performance.
The problem isn't education. The
It's your
problem.
performance of nothing. Your
Just a minute.
story time.
Let me
Say the word
finish.
How much is
math.
Let me finish.
interrupting?
Help you, Harry Potter.
The problem isn't the educational system. The problem is
People
you.
like you believe in dumb shit without demonstrating it. Is the
Damok,
problem.
the problem isn't education. The problem was you. You don't have the ability
No, it's
to
weird.
understand
People who just
simple
believe stuff
concepts.
that doesn't exist in
It's
reality.
because
It's
you
not
are
about a concept. It's about reality. Stick to it. Don't go with
you
concepts
don't
that
have
aren't
the
happening
ability,
anywhere.
right? So you don't understand what our argument is.
Yeah, you said that mass is attracting mass all over the
Yes.
universe, and
Yes.
there's
Yes.
instantaneous action at a distance because
No.
that
No.
mass. Wait. So there's not mass attracting mass all over the universe right now?
No. I said mass attracts mass.
You can't conflate Newton and
No, I think he means the fact that
Einstein.
no, I think he means like the fact that all mass attracts across the universe. He thinks it's like he thinks it's like a Newton's cradle where one bounces and then hits another. He doesn't understand that it's all happening all at once, all the time.
No, gravity
Did I say that? I mean, you're saying I don't understand that, but I'm asking a question. Does all mass attract all mass all at the same time? Yes or no?
No, gravitational waves travel at about the speed of light.
Oh, so it's not instantaneous action at a distance.
No, it's not.
So it's Einsteinian then. So it's not mass attracting mass, it's the bending and warping of space-time.
Einstein and Newton are the same.
Oh, are they now?
Yes.
So when something is attracting faster than the speed of light, that's
nothing's attracting.
somehow not going faster than the speed of light.
Yeah,
It's not attracting?
Gravity doesn't work at faster than light.
There's also another
and
gravity.
it's not instantaneous action at a distance then, is it, Brenda?
No, it's
That's
not.
quantum
It's
entanglement.
gravity waves travel at the speed of light.
There's also
Okay, then
quantum
it's not-
emergent gravity as well. That's another one.
No.
We
So
gotta
So
add
you
to
want to
this.
explain it?
So gravity.
No, I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
Yeah. Quantum emergent gravity.
Yeah, but that's
you
a
wanna
theory,
explain
that's
it?
a hypothesis, and it's not validated yet.
Brenda, do you think learning all these concepts and hypotheses is beneficial for your ability to think and understand truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Really? Like all this,
Yes.
these
Obviously
schizophrenic
not.
ideas that you can't prove at all? That's helpful?
I can.
You just said you can't. You just said it's not validated. It's a hypothesis.
That one.
No, I was.
claim.
There was somebody
You can't even pay attention to the conversation.
No, excuse me.
You're
Stop
retarded.
talking. If you're going to put so much on that, then allow me to complete sentences, right? Somebody was talking about a very recent theory that it attempts to explain gravity at a quantum level and to make it conform with quantum field theory. And that is still just a hypothesis. It's a theoretical framework that has not been validated yet.
So what's the point of that?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what is currently accepted, which is Einstein's general relativity, and I'm saying that is the same as Newton when we consider Newtonian mechanics at very slow speeds compared to relativistic speeds. They're identical.
Yeah, this is all just like pseudo intellectual circle
No,
jerking.
no,
that
this is
results
just
in
this
nothing.
is
That results in
actual.
nothing beneficial.
So can
So
you
you're
Yes, it
proving my
does.
point.
can
You're
you
highly
substantiate
educated.
that? Can you substantiate that claim?
You're trans.
No, that doesn't invalidate
Wait,
anything.
he might have a point though. He might have a point. Did you consider that?
No, I don't. Right? They're just terrible people. And
Blob, that
like,
was uncalled for. Just because Brenda sounds like Grandpa Simpson doesn't mean you should be
this is
insulting him, you know, at
this
every
is what
chance you
this
get.
is this is
My
called
bad.
this has a real name for it. It's what narcissistic personalities do when they're caught. I can back up every single thing I said. Every single thing. You can't do anything.
No, yeah.
Wait, but did you consider? Wait,
can't
did you
even
consider? Wait. Did you consider you're trans though? Did you think about that?
shut up, moron.
Well, the thought of you backing up is actually kind of revolting.
Uh-huh.
I
How
don't-
how often do you think about that? Having about that? Right? So this is part of the strategy that stupid people make when they get cornered. You can't back up a single thing that you've said, and I can. I can back up every single statement I
You
made.
reject evidence, Brenda. You reject
No, I don't.
evidence.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
don't.
do. It's by
No,
your
I don't.
lifestyle we know you've
No, I
rejected
don't.
evidence.
No, you don't. What evidence am I rejecting?
I don't want to get
That you're
into it 'cause
trans.
it's
Oh, you
You're
don't want to
trans.
get
Come
into it?
on.
How is that?
no, the
That's not
evidence you're
evidence.
rejecting is what
What
is
evidence? What evidence?
below your waist. You're
What about
rejecting
it? What about it means that I'm
If
not
you don't
trans?
think that has something to do with your
What does it
identity, there's
mean that
something
I'm?
wrong.
You don't even know what the words you're using mean. What is
It
what
means
is
you're wrong
transgender?
about everything.
What does transgender mean?
Mental illness.
No, it's not.
It used
What
to be
does the
considered
word?
gender dysphoria,
If
but you
you're
could
going
go
to
ahead and
go
give us the
here,
definition
if
that
you're
you
going,
use.
listen, if you're going to go here, then you're going to answer questions, and you're not going to run away from them. What does the word transgender mean?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah, you don't
I
know
wanna
have a
make something
fucking clue what
clear.
you're talking about. If they're if they're going to go here, if they're going to attack
know,
me personally and
that
sexually,
is
then
wrong.
I'm going to demand that they answer questions.
I understand, but even before we get there, I was listening to something else and I did not hear what was going on. We're not going to do this. We're not going to
That's fine.
jump on people about their gender identity, or any of that. Just drop it, move on.
Right. It shows how low IQ.
The
They
flat
don't even
earthers
know-
always do that.
They don't even know
and,
the words
and
that
the
they're
flat
using.
earth
for her?
crew never calls them out on it.
Can I
That's
define
right.
it for her?
Every time Brenda starts off cool and these little jabs and these words and insults are thrown in, every other word increasingly more and more. And the flat earth comrades remain zip tight. They never correct their voice.
Oh, that is I'm surprised. I'm very welcome. That's exactly right. That's exactly what happens.
So I don't want people to define it. If you think if I don't care what your view on it is, honestly, you can just keep it to yourself.
Well, what was I muted
It's
for?
pretty-
I haven't actually thrown any insults.
Yeah,
it's a
you
pretty
did.
hot topic,
Listen.
though. You know, Omni?
How about
I
we go back?
I don't think it's a great topic. And
Why don't you just mute the person who said it then? Just mute PhD Blob.
Why don't we go back? Why don't we go back to my understanding of the educational system is that it's based on, especially in the sciences, it was based on simple experiments that were done in a lab, in laboratory time. Even in junior high, we had laboratories and we did experiments.
Are you
right?
that experiment?
Like baking soda
off.
and vinegar. You're talking about like baking soda and vinegar.
No,
Get muted for
no.
saying it as a joke, and someone
We
actually
type-
says it, and they don't get muted.
We titrated acid and base. You don't
Yeah,
even
that's
know
what I'm
what.
saying. There's a lot of different experiments that we do. I'm
Yeah,
just
we
trying
did a
to
lot of them.
go with the. I'm just trying to advance the conversation, Brenda.
Yeah,
That's all.
so that's the
Baking
point
soda
is.
and vinegar was a winner of the science fair.
I don't remember doing it. Yeah, I don't. And we did a little bit more than that. But the point is that it's not simply learning by rote. If that's how you were taught, I feel sorry for you. But the education I got and virtually everybody I knew got was we did experiments.
And why should we trust our senses?
The pivot is insane. It's crazy.
Well, I'm just saying, isn't that a requirement for experiments, right? Is sensation?
Wait, but you don't trust your senses, do you?
Of course I do.
Wait, but what if Satan's just tricking you?
I'm asking Brenda a question. I don't know what you just said because I couldn't understand
Do I
it.
trust my
Did you say,
senses?
what if Santa is tricking me?
Yeah, what if Santa is tricking you?
No, your senses are tricking you. He said. What if you're
Yeah,
you're
what
being
if
tricked?
Santa is tricking you? Yeah, what if Santa is tricking you?
Santa?
Yeah. How would you know if
But I
Santa was
guess he's
tricking you?
changed. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a philosophical question. It's what I trust are the measurements. So I don't. If you're doing a test or an experiment, you weigh the thing, you measure it, right? That's not trusting your senses, right?
Well, I think it is a little bit because we built that tool based on our senses, no?
Well,
Just a legitimate question, and this is an actual one. For all the people who say this, what difference would it make for the people that you think are physicalists, right? Like you're just saying, well, if you're delusional to God, why would a physicalist care if they don't believe in God, right? It doesn't even make sense. You're basically like,
What is that?
why do you care if you're like, it's like asking a sociopath why they care they're a sociopath. They don't even understand that concept. So why would you think a physicalist would care anymore?
Okay, so you're saying a physicalist doesn't have a justification to believe that their senses are
That's not at
accurate?
all what I said. I asked, why do you think a physical, like, what difference would it make to them?
If their senses were accurate or not?
Yeah, like, why would you ask someone someone that you think is delusional why they care about being delusional?
I never even made that claim, dude. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm asking if you think people who are physicalists can't trust their sense data or don't have a justification. Why would you ask for a reason that they trust their sense data? Like, it doesn't make sense. It's literally just like walking up to a delusional person and being like, "Hey, why do you think you're delusional?" They're obviously gonna say they don't think they're delusional. Like, what difference does it make?
That's not true. There's many schizophrenic people that understand they are delusional at times, but then they have clarity as well.
Yeah, but you don't think that it's delusional at times. You think that we're like, you're literally asking the question, how do you trust your senses? And if a physicalist says they can't trust their senses, why would you ever take them at their word for that? You think that they're delusional all the time, so why would you ever think they're giving a coherent response?
I don't think that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So do you think they have reason to trust their sense data?
Yeah, they just suppress it in unrighteousness, yeah.
So you think that they have a delusional reason to trust their sense data?
Correct.
So why would you ever take their word for anything?
Well, I would like to hear the delusional reason to reduce it to absurdity.
But they're
But you
delusional.
don't do
What's
that,
the point
though.
of yeah.
But you don't do that, though.
Okay.
You don't reduce it to absurdity. That's the problem. It's actually done on the other side, and then when it is reduced to absurdity, it's a pivot. It's a shut up. You're talking too long.
Can you give a specific example, please?
Well, like we could just talk about this. Trusting your sense
this
data
right
with
here.
scientific information.
Like,
Yeah. Like if you really
What
think
is
we're
this right
delusional,
here? I don't understand.
the
What are you talking
conversation
about?
that we
here,
the
I'll give a perfect
conversation
example.
Okay, go.
Okay. Like 2 years ago, I took AP Physics. I took an algebra course, algebra-based AP Physics class. I know it's not great, but I took it and I did an experiment to prove that horizontal velocity always stays the same, but vertical acceleration changes. Right? This is because there's gravity. All that bullshit.
No,
I
that
think that
proves
makes sense
flat
because
Earth.
the uniformity.
No, that's not
I
gravity.
think great. That's not what we're
Not
talking about,
gravity.
right? I think that proves great for you. I think that proves the uniformity of nature. I'm a physicalist. I don't believe the supernatural giving me justification for my sense
Just the
data.
opposite
But
of
you don't,
reality,
dude.
dude.
I'm talking to Tor, dude. Okay, so that's I think a perfect
Wait,
example.
you were
I
talking
trust
to me?
experiment. I trust the experiment. I trust the data. I trust my sense
No, I think he's
experiences.
just talking to hear his own voice.
Yeah, I don't think
He
he's talking
trusts
to
the
me.
data of
There's
a
no way he's
horizontal
talking to
You
line,
me.
asked
gentlemen.
you asked for an example. I gave you an example.
Of a horizontal line not
You didn't
changing
give
its
me an
elevation.
example of me. This gentleman just said, I don't reduce the position to absurdity. So then I was asking him for a specific scenario that he's heard me in when I said I was trying to reduce a position to absurdity and I failed.
Yeah, that's right. Renee, that was
Oh, what we're
unnecessary.
talking about. You actually just jumped like a whole part of the conversation. I said, why would you ask a delusional person why they're delusional? And you said to reduce the position to absurdity. And someone said, you don't do that. And you were like, well, give me an example. And I gave you an example of where I think that you would reduce my position to absurdity. Do you want to reduce it to absurdity?
No, I'd like to hear their response actually instead
There
of
you
you.
go. Exactly. You don't do it.
I'm not interested in
Yeah,
like
I
having
get
a
it.
conversation with you, bro.
I know that's what they all
You're a
say.
Yeah,
very
Tora, I've
you're a
seen you do
very
it.
young man, dude. You're a very young man, and you can have your beliefs. It's perfectly fine. I understand the position you're coming from because I also was your age at one time. So I'm not gonna hold it against
One of
you
us just
as
stop
I
believing in
was
the
there at
devil.
one time.
Yeah.
Double diarrhea, menstrual
Well said,
constipation.
Tora.
Observation doesn't make a causation correlation.
I want to talk about his experiment with the horizontal line that doesn't change elevation. What was the cause of that
It's
horizontal
not at
line
all
not
what I
changing
said.
elevation? That's
I said that.
exactly what you said, and that's
No, it
exactly how
isn't.
a horizontal line works. What'd you say
I
about
didn't
a
even say
horizontal?
lied. Yeah, so I
You
said
said
that
a
in projectile
horizontal and a
motion.
vertical.
I was sorry, I was just about to explain it. So in projectile motion, an object's horizontal velocity remains consistent, but its vertical velocity doesn't because there's an accelerating force. So what we did was we shot a marble out of it's not a rocket, it's just like a shooter or something like that. I don't know, like some Lego thing. And basically we had to predict where it would land, and we had to put a cup. We had to do the math by hand. We had to use rulers. We were given the force it was shot out with, and we had to place the cup beforehand, and we did it.
Do they go the same distance?
That statement doesn't even make sense. We had to land a marble in a cup using math.
Do they go the same distance with your math, equivalent to the center of where they came from? The focal point, the fulcrum, the
Did it
0
work?
point.
What do you think I just like? Explain what the experiment was. Just explain what you thought I just said.
You shot a bullet up and you shot a bullet forward, and they
No,
didn't do the same thing, so therefore
no,
not gravity.
that's not what I said. I said that I shot a marble in projectile motion in 2 dimensions, and we had to predict where the marble
That's what
would
he said.
be
I heard it.
to prove. Yeah, exactly what I said. To prove that horizontal velocity stays consistent, but vertical velocity changes because of an
Consistent for
accelerating force.
where? From where? Based on what?
Is this
It's
Sean
from
G, by the way?
The
Z
cause of
to
your
the end.
velocity staying the
Sounds just
same.
like Sean G.
From point
It's
A to
not even close to Sean G, bro. Sean G is at least reasonable.
Dude, make sure
Where's
you
the point of
tell that
Yeah, I
to
mean,
velocity?
Sean.
I got you on that. I hear you on that.
Well, where's
I
the
think it
reference?
sounds like him, though.
Where's the
Me
reference
too.
focal point from?
Just tell him you
That you-
shot it from point A to point B. You don't have to give him the
That's what
exact.
Is
that's what
that
I
a
did. I
straight
shot from
line?
point
Was
A to
that a
point
controlling
straight
B.
it?
line?
No, it was
What's
a curve. That's why
controlling
it's
this
projectile
velocity
motion.
from point A to point B? What's controlling it? What's the cause that makes a bullet do horizontal thing versus vertical thing? What is your
That's not.
cause?
No, I shot a marble, not a bullet, into a cup, and it was shot from like a Lego projection shooter. I don't know. We'll just call it like a Lego gun.
So what's your cause?
This is an
Lego gun.
A
experiment,
Lego
though.
gun.
So the Lego gun is the cause, not gravity.
He's got cat
Of the
toys.
motion? Yes, the Lego gun was the cause of the motion.
So Lego guns are the cause of all motion.
True. Exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said.
I
Exactly
asked
it.
you what the actual cause was for your experiment, and you said the Lego gun.
Yep, that caused the marble to move in projectile motion.
How? Where? Based
Because there
on
was a
what?
force applied to the marble, and when there was a force
What
applied
force?
to the
Based
marble
where? From what?
from the Lego gun.
So no gravity, no mass.
Okay, so you asked for the force that caused it to go into projectile
I
motion.
thought gravity.
Gravity
You
isn't.
grabbed onto a bullet and brought it back to the earth, or your Lego
Yes,
marble.
but if a Lego marble was sitting in the barrel of a gun, why would it be in projectile motion?
Gravity doesn't ever. It's out of your gun. I thought you shot it. Stupid.
You asked where the projectile motion came from.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I asked for what's controlling it after it starts in motion. While it's in motion, what is all controlling it? How do you know? What's your reference? And how can you prove it's being controlled by gravity to a center point underneath it somewhere?
I never said it was controlled by gravity. The thing we were experimenting
Oh,
was that
okay.
if horizontal velocity changes, and to prove that it doesn't change when in motion, we did the math by hand, and it only worked if you assumed a consistent horizontal velocity.
Did you
Right?
do
Air
that with
friction was
superconductors?
I like how he
Okay.
too. I like how he's adding words into what you're saying
I
that you never
know.
said. Like
Wait, what was
gravity.
the
You never.
conclusion of your
Wait,
experiment?
See,
wait.
this is what I was
Can I
talking about,
talk?
Torah.
Can I please talk?
No, they
He
can't let you
added
finish.
words into what you said, like gravity, which you never actually said, and you repeated it like you've repeated it now 5 times, and
This
you
is
never
not
once said
adding
the word
value.
gravity.
Yeah, I could say the experiment literally one more time just so we can all hear it. Shot a marble to show that horizontal velocity stays consistent in projectile motion, but vertical velocity changes because of an accelerating force, right? So
You needed
what
an
we did was
experiment
we
to tell you
applied.
that, bro?
So what we
You need an
did.
What was
experiment
So
your
to
what we
figure this
did.
control?
out.
So
Will you
what
let
we
him
did.
finish?
Oh, that's so crazy. So what we did is what we shot the marble and we did the math by hand. And if you assume that there
The
was a
bullet
change in
stopped
horizontal
both
velocity,
ways.
it wouldn't have landed in the cup. And I got it to land in the cup because I assumed a consistent horizontal velocity. And yes, air friction
So
was
no movement
negligible.
at all. Zero was your answer. No movement. So you shot it up and got it in the cup because no difference.
What do you think
Cool.
velocity is? Like, what do you think the definition of
Zero,
velocity is?
zero, zero Earth
That's
moving.
true.
No Earth velocity
What
involved.
do you think the
Your reference.
definition of velocity is?
Not Earth moving. Zero in your
Sure.
reference.
He
So what
never
do you think
said
the
anything
definition
about
of
the Earth.
velocity is?
Listen, how are you guys fucking leaving a spinning Earth,
Dude,
Coriolis,
would you
and
directly
gravity
tell
out
him
of
you
all
never
of
said
this stuff
anything
and
about
you
the
claim
Earth
to be
moving?
doing an experiment on movement for a
You guys are
part of
fun.
mass across a big piece of mass, and you claim magic happens? Now all of a sudden you negate the magic and make your whole stuff your principle of fucking idiocracy of
This is
stupidity.
stupid. You never once mentioned the
So you
Earth
guys are stupid
in
saying
its
shooting a marble is
rotation.
an
You never mentioned
experiment.
that once.
That was dumb. Don't say shooting marbles is a fucking
Oh, you were
experiment.
dumb.
How can
Dumbo.
the air
What you were
resistance
saying is stupid.
how can the air resistance and how can drag not be a factor in a projectile?
It was almost negligible at that point. Like it was like one of those red, like, you know, the alcohol cups that like kids my age unfortunately drink so much out of. It was like one of those. I forget what they're called, like Otis cups.
Silo.
Yeah, whatever. The red
Is
ones. Yeah.
it's not very
But
far?
it
Not
was
very far?
almost it was like negligible. What?
Hey, too.
Leo,
Did you guys
hear me ask
measure
me a
the
question, right?
distance?
I've heard people just refer to them as red cups.
Yeah, just the red
So
cups.
Just
so
throwing
the
that in
distance
there.
how long is
Lale,
the
if you're not talking, you need to mute because everyone is echoing through your speakers. Please and thank you.
He has a point there. Yeah.
the
It
distance
was
is not that far?
basically it was a base, I think, about 2 meter sticks. So about
Oh,
I think it
okay,
was
yeah.
between like 4 and 6 feet, something like that. I remember
And
having to use
the
2 meter sticks to
velocity,
measure it.
if we're talking about how long it take, a second?
I think I don't remember how high the table was. I mean, I could, if you gave me a scenario, I can redo the math and we could run the experiment together. But
All right, two. Did you guys measure the distance first and then figure out the math to get it to land in the cup?
basically, the givens, we were given the force, we were given the angle that the gun was pointed at, and basically he placed the cup like before, and he said, I'm not going to tell you how far the cup is. We had to measure it, but it was just 2 rulers, so it wasn't that hard. And then we also had to measure from, and actually, a lot of people messed up on this one because what they decided to do is they decided to start measuring from the barrel of the gun and not from, or not the barrel of the gun, from the tip of the gun and not from the barrel. And we almost also made that mistake, but you do have to start from the barrel of the gun where the force is initially applied. So that's a kind of funny one. But yeah, we had to measure from the table and then additionally to the barrel of the gun because it was slightly above the table.
Well, that kind of makes sense because you would want to measure it from where the what do they call it? I want to call it a piston, but that's not what it's called. The piston hits the explosive part of the bullet, right?
Yeah, the firing pin. But again, it wasn't an actual gun. It was just like a Lego.
Wait, did Xanix's question get
Whatever.
answered? Xanix, was your question answered?
We just got to interrupt the great conversation. Yeah.
See, this is the problem. I'm right in the middle of talking. Someone talks over me, and then I get yelled at for echoing.
Yeah, it's a shame.
So it was a spring-loaded lever of some sort. So the force applied initially at the point of the, you said, quote, barrel, not the end of the muzzle, because it actually is in deceleration mode, and that type of a gun or accelerator mechanism, right? If it was a gun, you'd want to measure from the end.
Yeah, Lael, I didn't yell at you. I
No.
asked you please and thank you. Thanks,
Yeah.
everyone.
So because you would measure from where the force is initially applied, and gravity wouldn't start. I mean, I'll say the word, and I know I'm gonna get like fucking blown up for saying it, but gravity it's still acting on the marble even when it's in the barrel of the gun, but it wouldn't start decelerating the marble until it actually escapes, because there's normal force of the barrel of the gun pressing against the marble, right? So it's still inconsistent. Well, technically as it moves with the angle, but it's not technically in any acceleration if there's a constant force applied to it.
There's not a constant force if it's not an explosive device. It's going to have a force initially, and then it's going to be following the barrel. Could be touching it, or probably is touching it. And that's what you're using that as these transient points of contact. Because once it leaves the barrel, then it's free to drop. But up until that point, it's following.
Yeah, but what's your point? The force applied and the angle is the initial force applied and the initial angle. So why would we measure the applied force there? Starts in the barrel. It doesn't start at the tip.
But a gun wouldn't. A gun wouldn't have that.
We didn't use a gun.
An angle.
I know. I'm prefacing that it wasn't an explosive device, because if it was, the force would be applied the entire barrel, and you wouldn't use the calculation until after it left the muzzle of the gun with some type of given velocity for the force applied along its path.
We don't have the velocity as it's leaving the muzzle. Why would we have that?
Because you have a force over a distance, which give you the acceleration and the velocity as it exits. And anything you use before that would be incorrect, because you wouldn't be applying acceleration before it left the barrel.
There'd be a lot more math there. I mean, it depends.
Are you not understanding what I'm saying? Are you not understanding what I'm saying?
No, I get that. I get that you're saying that there's going to be a
Xander.
force. I get that you're saying that there would be a force as like when a gun is shot. There's actually like there's the gas force, because the gas is what's causing the bullet to move forward, and that goes down the whole. Well, it depends what gun you have. It goes down the whole barrel.
That's why a rifle. Hold on. That's why a rifle.
You asked me a question. I was trying to explain it.
No,
You asked me a question, and then you interrupted me as I was explaining how I understood what you said.
I got your point, but go ahead, finish it if you can.
Okay, so you admit that I understand what you're saying.
No, I don't know.
You're a bit off. You're a bit off, but
let me explain. If you have a barrel, that's why rifles shoot farther. They shoot. Do you agree that a rifle will shoot farther than a pistol for the same load?
Yes.
Okay. The reason why?
It's because there's a force. There's more force being applied there as the gas leaves the barrel of the gun. There's more force over a longer period of time.
There's not more force for a long period of time. No.
Well, compared to something just being pushed once, not down the entire barrel.
It's a force acting over a longer period of time, not more force. Same force, longer period of time.
Okay, you can phrase it that way. I was just saying
that makes all the difference in the world. That's why the gun.
No, it doesn't, because my example didn't have any of that.
No, you're not.
My
you don't
experiment didn't
agree
have
with
any of
me.
that.
No,
Dude, you have to just listen to him. Listen to him. He's right. He's trying to explain to you something real quick, but listen to him.
You same force.
Experiment.
We can go back to your experiment. You can. Okay.
Xanax, he's 19, 20 years old. He knows everything.
I know, but
you know what I mean?
But he can learn. So he's young. He can still learn. So you have a force. You got a certain amount of gunpowder, and you ignite it in a barrel. Same diameter, same slug, everything. The only difference is one has a longer barrel than the other. Which one's going to go farther?
One with a longer barrel.
And because
there's a force acting over a longer period of time.
Yes. Now you got it. You said more force over a longer time. It's the same force.
Dude, that's so whatever. It doesn't make that much of a difference. I don't care.
It doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't like being corrected. I don't know if you've noticed this yet.
You're just
1920. You know, we were all there.
It's actually slightly less force as it goes out the barrel, but it's kind of a small factor. But yeah, it's a changing force, but not more force. It's equal or less and less as it accelerates through the barrel and is released out of the muzzle. Then it starts this projectile, where the acceleration of it downward will follow the specifications of gravity, and then also the drag coefficient of the projectile based on its frontal area and the density of the air that it's moving through, and its velocity.
Yeah, but again, that has nothing to do. I don't even know why he brought it up. It literally had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
He brought it up because of where you were measuring at, and he was saying if you were to measure it in an actual artillery round, something that was initiated with a firing pin, you would change that point of measurement based upon what he was saying. That's was that your statement?
Exactly.
Trying to scale it up
I
from
said
a
at the very
Lego
beginning,
gun.
we literally didn't do that. So
I
Yeah,
understand
you
that.
just used a Lego gun.
Hold on 1 second. So I understand that, and he understands that. What he was saying, he didn't say what you're doing was wrong, it was dumb, it was whatever. What he was saying was, if this was an artillery round, this is how you would do it. He's not correcting you. He's
What about
just
the
telling.
air friction? What about the air friction
Hold on.
question that Xanax
Wait.
had?
Okay, cool. We can go to that as well. And I even agreed to that because I said that there would be gases propelling the bullet out of the barrel of the gun. And then he got mad at me for saying there'd be more force over a longer period of time. So again,
But
seems...
hold on 1 second. You did say that, and that's not correct. And I don't think he got mad at you. And that was the thing. You jumped in with that energy a bit of him being mad at you. I didn't get that energy from him. I didn't.
That's fine, but I said this doesn't matter because it's not what we're even talking about. It keeps on. It seems like he wants to keep trying to prove me wrong on something, even though that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I don't think he was trying. And I understand. And believe me, I
He literally
understand.
said, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" And I said, "Yes."
No, it's the
and he
ego thing,
interrupted
dude.
me.
Okay, but
No,
what
and
I'm
then he
saying,
interrupted me as I agreed with him and explained what we were talking about.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, over the long journey of that conversation, he didn't say you were wrong. He did not say that.
Oh yeah, he said, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" And then as I was explaining it, he interrupted me while I was explaining how I knew what we were talking about.
But he interrupted you when you said something that was not technically accurate. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, he could have done what you did and just waited until I finished instead of interrupting me.
I get it. I get it. But at the same time, we're not talking about the interruption. But is that not what happened?
That's obviously what happened. I don't think. I don't, just for me, I'll tell you what I think of this. It's literally a pointless conversation because we still agree on it. And he just kept trying to say, "Well, do you understand what's going on?" Oh, well, you're wrong. And he interrupted me to tell me that. That's why I don't understand. If he knows that I understand it and made exactly, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, let's talk about your answer.
Great.
So now you got the Lego gun, and you're applying a force at the firing pin, for it's called whatever that mechanism, in that actually will accelerate it. Once the mechanism has done putting an acceleration over a period of time on that Lego marble, the equation starts at that point, and it's going to be a deceleration from that point forward. Right?
Can I make a new rule? Yeah, I propose a new rule that if you're filibustering and monologuing like quite a bit, you can't complain about being interrupted if you're like hogging the mic. Thanks.
Yeah, except you guys like all the time interrupt me.
Thanks for that. Now you just completely derailed my question.
Yeah, but then we just say, I wasn't monologuing.
Yeah, that's literally what you guys do.
All right, Janik, you want to throw the question to him one more time?
Yeah, and please don't no needs to do any kind of anecdotal analysis here. So we have the Lego gun. It's applying a force for a very small period of time at the point where at the beginning of the muzzle. That's what you're saying. And so at that point you're going to do your calculation, because at that point, whatever the force is over the period of time, which is very short, it's going to have a velocity that will be changing. There'll be a deceleration, or we call it acceleration, but it's a deceleration of it after it hits the marble and starts going down the length of the barrel, which is very short, and then comes out of the barrel and has some angle that will land. You're trying to guess where it's going to land and trying to put fire it into a cup.
Once it leaves the end of, let's just say, the barrel, or leaves the tip of the Lego gun, then it will start accelerating. It would start technically accelerating downwards, and it would. Again, air friction is negligible in this case, or at least we found it to be so, that it would have a consistent horizontal velocity.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
why we could get it in the cup. That's why we were able to make that prediction.
Right. No, you're right. There's two dimensions. We have a falling, so it's going to acceleration downward.
We're doing projectile motion.
Which would be the same time as if you drop the item from the end of the gun, and then there's also the distance it goes in the distance, and that's going to be
I know this. Why are you explaining projectile motion to me?
That's not going to be a
I-
constant velocity, but it'll be close for you for a
Right.
short 3 or 4 meter with a 2 meter fire. I agree with that, but it is significant if you go any farther. Do you
For class, I did the
disagree that if you shoot
experiment.
it?
I don't know why you're explaining this to me as if it's like
What-
not something I did already.
Well, no. I mean, would you agree that if I shot it like 100 feet, that the drag coefficient and the drag and the acceleration in the horizontal plane would be actually deceleration, be less velocity than when it leaves the
Obviously, there's going to be less velocity because there is air friction. There's friction there, but I just said it's negligible in the case of what we did. It depends on what the material it is. It depends on how aerodynamic it is. It depends on how. I mean, there's obviously less
No,
air.
it doesn't depend on the material. It doesn't depend on the material. It depends on the frontal area and its drag
Distance.
coefficient and the fluid it's moving through. That's what it depends on, not what it's made out of.
You think all material would move through air the same way?
Exactly the same way.
That could be the case. We didn't learn about that. I didn't learn about that. So I
Well,
just assumed that would be the case. That depending on the material would change.
Why would the material? Why would you care about the material? Why would anyone care? Why would the physics?
I can explain what I thought because when you learn about friction when you learn about two solid objects, or you learn about friction not in air or whatever, then the coefficient of friction is dependent on the material. So that's why I assumed it would be the same case if you're moving through air.
Oh well, if you just kind of rearrange the question, the material would then change the surface qualities, which changes the drag. I said it's due to the drag coefficient of an object, regardless of its material. You can make a equally smooth steel ball as a equally smooth ball made out of plastic or bone or a rock or whatever.
I say you're wrong. I just tried to explain to you why I thought it would be the case the material matters. Because when we learned about friction on physical surfaces that are contacting each other, then the material does matter because it changes the coefficient of friction. That's why I thought the material moving through air would make a difference.
Oh, it's just the
That's
surface.
all I said.
It's the
Surface, yeah.
Surface qualities. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of right there, but I'm not trying to be pedantic. It's just when you talk about surface qualities, drag coefficient kind of encapsulates all that. What the drag will be its frontal area and its drag coefficient based on its shape. Its shape is really determines what it's going to have as far as a drag force at any velocity through any medium.
Yeah, because any actual physical surface is going to react to physical resistance. So,
Well, thank you for that, Emont.
You're welcome.
I still haven't disagreed with you. I'm just saying that's the reason I thought the material would matter. All I said.
No one's attacking you, bud.
Yeah, we just clarifying.
Are you guys figuring out why? Are you saying like why is there dimples in a golf ball? Is that what you were talking about?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I said what I thought would make a difference, and I said that there's always obviously going to be, you would say negative acceleration if you really want to get it right. You could say, well, there will always be negative acceleration as an object is moving through the air, right? But I said that it's just negligible in the case for the marble thing. We found it to be so.
Yeah, because it's a slow velocity and such a short distance. I don't think anyone here would disagree with you.
Well, they obviously disagree because they don't agree with basic physics. And when I say they, I don't mean you or Ren. I mean all the people who don't agree with basic physics in this chat room.
I agree with everything that happens in reality that we can see actually happen. 100%.
Yeah, so that's not at all what I just said.
And you did your acceleration downward based on the point at which it hit the contact of that mechanism, not the end of the barrel, which is interesting because that's going to throw off your parabolic flight of the object. Your trajectory is going to be it's got a straight point, and then now it's got a curve after it. It's got a curve. It's going to only only going to be able to go down when it leaves the barrel. So I'm trying to, like, in my mind, figure out why that worked for you. Because I obviously did the experiment and it worked, but I wonder how.
No, I did it. I think we did it in like two different equations, which was kind of funny. Because it was completely unnecessary. Because there is just simply one equation. We did it because our teacher didn't want us to like learn it in Like, I know there's one projectile motion equation that works in all cases, but since we did in like multiple scenarios, like being just pushed forward off a cliff, being shot in projectile motion from a cliff to a surface below, from below to above, we learned it separately in X and Y. So we did it in just X direction, and then we did it in Y direction. I think we did do acceleration in the Y direction, starting from the point of the gun and not from the inside, which was again funny, but
The end of the barrel.
yeah.
So hold on, I got a
Because
question.
all you would do is take it, as you probably know, you did, I think, you just take the velocity when it leaves the barrel. If that's the point, whatever that velocity is, then you just use the projectile equation to figure out where it's going to go. And you could ignore air density and just use gravity and your drag coefficient if you want to, and then you figure out where it's going to land.
I got a
Again, our
question.
teacher didn't just want us to use the one. I know there is just simply one projectile motion equation that encapsulates both dimensions, but he didn't want us to use that. Like he didn't teach us that way.
The dropping one is the easy one, right? That's just how fast is 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an easy calculation, right? If you're however high you are above the ground, that equation is just 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh yeah, right? I know. No, we had to use like kinematics. Like we had to use kinematics in a horizontal and a vertical plane. That's what I'm saying. I know there is one that encapsulates both, and even when you have
that's projectile, so the one that's projectile does encapsulate both.
That's what I'm saying. We didn't learn projectile motion using the one projectile motion equation. We learned it using the kinematics in two planes.
Oh yeah, so you created. He's probably getting you to derive the actual the single equation by.
Yes, that was the final thing that we had to do for that unit.
No, that makes sense.
So I got a question. So if there's a big mountain behind me, and I go to shoot a target, does the target get negated? Because even though it's close enough to be hit by the bullet, and I can hit a bullseye right at this many feet from me to there, I can hit it every time. Then I go move and stand with this big mountain behind me. Does that now stop the bullet from being able to hit the target it could always hit because gravity is going to affect that bullet back that way to me? It's a real big mountain. Remember, the biggest one we
Did you
got.
understand what he just? Can you repeat that? Because I honestly didn't follow.
Okay, the biggest mountain in the world, right? I'm not there yet. I shoot my target. I hit it every time. The bullet just barely hits the target. Like if I move this target a millimeter, it's not going to make it. But it hits every time right where I have it, right? Now I go stand by this mountain. The mountain's behind me, the biggest mountain we have. And I go to shoot the target where I know it's going to hit. Now, does this bullet not make it because of the gravity behind me of the big mountain? I want to test it. The
No,
mass
that doesn't
attraction.
even make sense because you have to admit
got
the
a
fact
question
that
too,
gravity
but-
was part of that equation when you're standing in front of the mountain.
I think it makes sense.
It doesn't make sense because he's trying
Yeah,
to say
because
that
the
gravity
plumb
didn't
bob
apply in one
supposedly
scenario,
affect.
but now it's going to apply in another scenario.
Yeah, plumb bob gets affected. A weight gets affected by supposed mountains. So a little bullet, right, that's moving, energy and the mass equals accelerate. So it's going to be massive bullet. So the massive bullet should be attracted more massively by the massive mountain. As the more energy is imparted into it to try to escape, it tries to pull back.
I don't think the sentence that you're saying doesn't make sense. In the
No,
first
it
time,
listen.
you're going to be.
But either
Energy
it makes sense,
built
but the
up
effect is
equals
so
mass.
small.
You guys
No,
are
it
saying
doesn't.
mass attracts mass. If I impart energy on something, is that more or less mass that's created when I move it?
It
No,
would
but
be
the thing that
So
you're not
now
acknowledging.
mass attracting mass should be greater, like the the Foucault's pendulum. How you say the Earth affects it, and you say the mass affects it. It just in the Cavendish too, the mass and the mass, a chicken wing and whatever, a mass, right?
Mhm.
So the mountain behind the bullet should make this bullet not be able to hit the target now.
Wait, why? Why do you think that's the case? Because I
Because
literally
you
don't understand why
claim,
you think it could be
no,
the
you
case.
claim that. I don't believe it.
What do
I
you think
think
I'm
it's dog
claiming? I
shit.
don't
But
understand the
someone
question you're
claims a
asking.
massive mountain is gonna make mass go towards.
Don't try to overthink what he's asking because he's always making a lot of nonsense.
Mountain is supposed
I
to
got a
move
question for
mass,
Zanuck.
right?
Yeah, Lion, ask your question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this real quick, and honestly, I don't know. Right? I don't even know what would happen in real life, but in a theoretical scenario, and let's not take drag into effect. Let's just forget about drag for a second, or the atmospheric conditions. Just
Bowling balls.
in a vacuum, right? In a vacuum, if you were to drop a bullet from the same height as you shot it, would they both hit the ground at the same time on a flat Earth? It's a hypothetical
Yes.
experiment.
Yes. Yeah.
I want Zanuck to answer this. or Tuakna.
And the only reason they don't do it on the Earth is because the centrifugal force that actually is going to make the bullet lighter by a small amount as it follows the curve.
Well, that was my following question. If you dropped a bullet and shot a bullet like a sniper, a 50 cal sniper bullet that went a mile, right?
Horizontal,
Would it hit the ground at the same time as the bullet that you dropped?
Yeah, but you'd have to shoot incredibly fast to make it shoot that far because it's got to be shot horizontally.
I get it.
Yeah, I saw a video where they actually did that. If I can find it, I'll show it to you. They filmed the bullet where it hit the ground and the bullet at the end of the barrel where they dropped it, and they did hit at the same exact time. There's actually a video where somebody did that experiment. If I can find it, I'll post it.
If you think about it, if you want to drop something that takes a second, I usually do just to make a point to people that want to ask this question, a half a second. Then you still have to think you have to go like a half a mile, and not take into consideration the curve of the Earth, it will hit the ground at the same time. It'll take a half a second. One will go half a mile, and one will just be dropped right into the into the ground. Or excuse me, I can't remember the actual distance, but it was something very very far. For half a second, something gonna.
Regardless of distance, right? Hold on, real quick. Regardless of distance, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
Well, no. Yeah.
Now, with that being said, it would happen on a flat Earth or on a globe, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Okay. Well, this is. Well, hold on. One guy's saying no. One guy's saying yes. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Why I say no. It doesn't make sense to say that would happen on a flat Earth because a flat Earth doesn't make sense. Like the statement.
Hey, hold on. We're living in a hypothetical.
No, it doesn't make sense.
I understand what you're saying because. Hold on. So to Arthur's point,
we can have something go 5,000. Oh my God, dude. Let me bridge the gap.
Literally, the globe is nonsense.
No. Let me bridge the gap here real quick because I understand what he's asking, and I think this might answer your question as well. If you could shoot something, 5,280 feet, that's a mile, right? And if you did it in a second, if you could shoot that distance in a second, so it's something like 3,000 miles an hour. If you could do that, then that would take a second to go a horizontal distance, right? If you dropped it that distance, it would take a second also. But we're talking about something being dropped like, 16, 20 feet. So we have to do some fraction of a second to see how far it goes at that incredible velocity. So, but the whole point is hinging upon the fact that you're having to shoot this thing horizontally, parallel to the ground. Now, if it's a curved Earth, you still got to be parallel, or you still have to be perpendicular to plumb as your level orientation. If you're doing that, both would hit the ground at the same time, minus the Yodvos effect, which is the curvature effect, which would make the bolt slightly lighter. And that slightly lighter would be enough to make it go farther. And that's why in artillery and in shooting guns, not only take that into account, you have to also look at the projectile equation because you're not shooting at level.
Wait, just really
That's
quick,
what I was going to bring up next because hold on. Let me
really quick.
Listen, I'm going to back
one
out.
thing, and then you can go really quick. The thing is, they won't acknowledge that altitude converges to the curve of the surface of the Earth. They don't think that's like they literally do not acknowledge this fact that altitude is it mirrors the surface of the Earth. So they don't think that they think altitude just means the same height above a flat surface. They don't understand that altitude can conform to a curved surface. It's issues here.
And then honestly,
hold on.
It doesn't matter, but I understand, but it doesn't matter though. The framework he was saying is the answer is yes. If he dropped it and shot it, they would hit the ground relatively at the same time. I understand what you're saying.
The bullet thinks for every reason, but the last thing I mentioned, the bullet thinks it's going over a flat surface. I mean, it truly does. It thinks it's flying level and it's that 16 feet or whatever it is. You're on a ladder and you drop it. But the reason it's not going to hit your target, and you would be able to test something like what you did with the Lego thing, you could try this and it doesn't work. Why am I constantly outdistancing this estimated target or hitting high on the target? Because it becomes lighter due to following the curvature of the Earth. That's the only thing that makes it lighter. And the only thing that's
before you get ahead of yourself, because that's why I wanted to break it down, because I was going to bring up the curvature of the Earth. And why wouldn't the drop right over distance affect the timing?
I told you.
This should not be a drop. Hold on.
Holy shit!
You're right, because it's curved.
Equidistant from
The
the center of
curvature of
gravity,
the
and you're
Earth
saying
makes the
hold on,
projectile
Hold on.
0.3% lighter if it's going 1,000 miles an hour, for example.
For
you know,
real,
real
I
quick,
understand on a flat Earth. I understand on a flat Earth how it would hit the ground at the same time, but I don't understand how on a globe Earth it would hit the ground at the same time.
Acknowledge altitude conforms to the surface of the Earth. They won't acknowledge that fact.
Well, Orca, how about this? Since you're kind of you're learning this kind of topic anyway,
It's
your
never
day-to-day
been
life.
proven.
Why don't we talk about shooting the bullet at the equator, the opposite
Altitude
direction of
does not
spin?
follow a curve.
So basically, this. Oh my God, DMOC, you are such a nightmare. It's already hard enough
No,
to
you're
talk to
not
everybody
making
here.
no
Not
sense.
because anyone's
You're
being
saying the
rude,
bullet
because you're just
drops.
making noise. You're just being
Yeah,
rude
no,
and
you're
noisy
making
in the
noise, you
background.
fucking idiot. Why don't you be quiet and you'll learn something? You said the bullet drops. How can it drop from its position and follow the curve of the Earth, which is fucking distant, which is no
Because there's
drop?
two dimensions, you idiot.
No drop or drop. You have
One is a drop.
here.
Why?
They're not
And the difference is
direct.
X.
They're
There's your answer.
vertical reality.
All right.
They won't.
But,
They won't acknowledge the altitude thing.
so if you were theoretically to shoot at the equator, shoot it westward, then you're going against the spin of the Earth. Basically, what's physics-wise, it's just going to drop straight down. So that you could do. You have to shoot it 1,000 miles an hour, the opposite direction of the spin, and then there would not be any centrifugal force acting on it, and then it would act as if it was shot on a plane, on a flat plane.
So you're saying the reason that the bullet travels farther,
or
not farther, but lands at the same time as the bullet that you drop, is because
Farther.
why?
It's farther because if you don't shoot on the equator against the spin of the Earth at exactly 1,000 miles an hour, which is the spin rate, so basically you're making this thing become inertial. It's just like it would be dropping, like you just drop it, and it would land at the ground exactly the same as it was on a flat Earth, and you shot that same bullet horizontally, 16 feet off the ground, for example. Because
Wouldn't you have to shoot it at the same rate the Earth is spinning, though?
Yes, that's what he said.
Against the spin
Oh,
rate.
okay, okay.
You get 1,000 miles an hour westward, it would just be like dropping the projectile straight down.
Because you're
Well, why would you have to go to
eliminating
the equator? You could be in like Texas and you're spinning at like 700 miles an hour. You get subsonic ammunition that's going to be less than the speed of sound. It's going to be going about that speed, right?
You could do there too, but it's a little bit of a trickier equation because it's not exactly perpendicular to its flight, the force of gravity. I mean, the centripetal
Curvature.
force. Yeah, the curvature. That's why I like using it. I mean, this is hypothetical. We're just talking hypothetical. He asked why this is going to happen. Why would
Just
it?
a fun
not-
experiment. Yeah, thought experiment.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
So if the Earth is curved, you shoot it. It's always going to hit high, and this is known in artillery manuals and in training that because of the Yo-Yo's effect, which makes the object lighter. And then they will explain it in different ways and make it seem like it's due to the curve, the bullet's not following the curve because it's falling away like you're shooting off of a mountaintop and it's hitting down at the lodge because it's down that you have all this distance to fall farther. That's not really what's happening. It's really about the object becoming lighter as it's following the curve. And then that all goes out the window when you start using the projectile equation because now you're not shooting perfectly horizontal or level. You're shooting up. You're shooting up now. Now it's a whole different set of equations.
Xanax, you're saying that the bullet becomes lighter?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that make it go farther and
Yeah.
make it not land and hit the ground at the same time?
You're right. Exactly. That's why it won't.
Exactly at the equator.
It's only if your equator shooting at west would that exactly happen.
And you're saying that it's gaining, or
speed
it's
of the Earth,
becoming
the
lighter, or
rotation.
gaining momentum? Is that
Yeah.
why it's becoming lighter? Because it's gaining momentum?
It's actually experiencing acceleration.
Right. So it's
upward.
gaining momentum because of the rotation of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
It's changing.
Oh, if
Yeah,
you're shooting
exactly.
with it, well, no, not. You can shoot it north and south, where that's not really regarding then you have a Coriolis effect, but let's not even go there. If you're shooting it north or south, you're not dealing with any of the spin, but you're still following the curvature. So this curvature will impart an acceleration upward on that projectile because it's following a curve, and by definition, any kind of rate of change of momentum would require a force. That force upward is going to be some value based on the the diameter of the Earth, and that is a force somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.03% upward or 0.3% upward. Its weight will be 0.3% lighter.
But just to be clear, somehow there's a conservation of momentum being transferred to the bullet, even though the bullet's not touching the
Conservation of
surface of the Earth.
momentum is just that.
Yeah, it's not that. It's not conservation of momentum. We're actually momentum's always conserved, and we're shooting it northward at 1,000 miles an hour. So its rate of curvature, this 8 inches per mile squared value you can roughly use, that tells you that it will have a little bit of force acting upward because it's making this it's forced to make this turn based on this centripetal force that's constantly changing its vector to the object. It's always straight down to the vector of the object. Perpendicular to plumb is the direction of its weight. Its weight is acting downward, and it's curving. Its angle is changing throughout its path. So that change of direction, which is called a change of velocity, will give it a force, and that very small force will make that bullet, the projectile, lighter, and that's why it goes farther. And that's why it hits higher on the target if you're aiming it.
Would it be in the same direction of gravity though?
Well, the gravity, which is changing, the direction is changing. The bullet is changing direction as well to follow the curve. The fact that it can follow the curve is because of the gravity changing.
That's what I'm saying. But why would like I get you're saying centripetal acceleration, the force that's keeping it in its curved motion, right, is going to be gravity in that case. But I don't understand why it would make it lighter if it's in the same direction of gravity, right? Isn't your technically it would both be in the, if you want to say that gravity is positive direction, wouldn't it make it technically heavier because now mg, your g is going to be greater? Well, that's not how you would have two different accelerating forces there, but wouldn't it be a greater vector for acceleration downwards?
Gravity is the same. Its weight is the same throughout its path, but it's being forced to curve. It's being forced to change direction because the gravitational vector is changing with every change in your x-axis. There's a change in the vector, which to keep its orientation perpendicular to plumb. But actually, it's also following a parabolic rate change as well. But for the most part, it is still roughly following a curve. And by making it follow the curve, it's having an acceleration called a centrifugal acceleration upward. That force is away from the ground. The only force acting down is the centripetal force, and so you can look at it two ways. Either the centripetal force is less, or the centripetal force is always the same, which it is. Weight is always the same, but there's a force acting outward, and that outward force is called the centrifugal acceleration.
You mean the bullet wants to maintain its initial velocity? That's okay.
No,
centrifugal force is a pseudo force, though.
No.
It's okay.
The bullet wants to maintain
real.
its initial velocity, but it has to conform to Earth's gravity, and it's going to have a change in its velocity vector. Is going to change direction in order to conform to Earth's gravity.
And that equals a force. Yes, and that equals a force. That small change in direction over 1,000 feet or 5,000 feet or however long you're shooting it is going to be a force acting upward on the object, making it lighter. Basically, it's an easy way to summarize it. It makes it lighter.
Why would it be acting upwards though?
Because it's following. Someone answer that? It's following a curved path because it's changing direction. It's changing direction. Anytime you have a rate of change of momentum, and momentum is force is a mass times the velocity, and the velocity is made up of the magnitude and the direction. If you only change the direction, then you change the velocity, which means you change the momentum. So that change of momentum is a force. That rate of change of momentum would equal a force that would be acting upward on the object. Upward, because it's just like a ball on a string. Same thing as the ball.
Affecting the vector, essentially.
So that change in momentum, if you're referring to the fact that the bullet would be kind of curving along with the Earth down because the gravity is pulling it down, it doesn't have anything to do with the centrifugal force. It's just an effect of gravity. Because gravity points down, so that vector of velocity will be pointing down over time, and the Earth also curves down.
You agree that we change if you're going to follow a curve, and that down is to the center of this spherical object that we can consider being the Earth. Then because it's changing, that change of the vector is what's going to cause the centrifugal force. Centrifugal force will be acting upward against it. It has to make a change. It's changing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a reason why in our theory, I don't want to tell this to any of the flat earthers that this is the way it is according to the model. If the ISS is flying around the Earth, it's because the centrifugal force is equaling its weight. That's the only reason that it flies, and that's the same reason the bullet is a little bit lighter when it follows the curve. The same exact reason. It's orbital mechanics.
It depends on the reference frame, right? If you're looking it from a reference frame where the Earth is stationary and the bullet is moving around the Earth, then there's no centrifugal force because centrifugal force is only in reference frames that are rotating.
No, we can.
If you have a reference frame where the bullet is stationary, then you will have both centrifugal and centripetal forces. They have to cancel each other out for the bullet to remain stationary.
But it's like saying that something doesn't. If you orbit the Earth, it doesn't matter how fast the Earth is spinning. You agree? If the Earth is spinning, it could be stationary or it could be spinning. It wouldn't matter to the ISS. It could care less whether the Earth is spinning or not. It's only staying in orbit because its weight is being offset by its centrifugal force.
No, it's staying in orbit because it's staying in orbit because there's the centripetal acceleration which points towards the center of the Earth, and that's gravity.
No, the weight. Yeah, you're agreeing. That made no sense. It has weight. We all agree it has weight. Why does it not fall to the Earth? Because it's making a curve. It's making a curved path, and that curved path at 17,000 miles gives it such a centrifugal force, centrifugal force, not centripetal force. The centrifugal.
The momentum. It wants to maintain. It wants to maintain a vertical velocity, but it has to be pulled towards. It's being pulled in circular motion because of Earth's gravity. Yes, I get that there's the resistance. I get that part. It's essentially just always falling around the Earth. But I don't get is why this wouldn't, for the bullet, why does it get slightly lighter as you say it?
Just like the ISS. Remember, you would agree the ISS is now weightless. It's lighter. It becomes lighter because it's going 17,000 miles an hour. It's going around the Earth at one revolution every 90 minutes. If you do the math on that, you'll develop the centrifugal force for any mass. Just do the simple centrifugal force equation, and you will get, wow, it happens to equal whatever that thing weighs. Whatever the mass is, it'll be equal to that at 17,000 for any mass. Any mass it'll be the mass. The force will be equal to its mass. That's why I think
I never learned a centrifugal force equation. Yeah, I just didn't know that.
So when you're saying that the centrifugal force is what's keeping it in orbit, which makes it not fall to the Earth, I think you have some kind of assumption that in order to keep that sideways vector that pushes it forward, you need some force, but you don't. If you already have that velocity, you're not going to lose it unless you have some force to decelerate it. That's just the second Newton law of motion. So if you already accelerated somewhere, if you already accelerated,
we had to get to that velocity. We knew we needed a force to get to there, but the force is equal to mass times the angular velocity times the radius. It's a real simple equation. Mass times the angular velocity times the radius. It's real simple. That's if you use that equation, take the mass of the ISS, get the angular velocity times the radius of altitude above the Earth, and it's not going to be much different versus surface. Only a few hundred miles an hour. So force equals the mass times the angular velocity times the radius. Angular velocity squared times the radius. So it has nothing to do with what you just said.
But that angular velocity is not the velocity of the object, it's the velocity of the reference frame relative to the inertial frame.
No.
It absolutely is.
No, you can look at these objects from any reference frame. Reference frames are just your observation point.
What was the effect called again? What was it called?
Oh, Zanuck is talking about reference frames again.
No, I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up. The force equals mass times angular acceleration.
You said it had a specific name in ballistics. What was it called?
The trajectory?
No. You said that the effect that the bullet gets lighter has a specific name.
Yodvos. The Yodvos effect.
Spell that?
EOTVOS.
That's a flat Earth killer, huh?
Well, there's some as Lisi would be told by Ricky Ricardo, got some splaining to do because that's what we measure. That's why things orbit. So that's why satellites fly. Could be a killer. But I don't want to go. I don't want to have that argument. We're just talking physics here.
Earth's rotation creates a centrifugal force that pushes objects away from the Earth's center. This force is more pronounced at the equator and decreases towards the poles. So should it be the reverse?
No, you looked it up. Yeah, it's 0.3%. So at the equator, you would weigh point, if you wanted to have a weightlifting competition and the weights were already measured someplace else, you'd want to have that competition for only to break a record or something at the equator, because it would be 0.3% less weight at the equator than it would be at the North Pole because of the spin of the Earth.
The mass doesn't change, the weight does.
Exactly. That's why you want to have the same whatever weight.
MC Toon did that experiment when he went to Antarctica, and he weighed himself several times on the way down there and showed his weight change.
There you go. People have already done this. In fact, there's a I think Wolfie, who no one really likes. He actually, or maybe someone else did it. They had a very, very sensitive scale which could measure tens of thousands of grams.
I think his density and buoyancy changed with latitude.
You're probably right. So
if I keep going down, will I keep losing weight? And I gotta lose like another 25 pounds.
You gotta move to.
You only got like a pound and a half or something, depending on how heavy you are. So he measured something on an airplane while you're going east, and then he used the exact same scale and the same weight going west. And lo and behold, when he was going west, it was heavier. When you're going east, because you're going with the spin, it was lighter. They measured that.
I don't see because of spin, but
it's not so much of spin. It's following the curve. It's all going over the curve, because it's all if you're weighing something on the Earth and it has a weight, what's already incorporated into its weight. If you're just sitting there, whether it's spinning or not.
Here's what it said. This is for an equation. What I found was your apparent weight is mass times gravity minus centrifugal force, which makes sense, right? Because it would be acting in different directions. And centrifugal force would be, I think, is that mass of the object, rotational velocity squared, and then R is your radius. And I guess as your R, would it be your R increases, then you feel lighter?
No, it'd be less. It'd be less speed, less force. Same force, less velocity.
Wait, but I thought you said it's the closer you are to the equator, your R would increase, and therefore your F centrifugal would increase.
That's not why that R is not what's changing here. We're talking about the R. We're talking about that R is only 20 miles different, or 20 miles different. I think at the equator versus the North Pole. That's not the difference in the equation here. In fact, that's why the orbital velocity is going to be close to the same at 120 miles up as it is at the surface. I think it's only 17,500 versus 17,600 on the surface of the Earth.
But so to like that real quick, like I understand you get this. The mass isn't changing, the weight is changing. And when you look at like when you shoot a rocket out, that's that you can see that aspect of what he's talking about, of the upward lift of the to get it to orbit.
Yeah, that's he's got. We talked about after the force is applied to get it to that velocity. Once they're at that velocity, whoever was talking the second time about the force, there was no more force. Now it's in free fall. It's just going whatever velocity. But it happens to be, if it's in a free fall and it has weight, which it still does, but the velocity is such that it has a centrifugal force which equals its weight, then it doesn't ever hit the ground. Commonly confused with the picture like this in the GIF that's in the chat right now, like you shoot something and it kind of like misses the Earth because it's going over a curve. That's really not what's happening. It's missing the Earth because it's equaling the rate of. It's actually equaling the rate. How I should put it? I think Neil deGrasse Tyson put it in a way that was kind of confusing. Actually, no, he's correct. He said that it's the velocity is now equaling the rate of change of the curve. The curvature rate is equaling this change of velocity, and that's why it continues to miss the Earth. Not that it's missing it because it's like curving away from it, but it kind of is that. I mean, it's a little confusing to think of it that way, I think.
I just don't get. I get the basic orbital mechanics, but I just don't get for this bullet example. I mean, I guess it would be literally the exact same thing, but I don't get why it's changing. I don't get why its change in velocity vector is being upwards and not as being downwards. Why would it
why if you scale it to just like how mass would be, like why would it not, just because it's smaller, essentially? Like why wouldn't it have the same properties of the ISS? You know what I mean?
When I think of the ISS, because I think of it in a super, I just think of it as it's always just in that orbital motion, right? And the way I think of it is more as literally it is missing the Earth, even though that's not the case. It is the fact that the change in the velocity matches. What'd you say? The change of velocity matches the rate of the curvature of the Earth.
Exceeds.
The way to look at it, yes.
For the bullet, as it's immediately decelerating once it leaves the tip of the gun. I don't get why, depending on where you are on the planet, it would for some reason become lighter, or it would appear to be lighter, or for some reason the velocity change would make it go up a little. I'm not getting the placement on Earth.
Using two concepts I kind of was talking. I know I talked kind of quickly about it, but one was just shooting it in north or south, and it would be following the curve of the Earth, and that curvature that the bullet takes, following this shape of the Earth, or following the curved path, would create a centrifugal force on the object, because the plumb line is actually changing with this object. So down is always down for the object, but it is still following a curve. So that is a centrifugal force, which is the outward force. Centrifugal means outward. The centripetal force is only its weight. The weight never changes, but the outward force does change. But then I gave you an example of shooting it at the equator going westward, where you equal the spin of the Earth. So you basically, instead of going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and it's somewhat lighter than it would be at the North Pole, you shoot it westward and it becomes inertial. Suddenly it would just drop straight down. It would not be following a curve. It wouldn't be following a curved path. Because in the inertial, someone mentioned reference frames. In the inertial reference frame, now it's falling straight down. The Earth's spun underneath it. So it didn't see any curve. It didn't experience any centrifugal force. It became inertial, so it lost weight.
Okay, now I get what you're saying. So now you're saying basically comparatively to if you shot it at the equator compared to if you went closer to the poles, since the fact that there is no centrifugal force acting on it, since it's not following a curve, since exactly at the equator, it's just going to be falling downwards, it would be, I guess, I don't know how you'd phrase it, not appear lighter, but it would slightly be moved upwards because of the centrifugal force that's created as it follows the curve of the Earth. But that doesn't exist at the equator because it's not following a curve.
Well, if you shot it eastward, it would follow the curve, and it would be even faster, so it would become even lighter than whatever it was before it was shot. If you shot it westward, it becomes heavier, but actually because it becomes its real weight, because the Earth's spin is not involved anymore, because you're matching your spin at 1,000 miles an hour. So you shot it at 1,400 feet per second or something, and it just would fall straight down, exactly like it would fall for that same exact distance over the surface of a flat Earth. That's the only time it would actually be correct, because you think about it, you're just dropping it, because the Earth would just be spinning underneath it. You're forcing that projectile to not follow the curve of the Earth that is actually spinning before it took off. It is just, if you looked at it from the sun, you just see this bullet shot out of a gun, kind of like the guy think about the guy that jumps out of the car at 25 miles an hour, that is shot out at 25 miles an hour.
Just drops,
just drops straight down. That's what you'd be doing on the Earth, shooting westward at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour. Same thing. You're just tossed out of the back of a pickup truck and just go straight down.
The only thing that's messing with me is because I think of this as in terms of I think of it as in terms of momentum. So the reason that the bullet has a centrifugal force is because that it wants to maintain the velocity vector it had as it had its initial acceleration, and the Earth is trying to pull it against the initial velocity vector, and that's what creates. I think of it as like a car turning. That's what I think of it as in terms of.
Yeah, it's exactly a car turning. You're forcing it to make a turn around its surface, and that is a force that's acting outward, just like the car, just like what I'm talking about with the bullet wanting to go straight, and it's forced to go downward because of the changing vector of gravity, and so the force is outward, so it makes the bullet lighter, and that's why the same reason why things orbit. You go fast enough, and the centrifugal force equals its weight, and then it never hits the Earth. It just keeps on going.
What this conversation made me realize is actually that there would be a huge discrepancy between the dynamics of flat Earth and the globe Earth. So let's say there is no gravity for simplification. So when you shoot a bullet, it will just infinitely go in a straight line without falling. If you do this on a globe horizontally, it will still be going up and up because the Earth is curving beneath it. And even though in space it's going in a straight line, if you measure its height relative to the surface, its height will be greater and greater over distance because the surface is curving underneath it. But on flat Earth, it wouldn't be doing that because the surface would be parallel to the trajectory of that bullet. So if you wanted to translate the coordinates, the height from the globe to the flat Earth, when you straighten up that surface of the Earth, the trajectory of the bullet would also have to go up. So it will basically be magically going up for absolutely no reason. So on flat Earth, in order to make it equivalent with the globe, you will have to have some magical upward force, which for some reason would be proportional to the speed. And if something is going enough fast to the point where it would be making a full orbit around the Earth, that upward force would have to be perfectly countering the downward force of gravity. If that makes sense.
No, I don't think it did.
Yeah, once you remove gravity and have just empty styrofoam ball Earth that has no mass, very little mass. Yeah, you're right. You shoot it, it goes straight off into the space, like it's a tangent. You're shooting a tangent. And if you have a flat object or a flat world where there's no gravity, things are weightless, then yeah, it would just parallel the surface and go on to infinity that way.
Yeah, but if you assume the globe is the actual real one, then you want to hypothetically translate those coordinates, this height that you measure, onto a flat surface, then that wouldn't be a straight trajectory anymore of that bullet. It would be just going up over distance.
That's why I use the scenario where you're shooting against the spin of the Earth, where it becomes almost like just, that's why it would be the same as on a flat Earth versus a round Earth. Shooting a bullet at the equator westward, it would take the exact amount of time on a flat versus a round Earth, because there's no Yodvos effect, there's no centrifugal force acting on it. It's just its weight. And just like on a flat Earth, it has just its weight. So you drop it, it hits in, if it's 16 feet up, and it hits like the ground in a half a second because it's going, was that 2,500 miles an hour, 2,500 feet per second. Just somewhat conceivable. If both were shot at 2,500 feet per second, the one bullet drops. No, sorry, 5,000, because at half a second is half the distance. So 5,000 feet per second, 5280 feet per second, in a half a second, it hits the ground.
But a flat Earth isn't spinning or moving.
At 16 feet, which is half the distance. So it's half a second, it goes 16 feet.
The flat Earth has weight, but not a center of gravity thing.
And we shoot it westward, and it also lands in a half a second, but it's half a mile away.
I don't understand how you could ever compare how a bullet works on flat Earth that's not moving and not a ball and no gravity like that, compared to a gravity thing with all the stuff that you just made up.
You said it sounds like an actual point, but to what it sounds like me is like, how are you comparing reality with fantasy, which I kind of agree with.
There's kind of no way to make it equivalent. Plane.
You don't have a round ball spinning that you can shoot little bullets from and test them versus a flat thing that's sitting there that's not moving and not doing all your crazy garbage.
That's why when you have water is all curved.
No, you need a ball and a flat.
That's why you go 30,000 feet and you have the sun and the horizon below level by 3 degrees. That's the shape of the Earth.
We're not talking about nothing else but a ball, physics of a spinning ball versus a flat thing that's not moving.
Even in fantasy, like anime or whatever, whenever they have artillery or anything like that, nobody's ever doing any Earth curve calculations or Earth rotation calculations. Even in fantasy, this never comes up.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Are you
trying to use fantasy?
Have you seen Attack on Titan?
Are you serious?
He's
seriously
trolling,
make that statement?
No, he's trolling.
But Attack on Titan world is a globe.
Who stops and does the Coriolis in a movie? Show us it.
I'd like to see it.
The math.
You want to learn the math for the Coriolis effect?
No, I want to see you do it.
I don't know the math for the Coriolis effect.
Then be
I
quiet.
mean, I'll totally learn.
Who's done it in a movie was my question. Listen up, please.
No one.
Okay.
Like, do you mean like shooting the movie, or like do you mean like?
No, I mean
like,
in the movie when the guys are in the war, in the middle of war, saving Private Ryan, who stops and gets out their pen and their calculator and says, "We're on a ball, gentlemen. I hope you understand this." Oh, I'm dead, Captain. I got hit in
would
the
you want to
helmet.
watch a movie that does that?
Well, they go to school
If it's
prior.
supposed to be real, it would have to do that.
But
It would
would you
have
want to watch a movie that does
portray
that?
somebody in the heat of battle having
Well,
to
what
make a
happens is-
calculation to save all the troops by shooting that one enemy that's killing everybody.
Would you
Yes,
want to
sir.
watch a movie that does that?
They don't
Would you
do it
want to
in
watch a
movies.
movie?
They don't do
You
it.
would
what
have
happens?
to.
But
It
in
should
real
only
life,
be the
what
part-
happens is when real life, what happens is people are educated prior to that moment to make those adjustments. They already know to factor in the Earth curve and things like that.
Yeah, like actually, would you want to watch
the
a movie
gunner
that does that?
sergeants? They're the people who do the crew.
They factor in an Earth curve?
Yeah, they learn that. They truly learn that.
So,
And
so right
the
before you
military.
take your shot, you yell out, "Earth curve, don't forget."
Nope. Nope. You wouldn't do that. That would be
So
really
you
stupid.
don't say anything about an Earth curve.
You don't have to because everyone
Why
there
would
is.
you? It doesn't exist.
You would use it and factor in to hit the enemy.
No,
So this
you
is the
wouldn't.
thing.
Not a
If
flat
you
earther.
and I,
Flat earther would never yell that out.
How about this? How about this? We can go to war, you and I, and we can shoot
Yeah, and I'll
artillery
never
at each
yell out
other.
Earth curve.
You don't use Earth curve and let
Never
me
have.
use Earth curve. Will you
Never
agree to
have.
those terms?
How would I even do that?
To those terms?
How do you use Earth curve up close and personal? Tell me right now. My
Did we
front
talk?
yard, how do I use it?
Were we talking up close and
To make the Earth curve in my front yard, how do I use it? The physical thing we're talking about.
You could use it to defend your front yard from people trying to attack you
How
from
do
a
I
distance.
make it? Step one, how do I make an Earth curve? What do I do to start out?
Make a moat.
No, I want to make an Earth curve out of physical dirt. I don't want to fucking dig holes. I want to make an actual Earth curve, start to finish, A to B, where the first starting part is 8 inches higher than the end starting point of a mile of dirt. How do I do?
Just pile it up in the exact measurements that you're talking about.
Now, where have the
Well,
Globers
the
done
first
this
thing you
with
do,
True on a
D-Mock, is
ball?
you yell Earth curve really loud.
So where have the Globers done this with material to prove that they live on a curve that everybody can take a look at, film it, side view, front view, put materials on it, put altimeters on it, put plumb bobs on
You
it?
should like this answer. God did that for us.
It started
In
in a
whose
lab, and
backyard?
we had this bucket, and we put Earth curve in the bucket in the lab, and then unfortunately it got out, and now the whole Earth is curved.
At
So
130,000
the thing you
feet.
can't produce is the thing that you believe in.
No,
like a religion.
no. You asked me a question.
A
I said,
religious Earth
God
curve, 8
did
inch high
that.
dirt,
God did that
8
for
inch
us.
mile stacks
God
of
did
water.
that for us. God did that
No,
for
he
us.
didn't. God did
Yes,
not
he did.
stack water on a hill at 8 inches high.
God
He
made
never
the
did
earth a
that.
globe, so God did that for
No,
us.
I asked you to produce that dirt for us. Now you can pour the water on top and it should stack 8 inches high. Please. It should stack about a mile high to be exact. Or 7, like an ocean.
Okay, so what am I
Isn't there a
doing again?
7-mile deep stacked ocean on
I'm
some dirt
piling up.
somewhere?
I'm piling up some dirt, and then I'm pouring water on top of it.
Yeah, it needs to stack about 8 inches high.
I need to stack the dirt or the water.
The water, the dirt and the water.
So how much water do I have? And
Afterwards, stack some air on it.
how much water do I have? How much water do I have?
8 inches worth.
I have
Deep.
8 inches worth of water. I don't
8
think I could
inches
do
deep
that
for a
on
mile.
a globe because there's gravity.
There's also gas pressure and low temperature.
The Earth is also made up of dead bodies.
I heard that, like the ancient Nordic stuff. Like they say the mountains are made from the gods or some shit.
Yeah. The world serpent.
Then there'd be like a Zeus mountain or Quetzalcoatl mountain.
Olympus?
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe it.
I think Quetzalcoatl's in the United States. That's why the Aztecs, or those people were into it.
Feathered serpent gods. What were they smoking?
Yeah, a lot of reptile worship, and it's kind of weird that like a dragon is the only animal that would
cook its food like naturally, and we got people cooking food, even though it's obviously detrimental. It's like, why are you doing that? It goes back to dragon worship.
So cooking my bacon goes back to dragon worship.
Yep.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Well, I cooked my bacon thoroughly today. I made sure it got way above 300 degrees.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
What do you think? I should go like 450 or something?
I think you should eat it raw.
Oh no, bro, I can't do that.
You know, I heard that in Germany, like Nazi Germany, that was the country that ate the most like raw meats, raw cheese, like raw dairy, and you know, it was like the strongest nation that almost took over the world. Guess they don't want people doing that.
The Yahtzees, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind eating seared steak, but I don't know if I could eat raw steak. I'd have to be pretty fucking hungry.
If you try it, it's not as bad as you would think.
I don't know, man. It sure tastes good with some Danos and some Slap Yo Mama on it. And a good sear.
Well, they're saying that an altimeter follows a horizontal line and doesn't change. I agree. That's proof of flat Earth. They're supposed to prove on their clump of dirt from point A to point B, the altimeter dropping doesn't drop. It has no drop, according to their claim. So on this tool called an elevation reading tool, it would prove that the dirt would curve. That's how it's working. And then the earth, and then gravity was sticking it to something, and it would say 0, 0 as it dropped, equidistant to the center of whatever you claim gravity is. That would keep the altimeter and prove the garbage you guys are saying, a curved line having no change of rate of slope. That's what you guys are fucking claiming in reality right now. To every physical reality of every hill everywhere on this earth. That's what you guys are claiming. No change of rate of slope. The definition for a fucking slope is the rate of change. A horizontal is no rate of change. So now what you live on is the thing that actually follows no rate of change. So go out, gentlemen, make a horizontal line, and then make that earth dirt curve underneath it. We'll wait. Until you do that, you've got fuck all. Nothing.
The module never change. You have a 0 rate of.
A horizontal won't, we know. But your earth curve that drops,
No,
how do you know
Demo.
it drops
No,
without an
Demo.
altimeter? How you
No,
reading
because
a drop
Demo.
of earth? What are you doing
No,
it with?
they're gonna look at lights in the sky.
Nope, ain't gonna help you. We got a tool called an altimeter. We're gonna look at the numbers on it. What, you don't trust them? You don't trust your earth curve, air, atmosphere, dirt, water, gravity? Damn, you don't trust your equipotential to present itself in physical reality, boys? Don't run from this. This will make me a glober if it says 0 from point A all the way to point B. You put about 50 of them, 100 of them, whatever you want to do. Put them in front of each other. Take them after you get the reading, then put them in front. Get 5 of them. Start with 5. Put them a distance away. If they all read 0 along the horizontal, good to go. Keep going till the end. Now do your earth curve underneath it. Now, if you see one change in it, done for, no globe, gono, bucko.
And that there's a Demakian takedown. Notice the silence. Hey, what about cooking cheese, bro? You ever cook some cheddar and like wrapped it around a pickle when it got crispy? Man, that shit is good, bro.
Yes. On the pizza, yes.
I have done that. I've eaten cooked cheese before, but cheese and milk, any dairy products really, when they're cooked, are far more toxic than cooked meat. And it's because of the mineral content, they're very mineral dense. And it's like the body is, like a machine that runs on metals and minerals and stuff. When you cook those, they become cauterized and actually accumulate in the tissue like toxins, basically.
Oh shit.
That's why there's a documentary about milk and these countries that drink the most milk have the most osteoporosis, like the Scandinavian countries, but they're drinking pasteurized milk, and essentially your body will leach calcium from your bones to bind with and arrest toxic cauterized calcium that you would get from cooked milk. But if it's raw, then it would be the best way to like regenerate bone is like raw milk, raw cheese.
Well, the government told us that raw milk is dangerous. We should always not trust our governments.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about these is it's the most healing, like raw food. It's basically the only way to detoxify vaccines within your lifetime is with raw cheese. It's the only way to do it. That's why they don't want people to have raw milk.
And white monster drinks.
What?
Never mind.
White monster.
You won't understand.
Okay. Another thing with the pasteurized dairy is like it's been shown that that's like the number one thing that causes like skeletal deformities. Like if you're not getting good minerals, you're getting toxic minerals as you're developing. It will cause your skeleton to become like deformed essentially, or malformed. And they've reversed Down syndrome with people. Like basically Down syndrome is just a skeletal deformity, and people have expanded. It's called a palatal expansion device. They've taken people with like Down syndrome and expanded their jaw, and like significantly reversed the Down syndrome. So, I mean, people are retarded because they drink pasteurized milk, essentially.
Yeah.
PhD Blub, have you heard the connection to osteoporosis and the consumption of dairy products? Do you think there's anything to that?
Yeah, I just said it's with pasteurized dairy. It's because the minerals in pasteurized dairy are toxic, so you have to leach minerals from your bones to arrest those toxic minerals.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think the term they used was hyperacidity or hyperacidosis.
Yeah.
So the body has to. Yeah.
Any pH imbalance, the body's going to leach something.
PhD Blub, if you don't mind me asking, during 2020, were you did you ever feel threatened by what was going on, or what were your thoughts, if you don't mind me asking?
I was like scared that all the people around me believed it. I was like, oh shit, these people are all retarded and they believe the news. And I was like, oh fuck, like that's not good. But obviously, I didn't believe what they were saying.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, if you're in the middle of something,
No, it's okay. I was just gonna make a statement, but yeah, feel free.
Eden, I was gonna ask you, if we saw that all the NASA footage was real and they actually, if we actually saw that the NASA footage was real, would you be more likely to believe the globe?
Yes.
Okay. Well, because you asked me a similar flat Earth question, so I was like,
Yeah,
maybe
feel
the
free.
NASA footage is real, but it's it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, the whole thing about the NASA imagery, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I remember people recounting, or Rob Skiba himself recounting, he was able to go to NASA's website, download an image, analyze it, and find anomalies. And then, which case now, if we try to do the same thing, we won't be able to find it, as if they're trying to correct what people have found. Have you heard about that?
They've been dancing to that tune of our drum for a long time.
Well, they always say we lost the technology to go back to the moon, so it's it's always a little confusing.
So we will never tell if it's counterfeit or not because they lost that technology. So it's not repeatable that we can capture the Earth as an object in space and take a picture of a hemisphere.
Yeah, I mean, it's really weird that they can go to the moon once, but they can't go back. Like, it kind of makes me believe they never went in the first place.
Well, they went more than once, allegedly.
Or there's another possibility. They went to the moon, but this hypothetical truth is different than any other model that we're talking about.
I know what
And-
really happened.
Yeah, what happened?
They went there once, figured out it was made out of the best kind of cheese, and they wanted to keep people from eating the best kind of cheese because cheese is good for you.
I heard that too.
That makes more sense than anything that you would seriously believe. What
It
about
is a
the
cheesy
thing with
story.
Katy Perry?
Go ahead.
Yes, it is. What about the thing with Katy Perry where they just opened the door and like they weren't supposed to? Like they didn't even. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but they had to act like Jeff Bezos was going to go over to the door and like open it up.
What was up with that? I saw that too.
It's fake as fuck. That's what's up with it.
No, it's
Yeah,
just
I mean, but
TV
did they-
moment. It was a moment they wanted to catch it on film with him opening
Yeah,
the
the
door.
whole thing is a TV moment.
Propaganda. Marketing.
Programming also.
Programming. Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
PSYOP.
Yeah, America's got the high ground. We landed on the moon. That makes us supreme, not superior, but supreme.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it the high ground, it's the final frontier of ground, basically.
And it was the final experiment, right? It was the capstone of science, supposedly. The first time in the history of mankind we were far enough away to see it from space with our own eyes.
Yeah, like that was probably like the final experiment of the 1960s. Like there was probably a bunch of flat earthers who were like, "Oh, maybe it is
there
a
was.
globe." Like,
There
you know,
was, for sure.
maybe when they went to the moon, maybe that's when flat earth started dying after they started faking that.
It's funny you say that because I had a video on my channel way back in the day where I met a 83-year-old farmer and his 81-year-old wife, and I asked him, do you remember the flat earth debate? And they automatically go, oh yeah, those stupid flat earthers, blah, blah, blah. And I said, when did it stop? And they were like, well, I don't know, but I do remember the debate. It happened all the time. I said, did it happen around the 60s and 70s? And they were like, oh, yeah, I wonder what happened then. I was like, oh, the moon landing. So they remember the flat earth debate in their lifetime.
I wonder if they had
Wow.
Discord back then.
A different type. Probably in the university hall where they would debate it, or out front.
There was actually schools in the 1800s that would actually teach that the earth is flat.
That's right.
That's interesting. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and I don't remember the flat earth debate. Not one word about it.
You grew up in the 50s, so you were born in the 40s?
Didn't you,
I
Blue?
was born in 1950.
You saw Saturn V
Okay.
launch live, didn't you, Blue?
Yeah, I saw Apollo 11 launch live.
I do have a question about Katie that unbuttoned the hatches. Is the dispute or the complaint that it's implausible that she would have opened the door from the inside when she had been previously told not to, or is the argument being made that it is impossible to open the door from the inside?
No, the argument is that they pretended that Jeff Bezos was opening the door, so that lets us, know that it's like more like showbiz rather than, actual reality. So if you can't see that and you think that everything's on the up and up, that's great, that's fine. But I think it's really fucking weird that they were like, "Oh, shut the door! It's not time yet. Jeff's got to bring the tool," and then the door wasn't shut, and he's like pretending to open it with a tool. I mean, that's weird.
Well, it
right?
is okay.
Understatement.
It's just incredulity that they could have also been trying to make a bit of a show out of a real flight.
What if the whole thing was like a show?
Yeah, I'm not saying the whole thing is fake because they fucked around with the door. I'm just saying it's fucking weird.
Yeah, like why don't they just make the flight the show? Why do they have to make a show out of opening the door? Don't you think that's weird?
I mean, I don't think I would have been that vain to make the people close the door back up so that I could open it, but a lot of people are, and
dude, you're so vain.
Open the door for the lady.
And he's trying to sell rides, and so he's trying to promote his his brand and everything.
You think he's trying to sell rides?
I mean, all they did was shoot a rocket straight up, however high they went, and it came back down. What's the big deal? Why couldn't they
Flat Earth prediction? That's Flat Earth prediction. What goes up must come down.
Yeah, but why? I mean, why does it have to be fake? Why does it have to be not real? Because they can't go.
I didn't say it was fake. I didn't say that. They probably went up horizontally and came back down. But it's kind of weird that they did that little.
Went up horizontally. What? Yeah, horizontally.
They went up and came back down. Did I misspeak or something? I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, horizontal that way doesn't increase in elevation. Only the vertical from the horizontal does. Yeah, I think you did a little bit.
Did I say they went up horizontal? I think that's what I said.
Sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Okay, you're good.
But maybe they did go up. I don't fucking know.
No,
I wasn't there.
Did. That's what I've been trying to get them to prove, Hank, that they can hit the cloud. Start at 5 foot high and then go horizontally and hit the clouds. The ones they say that are bending around us, the ones that say are curving with the air and everything else. So hit them that way, but only start at 5 foot, go straight out to them, and then you're at 35,000 feet to clouds. Globe proven. Everybody can go home.
But sir, we have planes that can fly that high.
Listen, what high is only on flat Earth until you horizontally start at 5 feet and go along a horizontal line, not vertical, Dumbo.
He's saying if the Earth is curved, if you start off horizontal and you go perfectly straight, you should end up in the clouds. If the Earth is curved, because it should curve down as you're going straight.
Yeah, start at 5 foot, keep going along that 5 foot line. It should become 35,000 foot as you hit the clouds.
You will.
What, you can't hit clouds?
Why would anyone do that, Dominic?
Well, the thing is, the air
live
pressure.
on a globe. Why would you keep doing flat Earth stuff to prove a globe?
Well, because Demek, you can get a theodolite. No, Demek, you can get a theodolite. Shut up! No, Demek, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Demek. You can get a theodolite.
Something that cannot be done on flat Earth.
Shut the fuck up.
Supposedly, your clouds can't be done on flat Earth. That's not how flat Earth clouds work.
You can get a theodolite, and you can travel out using your eyes.
Away.
You can look out 5
They never go 5 foot high.
And then you can look out
5 foot.
Audio chaos. Audio
if he can't stop talking, I'm just going to leave him muted. You can look out and you can see a flat line.
You can't do that.
Goes to yes,
no,
you can.
You can't.
Why?
No, because it creates audio chaos and makes it shitty for everybody in the room if you do that.
Well, he's doing it.
I get that. I get that. But my point is like somebody has to. There's audio chaos. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, tell Demek to shut the fuck up and listen.
No, you say
you don't have to be
fuck up
like,
is not a
"You don't have to be
conversation.
big." Oh my god. Done.
All right, you can get a theodolite and you can look out and you can see a horizontal line,
No, I'm
and you
not.
can
I got
see that
elevation
it goes progressively further and further above the
You don't
horizon
have a
the
horizontal
further
line.
you look. This is what Demek is asking us to show, and this is exactly what you can show using a theodolite.
No, it's not, retard. I told you to go make the dirt 8 inches drop from point A to point B, and then put your
Okay,
elevation
no,
tools on there.
Democ,
I don't trust
Democ,
you getting high and
Democ,
smoking out of a bong and
Democ,
looking through it.
Democ,
Theatle
I'm modding.
bonger.
Democ.
Go smoke your Theatle bong
Stop.
somewhere else.
Democ. Stop
What on
calling people retards. Just don't
That's
do
a
it.
Theatle bonger.
May I speak, please? So
Yeah.
the reason that doesn't work is because the air pressure actually decreases, so the plane would naturally fall.
You're supposed to prove that by going horizontal and hitting clouds. Then it's gonna
Okay,
fall with the
he's not
clouds,
listening.
right?
Demog, stop gatekeeping yourself, man.
So it's gonna
Yeah.
fall with the clouds. That
Someone
it
just
doesn't
mute
hit,
this
right?
guy. He never listens.
So now
Like,
it can't get to the clouds, right? So
Why does Demek even have voice pens, honestly?
Because he's not always like that. Oftentimes he has really good conversation, but sometimes he does go off the rails. That's we've known Democ for a long time.
Yo, if there's no conversations, let's free Demok though.
That's right.
I know it's
mean,
tough, but
yeah,
I
we
mean,
want,
it
we
is
want
what it
some
is.
more of you guys. We want some more of you guys going into the clouds. Come on, man.
Demok, you're irresistible, bro. You just gotta
creature.
You gotta learn to give and take sometimes. But
Why don't you want us to get high? I love going
We
to the
do want
clouds
some
and
more of
getting
that
high.
Demok though.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, bro.
We love it when you guys bullshit us.
I mean, everybody can get a theodolite and look out flat. Anyone who says that you can't
Yeah.
has just never done it.
What's your point? What's your point? It goes out
Well,
and
my
hits
point
the
is
clouds,
that the
right?
horizon is
Hits the
below
clouds.
eye level. Well, it's below eye level. Clouds are not. It's below eye level. And the higher you go, the further below eye level it is. You can go up a tall mountain. You can watch sunrise. Sun is well below eye level. That is impossible on a flat plane. How could the sun be below you?
We don't ever see that on your ball, though. We only see it on the flat
we
earth.
do. No.
Well,
You
not
see this on a ball.
possible. No, this is
Hang on. Saying it's not possible is ridiculous because there is no possible way on a flat surface that a sun that is above you is below you at any point. If the sun is above you, it is
How'd
above
you
you.
get that?
Because
Where you get to below?
Well, because what do you mean? Where'd you get the below? You just said that you never see that on a globe, but you do. You do see it below you. Okay, if you go in a plane or a tall mountain or any tall structure, and you look at sunrise over the ocean, the sunrise angle is below you. You look down towards the sunrise.
Right.
That is impossible on a flat surface unless the sun is below you.
What? No. Well, it is below you. It's further
How
out.
can it be below?
But
further out, no. Further out does not make it below you.
Dude.
Globbers who say that, it's like they don't understand upwards refraction will make things appear lower than it actually is. So if flat Earth has if flat Earth has it, okay, fuck it, it is what it is.
Yeah,
It's not
it is.
refraction. I mean, claiming refraction.
Good try, though.
It's your eyeballs, dude. I mean, come on.
No eyeballs.
No, it's just angle, dude. Angle.
Yeah, angle.
Yeah.
It's
So it appears the sun is below you. It appears below you. It's not. See, like if you tried to catch it, it would be over your head if you did catch it. It's like you guys don't do logic.
No. You're skipping an enormous point here. The sun
Real quick, I
appears
think the
below
whole
you.
topic, this whole topic's over all of our heads. I mean, it's pretty lit, guys.
Pretty lit.
It's over a lot of fucking ballers' heads. No fucking doubt about
Steve, hang
that.
on. Steve, how can you demonstrate to me with a picture or any sort of mathematics or anything how the sun can be below you at sunrise? How can that possibly be the case on a flat plane?
Same way the streetlights get below me when they get out far enough.
No, they don't. Demonstrate that.
Yes,
They
they
do.
do.
Streetlights? No, they don't do.
It appears.
Show me. Show me.
You guys
So-
don't understand appear and assume. I've
So-
assumed this about everything in my life.
Steve, perspective will bring everything down to your vanishing point, but no lower. It will bring the ground up and the sky down, so it won't bring it below you.
Yeah, exactly. But below, what you're claiming below is not what I call below. It's the vanishing point.
But no. But there is no what you call below. You don't get your own definition of below.
I don't get my own. That's what I'm saying. Exactly right. Neither do you.
So what I'm calling below is below the horizontal eye level. So you draw at a level of 0 degrees, no inclination, no declination, straight out at 0 degrees. The sun is below that level.
No,
How can that be possible? Yes, it is. No, it doesn't disappear. At sunrise, the sun does not disappear. The sunrise is rising.
No, it disappears
and it is
through
below.
your eyeballs. I mean, what are you talking about? I watch it
No, it
disappear every day.
No, and not at sunrise. You don't. At sunrise.
Okay, now it's coming the other way. Okay, now you switch. Make up your mind.
No, I've never switched. I've said sunrise from the beginning. At sunrise.
Okay, well, now it's rising up, coming up from. Yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how?
But
But
it's
it
not
should not
below
be
my
coming
eyes.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but
a
it is.
term.
It is, Steve. It is, Steve.
It's
It
a
is
term.
below your eyes.
No, it isn't.
It's not a term. It is physically below your eyes, Steve. It is.
You don't understand your eyeballs, dude.
I do, Steve. What you're doing is you're just saying no, and what I'm saying
I'm not
is
saying
there have
no.
been people-
We're talking about factual things with your eyeballs, how they work, how
this is not
light
about
works. We're
eyeballs.
talking about how. No, we're talking about light.
What we're talking about
We're
is a
talking about
camera.
light.
We're not talking about eyes. I'm
No,
not measuring
light.
this
We're
with my
talking.
eyes.
Yes,
I'm measuring
we
this
are.
with a theodolite.
I mean, what
or
are you
with-
talking about? I'm talking about light.
First, you're talking about light. Then you're talking about eyeballs. I don't know what you're
that's
talking
the
about.
topic. That you're trying to convince me light is below my feet out there. The thing that produces light. You're trying to convince
Think
me
about
it's below my
Think
feet.
about it. Think about it this way, Steve. You can have low. Okay, the clouds are obviously under the sun because it's a cloudy day right now and I can't see the sun. Yet at sunset and at sunrise, the sun can shine up from below the clouds and hit the underneath of the clouds, just like the picture that was posted. This is a demonstration that the light is coming from below the clouds. That is not possible on a flat Earth.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do me a demonstration using a mathematical or physical model.
Rick, are you a Satanist?
Do you understand how upwards refraction works? Do you understand how upwards refraction makes things appear lower than it actually is?
Okay, so what's the refraction? How much would the refraction be?
In a hypothetical flat Earth setup where there's a systemic universal wide upwards refraction. So I don't want to get into that, but just if there's a systemic universal wide, if you suck out all the atmosphere, even in a vacuum, light in this setup would have to bend, and it would bend in a flat Earth at the rate of the curvature of the Earth that we currently know. Okay, so this would have to be happening regardless of the atmosphere, and when you and this initial thing creates the curved light, and then if you throw in atmosphere, it'll just warp and modify that initial curved light. But what we have is an initial curved upward refracted light in flat Earth system wide, and this upwards refracted light, the sun's light beam to the observer would be upwards refracted. And as the sun gets further and further away from the observer, to the observer, the ultimate incident angle of the light being registered in your eye would be lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, giving you the bottoming out effect, giving you cities cut in half, boats cut in half, sun setting, star setting, and the opposite being the rising. That's how it works in concave Earth. Flat Earth needs something like that. Too bad no one in the community would ever tell you something like this. That's all. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So can you give me a drawing or a physical or mathematical model that shows the sun refracting upwards to hit the underside of clouds? because what you're talking about isn't just the curving. You're talking about doing like a 180. Like it's got to be coming from like up high, down low, and then back up high. And I just want to see
when did you prove sunlight hits the bottom of clouds?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a little.
There's a photo of it in chat, bro. You can just look at it.
I'm looking for that specific.
Yeah,
hold on.
I can't. I don't know where it's at.
Scroll up like 3 times.
Sounds like bullshit though.
All right, I found it. I posted the photo.
It's a well-documented phenomenon, sir.
Basically, look. Okay.
I don't know what the hell you're talking.
We're sticking to flat Earth because I know you guys don't care about concave Earth. It is what it is. So this flat Earth one I posted, it would have to work this way. This isn't proof. This is nothing. It would have to work this way or something like this. The light from the sun is upwards refracted. By the way, this is a quick tidbit. The difference between an upward refracted curve and a downward refracted curve, an upward refracted curve looks like a smiley face. So the way a smiley face is angled, if you ever see a smiley face angled looking a curve of light, that's upwards refraction. If you see the frown face in any degree, that's downwards refraction. So look, this diagram I posted, if the sun's directly at your zenith, it's going to be a straight light. But anywhere away from that, it's going to be curved upwards. And eventually, at its most extreme, it's going to hit the terminator, which is it's going to basically hit the ground and curve back up. And that at that point, around there, it's the light's literally curving and shining upwards on the cloud. And that's how it would work.
I have a technical question. I have a technical question. You claim that light curves upwards in a vacuum. That cannot be due to refraction because refraction is a medium effect.
Correct.
So what causes it?
Like I said earlier, it's a little outside of the scope of this, but to answer your, I don't have the answer for you. It would have to be some kind of a universal charge gradient or some shit. It's I don't have the answer you deserve or you need. But the idea is it would have to be some kind of like background, something universal charge gradient in concave Earth. As you get more and more towards the center of this sphere, let me leave it at that. That's all I have to say. I have to go. Thank you very much.
Is that like an actual model you could like look up and like?
Yeah, it's the happy light model.
So there's no way of demonstrating this in like some sort of model mathematically or anything. We just have to appeal to possibility that maybe this could possibly exist.
Now I've 3D modeled this in Blender for concave Earth. Hold on.
I don't want drawings of it. I want like a testable prediction. I don't want just drawings because drawings.
Okay, well, I'd recommend confirm for yourself that upwards refraction makes things appear lower than it actually is. The ultimate incident angle, registered in the eye or in the camera. If it and more so the longer the length of that light hitting your eye. So from something far away to your eye has an upwards refracted curve. The more further away it is, the greater its upward refracted curve. All in all, ultimately, it means when it hits your eye, the incident angle, the point of registration, the further and further away it is, it registers a pixel lower. The sun goes further back, it registers lower. Flat Earth to date has just called this perspective. They just have this one great word called perspective, and this is how things look. Baked in, this is what I believe, so this is what you guys figure it out. Baked into what flat earthers are calling perspective is this phenomena having to work. That's all.
So this is interesting because what we're seeing in the photo that Black Sabbath posted is a sun that is apparently, you can't really tell, but looks like it's just below the horizon, and the sun's, what you're saying is the light is curving to hit the clouds. Now, you could actually test this really easily, and I suggest you do, Gatebreaker, because this is essentially your claim. What you're saying is that the further away you go, the more the light curves. But interestingly, if you look at the picture you showed, what you would also expect, if this were true, is that at the point where the light grazes the ground, sunset, if you were to get in a tall building and you were to measure the angle of the sun's rays, so, parallel rays, which is what, the globe refers to, but they're not quite parallel, but close enough, and you were to go up a tall building, you would expect, if what you're saying is true, to have a measurable difference in the angle of the sun's rays. Have you done that?
I mean, I haven't done a measurable that, but I've
it should be quite
observed like high altitude balloon footage, specifically rare ones during sunset where the sun's. I have a GIF of it. I'll post it, but you could see. You understand how a light of a longer wavelength refracts at a lesser amount than light at a shorter wavelength? In other words,
Not really
red
interested in that.
refracts less than purple.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that. But what I am interested in is, based on what you've just shown us in this picture, which is as good as.
Bro, I'm not debating or I'm not debating. I'm just giving you info. So like, if this is a question you generally have, I'll answer it. But I'm not debating. This is like,
it's not a question.
Everything I've given is hypothetical. I've given no proof. I've given no science. I've just explained light paths and that's it.
What you've done is you've provided.
I do have a question.
Sorry. Can I just finish this one real quick? And then I'll pass.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, you've put forward a hypothetical. Now, what I'm suggesting is that based on your hypothetical, you could measure the angle of the sun's rays at different altitudes, and based on different altitudes, based on the picture you've just shown us, you would get different angles of the sun's rays. You'd be able to get a measurable difference in the angle of the sun's rays. That would very easily prove or disprove this hypothetical.
All those maths.
That's all it is.
All those maths are assuming straight light and not like bending light and things like that.
No, we're going to test. This is a test. I'm suggesting you do this because this is your model and this is your idea. You can go away and
what model are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The drawing, the hypothetical, whatever. Call it whatever you want.
All right.
All I'm saying is, if you go higher in altitude, based what you're saying here, where at the point of a sunset, you would get a difference in the angle of the sun's rays, a measurable difference. There's no reason why it wouldn't be substantial, and there's no reason why this couldn't be tested. This is easy to test. You could do this.
You're giving me a lot of fluff. Hurry up and say it. I'm waiting for it for so long. Just say it.
I'm suggesting that you go measure the angle of the sun's rays with increase in altitude and demonstrate your hypothetical is true or false. Okay. I've told you how to do it.
Okay.
Is that how it works on the
I have a more direct question. So we know that neutrinos come from the sun, and when the sun is above the horizon, they come from the same direction as the light from the sun. And when the sun goes below the horizon, we can track the neutrino emissions underneath the ground. So how do you explain that?
Neutrinos? Where are we getting those from?
You just said they're from the sun, man. Try to follow.
No, he didn't.
Yes, I did.
Neutrinos from the sun?
Yes. And if this is confusing to you, my suggestion is that you leave the chat and go read a physics textbook, because you're too ill-equipped to participate in the conversation if you're going to doubt that the sun emits neutrinos.
How was
I didn't doubt it. I just
discovered?
Yeah, I just kind of questioned. I've never heard that argument brought up, neutrinos. That's new to me, Tony. Maybe I will have to. I might have to go Google that. Yeah, I might have to Google that. They don't lie.
What was the question? Somebody else asked me a question.
Are neutrinos full dark matter? Is that what a neutrino is?
No.
Some people say so.
People suggest that some forms of dark matter could be comprised of sterile neutrinos, but the existence of sterile neutrinos and dark matter has yet to be demonstrated. That's a hypothesis. So my question is, again, if you don't know what neutrinos are, and if you don't know how they're detected, you should go read a physics textbook and not hang out in voice chat.
How were they discovered?
They're most
Same
abundant particles.
Same answer. Go read a physics textbook.
Can you teach me,
I'm reading it.
Mr. PhD?
I doubtless could, but I'm actually in the middle of a store and about to buy something. So my answer to you remains the same. Go look it up.
Thanks, Tony.
I don't like researching bullshit, so I'm good.
So, PhD Tony, people who believe that the Earth is flat are unlikely to be convinced that neutrinos exist or that they come from the sun, no matter how much they read.
What about
That's where the robotic response, Matthew.
That's where it came from, the textbook.
It's true, though, right? Like, I would say that the typical response would be that that neutrinos don't actually exist.
Has anyone here
You just said that like you're an analyst of the flat Earth community. I'm like, sorry, go ahead.
Anyone have a neutrino detector or have visited a facility that has
Yes,
one?
I used to work in the building next door to the Kamiokande detector in Tokyo, and I was in the facility briefly.
Can my eyeballs detect neutrinos?
No, nor can they detect
Wi-Fi signals either. So how do they detect the direction neutrinos are coming from? Because I thought they were just counting how many came.
No, they can detect the direction of passage of the Cherenkov radiation produced by the impact.
Okay.
Again, my suggestion is that you read up on this.
No, I don't know anything about neutrinos.
Neutral particles.
They're just baby neutrons.
Yeah, baby neutrons. There you go.
Humans must be pretty
do
smart
they
to
turn
figure
into
this out.
adults?
A lot of people think that, but they're really basically just unripened neutrons.
Unripened. Good one. Now neutrons are ripened. Cool. Awesome.
Hey, Steve, did I tell you that I discovered the particle that causes ships to disappear bottom up? They're called the refractinos.
You've told me many times you're full of shit, Jesse.
Have you guys discovered the soul particle yet?
Yeah, maybe there's an anti-refractino as well.
Diffractino?
Yeah. Right? For every matter, there's antimatter, supposedly for the globe.
I discovered the soultron. It's a soul particle.
Nice.
I think
Does everyone have it?
You guys.
Do people who don't believe it have it?
Yeah, Glovers don't have it.
But
I
I
used to
might
have a soul.
because I
I
grew up.
lost those shoes.
I might have it
Sorry,
because I
Jesse.
grew up on unpasteurized raw milk, whole milk.
You said you what?
I grew up on unpasteurized whole raw milk.
Interesting.
We had goats, cows, and we even milked the horse once.
Have you seen well, I say they. Some people in Australia are making cold pressed raw milk, so it's pasteurized through pressure treatment rather than heat treatment. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's demonic.
It's awesome, man. Tastes great. And you don't get sick from it. Win-win.
Babies don't get sick from the milk from their mothers, so I don't know why you would assume that you're going to get sick from drinking milk. That's
Bro,
just
have you
retarded.
ever? I mean, I'm just gonna put this out there. Have you ever seen a mum like feeding a baby while she's like standing around stomping in her own shit? I mean, legit question.
So what?
Because that's what cattle do.
And?
Well, if a mum stood in her own shit and then stood there stomping while she was feeding a baby and there was just shit going everywhere, like all over the baby's face and like in the baby's mouth and like everywhere, the baby would get sick.
What do you mean animals eat shit all the time?
Not necessarily. They wouldn't necessarily get sick, but I will say every time I see my chickens, they'll like go through the cow shit and eat it, but they'll peck it and they'll like stick their head in the air, shiver, and then go back for more. I'm like, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, you're not even enjoying it.
I mean, different animals have different tolerances, and I can confirm that babies get sick relatively easy. And drinking raw milk, you don't always get sick. I've drunk raw milk, but it does definitely increase the risk.
That's like the best food for a baby. What are you talking about?
Raw cow's
Let's
milk.
talk about cow milk. It's not designed
Cow's
for
milk,
humans.
human's milk. Yeah, it's great for a baby.
No, they're
Well, no,
different.
cow's milk's not actually. You can't give babies cow's milk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you can.
No, it's not.
That's
No, you
not
can't.
true.
Well, you can. Yeah, you
I
can.
have
It's
a
just not
story.
recommended. I mean, you can throw babies off buildings as well, but it's just not recommended.
That's fair. The mother's milk is always recommended. However, my son had a congenital diaphragmatic hernia. He couldn't breastfeed. He had to be on formula through a G tube or a gastrointestinal tube, essentially. And it was pretty rough. We had to make there was like a milk version and a protein version. And like, he's doing better. Like his lung, he had one lung, right? It's like twice the size it was, or the one that was smaller is twice the size it was. I don't know. But babies can have raw milk and it will make them strong.
Yeah, a lot of times like humans are really toxic, and the milk from the mother is actually more toxic than like a cow's milk.
That can be true. Yeah.
If there's some sort of sickness, but generally speaking, cow's milk is not recommended for children under 12 months of age.
What, from the World Health Organization, like Satanists?
Man, I'm just not going to engage with that idiocracy.
Okay.
Matthew, no pressure. Do you think Satan is still around or real?
Yes.
Thank you. I agree.
I mean, just look
What's his
around the
name?
world. It seems fairly obvious.
Absolutely, Matthew. Appreciate you.
Matthew.
Sorry, what'd you ask?
Do you know his name?
Most people just call him the accuser or Satan. I think some people call him Lucifer.
Well,
yeah, the devil.
He has a name. I don't want to say it.
How do you spell it? Or what's it start with?
Starts with A.
Indio?
AP?
No.
Okay.
I thought you would know. That's why I asked you.
Asatan.
It's not as Hazel?
It is, yeah.
Okay. So I just want to point out that we mentioned something about, the World Health Organization. And it's really interesting, that some people are so close-minded to think that the Bill Gates money could, influence the science or whatever. I think we shouldn't be close-minded about that. Bill Gates.
Hey, Blob, do you reckon you could do origami not next to your microphone?
I'm not doing
Womp,
origami.
womp, womp.
I mean, it certainly sounds like it. There's a hell of a lot of noise coming through, and it is not enjoyable.
Well, he's using an origami microphone, so it's inevitable.
It's actually a paperweight at that point.
I have a question. If Satan is real, if God said the Earth was designed one way. Would Satan lie about it?
Yo, all I gotta say
maybe.
is, this is a clown world. If you would rather become powerful on your own accord rather than everyone else becoming like rising on up, you're a loser. If you'd rather rise on your own just so everyone can kiss your ass rather than everyone else rise on up and the quality, happiness standard rise on up, you're a loser. If you need to create separation between yourself and that which you compare yourself to in order to feel better about yourself, you're a loser.
Yeah, there's a better way. That's a losing battle. But what do you guys think? If Satan is real and God made it clear that the Earth was designed one way, would Satan lie about it and try to fool you?
Probably so. I think that Satan lies about all kinds of stuff.
Thank you, Matthew.
I don't know how you would be able to determine whether it was God doing the deceiving or Satan.
He would
Because
lie to
God
half
doesn't
of
deceive,
everybody.
that's why.
He'd lie to
And
half of
now the
everybody,
truth comes
and
out.
then they'd
So-
spend all their time
Actually,
arguing.
So, for example, if God created the earth flat, then Satan might lie to make people think it's a globe. If God created the earth a globe, then Satan might lie and try to get people to think it's flat.
Yeah. Thank you, Matthew.
Well, in the New Testament, it talks about God sending a strong delusion, right? So, I don't know.
Either way,
Did
whether
God
you
give us
invoke
an answer?
Satan or God, there's no way for you to have access to God's mental states.
Well, in the Christian worldview, yes, you could pray to him, and he comes to you through the Holy Spirit, so he would make it clear. It happened to my friend Holly, but I don't expect everyone to believe that, or especially the non-believer.
You don't know him. He goes to a different school.
I got a question about it. In Genesis 2:17, God lies to Adam and Eve, doesn't he?
No.
But did they ate from the tree and they didn't die, right?
So they
Are we still
experienced
here?
spiritual death, and then eventual physical death.
No, they're dead, man.
That's not checking out.
Adam
I
and
agree
Eve
with
ain't
you,
here.
Matthew. When people eat from the tree of knowledge, those lies can take root in the fertile mind, maybe turning them dead to reality and spiritually.
Now,
like
the
you
Bible
said.
says that they'll surely die.
How long do
Are
they
they
live?
still here?
It never
In the
specifies
day
when.
that they, yes, it does. It says, in the day that they
Yeah,
eat,
you're here, Larry.
they shall surely die. Specifies. Go have a look. Genesis 2:17.
Somebody read it.
Either way, God set up the parameters in such a way that they were bound to fail.
Yeah, just like the neutrino thing, when they supposedly used a high neutrino flux to detect a non-neutrino, an anti-neutrino. So they detected a not neutrino to prove neutrinos with the neutrino maker. Isn't that weird? So they supposedly made the neutrinos and then didn't even detect the ones they made. They detected not neutrinos, which are anti-neutrinos, like 1958 or something. Yeah.
Rick, you're absolutely right. It does say, in that day, they will surely die.
I mean, seems like God's the liar to me here. Just putting that out there.
The demiurge god. Hey, have y'all heard about this amazing mind twisting conspiracy of the demiurge?
That's the Masonic stuff. That's the Mason stuff. That's how they get, trick.
Hey, fuck all that. The idea is, right? If there was this hypothetical God that you as a human would worship, this God would have to be greater than you. Not just in terms of like biological potential, like, oh, great, like you're a being, you're tapped into the cosmos, you can think things into fruition, like good for you. But like this being has to like be more loving than you, be more merciful than you, be more forgiving than you, be more loving than you, like those type of things. If someone's more loving than you, like you don't feel bad. Anyways, This God worthy of worship has to have all the best traits that you have in your own being, perhaps in small amounts, in full degree. This God would have to be all good, all the time, no exceptions. All loving all the time, no exceptions. All wisdom, all knowing all the time, no exceptions. Why would you worship anything less? Anyways, and this, I'm just gonna share the link. It's too.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I would like to worship God who is all loving.
No, I'm not telling you to worship anything. I'm just saying if you were to worship something, it would have to be something that has all the best traits in you, perhaps, and even those most minute amounts. Right? Like why would you worship a vindictive tribal god, a warmongering god? Why would you worship anything that I'm just gonna share the link. This is too deep. I'm not trying to get
You
into
know
it.
how many people like are statist and like worship the state, and the state, like specifically Washington D.C., like sends good men to go over there and do bad things. But you're not worried about that, though, right? You're worried about the Christians because they're not worshiping a pure enough God.
In the link that I
Crazy.
posted is that there might even be a conspiracy on Christianity itself.
Okay.
Even a conspiracy on like the Christian God itself. But in this case, Christian God just represents this hypothetical standard for this hypothetical. We're making shit up. We're talking about ideas of this thing worthy of your worship. Certainly nothing that wants you to sacrifice animals on its behalf. Nothing that wants you to kill anybody on its behalf. Go to war, ethnically cleanse, take over populations, take over their shit. None of that.
Okay, gatekeeper. Let's presume that's true. Let's say someone's born, or this is for anybody. Let's say someone's born into a most evil world. Wouldn't that be appropriate?
If someone's
Maybe
born
not
into an
not
evil
to everything
world,
you
what do I
stated, but maybe some of the things you said. But
keep add more details because I don't think that's enough. Keep adding more details.
okay, yeah. Imagine someone's born and they're born into Sodom and Gomorrah on steroids. Would there be a point in which case
we don't know? There's too many. In order for me to answer that question, like I don't know I don't know what's going on. I don't know the truth. And depending on what's going on, like what's going on, like your God dreaming of itself, you're like in a scientific infinite regression of just shit. Just you're in a spiritual thing where there's like spiritual family trees go. There's so many interpretations of what's happening and what's real, and based on which one of those you want to view it as, the answer will be different. And so that's it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if you want to answer your question again. I don't know.
No, well, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, I think maybe let's say if someone was born into that system or world,
okay,
it might be imperative to others as well to maybe change and take over to make it a better place. Just kind of like, be the old adult in the room. You've all heard that.
If you're born in a no God there is no God. Like, you go look out into fucking nature and like you'll see an animal kill another animal alive. While it's alive, it'll kill it while it's alive, sink its fucking teeth into its neck, suffocate it, kill it. Perhaps it'll take 2 minutes like a cat because they're really good at it, or they'll like do it brutally like some other animals. There is no intervention. No goodness comes in to stop it. No goodness comes in to stop the pain. Maybe for us, you may think like, oh, we've got miracle workers and like or like guardian angels and shit, which may not be wrong. But where are the guardian angels for the animals? The
Humans.
circle of life, aka the circle of death, that's how it operates. So
I've seen animals take care of other animals, but I get what you're saying.
It depends. Like, what are we living in? What is this? What is this? Like, how you would go? The best way. This is my opinion. The best way to reasonably, logically, properly go about it depends on what is happening. And I don't know what's happening. So you don't know what's happening. Well, you may think you know what's happening.
I can tell you what
I know what you mean.
I think
I know what you
that
mean.
it's not
All I know, all I know is I keep love. I keep love.
Can I go ahead and finish for a second?
Yes, sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to say that what I think is happening is it's not fair for everyone. It's not fair for every creature. The cat kills the mice, the dog eats the cat, and the circle of life continues, like you said. But because it's not fair for everyone, that makes it fair for everyone.
Yeah, so I don't know the nature of our reality. There's just so many possibilities. Like there literally every possibility you can think of is a possibility tree based on what's going on in our reality. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that it's the best bet is to be loving and stay to your true nature, which is to, be loving, love others, cherish life. Let me go on mute. You guys can continue.
Can you ask the question again, Eden? Because I've kind of lost the point.
Okay, I think I was trying to spin it off for another, statement, essentially where is it right to take over a system, or a people? And essentially, I was just having you guys consider, let's say if someone was born into a most evil system that we can imagine, what do you think? Should someone take over that system and change it?
Should they attempt to take over the system and change it?
The answer, whether it's right or wrong, depends on the true nature of the reality in which you're in. If you're just in an organic, evolutionary-based system where just everything's going on for billions of years and everything's just happening, there is no right and wrong. There is no right and wrong.
Yeah,
there is no right and wrong. If you're so powerful enough and endowed within this evolutionary system where there is no God no one's overseeing this fucking evolutionary hypothetical system. Okay? So if you are no one's seeing it. So it's just like there is no God. So there is no like loving. You get to choose. If you are so evolutionary endowed with like power and you're in the mental configuration of love and you want to create love and the promotion of love and the active input of other living beings into their own lives and stuff, you could do that. If you're powerful and so well endowed, but in a more military survival of the fittest, and you want to disregard the fucking weak and the feeble and the sick, and this is like what the devil's Bible and like the devil, they value the real evolutionarily advantage. You are strong. Your strongness, your geometry in the constitution of your being is real. It's measurable. It gives you a measurable advantage. Who knows what the truth is? This is where you can decide. But it could be a slippery slope. If there is a sky daddy in the clouds and things are the way that who knows? But if there is no sky daddy in the clouds and it is a free for all and you are endowed with evolutionary power and you have your opportunity to mark that evolutionary playfield in whatever way that you believe is most efficacious for you. I don't know the right answer. So no one knows the right answer. All you're gonna get is a human being with various degrees of passion, of arrogance, of reasoning. It's like a slider scale. Who knows the answer? No, all you're gonna get is someone that's gonna tell you, and you're gonna be under their influence of their will. So I don't know, man. I choose love. I don't want to like take from others like a parasite to like grow my own. But let you guys go ahead.
Well, you say that you choose love.
Nice.
Go ahead. Go ahead with your hate.
I choose hate. We're at the haters ball over here. The Ballers Club.
The lies.
Are you done with your hate?
Chant with me. Hate, 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 hate,
hate, hate, hate.
Hate the globe.
And to answer your question, I would say that you would have a responsibility, but to how much you have control over that, that's anyone's guess.
Thank you, Maxim. I agree. It's not. It would be imperative for survival, self-survival, but also for the others, especially, probably more so.
Okay, so I wanted to say the guy said he chooses love. That's great and everything, but if something were to happen, like the Holodomor happened in Ukraine, where you live, and you went like 3 weeks without food, like there's this little part of your brain, hypothalamus, will like take over, and then you might eat your own children. So you think?
Yeah,
that you're a good person.
no. Depends on your worldview. Like depends on your worldview and all the little puzzle pieces that constructs ultimately the not knowing of what's happening. Yeah, like
No, it's not your worldview. Your brain shuts off parts.
I wouldn't do that.
That's what you think.
I can't deny that because I've never been in that situation. I'd like to think I'd rather eat dirt and leaves and fucking like eat my own shit, try some wild shit.
No.
I can tell you now, I wouldn't go after the minimum, the life of a human being. I'll never do that. But ideally, I'd rather not go the life of anything, because like, yo, this shit gets deep. This shit is like fractal. This shit is like multifaceted. The answer you give, the language I use to deliver you, even what I potentially hypothetically think, is based on like what angle am I looking at it. If you have a well polished, well grinded diamond, or your favorite a rare gem of choice, it's going to have many facets, okay? And if you engage in a conversation with another person, they're going to describe what they're seeing from their perspective, and it will conflict with what you're seeing from your perspective. So what are you going to do? Are you going to waste your fucking life and their life and your time and your intelligence debating on the obvious shit that obviously you've both got different perspectives of the same thing? They're different. You can speak on it. Your language will be in opposition, but the higher, deeper mind is you're looking at the same thing from a different vantage point. So what if, I don't know, but what if reality is like the same thing? What if like this guy is looking at it from like, he wants to be authoritarian or whatever, and like own and be powerful over everything, and this guy doesn't want to be 1 degree above anyone else. He wants to be on the same level playing field as the whole creation itself and raise creation up with them. Which one is better? Perhaps in a variable field where there's time involved, one is better at this point and one is better at this point. I don't know. So you guys can decide that shit.
Well, I'd like to believe you that you probably wouldn't eat anybody, but like you said, you don't know what you would do to you're in that position, and you'd probably wouldn't choose your own child first. But from historical records that I've seen, people did eat their own children. Crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, hey, fuck the past and what people did. What I've found it to be in these communities is a burden on thought and on progression. People in the past did what they did, but it's no burden on what you're doing and the considerations of you doing better than them. Fuck the past. Fuck the past. Hey, we don't even know. We don't even know what the past is. We have our mainstream considerations and understandings, And then we've got these alternate fucking theories, which, in my opinion, make more sense. Who's past?
You're so cringe.
As opposed to what? I'm cringe as opposed. Give me a better give me a more give me a more all-inclusive consideration than this so cringe. Go ahead.
Well, look at it like this.
Anatoly Flamenco. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, it's okay.
Go.
It was actually my turn, but you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Anatoly Flamenco kind of came up with this idea that, one guy created the timeline, and our timeline might be, questionable, or at least we can question it, and he thinks that he can prove that, they've messed with our timeline. So I think we should be open-minded to things like that, because the people that have like this idea that science is settled, and if you don't think so, it's cringe, I think that's very bigoted.
Well, I think it's pretty cringe to say that we're beyond the end times, right?
Who the fuck said that?
Fucking Flamenco, this retard you're talking about.
Beyond the end times. Okay, what is the end times? The biblical end times?
Like where Jesus comes back and
all right,
establishes a millennial kingdom.
That clearly is not the end times. It seems to be a partition in the
That's
time.
not the end times.
Okay, we are past that, right? If that happened,
that's kind of retarded to think so, but
we are no. It's if there was this book and it claimed that some shit happened, whether it's real or not. Hypothetically, if it was real, we are past that shit, right? So we are past the event which they call end
what's
times.
The greatest conspiracy then? Is it the government hiding that Jesus already came back and had a millennial kingdom, or is it just the shape of the earth? What's the biggest conspiracy then?
The biggest conspiracy is all the possible possibilities of
Cringe.
what I gave earlier.
All the possible possibilities of everything in the world.
Which one of those is the truth? Cringe. Come on. Which one of those is the truth?
I don't know, man.
Which one of those is the truth?
Decide.
I told you my answer. Cringe. Now's your turn.
It is cringe.
All right. Well, we got your answer. All right.
Flamenco's wrong. That's my answer.
Oh, Wish, do you think the past is pertinent?
There's definitely some lies, but to just say that it's so fucked that we're beyond everything that's supposed to happen that everybody would, take account for.
The past is pertinent as fuck. It's just what is the past? There's just what happened in the past?
And then you said it's pertinent.
Sorry.
Which is it? You just said fuck the past doesn't matter, and now you're saying it's pertinent. Can you pick a lane and stay in it?
Yes, sir. Here's my answer. The truth of whatever the past is very important. That's my answer. Whatever the truth of what happened in the past is, aka true history, that's important. That's my answer.
How do you know that though?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You can't know anything.
I don't know that. But if I did, that would be very important.
So you're saying that the Holodomor, which was brought up to you as an example, that's not true history.
Wait, I got the last part, but what was the first part? What you said?
The Holodomor, the Russian, mass murder in the Ukraine in the early 20th century.
I'll tell you this. So the answer to your question, the most important, I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't support mass murdering of anything, not even like animals and shit. So that's it.
Thank you. Likewise.
You don't support mass murdering of cockroaches?
Ideally, no. Because there's a hypothetical theory, not that I'm saying it's true, it's false, where we're going really deep in the theories, right? Where there's these things like souls. So in this theory, souls would have to precede even matter itself, because a soul would go into the sphere of matter and manifest as show itself as form. So a soul would go into the matter and manifest as a form, and it'll manifest as there's theories, but let's just say manifest as a cockroach, right? I'd prefer not to kill. I'd prefer not to kill. So hey, have y'all ever observed animals on a really deep level, in their eyes, and you've seen yourself?
Insects aren't animals.
You've
Yes,
seen
but
yourself in like
animals.
roly polies and birds and shit. Like,
let me-
so
Yeah.
Who
I would do
created
that.
souls?
Let me
Like,
respond.
I would do that.
Let me respond. If you're in a restaurant and you see a bunch of rats run out of the kitchen, are you still going to eat in that restaurant?
Okay, I wouldn't eat in a restaurant, but like I wouldn't feel like death within my being for those fucking rats. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, they could be caught and just.
I don't know what holy
rat
book
lives
you
matter
ascribe
too,
to, but
guys.
no one thinks animals and insects have souls. No one with the right mind. So
I don't.
your whole thing
Bro.
about
Sorry, go
fucking
ahead.
protecting all of these animals and insects is retarded because no one said they had souls.
Bro, I don't even know if a soul is real or not. But like I look at.
Then why are you trying to preserve souls?
Because
Like,
I'm
this
not
is
a
some big
bot.
moral
I'm not
argument.
a fucking bot. Okay, I'm not a bot. Like,
Cringe.
and I also don't have a
being
religion.
exposed.
I also don't have a religion. If you're born in this timeline and you take everything as you're fucking told, like a lot of you in here, you've got a religion. Okay, so when I propose a possibility that animals and life itself, possibly even rats, could be more than what is defined within the
Well, you're
boundaries of
wrong.
that religion, then I'm wrong. Then it is what it is, right?
Dogs don't go to heaven. That means rats don't. That means insects don't.
Bro, there's you made a one-dimensional statement, okay? And in my mind, I'm looking at this multifaceted truth as 12 dimensions plus. So like you made a one-dimensional statement, my mind is 12 dimensions. How do I respond to you? Should I
You
downgrade
can't. You're on different levels. You guys aren't going to be matching each other's level, and that's not good or bad. It just means that you're not tuned into one another. But I just want to point out that 3 to 6 million, or maybe even 9, some estimates, people died because they starved to death, or they were killed because they tried to eat during the Holodomor. Are you a Holodomor denier, Doctor, or whatever your name is?
Who's the doctor?
I don't know. That's the guy that was talking a lot. Was a doctor.
I'm a doctor. When did I say anything that suggested that didn't happen?
Did you say that I was given wrong history?
No, I
Maybe I
didn't say
misheard you.
anything. No, you definitely misheard me. I was talking about him, not responding to your question about the holotomy, which I thought was an excellent point that you brought up. I was trying to prosecute him on whether or not he believed that the holotomy was real, and a question he dodged. Because
Okay, I apologize.
I'm trying to make the point that actually people who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And lessons like the Holodomor, the Maoist famines in China, the Holocaust, these things are, kind of insane evils that we should be doing our best to avoid going further. Do I need to make anything more explicit about that?
No, thank you. I stand corrected and ask for your forgiveness.
No problem. You just misheard me. No forgiveness necessary. You're fine.
Yo, I don't know shit at this point. I don't know what the fuck is like. I don't know anything going on. All I know is all I know. And if you don't know this, that's tough. Is that this world we're born in? We just leave our fictitious human constructs and all that shit, and you go out in the wild where everything is eating everything else, like animals, prey, predator, micro, like you get
everything. Or
everything, bro.
any
Not everything,
souls.
but like everything, bro. You get a telescope, get a fucking drop of water, shit's eating everything else. Shit's fucked up. And everything's eating everything else, and the prey is in a state of suffering. That's I feel there's a problem in that. There's this
life.
No, fuck yeah, it's life, but no, fuck that. Fuck that. Look. If you had your own will, you could do anything you wanted. Bro, they say, oh my, okay, I have to stick on a single
Who's
topic.
forcing
bro.
you to be in here?
No, I know what you're. I know
you
what
offended,
Wish?
Wish?
You want to have the mind.
Hey, hold on.
Now, Wish guy's
offended.
Eden,
Okay, Purge, I
Wish,
know what you're saying. You wanna have
anytime,
the Midas touch or the touch of destruction?
Wish, anytime you're offended by my
I'm not
very
offended. You're just
fair
acting
and
like you're not
reasonable,
here by your own free will.
reasonable fucking logic on very deep shit your mind has never entertained, let me know and I will entertain you. And I will
Like
enlighten you.
cockroaches
But
having souls. Thanks, genius.
cockroaches, you're
Thanks, genius.
you forgot
Next.
the key word, potentially having souls. Can your mind handle the plus and the minus simultaneously, bud? Can you do
I don't
that?
know why you're sitting here trying to fucking figure out life's hardest mysteries when you don't even believe in a god. You're just a clown. Okay.
Come on, let's not go there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the truth.
we've got a lot of ladies and gentlemen that their minds can handle a plus and a minus at the same time, in opposition, in contention, in contradiction, possibly. It is what it is.
Paradox head off.
Do cockroaches have antennas?
Yep.
Ayo, so who knows what the truth is? We could be living in this fucking reality where everything's just a fucking free for all, and like
It's a simulation,
and like
bro.
this higher dimensional
Definitely a
god
simulation.
seed, this higher dimensional god seed was like implanted, which brought life into this world, and we're in this like unfamiliar, unnatural, ungodlike environment where the god seed was implanted, and we're all free for alling. We could.
How much is ungodlike? 100%.
Even the word God-like is subject to interpretation. Okay, you can choose only positive to attach to that word God. Okay, if I'm gonna look up to something to strive towards, like a plant strives towards the fucking sunlight, it's gonna be the qualities that are how do they say it? Like gold within minerals. They're in a small abundance, right? Those rare qualities within your being that is within you. Things like I like to label them as like higher qualities: mercy, love, forgiveness, passion, love, higher vibration, all that stuff. You can choose like your God is only that and nothing outside of that. Okay.
I have a serious question.
Okay.
I have a serious question, Gatebreaker.
Yes.
When was the last time you went high?
I went what?
Lol.
When was the last time you were not high?
Yeah, so that could be your God, only good, or honestly, like it's a little bit more level-headed to say like this first of all, we don't know even if a God exists, but if it did, rather than being all good, it would be the balance of good and bad. It would be the balance. It would be the balance of predator. It'll be the balance of predator and prey. Like this perfect ultimate dynamic system. All of these facets and viewpoints have argumentative logic and reasons within their own perspective. You get to choose.
This guy spurg
you
out.
get to choose. You get to choose. You could be offended like Wish, or you could think and consider. Thank you very much.
You're a walking contradiction. Walking, talking, smoking contradiction.
Let's attack the idea instead of the person, if possible.
Gatebreaker, I don't mean this in any insulting way, but have you ever been tested for ADHD?
I mean, what does it matter? What does it matter? Like the information I'm presenting you, what does it matter? I mean, what does it matter?
You don't have to answer. I'm just curious.
You're going to trust those results and say that they're not going to try to push some sort of, medical solution to it? All those ADHD tests, man,
there's symptoms. There's symptoms.
The position where they put the prescription forward.
Counter my logic. Hey, Wish. Counter my logic from my dimension of viewpoint, and if you can't reach my dimension of viewpoint, I will do it for you. Go ahead.
You sound like a spaz.
You sound like
I
you
think
need
you would have a
you
better
sound like you
time if
need
you
three.
talked with
You
Jesus
sound like
Dodo
you
all
need.
day.
You sound like you need 3 cups of coffee, bud. Are
Yo,
you
Glory,
feeling
that guy's
okay?
just trolling. Glory, that guy's just trolling.
I'm trolling
I
him
just
back.
got
You
off
sound like
work
you.
and I have
You
more
sound
energy
like
than you.
you sound like
he's
you
a
need 3
monotone
cups of
atheist.
coffee, bud.
I'm a monotone atheist. Why? Because I was clowning on him for not believing in God.
Hey, Wish. Guess what,
You
bud?
retard.
I nailed it, huh?
Yeah, I'm an atheist because I'm making fun of him for not believing in God.
And you're monotone and boring as
You're a
fuck and a
genius.
troll. How about that?
And you probably eat ass.
Wish. Your atheism worldview is not denied in my books. It is considered and
What
considered.
the fuck is happening?
It's
Are you
considered
retarded?
5 dimensions deeper than you're considering it. You aware of that, bud?
So because I said
Wish is
cockroaches
not
don't
an
have
atheist.
souls, you think I'm
No,
an atheist?
Tony, I'm talking to Wish,
You're
bud.
brain dead.
Wish is not an atheist. He is a theist. He has been attacking this. He's been attacking Gatebreaker for trying to suggest that animals have souls because he's coming from a religious perspective. So those people who are attacking Wish as being some sort of atheist or whatever, he's not. He's been a theist the entire conversation. Just listen to what he's saying.
They're just not on my dimension.
Thank you,
of
sir.
thinking.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to respond back with the atheist worldview and perspective has been carefully included and considered within everything that I've spoken of, for it is a valid and strong viewpoint, but it is a one-dimensional view of a multi-dimensional diamonded facet. Metaphorically, metaphysically, you get to choose.
Shame on all you people taking
You get to
this guy
choose.
seriously.
Hey, I'll tell you this right now. PhD Tony is levels above Wish in terms of intellectualism. For every freak out Wish has done, Tony has been a fraction of it. Thank you very much. Anyways, it is 11,
back
12,
to you
53
talking.
p.m. It has been a pleasure speaking to you guys. I wish you guys a great
Amen.
night. Who knows
You
what
too,
the truth is? Keep your fucking head on a swivel. Don't kiss anyone's fucking ass, for the ass that you're fucking kissing and have your lips connected to has
gonna
no
stop talking
clue
like
in
Plato?
what the fuck is happening tonight and today. Thank you.
Okay. So, in all of that, I did feel that there was one point that he brought up that has caused me some discomfort, and I wonder what the theists think. So, the theist argument, as I understand it, is that suffering is a consequence of human sin. Okay, fine. But why is animal suffering a consequence of that? Why do animals die of disease, hunger? You know, why do they die alone and terrified all the time? What purpose does that serve in God's plan?
Kind of. Go ahead, Eden. Sorry, mate.
It's okay if you'd like to go first.
I have
He
a
does.
contrary opinion, and I think we're all tired of that. Go ahead, Eden.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps, Tony, this is probably not accurate, but maybe it gives an opportunity to humans and other animals to care for those animals. Many humans do.
Yes, and countless animals still die terrified and alone, and in extreme pain. Surely God could have designed a world in which there were no predators, for example. Could he not have?
You can't have yin
Yeah, but-
without yang, mate. Like, as much as you want to protect it, everything, like, you just basically get rid of any love or any appreciation at that point if you make it too safe. It's like the idea of safe spaces, right? It doesn't work.
So you're saying that you can't have people loving people without carnivores. That's your argument.
Yeah.
The argument is that you don't fully understand what is just because you don't have that grasp on everything, being the creator.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Cry about it, pussy.
That's such a trash
Okay, but-
argument. Holy shit.
Don't care.
But if God is less moral, or God's morals are so alien as to be incomprehensible to me, why do I esteem God's moral judgment again?
Well,
he made me. Why did he make me so that I can't understand what's moral?
Depending on who you ask,
Imagine if you made a world, right, where, I mean, basically the creature that you created could just basically come and destroy you really, really easily. Imagine if you made that world. Do you think it would turn on you? It's like us making the AI right now, right? We're worried about the AI.
We're not all
Are you
powerful.
arguing that?
Risky.
Are you arguing that humans? Are you arguing that if we knew how God thought, we'd be able to destroy God?
Yes.
What's your evidence for that?
CERN,
he
Tower
destroyed
of
his
Babel.
son. Jesus.
What the fuck? How does that follow?
NASA. Medical system.
Oh, are we playing word association?
No, I'm telling you how
just-
humans have fucking ruined the world trying to play God, and they don't even know it all. So imagine
you
knowing
think
it all.
you think
Genius.
you think God? You think that humans are all powerful?
No, and yet
Powerful,
they've
but not
still
You think that
found
we're
a
all
way to
knowing?
fucking put everybody in a cell.
Is it strictly
Then
necessary
you've just
to
got an
use?
idiosyncratic definition of God.
Okay. So there is no coherent answer to this, right? That's what I'm hearing. Different Christians think different things, presumably not having considered the problem before. Okay, I'll give you time to meditate on it, and somebody else can bring up a topic of conversation.
You don't tell Christians to meditate. That's gay.
I gave you a completely clear and coherent response, but you just sort of dismissed it. Is this what you do?
You imagined that you gave me a clear and coherent response. I, as someone whose rationality has been formally tested, disagree with your interpretation of what happened.
I'd like to ask PhD Tony, just for a devil's advocate type of question. This is just for fun. What is your opinion on the difference between a Christian and one who only worships that in which is contained within the Old Testament?
This is a complex question because there were some Jewish Christians. The theological answer that I understand Judaism would give is that they are still adhering to the laws as given to them in the Old Testament. The Christian perspective is that those laws are defunct or out of date, and do not need to be respected anymore. For instance, there were very vicious early arguments in the early church about whether or not you needed to be circumcised to become Christian, since Christ was circumcised. The answer, Christianity seems to have decided that no, we don't need to respect the old laws. Nonetheless, many Christians seem fixated on the old laws to justify their hatred of gays, for instance. But that is, to my understanding, the main difference between Christians and adherents of the Old Testament.
Thank you, sir.
What is it? The Christian hate of gays is only sort of matched by how much you guys hate the Christians.
In what sense do I hate Christians?
They definitely have a target on their back as far as you are concerned, right?
No. What has a target on its back, as far as I am concerned, is attempts to interpret the Bible literally, particularly those portions of the Bible that are demonstrably counterfactual. That's what I have a problem with, and I don't care if it's a Jew, a Muslim, or a Christian who does it. That's not the bit that I find annoying. It's the suggestion that these stories are factual when they are demonstrably not.
You also critique the Talmud.
I will critique anybody who says that just because it's written down in a story, that makes it necessarily true, absent of any observational evidence.
So do the Christians cop it more than the guys that read the Talmud?
My social circle leads me into contact with more Christians than guys who revere the Talmud.
Maybe you should be a little bit share out that opinion a little bit more. Teach and preach from Tony.
Astro, you're hot micing like a motherfucker.
Thank you for your advice, Rick Ski, but seriously, you saying anything is an incentive for me not to listen.
Damn. Just like when you made an argument earlier and you didn't listen.
I did listen. That argument was incoherent. Repeat the argument to me. You're claiming that you understood it and that it was coherent. You summarized it.
Talking to me.
Great. So we can now, yes, I was talking to you.
He was,
and you failed. So,
I didn't know you were talking
okay,
to me.
go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he compared God creating humans to us creating AI and saying that if he created us too powerful, then we would overthrow God or try to hurt him or do something.
Okay, and what did I ask him in return?
I don't remember that part. I don't think you did.
I asked him if humans had the same moral compass as God does, would we be able to destroy God? And do you recall what his answer was?
So the same moral compass as God. Okay.
Yes, if we were able to understand morality in the same way that God does,
What did he say?
would we be able to? He said, yes. And I asked, what is your evidence for that? And he didn't have an answer.
And then, yeah, because I cut him off.
Okay, all right, what's the answer to that? What is the evidence that if we had the same moral insight that God does, we would be able to destroy God?
There's Satanists that know they're evil and continue to be evil.
Can I just say, Tony?
That is irrelevant.
Tony, just 1 second. Man, even in my conversation with you, I'm having to spend so much of my mental processing to actually understand and comprehend what's coming through that microphone that for me to address your arguments takes twice as much effort. Could you please, you don't have to do it right now, but could you try to get a better mic, bro?
I am
Your
walking
questions are
home.
garbage too.
I am walking home. Okay, why is the question garbage? That's a statement. I'm prepared to believe that you might be right. Why is the question garbage?
This is not a very doctorish microphone, sir.
Okay, that's irrelevant from why the question is garbage. Somebody said my questions are garbage. Okay,
let's spend
that.
30 minutes on it when somebody's just trying to make you upset.
You know your tapeworms will go away if you eat raw chicken, doctor.
True.
I don't have tapeworms, but it's very kind for you to be so concerned with my digestive tract.
Yes, sir.
You should get some tapeworms.
So the claim that his argument was coherent failed because he is unable to explain it. If it were coherent, he could explain how he knows that if we had the same moral compass as God, we could destroy God. He cannot explain that. Therefore, his argument is just made up nonsense.
Well, the argument wasn't about moral compass. It was about if we
being
just had
too
enough.
Powerful.
Yeah.
I got a good question.
So let me reconstruct the conversation for you. I raised the problem of why do animals suffer. The counter was you don't know how God thinks. Okay? My question was then, why don't I think the same way that God thinks? Then I was told that if we thought the same way that God thinks, we destroy God. Now I want to know how you know that.
Can you just wait till you get home?
No, because you'll have forgotten what the conversation was. Answer the question, and I won't have to speak.
It doesn't sound like speaking, though. It sounds like pain.
I got a really good question. Supposedly the Tower of Babel thing, you had to be able to build, humans, they're so smart they can reach heaven and build a tower to heaven. Let's knock them down. So if the key factor of reaching to get to heaven is the thing and everybody can get there, why are you being stopped from getting there an easier way? That's kind of weird, right? So there's two ways to get there, through God and through a ladder. You just climb a ladder to heaven or a dirt hill. That's pretty weird, isn't it? So one's metaphysical and one's physical. Damn.
Yep, that's a great argument for the story being nonsense.
Well, I don't know, I mean, take it how you I mean, it's just a good question. If you're supposed to reach heaven, that's the ultimate goal, then why was Satan threw out? He was the most beautiful and he got kicked his ass out. So being most beautiful doesn't work out. And then how come you build a stairway there? That would be pretty cool. Showed your work. Everybody works together. Everybody builds a stairway as one. No, that's not a good thing to do. Everybody kill each other, talk different, argue, fight, and have war. And don't ever build a stairway to heaven. And hopefully you'll get there some other way by fighting and arguing and warring. The thing you're not supposed to do. None of it really that portion of it really doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, because God's a dick, right? That's the bottom line there.
That interpretation of God's a dick. Yeah, I agree. See, I think God is the idea of whatever the hell you see happen. Like things do eat things to.
Maybe there's another variable.
Yeah, probably. But I'm saying, like, I see in nature things do kill to eat to live. Like, so I don't know. And I don't know if an ant sees another ant like a human sees a human. Like, in the point of what you just said, like variables and perspective, right? Yeah, Einstein idea. Like the point of view of an ant, how do you know how it sees everything?
King David was a fan of the ant, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's a lot
King
to be
Solomon,
learned.
rather. Sorry, King Solomon.
Right? Yeah, well, there's a lot to be learned. The ant people are probably some of the most smart people that have been looked for and sought after since the dawn of time, and nobody's caught them all yet.
I saw a video of ants making a bridge in water so other ants can cross.
Oh, they do all kinds of stuff. They make themselves into a bridge.
Yeah.
They make stone arcs, magnetically stick, just a big stone arc out of pebbles, and it sits there. They're pretty good, man. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I try not to step on them.
Me too. Well, I mean, what's the mentality of a human? A miner, a digger, getting material out of the earth. I mean, it's really no different than an ant or a bee if you want to go the queen route and king.
Bruh.
Like the king African elephant, that's a pretty mighty creature.
I'm just saying the attribute of that thing, the pecking order is a thing. The way of nature is like kill or be killed in a way. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's kind of the way of. If you see animals getting harmed, the one that's like can't make it, it's got a broke leg, whatever, that's the one they go for, the weak one. And then even a deer can fight off a lion if it kicks it a couple times, a couple punches to set anything like, oh shit, what's that? Oh, don't hit me, don't hit me. The lion going to chase the thing normally doesn't get punched in the face. Normally it attacks, jumps on it, eats it, starts biting it, and it has the upper hand the whole time. But like if another thing even just tries to fight back remotely, it has the ability to get away from that big ass dumb thing. So like, I mean,
D-Mock, have you heard of the vegetarian lion called Tyke? I think if I'm not mistaken, it was vegetarian. They tried to give it meat. They put blood in the milk and it wouldn't drink it.
Yeah, I have heard. I have heard about weird things happening like that where animals are I had a pit bull one time, and every time I would walk it, it would pick a certain tree, and growing next to the tree was this little plant growing up next to it. I don't know if it was the same as the tree. I don't know, but whatever leaves those were, it would eat all the leaves on like the shrub every time. And I'd walk him once a week by that location, and every time the leaves grew back, he would eat them off. They'd grow back, and he just eat that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
My sister's dog, I used to give him broccoli. He'd love it.
Oh man, I had a
When I
German
would eat
Shepherd.
it, he would be whining.
Yeah,
guys.
I had a German Shepherd that ate salads, dude. The onions, the tomato, whatever. I mean, what I think certain things are toxic. Whatever that would be, I wouldn't give them like grapes or I think onions. Certain things are toxic that I wouldn't put on there. But it was a salad nonetheless, and the German Shepherd would eat the salad.
Oh yeah.
Crazy, man. And the dog food, of course. You know, there was
If you look at some of the largest land animals, they don't eat other animals. You got the king elephant.
Right. No, 100%. The whale eats like swimming plankton. That's like a plant. Yeah.
And then you got the rhino, the hippo.
An ape.
Yeah, giraffe.
Yeah. So all the biggest giant animals are leaf-eating animals that live off the chlorophyll that allows you to get bigger.
Oh yeah, king African male elephant. Pretty intense creature.
Dinosaurs even ate leaves, some of them.
Yeah. The largest was a plant eater. Yeah, supposedly.
A herbivore.
Supposedly.
You're right. It was.
Supposedly
Yeah.
in the story. As the story goes. But we all know if evolution's true and the dinosaur thing and all that, you know, you can go in your backyard and get a clump and grandma should be in there, a dinosaur, a chicken, a duck, a turkey, everything in that clump of dirt should be there. You should just sit it on your desk and watch it like become those things.
Yeah, totally.
Just tell us how long it takes for it to become anything. Just one thing.
Billions of years.
So that means how would you know that if you've never lived other than about 20? So your belief in 20 years of not seeing it happen is your proof of a million and billion years that you'll never even
3 words,
ever
buddy.
be able
3
to
words.
know. Yeah, billions of years, unfathomable to you, unliving guy. That's like 3 seconds to nothing.
Yep,
You're
and your
crazy.
entire point is answered with 3 words. You ready? Peer-reviewed studies.
How do you peer review a non-existent thing that they can't peer review a million years, stupid? How many peers you
They
got
did it.
studying a
They did
million
the
years?
science.
So how many guys lived a million years to peer review a million years?
They were cavemen back then. I don't know, but they
So a
figured it out.
caveman peer reviewed a 1 million year length of period. How could you possibly do that as a human, stupid?
Homo
Reading a book,
sapiens have only been around for a couple 100,000 years. Thanks.
You don't know that?
right, but reading a book is not going to teach you about a million years.
Oh, so you're
Light
going to
years.
believe the story when it benefits you, huh?
No, I'm just
No,
letting you know that you're wrong on your own story. That's all.
you have to be able to be alive a million years to experience that to tell me you could peer review my paper on a million year time length, guy. And if you don't comprehend that, something's wrong with your science.
I'm not the one who said Lucifer's the most beautiful. That was you.
I keep making that
Lucifer
category
was,
error.
Lucifer was the most beautiful and got kicked out, smacked down like a little bi. So I don't know. So I don't know what the point of being the best of anything or being the most beautiful for God is when he goes
Maybe he
smack
was
your ass
trans.
down. I'm just saying, so fight to be beautiful and you're gonna get smacked down.
Well, Baphomet is totally trans.
Yeah, like Leonardo da Vinci. It's not bad. It's a poly type thing. It's like a couple of the people in history might have been that secretly, like Newton, Einstein. You never know. Like these guys might have been guy ladies. Actuality
Are
might
you
have had both
fucking
sexes.
kidding me?
No, I'm not. Go read up on Leonardo da Vinci. And then,
The most
how do you know the sex of people you were never around? How would you know? I'm not
the
kidding.
greatest inventor in history was a woman. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
He was a hermaphrodite, not a woman
All
or not
right,
a man. Both things.
that's more believable.
Didn't Leonardo da Vinci have a hard-on for Cesar Borgia?
He got caught raping another dude with one of his buddies. A 17-year-old got raped by Leonardo da Vinci, and then he got shunned. But his parents were really, really up and like connected with the church. And the dude that he was trying to mess with was like the Pope's fucking uncle, or his uncle was the Pope or dad or something. And that's the one that they depicted the picture of Jesus also. Because Leonardo da Vinci also painted that after the dude he thought was handsome and cute because he was a hermaphrodite and he didn't like ladies, he liked men. He got shunned by the church, but he also wanted to be a part of it, and he had a big thing against the church because of like how they did and what he was, and his type wasn't even considered to be a fucking thing. He was the
News to me.
very thing that went against the church. Not a guy, not a lady, both. Who do you think accepted that back in the day? Nobody. He had to keep it secret. And then he liked guys. And then he painted a picture that he depicted as most beautiful by a woman or a man. So a father or a mother would love this face. And it was the guy he chose that he liked, just like what you just said. The guy, yeah.
Cesar Borgia.
Yes, the Pope's nephew at the time. Yes, sir.
What's white Jesus for everybody who doesn't know? If you ever seen a picture of white Jesus, it's probably Cesar Borgia.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Or based off of
Jesus.
That could be true because I think there's a story of a child. Supposedly, he went to heaven and met Jesus in his horse. And when he came back, his dad's a pastor, if I'm not mistaken. His dad showed him a picture of what we know as Jesus. And his son said, no, that's not how he looks.
Right.
Exactly. There's a depiction in one of the Bibles of what an actual Jewish person is. And if the person doesn't match this depiction, they're not a Jewish person.
Well, I think there's a difference between a descendant of Yehuda or, Judah and a Jewish person.
Yes.
Somebody could convert to Judaism and they're kind of Jewish,
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
Tom Arnold.
You can become or be or expect yourself as, but the actuality of the main bloodline or the aboriginal or the original, whatever that is, has the description in the Bible. And a lot of people don't fit it. Only one certain group fits the description, man.
Oh, you're talking about the I can't say black folk because that's not correct, but um, maybe someone who looks like they're in between black folk and
The
Navajo
Aboriginal
Indian.
Indian. I'd say it like
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
why do you call it an ab-original? Because
Yeah, the whole black and white thing is made up, and you could tell because there was that girl who inherited like a bunch of oil land in Oklahoma, and they tried to make her a white girl because she was the richest black girl. I forget her name. I can post it in a few minutes if you guys want to see what I'm talking about because it sounds crazy. The government tried to make her white, tried to reclassify her as white.
it also happened with the old black ladies that help with the math, because they used the idea of the Bible and David and Goliath, the story how you slingshot the rock and hit Goliath in the head with it. They told them that was the math needed for them to orbit, to leave the earth, was the slingshot. And they never portrayed it. But then, like, if you look into it further, you'll see that it was a black woman who came up with the idea of the slingshot math, not the
So
rocket. Yeah.
allegedly, Jack Black's mom was working for NASA and they needed her to crunch some numbers, and she crunched it like during her labor and got it done just in time for them to land on the moon, if you believe in such stories.
Oh, Jack Black's mom. Oh.
Yeah, while she was pregnant with him.
Yeah, was she black?
No, she's a Jewish woman.
Oh, weirdly enough. So they still don't get credit to the old black lady who actually did the math on the board and showed them the picture and drew a slingshot 6, like a number 6 around the earth and then to the moon. To the
Yeah, I don't know
moon,
anything
Alex.
about that.
It's where you have to look into it. It's a black lady that gave them the math. 1 or 2.
Oh yeah, she was. I think they portrayed her in that that movie called Hidden Figures.
Okay. Well, at least it's known. You know what I mean? At least I'm not like, said to be retarded or something. I know a little bit about.
No, you're right though.
But isn't that weird? We've got all these scientists and so-called really smart, brilliant gentlemen that behind the limelight. There's just some person in a basement or in their house that knits a sweater. They actually gave them the thing they supposedly needed.
This happened time and time again. This in electricity, Michael Faraday, he was never classically trained, formally trained, yet he his brilliance, paved the way.
Do you know why? It's the same thing I do, brother. When I look at a fish tank when I was a little kid, and I looked at it ever since an adult, and I see the air bubbles always rise up only one direction, one vector, not any other vector. I always knew that gravity was bunk. And then I also knew that the fish weren't breathing air. Air doesn't stay in water for them. Now, the idea of what everybody thinks air is in water, yeah, I get it. But it's not that. It 100% isn't. And you have to step back and look at anything from your own point of view, put it in your own words, and act like you're the first person that wants to come at this point of view to see, does this happen? Right? Is this true? And when you do that, you start to find out that what people say about these gases and the water and what's in the water and how it's made, it's not 100% true. Then you come to find out that the fish is actually breathing off the movement or current of the medium that's giving it resistance. Because everybody knows that resistance is the ability to move, right? And they can use their gills to push as well as breathe, what they call it. But it's actually the breathing is just contracting, in and out, compressing and decompressing, and getting the kinetic energy from what the fish is made out of. So the amps and the amount is like so small and significant to its structure, size, makeup, and everything. That's the design of the fish, whether it's a whale or whatever, because a whale has to go lower, more pressure, and yeah. So they're breathing off the kinetic energy from the water. It's not air that they're getting. We're not actually putting air in our blood because, like the water, if there's air in it, it would be air bubbles. It doesn't disappear to nothing. Now, to create the bubbles, you take movement or kinetic energy in the water, and that will create what you're calling a bubble. So the bubble, in my mind, is just kinetic energy. All this stuff we're calling gas and air is really a big pile of fucking kinetic energy layered up in volts and amounts.
I can see
Go ahead.
that.
I'm sorry. That's all. That's how I swear to God. That's how I see it as a human. That's how I could prove because it stacks in layers. Every 3 feet, it's a 100-volt increase or something like that, and it's in a horizontal layer, not a curve layer. The elevation doesn't follow a curve layer. The gradients don't. Liquid, water, oil, milk, butter, mustard, mercury, all that stuff stacked doesn't make a curve.
So you said resistance.
Yes.
Resistance causes movement. That kind of sounds like the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia.
No. I'm saying that when these things are getting anything flowing through them while they're moving, the movement of the medium and them together causes the kinetic energy between the two to give them energy. That's what causes the energy, movement of stuff. I'm not saying it's causing the movement of the stuff, Hank. You understand? Now the fish is moving and the water moves. If the water's moving, it works off the fish. Like you drop a pebble, it keeps rippling. So like when the fish, action, reaction. I'm just saying that's what's giving them the energy, the kinetic reaction between the two. I'm not saying anything about what's causing, the moon to work or the sun to move around in a circle. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm not talking vacuums. Yeah. Talking like in water and in air when we're walking around, you and I, how we experience the resistance of this medium. It produces the kinetic energy between us, like a shock when you rub the carpet. That's all. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't know. Yeah. I can't, there's no really deeper I can get into it other than that's what I can explain or demonstrate to you.
Yeah, you raised some interesting points though. Like I'm trying to envision these gas molecules or particle spheres, and then I'm trying to think, what about the gaps in between these spheres?
It's being resisted. The kinetic energy is a pocket in the other medium, and the medium of water can hold the kinetic energy. It can resist it on all sides, making the idea of a sphere. And everything kind of, so everything
Thank you
kind
for
of
that
works
thought.
from the inside out, not from the out. and is resisted from the outside in. Yeah.
I don't get it.
You don't get that water resists the kinetic energy called an air bubble? They're different amounts of energy.
Yeah, I
Water
get
is
that.
called, yeah, water has current. The word current, it follows with energy. Energy has current, a flow.
Flowing.
Okay. So when water flows or moves, it has its energy buildup, and things in it get the energy from it, and they can transmit to it and from it, just like electromagnetic. So the fish is like copper, and the water is like a magnet, or the water is like the copper, and the fish is like the magnet. Either way, the transfer between the two is exactly what I'm saying. However you want to look at it, there's a magnetic kinetic effect. It's nothing to do with gravity or the idea of inertial, resistant inertia, or anything shit like that.
I've heard of this medical term. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, y'all ever? I saw a video on Instagram. It was this Indian dude, fucking a twisted, curled stick.
Oh yeah,
like just a,
I've seen that.
and he this stick had a specific geometry where he brought it towards a fucking waterfall, just like water falling, right? And this stick took this stick fucking climbed up the waterfall, bro. Just
Yeah.
because of its geometry. There is something about its geometry where if water falling on it, the net effect is at an upwards displacement, bro. It's just
The
crazy.
backdraft, the back effect, yes. It's pushing back on the back, just like
Yes.
air does. When you get a ducktail wing on anything real big, the air that goes around the first part of the dart is going to come back into itself and push the back of the dart forward as the other air is coming around it. Yes, you get that effect, yes.
Yes, sir.
It's an open space vacuum effect. You're creating an open space with the gap from the tail of the object, like it's got a V, and then the space that's the air that's coming around it from the front has to fill that to make it equalize around the back. Yes. Yep. Aerodynamics, baby.
Let's
And the
go,
fish,
baby.
and water dynamics too. Same thing. That's why the fish,
Bro.
it actually climbs the water like a stairway, like choo 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 choo.
Bro, water is magical, bro. Once I saw that fucking stick go upwards and that water falling water, oh man.
It happens in a stream
It is-
too. The first time I saw it was in a running water stream on the ground. The water was running this way, right to left, and the stick was going left to right through it, just traveling on through it on its own. No power, no motor.
There is
Bro.
something special with water. That's why it was used in baptism. But go ahead.
Bro, water is magical, bro. Don't let anyone tell you the difference. Yo, I saw this video with water about ancient Egyptians or some shit. Check this out. They fucking took a water. No, look. An ancient Egyptian took a water. All right. They took a water drop. That water dropped on a fucking granite, because the granite surface, the water where it drifts upon, it doesn't get okay. They took a water drop on a granite surface and they measured that water drop. They measured that one individual drop, okay, and then they took that water drop and they measured that shit against like 100 by 100. Okay, so like one water drop equals one. They did 100 water drops by like 100 water drops or some shit like that, and they fucking measured one of these standards of measures that we have regarding the meter. They got it was like one water drop was a one water drop. They got 100 water drops by 100 water drops, and they measured a fucking like kilometer or a kilogram or some kiloliter or some shit, bro. Like the liter, there's a theory with the ancient peoples that used to live in this world. They were all advanced and shit. They figured out the liter before. Anyways, that's the secret. They started off with a water drop on granite, which equals a unit measure of one. Okay, and then they did that shit. They took like a 100 by 100 water
Yeah, you
drops.
just times that amount. Yeah.
100 by 100 water drops in like a square or a box, and they call that shit a kiloliter or some shit like. That's all I wanted to say. The
It
idea
probably
is
weighed
this. The
2.5
idea
pounds.
is the
Yeah,
idea
probably.
is that by a single water drop, they got a liter, a milliliter, a kilogram, all that shit from water, bro.
It probably weighed 2.5 pounds. That's a kilo. Wouldn't that be weird? And then a 2 liter is like, I don't know. It's just weird they call it that too, right?
A kilogram is actually 2.2 pounds, I think.
Okay. That's probably what it weighs. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that garbled misrepresentation that Gatebreaker just gave us bears no relation to the history of this. The base unit that underlies the System International's development is the meter, which is 1/10,000th of the distance from the North Pole to the equator on a longitude passing through Paris. From that, they were able to derive the kilogram, which is a cubic decimeter, so 10 centimeters on a side.
An Egyptian did that?
No, the French did that.
Hey, PhD Tony, bro, I love you. I feel like you're the one for us. Not the one, but like, I don't have a counter to what you said, but I feel like this community, including you, is like we're approaching the event horizon of a new like way of viewing everything in a more better light. Not just viewing everything in like a religious aspect that's like a degree or two off the truth, but like in a more light. So for now, whether you're a flat earther or a concave earther or religious, whatever, science reigns supreme. In this world, science equals testable, repeatable, measurable, and it reigns supreme. So you can choose to be divisive and choose one facet of the diamond over the other, or you can choose to suspend your judgment and look at everything at one time, not even tomorrow, but the day after, and let the data reveal to you the truth at that point.
Okay.
Given that science has been used for quite largely a bunch of propaganda, right? What is it? You tell a lie big enough and you repeat it, like testability, repeatability. Are you guys willing to sort of acknowledge that? What is it? This scientific method has also given them great tools and powers in order to manipulate people. It's not just truth.
I think that the same can be said very even more about religion, right? So if you're going to paint if we look at the meta argument, the ability to exert power over large populations is something that is sought after. Therefore, those people who seek power will use the levers that are available to them. Back in the day, this used to be religion, right? Religion and government were one in many places, and kings claimed to be king because they were chosen by God, and they gave tax breaks to religions and what have you. So there's an incestuous relationship there. What you seem to be unhappy about is not so much science as it is popular media and the news media. And what you seem to be unhappy about is that they get things wrong. Sometimes this is because they misrepresent what happened. Sometimes this is because the situation is unfolding very rapidly and they don't have good information. And so scientists can be giving their best guess as to what should happen, what should be going on, and the scientists turn out to be wrong. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't have given their best. Sorry, I'm just about to finish. But people doing their best and making a mistake is not the same as people maliciously lying to you. Do you accept the distinction?
Yeah, but they could just say that they're like, oh, it's just an accidental mistake. It could actually be malicious, right? They could just lie to you about that also.
Yes, and generally we don't convict people of being malicious unless we can demonstrate it to a legal satisfaction.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go speeding in your car, right, they'll give you a ticket, but they haven't shown any damage. Now, in the case of the scientists and the whole idea of the technology, it's move fast and break things, and then you're sort of invoking this sort of panic-like state of an emergency. I'm just kind of curious, like, I mean, when they do make a mistake during an emergency, what are the consequences? In your
Well,
pledge,
it depends on the nature of the mistake, doesn't it? You're arguing you're conflating two issues that aren't conflatable. A person who speeds may not kill anybody, but they are certainly putting lives at risk. So even if I haven't been damaged, my life has been put at risk by this person speeding through wherever. So no, what they did was not harmless, and it does need to be disincentivized. That being said, people who make mistakes with this sort of stuff often pay by having their funding cut. They often pay by losing their jobs. To claim that there are no negative consequences, you can make a lot of scientific papers that are published today will turn out to be wrong. They are hypothesizing things. Testing these hypotheses, we will find that some of these hypotheses are incorrect. That doesn't mean that the scientist was lying. They came up with an idea for a test that could advance our knowledge. This happens all the time in science. Being wrong.
You just keep talking, bro. Just one sec. I got one piece of commentary for you.
I have asked you multiple times to not call me bro.
Yeah, my bad. It comes out of my mouth second nature. I don't want to go into it too much, but my apologies here. Quick question. Would you refer to Project Warp Speed as a form of speeding through science? Like, if you're happy to critique the road user who's speeding and saying they should be held accountable, what do we say about these things like Project Warp Speed?
So Project Warp Speed was an attempt to develop a vaccine that successfully saved many hundreds of thousands of lives. The long term.
You're not allowed to talk about medical PhD. You're not allowed to make those claims here. Cool.
Yes, I am. So
no, you're not allowed to talk
because they're backed up by facts, sir.
No, you're not allowed.
You brought up this subject, sir. Don't bring up the subject and then say that I can't bring up the data related to the subject. If you don't want me to talk about the subject, fine. We won't talk about the subject, but don't ask me a question about the subject and then say, well, you can't answer.
No, you're just coming up with the reason. Like, all I had to say was that the analogy of speeding through science is like Project Warp Speed. There's plenty of other examples that I could use, right? Now, just don't talk about the medical, man. And I'm pretty harsh on it merely because you're just going to make that claim and I can't rebut it. I can't do that.
So when you're wrong, you can't rebut stuff. You should stop being wrong.
What about? How about this question, Rick?
I can rebut it. I can rebut it, but the rule is that I can't. Okay. I could tell you.
No, you can't. You can misrepresent statistics, but let's go back to your analogy. An ambulance can break the speed limit in order to get a critically ill person to a hospital. A fire engine can speed in order to get to a burning building. A police unit can speed in order to respond to an armed robbery. Yes, there are circumstances in which speeding is justifiable and can be legally done. But so your point is counted. Any other questions?
Yeah, cool. So would you say how often? Actually, my mother told me this story just the other day. She went on a ride when she was a bit younger. She went on a ride with a bunch of cops, and they turned on the sirens and they went driving over the municipal gardens at the time. Apparently, like right through the bushes and stuff. So I'm just kind of curious. I mean, you acknowledge that they will misuse that siren. They will misuse those what would you call it, like privileges of being able to speed through places. They will misuse that at times, right?
The police certainly will. can you cite me an instance in which somebody abused the ability to rapidly introduce a medical procedure?
Yeah, they use p hacking, and they quite often, if you go looking at the I've got to be
P-hacking is
careful about
now
how I say
forbidden
this.
in literature.
Yeah, sure it is. They just call
It
it
is.
something else.
It is. There are a bunch of journals won't publish stuff that announces p-values.
Okay, so what was it? It's there's a British medical journal. They did a I've forgotten what the terminology, like a metadata analysis of the cancer drug treatments, and they found that about 90% of them couldn't reproduce the initial founding results. So it implies then that something's going on between the production of the science in the first place, because when they went back to check whether or not it holds up, they were finding, about 80% of them were failing.
Yeah, this is your problem. Your problem seems to be more with the formalisms for drug trials, and indeed there are serious ethical questions about drug trials, because drug companies are, as you suggested, they are capable of running multiple trials for a drug where the drug fails, but they get one trial where it seemed to give a positive result, and they'll use that trial instead. There are very serious issues with drug authorization programs, and with whether or not government agencies that are trained, that are established to track and counter these abuses by private corporations, actually have enough power to do so. Yeah, you're exactly right. But this is very different from saying that all medical interventions are inherently corrupt, or that all doctors are in it for money, or that everything that we are told is a lie. I can agree with you that there are problems that we need to reform. Sure, we can improve the system. We should. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if anyone's actually seen the modernized Hippocratic Oath. It's really interesting.
Modernized?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, in 1972, it was modernized at Tufts University by John Lasagna, if I'm not mistaken. And right in the middle of it. Oh, hi, Ruif. Go ahead.
I said, is that his real name?
Lasagna sticks out. If it's not John, it might be someone else, something else. But maybe Louis Lasagna. Let me check.
It's an Italian sort of probably a Vatican priest or something.
Yeah, but essentially, it changed. I think right in the middle of it. I think it was line 60. Let me see if I have the direct quote here. Before the original, essentially the message was to do no harm, and then they would defend their patient at all costs. But right now, the modernized version, it says, but it may also be within my power to take a life.
The hell you say?
I can drop the link if you guys want to see it. It's from Nova PBS. They have the classical and the modern. But yeah.
That's modern, yeah. Interesting. Isn't that funny, Tony? How they slip that shit in on us?
Within my power to take a life.
I appreciate your response too, Tony. I find that a lot of people, when I sort of point out that the positive test results that are coming back after like 4 or 5 years, they do a metadata analysis of hundreds of the drugs that put in front, and they just don't pass. A lot of people run me around circles with that subject, man. So I appreciate it.
By a weird coincidence, my dad was a doctor who ended up working for the Adverse Drug Reactions Advisory Committee, and he was appalled by the various ways that various companies got around stuff. There was a guy in Tasmania who died from a royal jelly overdose. He was given royal jelly to treat his asthma, except that royal jelly causes asthma. It enhances asthma symptoms. So his girlfriend accidentally killed him. But because the claims about royal jelly weren't on the bottle, they were in a pamphlet next to the stand with the bottle on it, it wasn't subject to government oversight. So there are ways around so there are dangerous chemicals that have the potential to kill people, that are being sold as remedial medicines without any oversight whatsoever. And they are allowed to publish whatever claims they want about what it can cure, as long as it isn't on the bottle. So yes, there are significant holes in our legislation and in the way our society and quite frankly, I think that medicine companies are, in some cases, doing stuff that I would prefer would be illegal, as far as getting their drugs past, doing multiple trials and picking the drug trial that works for them. I think that's tantamount to criminal action, and we should be dealing with that more harshly. So, but I don't necessarily extend that to the existence of a malicious conspiracy. I think that corporations are greedy, unscrupulous cunts. Since we're all Australians here. But to quote,
yeah, not all Australians here.
Okay, but you're Australian, I think. Is that correct?
You picked me.
Okay, and Ruhif's Australian, so yeah, nobody else matters.
So were you guys sent over here in the penal colony? Because I came from a refugee. How'd you guys get here?
So my family, the patrilineal line came here to escape the Irish famine, 1860s.
First fleet for me.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow, here I was thinking third.
I am a criminal.
Australia was like one of the famous places for the White Supremacy Act, right?
We had not the White Supremacy Act, but we did have the White Australia policy. So there are a lot of very racist policies, and in my opinion, Australia remains an extremely racist country. There are things that have happened and that are said in Australia that would absolutely not fly in any other country.
Nothing like the Tuskegee experiment, though, right?
No, nothing like there are which is the one where they bombed, where they took off from planes and bombed the blacks. We didn't have that either, but yeah, there are a couple of really sordid events in American history, but nonetheless.
Oh man, you don't know half of them.
Yeah, but
they're quite fascinating, really. They tell quite a story.
Yeah, fascinating is one word. Abhorrent is another. It is important that we not forget these elements of history, and so it is worthwhile studying them. Yeah.
Yeah. If you get the truth, it's good.
But I did want to give the full quote for the and was indeed by Louis Lasagna in 1964. The relevant portion goes, I will respect the privacy of my patients, for their problems are not disclosed to me that the world may know. Most especially must I tread with care in matters of life and death. If it is given me to save a life, all thanks, but it may also be within my power to take a life. This awesome responsibility must be faced with great humbleness and awareness of my own frailty. Above all, I must not play at God. So that's the full quote, and I think that representing it as, but it may also be within my power to take a life. I feel like that was representing the spirit in which that paragraph intended it.
Might be an accident. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, so. My dad was a doctor, as I say, and it occurred to me that I could be a doctor too. But I thought about how would I feel if I screwed up, if I made a mistake, If I misdiagnosed somebody, gave them the wrong dosage of drug, whatever, and they died of it, would I be able to deal with that? And it occurred to me that I wouldn't. And so I was never interested in becoming a doctor. But doctors have to live with that sort of burden on them.
That's true.
Quite often.
And judges.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you're right. I didn't mean to interrupt, but even judges who have to sentence people to death.
Yeah. And that's true too. I mean, it's one of those things, and it's a responsibility that you pray that nobody trivializes.
Yeah.
But it's got to be hard for doctors to survive that sort of thing. God knows it'd take an enormous toll on my mental health if I had to do that.
Two groups of people that love telling people what to do: judges and teachers.
Yes, that's true too. Yeah.
Oh, and coppers as well.
Well, coppers, yes. And you're right about police abuse of power, and that should be and the dangers of police corruption and the dangers of corruption in other branches of government.
Well, you do know, Tony, they've got the checkerboard on all the police cops over here. You know that, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah. You know where that checkerboard come from?
No.
You ever been to a Freemason lodge? You ever looked at the floor on a Freemason lodge?
I do know that the floor on a Freemason lodge does have a checkerboard pattern. I did. I'll have to check whether or not that's a connection. A lot of people like to make connections to the Masons. Fascinatingly, my grandfather was a Mason. Never tried to recruit me. So there you go.
You weren't worth it, and Freemasons require you to believe in a deity at least to join, and you clearly don't believe in a deity, so you're cooked
at the time,
Or he was protecting PhD Tony.
But I was but at the time I did, but I was a Catholic, so doubtless you guys would think I was corrupt in my Christianity as well.
Maybe he was protecting you.
Whoa. No, so Catholicism and
Freemasonry?
Freemasonry have never gotten on. They're sort of considered they for reasons that are not entirely clear to me. Even though I read a history of both, they sort of reject one another.
Yeah, it's against Catholic law to be a Mason.
What if it's like democracy, or Democrats versus Republican, or red versus blue, or left versus right? Like they hate each other apparently, but they need each other so badly in order to pull off their own tricks.
Well, yeah. So I'm less convinced that Masonry has any significant and I like I said, I've read a history of Freemasonry. I know about Pope John Paul I and the Vatican Treasury and all of that sort of stuff.
Where do you reckon the Statue of Liberty came from?
France.
A bunch of Freemasons gave it to them, right? Very significant, very powerful, very influential.
But I mean, Washington was a Freemason, right? A lot of the founding fathers were.
All of them, I think.
Exactly.
They actually, go ahead.
Go ahead, Eden.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I was just going to share that I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I was reading about one of the meanings of the names because they do share their information on their websites. So the 32nd title, 33rd is honorary, but at 32 it's the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, and I think this is the Scottish free rite. So the royal secret is love, and they say that's the love from God. But yeah, perhaps maybe they've been infiltrated.
The what secret, buddy? The oil secret or the royal secret?
Royal.
Yeah.
Royal. ROYAL.
Thank you. The Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, and they say on their website the secret is love.
Okay, but. So there are many claims about the pernicious influence of Freemasons, etc., etc., and I mean it kind of there's a romance to it. It's very romantic. It's very cool to sort of think about these stories. But the sad reality is we're not in the grips of some vast conspiracy. We are at the mercy of sort of greedy corporations who do influence the diet of media that we are allowed to consume. But that's very different from a malicious
That is
conspiracy.
a mad conspiracy. And they're playing the game. They're underlings of the actual money printers game, dude. Come on, you know this. Come on, man. What? Do you mean there's not like a group of vampires or like type of alien? Like, because what do you mean there's not a conspiracy? Like, seriously.
Yeah, when you go to check out that checkerboard square at the cop station, take a look at the Mason symbol when you check that out. They'll have one there on the police force.
Rich, I'll be with you. Like, okay, the corporations, right? Like they're doing their own little things, but it's not like they have like some sort of like, you know, whatever, like elite, actual like elitists, like they're actually like in the back rooms, like literally telling the politicians all that. Like I could get that. Okay, whatever, the corporate level and all this. But what about the actual original conqueror's bloodline and all that type of stuff, dude? Like that has to be behind the scenes, unseen, and they have to be conspiring to retain that. Would they not be? Do we think there's no retention still? Like some of these people?
Oh yeah.
To be brutally honest, I'm a bit confused as to what you may be talking about.
Okay.
What conqueror's blood? What is the conqueror's bloodline?
Like the people who are on the what's this monetary system that we all share in? The you know, like I don't know enough about it to name drop or be like the Rockefellers or the fucking, you know, the IMF or whatever, all this stuff. But I mean, come on, man. Like there's people that let America borrow money or not borrow money. Like what? Who can have more money than our own country? Like what do we need from these people? Why is America in debt? It makes no sense.
Yeah, Federal Reserve is called. They're not connected to America.
Well, the Federal Reserve very much is connected to America.
No, they loan money. They loan money.
They deal with us.
They're
but
no, they're not lawed up to America. Don't mislie.
They are. You don't understand what you're talking about, sir.
I do understand.
They are independent. They are an independent organization, but they are an American organization.
No, they're not American.
Yes, they are, sir. You're just making an assertion. What are you even talking
We're inherently, Tony, we're inherently talking about a secret society, right? And you're saying that you do know and you don't know what's happening inside of a secret society.
What secret society are you talking about?
Well, we kind of shifted from the Freemasons thing, so I just wanted to point that out.
All right. So, what is your evidence? So, what is your evidence that the Freemasons are a malicious secret society that is controlling the social order?
Are we saying it's them? I'm saying there's one there somewhere. I'm not saying it's one of them.
Okay.
I'll let you know. I'll give you the nuanced sort of version of it. Right? I don't think it's actually the Freemasons, right? What the Freemasons did, they came up with a structure, a social structure within a club, which is very effective at keeping sort of an in-group crowd and an out-group crowd, and for the sake of how would you say, ciphering communications such that you can communicate with one another openly, but in secret. And that is the tools and techniques of the Freemasons, which then go on to sort of inform the practices of the corporations that you're referring to.
Okay. Can you name me some important corporate CEOs in Australia who are Freemasons?
How about the president of the college you work at?
The most famous one I know of is when Bush and Al Gore are apparently from, what was it, Blood and Bone or something? One of the Bone crew? I don't know, whatever.
Skull and Bones, but that's got nothing to do with the Freemasons. That's Harvard. Isn't that from Harvard? That's a Harvard society, right? Harvard, it's got nothing to do with that. That's not the Harvard. Harvard has nothing. How are you making the connection between a Harvard student organization and the Freemasons?
Do you want me to go find a checkered floor at Harvard for you? I'll go find it.
Is that sufficient in your mind to establish a connection between the Freemasons and Harvard? Every checkered floor must have a connection with Freemasons. Is that your axiom?
I got a checkered floor in my bathroom. Is my toilet part of the Freemasons?
No, you just got really bad taste. Okay.
Okay, so you accept that there can exist checkered floors that are not associated with the Freemasons, right?
Okay, so there is something very particular, though, that needs to be sort of the difference between the gentleman's bathroom and Harvard is that Harvard spends a lot of time very discreetly thinking about the design and layout of their building for symbolic interpretation and meaning, right?
No.
You don't think that Harvard spends a lot of time thinking about their architecture?
No.
Interesting. I mean, at this point, you're basically saying nah. So it's pretty
I
obvious
work on a
that they are.
university. I work on a university. We don't spend a lot of time thinking about the symbolism of our buildings. No. I have no reason to believe that Harvard is any different from our university in this regard. You are asserting that it is. I'd like to know what your evidence is for that.
I mean, it's almost like the use of symbolism within buildings and institutions, right, is so darn obvious that it is very important. Every decision, every corner, every aspect, artifice that goes into a building, especially one so as important as the Institute of Harvard, they spend a lot of time being very conscientious and careful about and diligent about their design. And you're just saying,
you assert that. What is your evidence for it? You assert that. What's your evidence for it? You're just saying because I say so.
Yeah, they design the building and they're very conscientious about all the symbolic meanings of every aspect.
What is your evidence to support that assertion? You've made the assertion multiple times. I understand what you're asserting. What is your evidence that they toil away night and day about the symbolism in their architecture? Where is your evidence of that?
I'm going to drop a link here. I'm reading that they do have a notable historical connection to Freemasonry, and it looks like the first academic Masonic lodge in the United States. And this is from Wikipedia. I'll drop it.
Yes.
But yeah, to the other parts.
Freemasonry was very prevalent in the early United States. I would not be surprised if they had an academic Freemason lodge. So what? You are trying to understand the argument that you're trying to make is that Freemasonry is having a major social impact on the political, financial, and public life of America. Make the case, and so far we've gotten into, well, these two guys were both in Skull and Bones, and therefore they were at Harvard, and Harvard is run by Masons, so therefore Masons run everything. Two guys went to the same college. That's all you've got so far.
No, we've got a bunch of other use of symbology within buildings, which you just seem to be denying outright. And it's so obvious.
I got a question.
You're saying it's obvious. You're saying it's obvious. I'm saying prove it. You're saying it's obvious.
Stop running over the top of me, bro. Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
How many hours does Harvard spend a year on the design of their buildings?
It's not per year. It's at the instantiation of the construction point. What are you
how many
talking
hours
about?
do they spend? How many hours or dollars do they spend at the beginning when they built the building that you're referring to?
Very significant amounts. Or
No,
like
that's not a
when
significant
you work
amount.
with stone.
How
when you
many
work with
hours?
stone-
Measure them in numbers.
Rick, 1 second. When you work with stone, right? It's the whole idea of measure twice, cut once. Yeah, well, design 3 times is actually the principle. Before measuring and cutting and the actual construction of things, you need to design things 3 or 4 times, essentially, to then make sure that, like, in your comparison of all your designs, that you are achieving the most ideal outcome. Because once you cast that stone into place, it's very difficult to move. So you just want to be very careful about that. This is why they're very conscientious and careful, and they lay these symbols into their architecture as part of their symbology. This genuflection to their community or the way that they think about it.
We've heard you say it
But
lots of times.
that's your assertion, sir. That's your assertion. You are asserting that, and you have yet to produce any evidence for it other than just repeating that that's what happens.
There is a whole architectural movement called postmodernism,
which literally seeks out to imbue symbols into buildings. So the JFK airport is another example. It's an aeroplane, right? It's in the shape and form of an aeroplane for an airport. And you can go find a whole bunch. Just go look up postmodernism and its association with symbology. Like there are a whole heap of buildings out there with just nonsensical symbols that sit right at the top of buildings, but almost like no architectural pragmatism. It's purely just like a Vegas. If you know what Vegas is like, it's symbolism and marketing out in being thrust out into the world.
So
Postmodern architecture. Postmodern architecture is a style movement which emerged in the 1960s as a reaction against the austerity, formality, and lack of variety of modern architecture. It embraces ornamentation, color, and a mix of historical and unconventional styles, often incorporating humor and irony. And this you think is sinister.
Do I think it's sinister? No, I think it's one of the tools that are used and imbued. I mean,
so it's abused, but it isn't sinister.
I mean, it's not always. It's not like definitively sinister. No, but I mean, like the symbolic, like the black and white carpet, or the choice for that, like a Mason lodge. The decision to have that flooring is not inherently sinister, but there are some sinister aspects to those communities, and they use these symbols within their buildings. Yeah, for sure.
But that is not enough to make a connection because you haven't demonstrated exclusivity. There are a bunch of other things that have black and white check patterns, like, for instance, a chessboard. Is chess Masonic?
Yes, actually, funnily enough. But I'll just let you know, dude, you're applying...
How is that? How can chess possibly be Masonic? Chess was developed thousands of years before Freemasonry existed.
Okay, cool. But you're applying a standard.
So how can it possibly be Masonic? If it existed before Freemasonry, how can it be Masonic?
Because they
just 1 second. You're applying a set of standards, like within, like, because you have the science brain, right? Like that's your mind, that's your training, and you're trying to basically apply that methodology of an approach to what is essentially a sociological analysis. You can't. Apples and oranges here, man. You can't do that, in my opinion.
So you're trying to suggest that I should abandon the request for evidence because it's inconvenient to you.
Let's just back up a second. There was a claim that chess was Masonic. Chess was developed the 6th century, and the Masons weren't found until 1717. How can you possibly make that claim? And having made that claim and it being completely false now, how can we possibly believe any other claim you're making?
Sorry, what century was it developed in?
Well, according to Wikipedia, it was 1717.
17th century? And you think that there were no Freemasons in the 1700s? Just to let you know, man, what is it? The
chess was developed in the 7th century. The chess was developed in the 7th century.
Is it 17th century or the 7th?
7th.
1717 was Freemasonry, as far as I'm aware.
Yes,
oh,
and chess was developed in the 7th century. And the precursor to chess, which is a game called Chaturanga, which was played in India. It was a 4-player gambling game played with a dice. You rolled the dice to determine which piece you moved. Is hundreds of years older than chess is. So again, I ask you, how do you make the claim that chess is a Masonic game?
So let's presume for a second, right? There are many, many games in the world at that particular time, and the popularity of Freemasonry begins on the rise. And the Freemasons want to sort of use things that align with their symbology. So when they come across this game called chess and they see it's played out on black and white squares, checkered patterns, they actually adopt it as their national sport then at that point, right? It doesn't mean that it had to necessarily have come from them, only that they have adopted it as their primary sport. Or it doesn't even have to be their primary
What
sport,
evidence do you have of that? Because chess was very popular for centuries before this. Like, I mean, the Roy Lopez opening was developed in like the 14th century.
It has nothing to do with the board, dude. Why don't you just Google the meaning of The black and white checkerboard. Why don't you just Google that and you can learn what it means?
That is in no way relevant to the current conversation.
Yeah,
sir.
sure it isn't. Sure it is. I disagree with you, sir.
Just to let you know, right? Like you brought up chess as the example. Oh, is chess Freemasonry now? And I kind of sort of laughingly, flippantly made the statement, but now you really want to get into this prosecution aspect of it. So
Look,
I mean,
don't make claims if you don't want to be pressed on them. It's easy.
I didn't make the claim, really. You just asked me a question. It's like, sure, yeah, sure.
You said he's no. Hang on. That is without a doubt the most dishonest and bad faith thing I have ever heard you do, Rixie, which is fucking a very high bar. You made a claim and now you're backing back and just pretending it was a joke. Is that for real? Like, is that real life? Seriously, is that what you're actually gonna do?
You think I said I made like I actually? What are you saying? I talked about chess first. Are you saying that I said the word chess first? No. Okay, cool. So I didn't bring it up, did I?
No,
Thank you.
Rixie. He said a chessboard has squares on it, a black and white checker pattern. Is chess Freemasonry? And you said, actually, yes. Now, if you're going to say that that's a joke now after this whole discussion, after you've just been like shut down at every single turn, and then the end of that is to go, haha, just kidding, you guys took me seriously. Why should we listen to anything you're saying? Because you're just trolling.
It's not a hill that I would die on to prove that chess
But you're wrong.
is
But you're wrong.
Can you stop interrupting me? Okay, it's not a hill I'm going to die.
Are you trolling or not?
Dude,
He's still interrupting.
I listen to you quietly, right? I let you make all your ridicule statements. I listen quietly. I go to respond. You start talking over the top of me. Shut the front door, man. Shut the freaking front door. Okay? Now, as far as the claim is, yeah, I actually kind of did. It was a bit flippant on my part. But at the end of the day, the methodology that Tony is trying to import into a sociological conversation, a topic of sociology like this, like understanding and analysis of Freemasons and providing evidence as such, you just can't do it. Like the standard of evidences are completely different, right? Do you acknowledge that, guys?
No. So this is conspiracy. This is conspiracy theory thinking. The lack of evidence is itself evidence that the conspiracy is real. You are step by step fudging your you are step by step fudging your epistemology so that it's a bad way of thinking. No, I don't accept your line of reasoning because you can use it to end up in counterfactual positions. And the only way to avoid that is by constantly verifying whether or not your epistemology is accurate. And you have to use evidence for that. So saying you can't use evidence, I reject that. You can't navigate just by symbology and feels. That's not an accurate way to progress.
I didn't say that actually. That's a straw man. I would say it's correlation, essentially, not this stringent aspect that you're trying to impose.
You know, interestingly, if you want to look at correlation, the number of pirates worldwide has been decreasing since the 1800s. And if you graph it, it actually is perfectly in line with average temperature increases. So, you know, therefore, you know, save the world, become a pirate, right? It's a joke about how stupid correlation is, by the way.
It is a joke about how stupid correlation is. Like, correlations are not causations, and correlations can occur. And in particular, if you open yourself up to confirmation bias, cherry picking the bits of evidence that are the cases. For instance, you brought up check patterns being in these institutions. What about all of the institutions that are innocent of any wrongdoing, but also have check floor patterns? That kind of indicates that check floor patterns have nothing to do with whether or not the institution is malicious. It's whether or not the institution is malicious that's the point.
You'd have to use more data points than just a checkered floor, obviously, at that point, right? You go looking at the walls. Are there any gargoyles hanging out on there? A couple of other things, you know. Cool.
You know what the purpose of gargoyles was?
I walk into a living room, right, and I find a cross. I'm not going to assume I've walked into a church, right? That'd be silly.
Okay, but Do you know what gargoyles are? Why were gargoyles made?
But you walk into a college and see a checkerboard floor, and you think it was built by the Masons, right?
Yes, because they have a Gnostic background and they believe in the gnosis and the knowledge. Yeah, for sure. And then plus, all of you already agree that most of your ex-presidents, ex-president, all Freemasons, a whole bunch of your bloody scientists, especially in the early day, Newton and all the rest of them, they're all Freemasons. So yeah, they're pretty influential. Cool.
But what are these gargoyles, Tony? Do they mean anything?
Gargoyles are architectural sort of extensions to hide from the fact that they just wanted a mass there. They needed a mass there to stabilize to stabilize that particular mount. They found that if they didn't have a mass there, and they turned it into a water spout as well. It made a water spout. But if you didn't have a mass at the top of a buttressed wall at various points, they would crumble. And so the original point of the gargoyles was actually just to be a mass there, and they turned them into decorative water spouts as well. There's no evil symbolism to this. It's just
It's not evil. It's like a war thing. Like you know how you paint a face on your jet, and like people that never seen it, they'll be like, "What the hell is that thing?" And they see a face on it. Oh, that's pretty crazy. They put a gargoyle there for like the scare factor for certain people that are far away or couldn't tell. Like to them, it would look like something guarding or sitting on the building that was real big.
There is a symbolic and aesthetic role that the gargoyles take on, and it was actually to ward off evil spirits. So yes, there is a utility and function that was originally needed for that hunk of rock, but then it goes on to take a symbolic meaning like that. Cool.
But I mean, there are a bunch of these. Like the ancient Greeks used to have Medusa faces on the edge of their tiles.
Yeah, that's pretty.
And the hypothesis is that this was to try and scare birds away from making nests underneath the eaves of their houses, and then sort of getting into the roof space. That's the hypothesis for why that was there. A lot of stuff like this sort of turns out to be skeuomorphic. We retain them in the modern era, even though they no longer serve a practical purpose in the way that they once did.
It'd be a great attack post for cats. Just think a little head on the ground with snakes coming out of it, and the cats attack it. That'd be fun.
It would be.
There's a lot of architectural features in that's been around for years. Even in Japan, they have in their buildings on the corners of their roofs, they point them up for a certain reason.
Yeah,
just little things like that are all over the place.
Yeah, and it's really cool that sort of we have these cultural elements. But I mean, sort of if you look around, and there was a guy in here earlier. I think he's gone now. Yasuke, who was talking about somebody was asking for thumbnail ideas, and Yasuke said, "Well, how about you get one that isn't designed by a demon?" And I asked Yasuke, okay, can you provide me of something that you think is designed by demons? And he said, okay, here you go. And he showed me sort of a collection of four memes. And I've gone, okay, how do you know that those are designed by demons? And he said, well, it's a bit detailed. I don't want to go into it right now, which is fair enough. But it sort of leaves you wondering, like, how connected to reality can he be if this is his mindset? If he's looking at everything and going, are there demons in that? Is that satanic? Is that it really is a weird alien way of thinking.
It is a bit unusual, Tony. I'll give you that. But what's very interesting about Yasuke is he's very athletic. His gymnast is a lot. So kind of question for you is, as crazy as you might think he is about his opinions on demonology and the rest of it, I mean, I look at someone who doesn't necessarily look after their health and has a very poor appearance It's like they're crazy. Why would you do that to yourself? Now,
well, I can answer that question, actually. I can answer that question for you explicitly. And that is that as a young man, I was very much a fitness fanatic. I was extraordinarily fit. I played sport, 6 days of the week. I weighed 73 kilograms at a height of 170 centimeters. I was extremely athletic, and I got married, and my life absolutely fell apart, and I lost all interest in looking after myself. And so you can say, yes, that's kind of crazy, and in a sense, you're right. I suffered a significant psychological hurt, but I didn't care. And I mean, you can take the opposite view. If I look at somebody who has a bad epistemology, who is ignorant of how to use mathematics and statistics, who is trying to promote directly counterfactual arguments, and states, I would go, why are they doing that to their mind? Because to my mind, it's more important. When we're 80, it doesn't matter that you're fit and I'm fat. We're both 80-year-olds. So what?
Don't digress down too much with that, with the physical appearance stuff. We're talking about something else, Tony, before that.
Yeah, I mean,
mentalities are going to contribute, mate. Age and weight. Okay, those are called mentalities.
Somebody changed the direction of the conversation.
Yeah, but
When's
I mean,
the first day that someone became a person who did mason work with a brick, just started working with bricks or stone or anything, like a miner? Who did that first?
Well, a couple of cultures developed it independently. The Darahapan culture in Indian made a lot of mud bricks. Lots and lots and lots of them. I suspect that mud brick was important in construction in Assyria. In Sumeria, in that sort of area, Babylon, all of those areas. So I suspect it's about at least 6,000 years old. Probably older, probably 8,000 years old.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe 10.
I'd say those would be the grandmaster masons. And then how do you build in sand unless you hit something firm like bedrock?
Well, it's a good question. Depends on the size of the structure, right? You can build a relatively small, lightweight structure, like out of adobe and that sort of thing. On soil, you don't need much, but yeah, on sand would be bad.
Yeah, because it always reminds me of digging a hole, and the hole kind of fills itself as you dig it. The way
Yeah,
it's just,
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Building it's a common phrase, right? Building your castle on shifting sands. You generally need to be down on bedrock or down on compacted soil, and that's one of the things that they'll do when they're building on soil is they'll get in with a big lump of rock on a piece of wood, and they'll hammer the soil down to compact it so that it doesn't shift under the weight of whatever they're building. You ever seen that happen?
you know how you can vibrate cement or stuff to settle it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they back in the day, they sort of had these big hammers that they would use to compact the dirt to sort of firm it up. And once they'd done that, then they'd start building.
Yeah, we used to have these big rollers. I used to do floors. We'd have these big weights, like 300 pounds, 500 pounds, 100 pounds of roller, and you roll it on the linoleum after you're done for like an hour or 2 or 3 just to set it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the same principle. But I think that Freemasons actually tended not to work in brick so much as stone, right? Isn't it stone masonry that's supposed to be important?
Yes, stone masonry was mainly what Masons did.
Right, but I was just speaking in general of any masonry,
Okay.
any masonry.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you got to start somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
The cornerstone.
Now that you mentioned it, sort of the first city, I think the earliest city is like Huyuk, which is a sort of a proto-city in Turkey, which is like 11,000 years old or something like that. They were probably working in brick as well.
Yeah, probably.
It's one of the weird bits of human history, actually. There are a lot of design errors that you can make when you're putting a city together. And most of the early cities that we see, they never made any mistakes. They already knew what they were doing. And the hypothesis is that these cities were built earlier than 11,000 years ago on the coast, and were then inundated when sea levels rose. So sea levels rose after the last glacial maximum, and now all of those cities are underwater. And so there's a hypothesis that a lot of the earliest city experiments no longer exist to us. And so, this cattle Huyuk, I'm going to type it in chat because I'm sure I'm butchering
Yeah, it just sounds like from point A to B, there's missing stitches. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Seems to be quite a question on that type of subject. A lot of YouTubers are covering that. Have you noticed, Tony?
I have noticed that there's a guy by the name of Hancock, who I consider to be an egregious crackpot and grifter. Graham Hancock, yeah.
Graham. Oh, yeah, he's a crackpot.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah. He's got this elaborate theory that there was a that there was a technologically advanced global society, 12,000 years ago or whenever, and that the remains of it are buried underneath the sea. He's sort of got the germ of an idea, but he's turned it into science fiction. He's right that our earliest cities are likely to have been buried under the sea, but he's wrong that that there was this global advanced civilization.
Yeah, he's got some truth. Yeah, for sure. What about Otto?
Maybe not.
What about Otto? Go ahead, you.
Maybe not a global civilization or maybe not everybody incorporated, but maybe like certain groups of people were more advanced than some other group.
What
they would probably
evidence
just
would
look
you
at them
expect
as
to find?
like almost like an alien. Yeah,
So-
like if you could fly and they could, maybe like what the hell? Go ahead, sir.
So Tony, what do you think about like how we got a modern civilization and we do like mountaintop removal? We cut in.
You cut it out, dude.
He's coming in real hot.
Who is that? Cole? Cole cut
Still
out.
roboting? Am I still roboting?
No, you're better now.
Okay. All right. This is just for Tony. I want to see what his answer is. We are technologically advanced today, so we do things like mountaintop removal. We literally split mountains in half to run roads through them. If there was a global advanced civilization back then, do you think that they would have been advanced enough to do stuff like that? And do you think that 10,000 years from today, it will not be able to be, people won't be able to tell that we did what we did today 10,000 years from now? Do you think that it will have eroded away to the point to where we can't tell it no more, and they won't know that we existed 10,000 years in the future?
If we leave the area.
So those are great questions. No, 10,000 years ago, we couldn't do that because we didn't have the materials to do that. I say we. I'm saying I'm using we to describe humankind.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So for instance, 10,000 years ago, we didn't have access to iron. We didn't really have access to bronze, so we didn't have metal tools. And we can tell that. How do I know that? So iron smelting requires and indeed copper smelting requires that you burn a lot of fuel in order to melt the ore. As part of the processing of the ore, you need to produce a lot of pollution, and that pollution would have been preserved in ice cores, for instance, from the Greenland ice sheet, or it would have been preserved.
Or if they had a more advanced They had a more advanced technique than even us.
Yes,
Like you're
they
looking for
did.
coal, you're looking for coal evidence, and you won't find it because they were more advanced than us. They were using a different technology at the time.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
not reading the blueprints right. You're not
You
reading
say,
the schematics right, Tony.
well, all I'm telling you is based on the science that we have as opposed to the science that we don't have. This is what should happen if we develop those materials. If they had science that we don't have yet, then obviously I'm not looking for the right thing. But it does seem weird that they would have this and then would be wiped out, given that their only competitors at the time were hunter-gatherers. So I don't understand why they would have lost.
Cataclysm.
Yeah, but if
That's
you
the
have a
cataclysm coming out.
technological building society that builds with each other and structures itself in a niche or like a hive type structure, and everybody's cool and they're not murdering each other or anything, then their mind's not set on somebody coming to war and kill them. They're probably just living life until it happens, you know? And then another thing is, yeah, if we're working and smelting gold and like volcanoes and stuff, no, forever. Since man's ever known a volcano's been sitting there, he's known what melted hot stuff can do to stuff. So now the tunnels, digging, finding gold, smelting the top layer off, getting the slag, all that. No, that's all the same material they're working with that we work with today. There's no damn difference of Earth from Earth. That doesn't make any
Okay,
sense.
what is the evidence that you guys have that there existed an advanced civilization 12,000 years ago?
There are
That you
mountains
don't
that
know how
look
to
like
judge
pyramids.
time.
Can
You're not
you
a good
can,
judge of
you-
time.
can you decide on who's going to answer the question and let that person answer?
I'll yield to D-Mark.
You can't judge the time. You and no other man in here can tell me or guarantee or put your life on what 12,000 years was or is like or how it all happened from A to B and be perfect. It doesn't make any sense. And you don't know from the first smart human who ever started doing stuff with rocks and dirt. You have a story that you hold, dear, that someone told another person of a time and a date and a thing. Hey, you agree with that. I disagree because there's no way for you to prove that. You just believe it, and which is fine.
Okay, is that answer sufficient for you, Rixky?
No, I still say I'm about to post something that basically mountains that look like pyramids. It's one of my evidences.
Would these be the Antarctic ones?
All mountains.
No. I'll show you. Just one sec.
Pretty much all mountains in my book, because have you seen a mountain form itself from A to B, start to finish? Have you guys seen a mountain make itself? I've never.
So you're arguing that the Himalayas are human-made; they're artificial.
Yeah, unless you got some mountains being made
Okay.
by Earth.
So how did the humans get to the top of Everest to
They
carve
made a
it?
pile of dirt and they climbed through the dirt, Tony. This isn't rocket science at all. Piled dirt.
I love you, Demok.
Yeah.
Hang on,
So
I have a
What,
question
you don't
about
like
all this.
piled dirt?
those
What, a mountain
straight.
can't be a mountain
I'm
now.
going
Go
to
ahead,
answer.
Tony.
I'm going to answer. Rixky's post here. Those straight erosion lines occur when you get very cold conditions. And no, those aren't pyramids. Those are just,
Not pyramids
those are-
exactly.
they're
A heat
just
structure and a cold
so,
source.
so you need more
No, back
evidence.
in the day they had freezers underground
So,
in the desert. I don't need to assert this is fact.
Demont, can you?
How did they know how to control
We've
temperature
been
at
having
120
we've
degree
been
desert?
having a decent conversation. Can you just be quiet for a little bit?
Well, yeah, Tony, but you monologue for hours.
Okay, just because something looks like something else doesn't mean that it is the same
You're
as
the one
something
that's
else.
saying it looks like something else. I'm telling you exactly what it is. A pile of sand and the way the air compresses through it, and you get a freezer or not, correct? And then the stuff's got to go somewhere and it's going to react. What happens on the top when the air gets to the top, Tony, and releases? It's pretty cold, doesn't it, Tony? Dr. Tony.
You seem to be so. I'm having a conversation with Rixky, answering Rixky
go ahead,
stuff,
sorry.
and you're treating my utterances as though they are responses to you.
Well, I couldn't tell
Can
the
you
difference.
can you
brother.
repeat? All right. Let me engage seriously with your claim. You're claiming the existence of refrigerators. Please explain in detail what you mean by that.
I'm saying technology is not what you're going to claim or what you think you know. So back in the day, way back, when you think Masons didn't exist and stuff like that, cold air was being produced by a guy in dirt, just making a dirt hole this way, structuring it this way. The outcome was a freezer underground. I'm sorry. So in a cool in a hot place where you're above getting burnt by the sand touching your feet, me and you, and there's a freezer next door in the same sand. So if you think that's dumb, I don't think so. I think that's brilliant. And then what I'm trying to get at is them building up a mountain would be the same type of idea for structural purposes of temperature and to do whatever they need to do. If you want to live in a colder place, you can, set it up. If you want to live in a hotter, they had all the above.
Okay, at this stage, the conversation has progressed beyond my ability to engage meaningfully with it.
Do you want to engage with that? I can go at this a little bit.
Rixky, you have no evidence that humans are capable of creating structures on the scale of those mountains. You have no evidence that those mountains are human shaped. You have no tool marks. Please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish what I'm saying before you respond, because when you respond before I finished, it creates the impression that you are not even bothering to listen to what I'm saying. So as I was saying, you don't have any signs of infrastructure as to how these things were constructed. They certainly can't have been constructed in the same way that the Great Pyramids of Giza were constructed. Taking back Eden, we know exactly how those are formed. That's not an example that serves you well here.
I'm waiting to respond to Tony. Just one sec, guys. Tony, you just keep going on and on, man. What's your point? Can you get to it, and so I can respond to you?
My point was that you claimed those just looked like pyramids. You have no evidence that they are human constructions. Can you please provide me with evidence that they are human constructions?
Specifically, no, but we do obviously have some evidence of, what was it called? Pyramids being built. Obviously, Egypt's the classic case for that. Then also believe that the LiDAR, the radar tests that have been run over the top of the Amazon forest, it seemed to indicate actually that these formations of large hills with trees all over the top of them actually have structures that sit right below them. Now,
this is an argument against you.
I'm responding to you, man. Just one sec. As far as your evidence to say that they were definitively constructed by man, right? You're dispelling that, I think, by some sort of notion of a scientific understanding of these natural formations. Yeah, but what if they're tools and techniques? As we said before, they're an advanced civilization. We don't understand exactly what kind of technology they have, right? But if we go into the proposition that essentially the evidence that we're looking at is that of a naturally forming geological formation. Sorry, my words are getting minced there. If you think you've got a scientific interpretation of why these formations occur naturally, but the tools and techniques that were used by those technologies, they actually start to they're so advanced that they look to us like essentially like a naturally forming formation. Then we are always going to be interpreting them as that, as a consequence. So you're kind of, you're pigeonholing the interpretation into the scientific method, and the scientific method's telling you that they're natural. But I'm just kind of curious, in these natural formations, have you actually seen this natural formation cause something that looks like a pyramid like that? Have we actually got evidence to show that, well, we observed this and it started creating this very straight line and it started forming in a pyramid? Or are you just looking at the consequence and saying, we think it's because of glacial movement?
No, we've got and no, I didn't say it's because of glacial movement. That's a complete misunderstanding of what I said.
Yeah, no,
I said,
it was from the
I
short
said you get this style of erosion in extremely cold conditions, where where water gets into cracks in the rock and then splits it off. That's what I'm saying. If you look at the Matterhorn, for instance, it's got a very pyramidal structure. If you look at there are a bunch of mountains in Antarctica that when people got very excited about looking on satellites because they look like this. We've got similar structures on Mars that people are extremely excited about because they kind of look the same, but they're just erosional features that you expect in extremely cold environments, as those environments were at the time. So yes, I have multiple instances of this. I think you're working I think your argument is circular. You're producing these as evidence of a technological society, and when I say, can you prove that these things were made? You say no. Their technology is so advanced that it looks natural to us. Well, that's an unfalsifiable proposition.
Tony.
I didn't
Yeah.
say that. I said piles of dirt
No,
piled up
no.
on
I'm
each
not
other.
accusing. I'm not accusing you,
Piling piles of
Sorry.
dirt, and
Sorry.
you follow nature. How a tree trunk is thicker at the base than it is at the top. Every cornbread goofball would know that. You know what nature can do, Tony? It can put a rock on top of a point stick. Humans don't usually do that dumb shit. And then it can also make a glacier look really big on the top and hold a big point of ice and a little piece there because the wind can form it like that. It's crazy. Look like a mountain sitting on its tail, and it just sits there. And the ice in the air form that crazy
Well,
structure.
sorry, bro.
Right.
Okay. Well, I can't.
Tony, Tony, can I ask a question about those pyramid mountains in the cold?
I'd prefer. I actually, there are three people trying to have a conversation with me at the same time, and I don't feel that I can fairly have a conversation with three people at the same time. So I'm going to bow out. Thank you, gentlemen, for a great conversation, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
You
question,
study a
Tony,
video
before you
of
go.
a mountain starting
I have
from
a question
A to B and finishing nature. Go ahead, sorry.
I have a question for the people asking about this historic building stuff. It strikes me that the idea of these advanced civilization doing these historic buildings is coming from people, and correct me if I'm wrong, who tend to argue that the Earth is not curved or not a sphere or a globe or whatever.
Yeah,
whenever I've heard that argument, the argument has always been that there is insufficient verifiable proof that it's a globe. But now the argument has been, well, maybe there's something that we don't know, and therefore that's why something is a fact.
They kind of do that a lot. They'll like easily believe a conspiracy theory without evidence.
That's exactly what he described a globe. When you go in a classroom, you don't pay attention to the ball that doesn't hold water in physics and reality. One physics we have, right? You agree, right? You got two other ones? Show me your physics where water sticks to a spinning ball. And then you deny that. You deny all physics for a what-if claim that what-if vacuum somewhere and what-if ball holds water somewhere. You're the what-if, not flat earthers that tell you they don't know everything. Go ahead.
Can you see the irony here, Demek? Like, can you see
I
what I'm
think
talking about?
Globers are weird and they talk double speak and they tell you're doing what they do. They got a globe religion they can't prove physically in a lab. Do you have a ball model in the lab? Let me see your map.
But
your
you
ball
can't.
map.
You can't prove the construction of those mountains.
I can prove you don't have a globe map.
We
and
can't
so you're
prove it. No. Okay, so just one
The
sec though.
construction of
just point out the irony.
We can show.
Can you speak, Demek? Because this is impossible to type a
A
conversation.
fucking ant can crawl in dirt and make dirt hills and ant holes in dirt.
I'm genuinely not.
Shut up.
Rixie, if you want
Let's hear
to
Rixie.
have a conversation, you need to mute Demek because he's just impossible to talk when he's around.
Yeah, ants can't dig
Will
in dirt,
the
guys.
real Rixky please stand up?
Just one. Yeah, I won't take long, Demark, and you can jump back in. Shit, what was I going to say? Okay, what we can prove psychosociologically is that we are kind of arrogant in the modern, essentially. Like, we want to think that we are in the best of times, right? And we are at the pinnacle of scientific interpretation right now, right? That's actually, I mean, it's imperative that the civilization tell you that. to make you think that, right? Because they want your civilians and your citizens to feel like this is a very benevolent society, or as benevolent as they can make it appear, right? So, yeah, what they would do, right, actually at that point, is to hide the technologies of the past. Because in order to maintain this bravado that you live in this time, to corral you into that position, they need to actually hide any technology that showed an alternative.
It's not even, check this out, it's not even technology from humans. You want to hear something crazy? The insects in Australia have ant mounds or termite mounds, and they're fucking huge, right? The earth doesn't make those. The termites do. Ants, everywhere I look in my yard or anywhere you go, they have a mountain or a pyramid structure. It's called an ant hill or an ant mound. Now look at Cahokia mounds, look at any other base, and look at any other pyramid, or look at anything else. They all have the same structure. Big base, small top. It's not fucking rocket science to know that you have to support your base with a bigger base than you have the top. You
I think
can't
making a
do it.
pyramid's a little more sophisticated than making an ant hill.
You're looking at a fucking jungle that's grown over stone. Now you're
So
calling
just
a
to let-
dirt
just
jungle
to let
that's
you know,
piled up over hundreds of years. Yeah,
those
that's
ant
been
pyramids,
eroded by water and everything else. You're calling that fucking man-made? No. That's what's been already covered up.
Those termite mounds are very, very, very sophisticated. They're actually more sophisticated than the pyramids in my design interpretation. The way they ventilate,
That's what
the
I'm
way
trying
that
to
they
tell
deal with the
yes.
environment is way more advanced than the pyramid.
So the
Unless
technology
certain
came
aspect
from
of the pyramids is actually involving like electricity and energy from the ether and all that jazz, which we
the ants
can't
do the
prove,
same
obviously.
thing.
But
The ants and the termites use the same. They use electricity too,
you're probably
brother.
right. Yeah,
100%.
you'd probably be right.
Rixie, may I ask you a question? So you start off with saying, well, the advanced early civilization had technology that we can't detect. And then later on, you claim that that technology that people do know about is hidden. It's a hell of a strange way of supporting your claim by basically nothing.
It's
So
the
where does
nature of
this stand?
It's
propaganda.
unfalsifiable,
It is
You
the
don't know what
nature
an
of
anthill is? A
propaganda.
termite hill?
It's historical.
How big is the termite?
Yes, it is unfalsifiable. I will grant you guys that. Right? But just I'm asking for like an acknowledgement that in order to maintain power and control, you need to convince people of a certain sort of aspect of history. You need to withhold certain technological knowledge and understanding to the general civilization. You've already got that within the military. They always want to have a technological advantage over the civil the civilian. So
that has,
it's sort of
hang
like,
on,
I get where
man.
you're coming from. It's
The secret technology the different military has is to avoid their enemies to get hold of it. It's always a race, a technological race within the armed forces to have more and better technology than your enemy does. That's why it's kept a secret.
Exactly.
So just going back a
whole
second,
different tech.
I'm just curious. I actually don't care about the outcome of this argument because I just don't give a shit. But I'm just curious why there is essentially a complete opposite burden put on the globe as there is put on this ancient civilization idea by the same people that put forward the argument.
You just deny everything in reality.
What's the different burden that you're referring to, Rick?
Exist.
But why don't you mute Demick? We can talk about it. Because otherwise, I'm just going to leave.
Technology. Stop calling a termite hill made of dirt by a fucking insect super technology that humans mimic. You are dumb if you think we can't pile dirt on
Just want to mute Demick.
and you say you have no proof for piling dirt. Yes, I do.
Bro, take it peace, man. Just for a moment, if you can, please. I've been taught I'm gonna be conscientious. I got in a bit of trouble for muting people, so I can't mute people.
No one's going to be upset that you muted Demick, I promise. What my question is that the position that most flat Earth communities take up is that you have to prove the existence of something before you can claim it. You can't appeal to a possibility that maybe it is. But there seems to be a complete opposite in this discussion where there is no evidence put forward, yet clearly some people in this Discord
the evidence is that they look like pyramids, right? So we're just trying to
That is evidence. It's not proof,
but
it's not. But it is evidence.
But isn't that the reverse though? Because what we're saying is, it looks like a globe because boats go over the edge of it. That looks like a globe. Like, do you know what I mean? One is saying the flat Earth argument is we need definitive proof of curve over, drop over distance, whatever you want. I don't care. But this other argument is going, well, this looks like maybe it could be something, so therefore prove it's not, which is the complete opposite.
For sure. So there are different styles of argumentation within this field, I would say. I take on one personally that's more sociologically sort of important to me. If other people are doing that, like they invoke the scientific method in order to come to their conclusions. I mean, there's other people doing other things in this world. I can respond to all of them. You're probably right in general. Cool.
Yeah, okay, just point that, man. No one to point any fingers, but Demick is one of the massive ones that always points out the you've got to prove it empirically in a lab, and then he's turning around saying there's ancient civilizations that he can't prove in a lab. I mean, it's kind of hilarious to me. Anyway, I just thought that was funny.
Well, they're two different subjects, aren't they? So historical accounts, like the burden of proof in the scientific method, you can't apply the scientific method to history, can you? How do you prove that Alexander the Great was around?
I mean, of course you can. Why not? Why can't you apply the same rigor of examination?
Well, have you got if I say Alexander the Great was a real person, how do you where's your control?
I mean, this variation of the control thing is like the most fundamental and basic idea they teach in like year 6 science. It's not really how science gets done, but you can rely on observations of people under certain situations, and certain observations gain more weight than other observations. An observation made by a person at the time and then recorded and then maintained, that observation holds a lot more weight than an observation made after the fact, or and the further after the fact, as a general rule, the less weight that observation holds. So if there's a whole series of first-hand accounts of Alexander the Great, things he did, things he said, pictures of him, whatever, those observations hold a lot more weight than observations. For example, if I said, my friend met a person called someone, and I makes up a fake name, and then 100 years later or 80 years later, he told me about this person he met. Well, that's a bad observation, and that doesn't hold much weight.
One of the main aspects of I'm not really good at this, guys. Please help me if the terminologies that I hear other people say, but what is it? Is the historical statement that Alexander the Great was alive, is that a repeatable statement? Like, how within the scientific method, it must be repeatable. You can't really do that with
usual
history,
claim.
Right?
The usual claim is
require a different method or a different approach. Go ahead, Ruth.
The usual claim is that the Bible has more support of Jesus's existence than Alexander the Great. That's the usual claim.
Yeah, but we're not comparing the Bible to Alexander the Great. We're comparing this sort of the scientific method, and saying that, I mean, you require a different means by which to assess the information as far as historical accounts or proof versus that of the scientific method, because you acknowledge that history is not repeatable, right? Well, you can't do that within the historical account.
Yes and no, because saying that Alexander the Great is a real person, okay, I'm not going to argue about that because I actually just don't care. But the conceptually, I'm happy to discuss it. Now, Alexander the Great, saying he's a real person, okay, I take your point. You can't repeat the fact, you can't go back and check. So yes, that's maybe not true. However, you can go back and go, right, well, what are the writings that there are of Alexander the Great? And more specifically, is there evidence that those writings were true? So there's writings of battles. Okay, is there evidence that those battles took place? Well, yes, there's this is hypothetically because like I said, I know nothing about the topic. Presumably there's battles, there's technology, there's the results of, for example, weapons making. As the army moved, there would be indications that were places they've camped. There would be people who've died there from battle wounds. There would be all sorts of things that would support that these writings were in fact, whether Alexander the Great was there or not, there was writings that would support the existence of there's writings that would support, there was evidence to support that these writings were based on true events. Now, whether Alexander the Great specifically was true, maybe not. However, you can use science to validate and verify a lot of these things. For example, a weapon that Alexander the Great apparently used. You could go back and go, yes, this weapon dates to approximately the right period. And you could date weapons by the timber. You can date weapons by all sorts of things, and by the technology that was used, all sorts of things. So there's all sorts of ways using science and using the scientific method to validate and verify the claims made about Alexander the Great. And if all of those observations and all of those tests, which are done, quote unquote, the scientific method, which is repeatable, if all of those tests come back accurate, well, that adds weight to the fact
so
that
what
Alexander the
I
Great
would say
existed.
to you then, hopefully this is a decent response anyway. Essentially, yeah, in the world there is activity. Some of that activity can be attributed to war. Okay, so just because you found activity of war doesn't mean that the notion of this character of Alexander the Great actually existed. You could just be like, if they wanted to rewrite history, right, in order to sort of beguile you in some, they could just take all of these actual events or actual places that you can go to and find scientific evidence of wars and attribute them to this character called Alexander the Great, and then you embellish on his personality and the rest of it, and like what he thought about the world, his actions, his behaviors, and then what are you doing at that point? You're basically like just because there was a war zone and it's attributed to Alexander the Great, then you start talking about all these characteristics that Alexander the Great does. It doesn't prove that Alexander, like this figure, it could have been someone completely different, right?
100%. Yeah, no, that's
then I would
I
ask
totally
you just
acknowledge
quickly,
that.
to ask you quickly though, would you say, in your opinion, that you have more belief in the historical account of Alexander the Great than what you do have of, say, the figure of Jesus Christ?
Well, we do have all the letters that Alexander the Great wrote to the cities that he was conquering. Those
How do you know who wrote them?
Well, they are like officially sort of stamped by him.
Like,
yeah, I can
there
come up
could
with an
be.
official stamp. It's Alexander the Great. I can make
Of course,
that.
they could be.
You
Of course, they
probably
could be
can't, Richie.
fake. Yeah,
You probably
of course
can't.
but yeah.
But get to the
There's
thrust
a
of my
bunch.
question.
There's a bunch
Why
of
is it that
text.
you accept? Why is it
There's
that
a-
you accept Alexander the Great as a more realistic character than what you do Jesus Christ?
I'll answer this.
I
I'll answer this
think I know
question.
the answer, but go ahead.
Well, I can answer this question really quickly. Actually, there's two parts to it, which I'll answer because I need to leave. The first part to it is the writings of Alexander the Great were contemporaneous. There was multiple accounts from multiple people. And again, this is not something I know a lot about, so I'm not going to be able to quote it, but my understanding is that there were multiple accounts from multiple people about what Alexander the Great did at the time, including things like letters from Alexander the Great, documents from the time. That's the first part. Yes, sure, could be faked, don't really care. The second part is, and why I have an easier time believing it, is because the consequences of that belief don't really matter. So if you say to me, was Alexander the Great a real person? I go, probably, don't really care. But if you say, was Jesus Christ a real person? I go, maybe, don't really care. The real answer is, was Jesus Christ a real person, and was Jesus Christ the Son of God? And I go, well, hang on a second. That's a very different question, because the implications and are much, much larger for the question about Jesus. And secondly, if there is something that is of the utmost importance, like Jesus, if that is to be true, the level of scrutiny that needs to be applied to that is far higher than Alexander the Great, because the consequence of Alexander the Great being fake is, okay, someone from some army pretended there was a guy called Alexander the Great. Okay, who cares? Doesn't have any real difference to us, except for maybe Alexandria was inappropriately named. However, claiming that if Jesus was faked, that has a much bigger consequence, and therefore requires more scrutiny.
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly, man, which is why I think you should apply very vast scrutiny upon the claims of the globe and the existence of the globe, because you've got to recognize that as soon as you believe in the globe, it leads you down a certain sets of behaviors, and there are other conclusions that you make if you believe that the globe is true, right?
Well,
just as you mentioned and you outlaid that if you believe in Jesus, it will impact your life. If you do believe in that thing, just as if you believe in the globe,
we have more evidence.
Really
We have a lot more evidence for the globe than we do for Jesus, though.
But I've got to go
evidence
now.
Is evidence, but it doesn't mean it's true, right?
really quickly, Rixie, and to acknowledge that point, I do acknowledge that point, and I'm happy to apply whatever scrutiny is deemed necessary to the globe. The problem I have is that every question I ask of a flat earther, I either get told that I'm stupid, muted, or banned from the server.
You won't do. You
never
won't get that.
answered.
You won't get that.
Actually, it doesn't happen. Actually, it doesn't
but I
happen
appreciate
here.
where you.
I don't know what happened here, but my point is that I've got 7 questions, right? And when I started, engaging with flat earthers, I really only had 1, but now I've got 7 questions. And in the last couple of years, I've never had a single one of those questions be answered in any way that was meaningful.
Sure. I mean, it sounds like you need to get away, man. But I'd be really interested next time you pop in. Check us a couple of those questions and see how we respond.
Yeah, I'd love to go through the questions next time I'm available. Maybe tomorrow.
You're on.
A lot of them aren't easy, but
Rick on
maybe
Rick
work
action
one at a
going
time.
on here, boys.
All right. I'd love to chat about it, but I got to go, and I'll chat to you tomorrow, maybe. Peace. Thanks for the chat.
Enjoy. Peace, bro. See, bro, just rolls off my freaking tongue. Hate it. PhD Tony's he's gonna correct my language by the time we're done. Anyway, where are we going from here, boys?
That man still can't make the same attribute as a termite hill.
You love those termite hills.
I'm just
They're
saying
amazing
you can't
termite hills,
produce
man.
one. Well, listen, check your size out, right? And size per scale. See how big the termite is compared to the tallest one ever built that they've ever made that has been recorded, and then compared to how high a human can build compared to their height.
They can lift much more than their weight, which is pretty amazing.
Dude, they're dumb creatures, and they build these amazing structures with ventilation, thermal cooling, internal regulation, and then they've got nests and food. It's all happening inside that building. It's an amazing piece of architecture, just created by nature. And they're dumb as fuck. They're so dumb, but they can build this. So what's going on?
Maybe it's because they have such a collective mindset.
Well, I mean,
they only work for the good of their community.
Well, they're commies, right? The
they don't have they're not individualistic at all.
Yeah, that's an interesting irony.
Robots.
Basically,
how would you be able to prove that they're all connected?
I'm saying they work together really well. That's all I'm saying.
You show that they're connected actually through the fact that all of their actions accumulate to a very sophisticated structure like the termite mound.
Well, would have to in order to make that mound.
Yeah, that could just be a taught thing too. Like, hey, this is the best way to do this. And we found when I teach somebody something at work, I teach them the way I found, the easiest way to do the thing we need to accomplish. Versus the hardest way, and they'll always try to do it the hardest way. And I'll come up and show them. They'll be like, God damn, how long you been doing this?
It's a little different with the animals. I think they kind of just know.
Someone needs to work out if we can talk to termites or something and just ask them some questions. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? How are you doing it?
Artificial intelligence should be able to do that, right?
But my remembering of a documentary looking at ants, it's the ant takes on a certain role, and when it takes on that role in its position within the superstructure, it starts releasing a certain pheromone or something, or a certain smell that other ants can then look at, come in contact with it, and they say, oh, well, that's a worker ant, that's a soldier ant. This one's looking after the larvae. This one's going out to forage food. And they're just doing this constant. They go up and their little antennas are all touching each other, and then they sense what the other one's doing, and that somehow informs their behavior, and then they move on. It's crazy.
They do ant surgery.
Isn't it an ant leaves a colony for long enough, it comes back, they won't even recognize, it won't have the pheromone anymore, so they won't even recognize it and consider it it's a part of its community, something like that. I think I've heard something like that before.
Just to let you know, the pheromones is even up for contention, in my opinion. I don't quite know how they're communicating. Smell is the scientific one that they've arrived at to, I suppose, give an excuse for the communication. But they could be doing something else. Who knows? Maybe they're telepathic answers. Like, because the claim that the pheromones assist in the communication role of the ants is like, I don't know whether they know which pheromone does which communication
anyways.
specifically. Like, they don't actually. They just claim that it's the smells and pheromones at that point. There's
Well,
no.
they've scent detecting organs on their mouth parts and genitalia, so they could smell shit with their junk.
Well, turtles breathe through their
Crazy.
butts, so shit happens.
But yeah, animals can do cool stuff.
Lemmings jump off the side of cliffs, apparently.
I think that's a rumor.
Is it? Don't tell me
Yeah.
that. Is that an old wives' tale?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I know it sounds like all of a sudden I'm sounding conspiratorial, but supposedly that famous video of the lemmings going down that water fixture, like they were like just tossing lemmings. It says it. So, like the idea of lemmings jumping off a cliff was popularized in a Disney film called White Wilderness, and according to the internet, the footage was faked.
No way. Okay, well, yeah. Once again, Disney did us over. Disney did us dirty.
I just got in here.
I
just got in here. You guys talking about the? Oh, sorry.
We're talking about the Great Lemming Hoax.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the lemming hoax, but also like there are like animals
1958.
like lemmings that go into like a sex frenzy like state, right? And they'll just keep fucking until they die, essentially. So I don't know. Basically walking off a cliff. Go ahead, Riggs.
Been there, done that. Lived to tell about it.
Yeah, no, you didn't do it right because you didn't die, bro. You're still here.
And like praying mantises,
I've died
they
many times over.
Praying mantises like bite the head off the dude. Like they're like like
it's only sometimes.
I'm saying like but I'm saying it's like I'm saying like
Go
they're like instinctual to like their nature to reproduce is so great that the men are are willing to take that risk. They don't care. They're like, well, I'm here to breed, so I'm gonna breed. Well, like
Yeah,
their
they can
urges
be
to
a bit
breed are stronger.
Those small bastards can be very aggressive. I mean, I see them some years. It varies how many there are. Some years it's crazy when I go hiking. Fucking thousands of them. And if you meet them on while you're walking, some of them just stop and gets into this really aggressive posture. Some run away, of course. They are really, really aggressive little creatures.
What animal are you talking about, sorry?
Talking about a praying mantis.
Lemmings.
Oh, lemming. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. You see lemmings? What do you like?
Oh yeah.
They're like little
One funny thing was that I was out fishing for trout and I saw this little yellowish kind of thing in the middle of the lake, and I thought, what the hell? Someone lost their equipment or something. But it just came closer and closer. It came straight towards me, and that was just like a lemming swimming across the lake from the other side.
I got a question. Well, why did the video game Lemmings depict like this little rat animal with a green wig? What was the green wig about?
Dude, I reckon they were trying.
idea.
The analogy is that they are people, and they came up with this whole concept of the lemming walking off the cliff, and they're people though, and they're just like it's a social cliff essentially.
Oh, okay. So they're Hillary supporters. They're like leftists. Got it.
When life gives you lemmings, make lemonade.
Yeah, all lemmings are Democrats.
Yeah, they're all Democrats. Exactly.
Well, that makes sense. They do follow each other blindly.
Like, I reckon it's a perfect allegory for what they were trying to achieve. And then it turns out actually the whole phenomenon of the lemming walking off the cliff is faked by Disney. Like, come on.
Did you guys hear about that Coco chick? Coco chick that's always in the chat here. She was openly inviting someone to her domination server, some kind of dominatrix or something like that.
Makes sense. Is that a kink? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I heard it wrong. It sounded like some kind of weird.
What's the point of dominatrix? Yeah, what's the point of dominatrix? I thought it was a in-person kind of thing.
I don't know, man. These are the Globers we're dealing with. I don't know.
I think so.
No, shots fired. Shots fired.
Not the kind of shots you're thinking about. Hey, what are you playing, Taking Back Eden? Are you like gambling online or something?
Nope. I'm just chatting on Discord I have Discord on my iPad and Discord up on my screen here. So sorry if you guys are hearing that.
No, well, like, is it a sound theme? Because it goes.
Oh, I have like a spell checker. So whenever I misspell something or it doesn't recognize it in the dictionary, it gives me a little audio prompt. I'll turn that off.
Oh, I just thought it was kind of a pleasant sound, but wait, it is coming through.
It's called Tiny Spell. It's like a free app.
Oh.
Is that for blind people?
No. It's just to help with, accuracy and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a keylogger designed to pretend to help you.
Oh, yeah. I'm conscious about that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they get all your
also,
passwords and your cryptocurrencies and everything.
What's wrong with the little squiggly red line that sits underneath a word or whatever? It tells you like something's wrong here. It's not good enough.
Oh, sorry. So I was tagged. Someone sent me a question. I wasn't paying attention. Was that a question from me, Rixky?
Ah, it was more of a joke, throwaway. I'm just asking why you need an auditory signal to infer that you spelt something wrong, as opposed to normally when you're writing or typing on a keyboard, you see a little red line under a word that says it's spelt wrong. And it seems to me that you opted for an auditory response rather than just looking at that.
Yeah, because I use Notepad and it doesn't have that feature.
Is that like
it's because
Apple iOS Notepad?
No. Well, the sound you're hearing is from my laptop. And I'm using Windows 11, unfortunately.
Living in the past, Eden.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get on that Windows 12 shit. Bitch.
Oh, yeah. All right. That's the next edition.
I hate updates.
Yeah.
I've always like, as soon as I find it stable, as soon as I find it stable, and it prompts me to update, I'm like, no, do not update. Something's gonna happen. It's gonna stop connecting with something else. Like, screw that shit. And I got a whole bunch of IT guys telling me like, no, update. You got to update it. Keep all the drivers updated and everything connected. And, all right. The stuff I do, every time I update, causes a problem.
Right. True.
I'm just talking shit until we come up with it.
True though.
This girl Coco. But yeah,
She's pretty wild.
Yeah, she's not here, unfortunately, and I'd like to ask her some questions. But yeah, I think Terry's here. I think I was just saying Terry. He would be a great addition to the flat Earth community. And
Why do you want?
Oh, sorry.
Why do you want
Why
Terry?
would I want him? Well, I think his wisdom would inspire the other younger Globers here.
No.
And I think I like Tim. Tim would make a great flat earther or a concave earther.
What?
Dr.
Tim
Faulkner.
and Terry. It's all the T's. He's looking for T's.
I thought Tim. So the Tim was it Tim or Terry?
Both.
Well, Terry's not
Well,
even.
I had a bunch.
Tim was already a flat earther, and then he went back to the globe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Dude, those people are very interesting.
I'm not. I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe they social pressured themselves, because I don't know, the ones who flip back. I just don't feel like they were like Osco. Osco would say that he flipped, but dude, Osco was always like fucking bisexual in the middle, like digging from both sides. Like he was never committed to one or the other. So like, how could you say he flipped? I don't get that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a decent critique. Like to say that you flipped, but like you never really were there. But you say that you did flip. I mean, that's unusual.
Yeah.
I'd have to speak to Oscar about it, but I do like Oscar though. He's a decent guy.
No,
He's got
he
some
would.
ideas.
He would admit it, but at the same time, he would also shit on flat Earth as if and then he'll say he flipped, and he would use himself as an example. And I'm like, but bro, and then I call him out, and then he doesn't stand up. So, like, what's the point?
Dude, if I ever flipped, right? Like I'd have to. So, if you're gonna like jump from one cosmology to the next, when you do that, like, and you have to convert, like all you people are gonna hold me accountable at that point, right? So if I did need to necessarily flip back, I've got to really sort of think about why I'm flipping back. It can't just be this sort of like, today I feel like a
unsee.
today I feel like a glober. Like this is basically it becomes transient. If you get my wink and nudge at that point.
Too many letters.
Transient.
Yeah, we got Ned here. Ned's a flip flopper. A while back though, he's one of the around the time of Tim. Both of them did a flippy flop.
Actually, I was gonna. Ned flipped apparently because he started looking closer at the the occlusion of the sun during a sunset, bottom up. That was his reason to flip back. It's like, I mean, what, you didn't analyze that closely enough at the time before you?
Like, there's a lot of spatial reasoning, dude. There's a lot of flat earthers who don't. They don't really They don't have the internal ability to even really totally understand how sky works at all. Like they don't, not even like parts of it. Some people just they can't like visualize in their head. You know, like maybe they thought some of these arguments were really good, and then they've seen some of the evidence, which maybe they believed a little bit too much in some cases, and then that was it. They were sold. You know.
Do you want to antagonize? Do you want to go like? What's your optical explanation for why the sun occludes itself from the bottom up during a sunset?
I think okay, so the sunset specifically, I think that is a refractive event, but I think the whole sky, like the celestial bodies, are all refractive phenomena. So
yeah, for sure. Okay.
Specifically, in that instance, isn't it something to do as well with how the atmosphere works as a lens?
I don't know. I think the atmosphere is part of it, but mostly down below. I think the biggest issue is that the celestial bodies, I think they're behind a fluid, and I think that's what's giving the massive distortions that make it seem unrealizable on a flat surface.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like if you look at like a little drop of water and everything looks distorted on the other end. It's kind of like that, but like at a grand scale in a completely different shape because of containment. So yeah, sorry.
You're right. So you've got this image of an object that's like high up above the plane. So assuming flat plane. Cool, great. So it's like you're looking up above the distortion that occurs at the surface. But as that image moves away from your zenith, like where it's sort of perpendicular to your position, and it moves, and once it gets like, cut a long story short. Once it starts getting down to that position optically, that it appears to sort of merge with the horizon, you've got this sort of perfect circle, essentially that of the sun, that is then merging into the horizontal plane of your observation. And then it's also interacting with this very dense medium caused by the humidity coming off the surface. And so the consequence is then that as that image, perfect circle image, interacts with the phenomenon of the optics that's caused by the humidity coming off the surface, it will do this. It starts collapsing into that horizon.
Yeah. I mean, it'll do that too. I mean, it certainly doesn't help, and it's going to cause some kind of dilation and squeezing and all kinds of weird things. But my claim is that even if there were no atmosphere on the surface, it would still set.
Interesting.
Because
I don't think it would. I don't think it would, man. My interpretation.
I think it would, and the reason being is that the celestial bodies, although they are subject to refraction on the surface, of course, that they are mostly refracted through whatever medium you're seeing it through, which in my case are, at the very least, there would be like liquid gases cooling at the top of our containment. That's my claim. Now, there may be water also. There may be different layers also. Maybe different lenses or different containments or whatever. I don't know. But what you're looking at is something that is special, entirely separate from surface refraction.
I think so. I mean, I don't think that they're in their position. Just like you think of a snow globe, and you're looking up through, you're in the sides of the snow globe, and you see this sort of image running across the top surface. Yeah, that all holds up. And I kind of lost the train of my thought. My apologies. Maybe I didn't really have a good idea. Probably like, yeah. I thought we could hook Ned into the conversation if we talked about it enough, but apparently not.
If
you guys are bored, really quick, I had this idea of what planets could be, like a different idea, rather than a convex sphere. So like this is the pulling out the ass idea. When you're looking at a planet, it appears as a convex sphere, but what that convex sphere actually is like a peephole. It's like a porthole to another literal dimension.
You talk about like one of those paintings where they paint a bunch of stuff and then they just put like a black layer on top and then they pull the sticker off and then you see the paint underneath.
No, like I said, I'm pulling this out my ass, but like you see that picture of Neptune? Is that Neptune?
Yeah.
I just posted. Okay. So like this is what it appears to as in the Keck telescope, but what this is, it's a sphere. It's a really fucking perfect looking sphere, and then on the inside is this like, but the idea is it's like a peephole porthole. We're looking to the inside of something. Now, my original idea is that it's you're looking at the inside of like like you're looking at the inside of a balloon, basically, and the details of the planet are the inside linings of the balloon. But I don't care if it's the inside or the outside. But the idea is there's this thing they call it a Einstein-Rosen bridge. It's just words are irrelevant. It's a bending and warping of space-time where it's like from your dimension into another dimension.
Yeah,
And
all I would say to like sort of like it needs to like give the note. Like, it's a hole looking into something else, but the hole itself, the portal that you're looking through, has characteristics that change the way that whatever your porthole is looking at. It manipulated, like whether it be through refraction, looking through that porthole. Maybe it changes the color of what you're actually visualizing. This is why Neptune, Jupiter, Mars all look different at that point, right? It's because it's more like a Polaroid or a polarization. There's something about the nature of the porthole that actually sort of changes the appearance of whatever it's representing on the back end. Do you get where I'm coming from? That's actually why they appear like spherical like that when you're looking at that image of the Neptune. Is because what it's looking through into, it's causing an effect such that it looks spherical. It's like a black hole, is it?
You guys ever think maybe it's just spherical? I mean, is that like a big
what
issue, or-
originally gave me this idea was this thing I posted in chat of Venus. The second there's supposedly in the global model they have this satellite. It's called the Akatsuki satellite. It's a Japanese satellite. It's past like Venus. Anyways, this thing got close to Venus and it's taking imagery or data, which turns into imagery or whatever. And this one that I posted here, the imagery, like if you look at it, I mean, each person will get their own thing. But what I saw when I look at it is a lot of things were really peculiar to me. The clouds in particular, the geometry of the clouds as it appears, it just looks it looks off, but off to me means like multiple things. Anyways, long story short, it literally looks like to me this specific video that I posted. It literally looks like it's like a bending and warping of space-time to create a particular field geometry of this perfect sphere-looking thing, which is very rare and very difficult to do. In the global model, we've got things, meteors and rocks and shit, and asteroids impacting and colliding via gravity to what? To make a near perfect sphere, smoother than a billiards ball. Nah, fuck all that. This thing looks to me like it's a bending and warping of space-time to make a I don't know if you ever played with Space Engine, where you could look at black holes in Space Engine. You could go inside of a black hole. You could create exotic field bendings and warpings of. This is what it looks like to me. This combined with like the clouds, how the clouds appear, the idea with this theory is that as it appears to be like a sphere. It appears like to be a ball, okay? But in this theory, it's that it's not just, you're not looking at a convex sphere. You're looking at an exotic space-time field geometry where your space-time is you're looking through and into another dimension. Now that's it. Now I don't want to say it's concave or convex, but that's it.
So if you're willing to acknowledge, like to think about the idea that the was it Neptune and a couple of the other planets are just portholes, right?
Because look, in the mainstream.
I'm asking you a question. Don't
Oh.
like just a quick question. Like, I mean, you're willing to acknowledge those, yeah?
It's not an acknowledge. Like I like to play around with ideas. I don't know what the truth is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
what's your question?
My question for you then is like, what are you actually looking at then when you look up? Would it not be like sort of the notion of these planets, right? Are just you say they're you.
Okay, so you're number one. You're positing one alternative. Okay, what's that one alternative?
No, I have no. The whole sky. You're looking up through a porthole, and the Neptune. Just looking at that Neptune photo that you posted.
No,
right?
I'm not following you because the whole sky is not a porthole. The whole sky is not a porthole.
You can't follow. You can't follow.
Hey! Pose your question honestly and directly and specifically and precisely, or I'm not going to engage with you. That's how it's going to be.
I can't propose this accurately and precisely because I'm trying to mess with the idea that you're presenting, and I'm trying to have like a back and forth about.
All right,
the topic,
go for it.
Right? So that Neptune.
So this idea is pulled out of my ass. There is no math. There is no science besides like fancy words like Einstein, Rosen, bridges,
I
and
acknowledge
shit.
that.
All right,
I know.
go for it.
I acknowledge. I'm not going to pigeonhole you in that regard. That image of Neptune looks to me like if you've ever seen star trails in such a way that they can take a photo through like a fisheye lens style, right? And that image of Neptune could actually just be essentially like it's capturing what appears to be the stellar aberration or the nature of when you look up in the sky, it has this sort of these two circles that are sort of appearing, and the Neptune one in that example, it could actually, I mean, it looks like if you just look at the Neptune, the image that you posted, that it looks like.
Bro, you're going too much, man. Just say what you gotta say. This is not a question. Just say it. I'm listening to you. Just tell me what you're thinking. Come on.
Well, the Neptune image that you just posted kind of like looks like the images taken of the sky with a time lapse and acknowledging that there's an Earth in the sky. And therefore you go to portholes, right? So if the image
I'm not following you. I don't care what you have to say at this point. Honestly, like just fuck off. So the idea, what I had to say, ladies and gentlemen, was this novel idea that I pulled out of my ass is that, you know, thus far, you know, when we look up in the sky and we see planets, we've got convex spheres, bodies, or we've got lights in the sky, dismissals. We don't care about. Okay,
I'm trying to tango.
I'm not talking to you, bud. I'm not talking to you. I don't care. Yeah, I gave you time. You don't know what you're talking about. Just sit down, okay? The idea with these planets. This is just the idea. This is just an idea. So
the one guy that wants to tango with you and like go into a dance and we can
Bud, I don't want to dance with you. I don't want to dance with you, bud. No, like, nah, fuck off, man. That's a no. No means no. Don't rape me, bro. Don't molest me, bro. Just sit down. No.
Really, he should just shut up.
Yeah, I want to hear Ricksky too.
Dude,
Gatebreaker, but come on, man.
There's certain people that I must just trigger. I think it's Gatebreaker I trigger, and he's just ducked. And it's also, I'm acknowledging OK Boomer. I trigger the hell out of it. So maybe they just triggered people. Weird. And you cats are crazy.
Yeah, Ricksky, do you find Globers and others easily triggered?
Yeah.
Maybe not all of them.
It's a fascinating sort of aspect to it that people who engage in these topics in debate, I mean, they are possessed by, like, my interpretation at the moment is they're possessed by ideas. And if just, it's kind of like an immune system response at that point, which I know I can't talk about that topic overall, but you know, as soon as you hear an idea that comes in conflict with your own idea, like you perform an immune response, and then the words just start coming out of your mouth to reject the statement.
If you were a real man, you'd fucking eat your own words and realize your position and understanding of your world as being flat as fucking bunk. You're in a corner. You're at a dead end. Your religion, your understandings, your videos, all your you're in a corner. You're at a dead end. Drop it. Drop your ego. Swallow your ego and move forward in the truth, Rick. You're a lot smarter than this, Rick. Eat your fucking ego and move forward. You understand, bud?
Maybe take your own advice, gatekeeper.
Hey, Eden, fall back in line, bud. You will be handled in your own accord, bud.
Eat your own words. I'm asking questions, bro.
You've got no map. You've got no model. Where's your contention, bud? Why do you not have a map or a model? Hey, every flat earther, fall in line one by one. I will destroy you one by one. First up is Rixky.
Stay with it, Rixky.
First up is Rixky. Where's your map? Where's your model? Let's go. Where's your map? Where's your model?
Now he wants to engage Rixky.
Eden, you're second in line. Don't overspeak your bro. Rixky, where is your map? Where is your model?
Gateway, why would I respond to you if you...
Where is your map? Where is your model? This is your last... This is my last time asking you. You will be owned and dominated at this point. Name your map, name your model. 3,
I'm not going to give you... You don't deserve an answer, bro. You don't deserve an answer.
You're muted. Let me know when you have one. Let's go. Eden. Eden, you're Giggle Boy. Giggle Boy. Name your map, name your model. Let's go, Eden.
Eat your words.
Hey, Rixky's muted, so if he's crying in the back end, I apologize on his behalf.
Well, that is your issue,
Eden, what is your map? What is your model? Name it right now.
Here an hour, 2 hours ago, talking about I love you all, and here he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm waiting for a projection and a map, a model.
You're here 2 hours ago.
We're gonna give him 15 seconds of my silence.
Hey, wait, I need you to stop.
Let's go.
I need you to stop.
Treating people here.
We just a hypocrite back there, right? Keeper. You're muted, Rixky.
Yeah, I'm totally muted right now.
He's not muted.
That's about 15 seconds of my silence. Eden, shut the fuck up. Let me know when you got a map or a model. Cry about it, bud. Third up in line. Next up.
This guy.
He's into
Thank you very
all
much.
the abuse from the globe.
Understand.
Smoking the most.
Understand, flat earther. Understand, flat earther. Your point of contention. Your
out of your shell. Good for you, man.
Your point of rejection. Your point of division is your belief system. Is you being a flat earther and me not being one. Like an inquisition, like 2,000 years ago. Somehow you passed through evolution. You and me, you feel a denial. You feel a block between you and me because I'm not a flat earther. I know. I know better.
Who's actually a mod here, though?
Yeah, I've sorted him out. Like, dude, Gatebreaker, man, no one can respond to what you're saying. I even tried to sort of tango with you on this, and I was asking questions about what you're referring. I came up with my own inflection, about what you're saying.
You can't talk to him.
No, I'm like, the only way I can talk to him is when he's muted, because I can't get a word through. So how do you want me to deal with it?
Are you muting him?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, to mod him.
Oh, so you're modding your own conversation, and then you're talking to him while he's muted?
Yeah, it's not ideal, but I mean, I can't speak otherwise.
Or maybe.
What am I meant to do? Wait, you guys tell me what I should do in this regard.
Yeah, just fucking keep him muted and just move it along.
Yeah, he should know better.
Yeah, that's
well, I mean, we can move along. We can move along, but I mean, he did raise some interesting points for the last 5 minutes, and just to say that we shouldn't talk about those interesting points for that happened, and just move on to a completely different subject is like it's a sequitur.
It's not my server, bro.
It's not mine either.
We're happy you're here, though, Riggs. You balance it out for the better. Thank you.
I'm trying to do my best, man. But I don't know. You're unmuted, Gateway, Gatebreaker, whatever you go by.
It is what it is, bro. All love to you guys. It is what it is. So no hard feelings.
Well, no one can respond to you when you're like that, man. Like you just can't shout and stuff.
I love you guys. You're muted.
No one can respond to you, bro. Like
It's really hard.
It is what it is.
I want to take on what you're talking about.
I want a map or a model. That's your point of contention. A map or a model. I want one.
So I got a question for you. What is
no questions? Hey, we've been through this before. Let me know a map or a model. Don't talk to me.
No, but
all right, you're muted on my end. Let's move this forward, ladies and gentlemen.
I love you guys.
No, dude, that's not going to happen. If you're stating in your declaration that you require a map and a model, I'm just kind of asking you, what is the significance of the map and model that you're actually asking for? Because all models are simulation, right? So you're demanding a simulation in order to prove like what reality? I don't understand this. He probably can't even hear me. Is he muted me?
I think he said that.
What's the point then? You're not meant to mute mods, but I don't want to invoke mod stuff. I hate the mod stuff.
No, but it needs to be done though. Like when there's chaos, someone has to set it straight. And so appreciate it. I'm sure people listening in are appreciate it as well.
I'm trying to do my best, man. I'm happy to be told when I'm doing it.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
It's not easy being a mod. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we're here to share ideas, not attack others. Ongoing, and this is not the place to vent.
I'm a democratic mod, though I hate democracy. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here tonight.
He just he changed his character all of a sudden.
It's very easy to do. You can do it too.
Because he's on drugs.
Now he's unmuted.
Yeah, is he on? Okay, so at first I thought it was mushrooms, but I'm pretty sure he's just drinking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's called not being a radical. It's called not being bounded by belief systems. You know, when you're a truth seeker and you're actually seeking truth, and you can see the strong points in different viewpoints, such as like the globe model. It's very strong. They've got an explanation for fucking everything, and it tends to be very simple. What you see is what you get, and their systems gives you results that are like plus or minus 1%. And like me saying that triggers people, and that's not my problem. It is what it is.
Mate, I can barely say a word before you get triggered and feel the need to like compulsively talk.
I understand. Like you compulsively shake when I say simple shit. It is what it is.
I didn't shake at all. You gotta.
It is what it is. Like just you're gonna ride. You're gonna ride with me, or you're just gonna be offended. Like I just say shit as it is.
I tried to ride with you. I called it dancing with you, and as far as like a formulation of a conversation that might occur, but you reject all those notions.
All I said was simple shit. The globe model is strong. It's a model. It is what it is. Like they look at a fucking light. It's coming at, and they measure the angle, and that's their model. It is what it is. Like that's what it is.
To a model. What is the notion of a model to you? Why is it so important?
Do you have a better model than that? Do you have a better model?
Why is the model?
Don't talk about models if you don't know how to model or have a model. Like it's like bowling.
What is the significance of a model to you?
I don't engage in this, bro. I'm so past this. I'm so beyond you. I'm so past you, bud. Do you understand this?
You're so much better that you can't justify you.
Bud, I'm gonna mute you again, bud. Let me know when you have a map or a model. I'm so beyond you.
You actually don't have like a reason for believing in models for reality. You don't really have one.
Yeah, so at this point, this character is just way too emotional to have an actual conversation about anything.
I've noticed that too. It's unfortunate.
Dude, I'm trying to tango with it. It ain't working.
It's unfortunate you guys don't have a better model than the globe model. It's really unfortunate.
Hey man, quit being emotional, dude.
You gonna mute him too? Can I call you emotional?
We're gonna
I tried to avoid calling you anything or call you any sort of emotional state, but apparently you're fine with that. As soon as someone calls you emotional, that's not a problem. But if I try to tango with you, you freak the fuck out.
The globe model incites a lot of emotions. It's just a simple model. It's a simple model. What you see is what you get.
So calm down.
What is the significance of a model to you when it comes to reality and representing reality?
The significance is a model and the lack of one, which is what you guys are, is the lack of one. Dude. Get a model, please.
Calm
no.
down.
What's the significance of a model that is a simulation that represents reality? It's not actually the reality you're talking about. It's just a simulation of it. I'm asking you to justify why that is so important to you, because you keep asking for it, you keep invoking. Yeah, he's a bit of everything.
Listen. You've got like pilots in real life. They're flying the planes. They're humans. They're professionals. They're physically flying the planes. Okay, and then you've got like players playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, the latest version, and that's a great game. They've got like the physical instruments. They've got the whole setup, like 10 screens. They're flying the plane, but they're flying the plane to like a different degree. You guys are not even flying the plane like to a different degree. There's no flame. There's nothing.
Can I ask you a question?
I need a map and I need a model. Okay.
And in that simulation that you're talking about, that pilots participate in a simulation flight, right? Is the Earth moving in that simulation? Your silence is deafening. If the Earth ain't moving in pilot simulations, then what is the meaning that the significance of a simulation for pilots flying planes?
Ricksky, you're so much smarter than this, man. I know you're so much smarter
Stop
than
appealing
this.
to my intelligence, sir. I'm asking you pretty basic questions.
I don't have anything else to tell you. I can give you
Well,
silence.
you haven't got a
I can
response
give
to
you
my question.
silence, or I can give you this. You're so much smarter than this. You don't have to operate in the ways that you're operating in, like at the end of this like tree branch. You don't have to
Is there
be
an
like
echo
this,
coming
man.
through from someone else, or is it coming in from you?
It's
not
coming
sure.
from him. If you're talking
Okay,
at
cool.
the same time, it'll funnel through.
He's talking over himself because of the technology, and the technology is a simulation of sorts. So simulation is actually overwhelming himself.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, speaking to all the flat earthers in here, we need a map, we need a model to represent all the observable going-ons in the world. Basic shit like measurable distances. Basic shit like the stars, the sun. Basic shit. Listen, you guys don't have it. Why can you not have it? Why can you not have it? Listen.
One second, dude. I'm trying to respond to you. No. It's just gatebreaker. I'm trying to respond to you. So you kind of hinted at.
Listen, your response. Let me let you know ahead of time.
Maybe you have to mute him so you can talk, and then you can give him his 30
Hold on.
seconds.
Listen, Eden, bud, go on mute, bud. Just don't say anything.
No, don't tell people what to do, gatebreaker. I'm not telling you what to do.
Allow me to let you know ahead of time. I deny any questions from your end, okay? State what you think.
I deny your model, okay?
I don't have a model.
You don't have a model, but you're asking for me to have a model.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Any model.
So you're demanding of me a model, but you don't have.
Well, I've got the globe model.
I've
got the globe model in my best attempt to represent it in the most accurate way that I can, in the most intellectually honest way, in my ability, without parroting things that I don't understand or repeating things in a lying or fictitious way. So I've got for the flat Earth model. I've got that for the globe model. I've got that for the concave Earth model and all kinds of other models. I actually engage and attempt to do it. So when I ask you for a model, I'm asking you just be honest with anything. Can you do that?
Yes, I'm asking you what's the significance of a model, and
you see, ladies and gentlemen, he can't do it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I've derived a word to label this kind of behavior. It's called ignorant arrogance.
You haven't proven anything. Only that you're emotional.
This is too much. I don't know what to do about this situation.
Just keep him muted.
I can't converse with him. All I would say, what was it? I think the significance of what he's asking for as a model is concerned is that which goes beyond like your own perception. So when you're trying to sort of go like understand anything that goes beyond like your individual perception, which is that of the globe essentially, because you cannot perceive the curve within your personal orientation, then you need to model it that which goes beyond your perception. And I can appreciate why you would be demanding a model for such a thing, but I couldn't even get those words out. I'm going to mute him for now, but I don't know if you guys are going to tell me whether or not you want to engage with this or you want to go on a conversation. Yeah. It just was a the ability to speak. The ability to speak doesn't mean that you should be listened to. And I mean, you can do that if you want in these servers, right? Like you could just like if people are being withheld from muting you, you can just go into any place in any conversation, any town square you want, start yelling and ruining all conversation if you want to. But it like we all acknowledge that that's a problematic issue.
Hey,
Go
love
ahead.
you, bro. That's all. I appreciate speaking to you.
Hey, do you guys
Stop
think
telling
that?
me, dude, you gotta love
Just
relationships
stop.
or
Just
something
stop
going
trying
on?
to engage with the dude. The guy's fucked off. You guys think that the whole world, like 1% of the whole world, would agree that the Earth's flat? You think that's like a fair assessment?
1%?
Yeah, well, I think
Probably more.
that's a low number. Yeah, it's obviously more, but I would love if anybody would be come out of their fucking Gardy Cat like Heidi space and say that, you know what, you're probably right. I would love somebody to say that.
Yeah. Any globalists
I think
here want
it's
to
totally
take the
fair.
opportunity? Any globalists here want to say maybe it is
of the
flat?
three of you,
haven't
can
seen it
you
with
can
your
you
own
agree
eyes.
upon a single model that
You have a
you
lot of
three
faith.
agree on?
All right, just fucking
Man,
mute
No,
him.
no,
Just
no,
fucking
because
mute him.
you're holding
Just fucking mute him.
you're
Just
holding
fucking
each other's
screaming over
cocks.
people.
You're holding each other's cocks, asking for the Globers something. So surely you must agree on
Ask him
something
about
together.
concave,
I mean,
and you'll
stop
see what
holding
happens.
my cock.
Oh man,
You know
it's
why
a
I think he's
handicap
attacking?
match. I
Because he
get it.
doesn't want
It's
to
a
talk
handicap
about
match.
concave.
It's a handicap match. All I want to do is be equal, be fair, be even,
Because whenever
be
we bring up
honest. It's a
concave,
handicap match.
I
It
don't
is
want
what
to talk
it
about
is.
it.
It is 3 a.m. here, and I am not putting up with you.
It's a shame. But yeah. Any globers here want to maybe, like Riggs was saying, maybe
Dude, 1%. So okay, so just looking at ChatGPT or whatever. Oh fuck, I gotta mute him.
I'll be your Glober.
I'm gonna mute him. Here we go. Okay, I can't hear him now. I apologize.
That's cool. We'll wait. We'll wait.
I guess you guys are gonna have to do the modding thing and fucking mute him then.
No, we're respectful.
So
here.
ChatGPT says that.
Go ahead. Sorry, Riggs.
Well, no, if he's
No, go ahead, Riggs.
misbehaving and he's in the
we
conversation
respect
that you're
you,
in,
ladies and gentlemen.
you can mute him, but you can't keep talking about that if he's muted. He just has to be reprimanded, and then you just do something else. It can't be just like this. Oh, tag in, tag out bullshit. That doesn't work.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. Like, but just get on with the something else, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. So
I'm out of
if
the conversation
ChatGPT
at the moment.
says that
go ahead, sorry.
2 to 10% of the United States believes in flat Earth, okay, I'll take the low estimate. 2%. We are a highly space propagandized nation. Now, this is kind of a rare thing. There's not too many space, traveling nations. There's probably a couple dozen, right? Western influenced, highly space propagandized, going to space, going to the ISS, going anywhere. There's not a lot of rocket programs out there. So all I'm saying is that I think it's fair to say that in less propagandized nations, of which there are hundreds, that they would have a higher percentage of flat Earth believing. I think it's fair to say that they might have older beliefs, or they might not believe that we went to the moon, or that, there's a lot of people in Russia that don't think we went to the moon, but they're also a space propagandized nation, right? So all I'm saying is, if we assume that there's actually 8 billion people in the world,
and you take 1% of 8 billion people, I think that is a very low estimate. That would be 80 million flat earthers? And let's say that's 2% of a highly propagandized nation like the United States. Let's extrapolate that data out. That's 160 million flat earthers.
This is two
Now,
conspiracies in one.
it's
Can we get a
quite
timed
possibly
response?
much higher than that, because not everywhere is it as propagandized, and not everywhere do people just believe or are exposed to all this bullshit, right? That we're getting shoved down our throats.
Well
And
stated.
I think it would be, I think it's probably closer to, well, at the minimum, I think at the minimum it's probably closer to 500 million. It's probably 500 million or more.
Okay,
that would be my guesstimate.
If we take
Wouldn't surprise me.
from the
Wouldn't surprise me.
geostationary
Everything said makes
satellites
sense. If
from the
America is leading the world in propaganda, it makes sense to that. And
from the
they have
geostationary
SpaceX, there's going to be a lot more
satellites.
people that are loyal to the government, probably, and exposed to the trauma-based mind control. So they would perhaps be less flat earthers in America. But thankfully, there are a lot of flat earthers in America. A lot of brave individuals trying to help others.
Oh gosh, well I'm gonna go on mute. If you guys want my opinion,
Who
let
is
me
this
know.
mod? Zoidberg. Yeah, Zoidberg. You guys don't know how to mod. So there's this guy here acting crazy and yelling at people, and he's drunk. He's been doing it for hours, and nobody's modded him. He should be muted or reprimanded or just taken away
modded
his
him.
ability to talk. So
I modded him.
I don't
You
know.
told me I shouldn't mod it, Briggs.
Well, no. I said you can't keep talking to him if he's modded. You mod him and move on. You're
I'm not
responding
responsible
to
for
him
your
while he's
emotions.
muted.
I'm only responsible for
That's
the things I
fucking
say, and I've
ridiculous.
only said things that are true.
Well, I can see how it's practical in one sense. Maybe you can like finish your
Someone-
comment and then allow him to respond. But I know what you mean.
Someone relieved me from the need to do so. So go ahead, Riggs. Where were we? Like, what is the notion? There's actually way more flat earthers than we're led to believe, potentially.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
a
we would
billion.
have the lowest
Half a
number.
billion.
We would have the lowest number. There's too much. There's too much. We're essentially in a re-education camp of space propaganda.
Yes.
So everyone is being constantly reinforced with the space lie. We're going here. These famous singers are going there. We're doing this. We discovered a new particle. All this stuff that has to go towards the idea of scientism and basically worship the priests of science. And every day we're learning more, when in reality we're learning how far away we are from the truth instead of how much closer we're getting to it. They're reinforcing the wrong side of the narratives. Instead of pointing out the massive shadow they're creating, they're saying, look at this great big light. Saying, look at this great big light we have, while at the same time they're casting a shadow over the whole area of useful resource. So
out of curiosity,
do you want to help? Like, help?
In the South, what percentage of people in the South do you think Earth's flat?
There's
I don't
a
know.
few flat earthers from the south here.
I don't know.
Yeah, percentage-wise compared to the North.
But
I mean,
maybe
we
it's
could.
just because people in the North
Why-
are dumber
why does
than people in the South.
Why does it matter the difference between the north and the south if we just look at an earthly scale? Like, what does it matter? I mean,
Because we all know there's only one flat Earth model with the North Pole in the middle, which makes the South a joke.
so
Well, not
you're
necessarily.
implying that we live in the south.
All right.
Go ahead, Rick. Sorry.
I don't know who she was asking, so
Her supposition, embedded inside the statement, would seem to be that if you live in the south, it's ridiculous to believe in any notion of a flat Earth or a different model. It has to be globe if you're in the south.
Pretty much.
Is that thought ridiculous?
Yeah,
though?
but but people make their established beliefs, right? Like not on just like celestial observations. They have many different other sort of reasons
not?
for believing what they believe.
What's wrong with the celestial observations? Celestial
Because
sphere doesn't not
no,
debatable.
just because you live in the south doesn't mean you're observing the so-called term, like, was it the metrics or requirement of what the south is doing. Like if you don't pay any
You don't have
attention to
another
what
explanation that makes sense. So,
Well, trouble.
Is this the conversation?
Like Occam's razor would just think. Well, I didn't bring up the south. Well, I mean the south sky.
Right. That's all you bring up. But look, the point is the population. There's far less population in the South. So regardless of the numbers, I don't know. I would give you the South. I would say there was no flat earthers in the South. And I would still say there's probably 500 million flat earthers in total on Earth. If the 8 billion is true.
I was going percentage.
Oh, well, I'll give you 100%.
You were going percentage, like 2%, 1%. And I'm thinking, well, I think you've got to count out most people in the South, really. I think they'd have to be discounted.
It can't be 100% because I'm in the
It's
South.
not true.
And I don't believe in the globe. So your 100% is already cooked.
I didn't say 100%. What about Brazil? I think majority of Brazil is in the southern hemisphere, and I think there's like a poll that recently had them over 20 million flat earthers.
So we're already cooked.
Out of
Like
how
your
many?
whole notion that people can't, like if you're in the South, you have to believe in the globe. Then that statement alone is already cooked.
Well, I think it's pretty hard to be a flat earther if you live in the South, and I would think there would be less flat earthers that live in the South.
I'm living life real hard. Trouble.
Well, I know you exist.
Risky, how can you be a flat earther if you're in the South? Because all those distances, doesn't it make your head like kind of spin? Like that doesn't really work out in any way, shape, or form. What's your logic there? How do you accept it to be a flat if you're in the South?
My interpretation is that, right, to primarily interpret like reality through other people and that of sociology. I'm not really looking at the sky to like sort of induct myself into your globular theory.
I never suggested that you should look at the sky. I just said the distances for your. Are you in Australia? You sound like you're Australia.
So you judge distances by the sky, do you? Like when you're traveling along the ground, you judge distances by the sky. Really?
Let me reiterate that statement. I said nothing about the sky. You invoked it twice after I even rejected that. No, you're in. Are you in Australia? Are you in Australia? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're in Australia, just the distances across your own country don't comport with they cannot work on a flat model at all because you can measure it, you can walk it off, you can measure it, you can drive it.
All right, Zanuck, why don't you explain it in great detail for us then?
Why would the South, like why is the South, in your opinion, like you've basically stated that the South is unique in its distances and therefore justifies the globe. What is it about the South as opposed to the North that makes it so much more obvious? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well,
twice as far out.
Really? Seriously? So you have a sphere, and you have all these latitudinal lines, which are all equal distance with respect to each other, north and south. So the 20-degree latitude with the 20-degree latitude south, they're equal distances around on the map. But when you go to a flat map, the 20-degree south latitude is at an enormous distance. It's just like the 10-degree or even the 1 degree. If you
do you think that I have actually traveled at the 20th degree? That would suppose that I would need to necessarily agree with your statement?
No, but you're at
just because I live in the South, it doesn't mean I travel along this 20th degree that you're referring to, right?
No, you could just.
Well, other people do.
I'm just talking about your.
Other people do a lot of dumb shit, and they do a lot of dumb shit. Do you want me to compare? Like
where we're going?
People jump off bridges. Do you want me to jump off a bridge?
If you look at the map and look at Australia, and just not even leaving the island, not even leaving your continent, just go from one end to the other. How does that fit on the flat map? I mean, it just seems like we know the shape. The shape is what we know it to be because they've measured it.
Because you got GPS corrections. Have you got a thing called GPS corrections?
No, before GPS was even invented, we knew what the shape was. by just driving it, by just walking it.
So the distance
before
debunks it 'cause
GPS,
we know
you
the
could drive
distance.
right across the continent. That's
bullshit.
ridiculous. You could never drive right across the continent.
You walked
before
across.
GPS.
You walked across.
No, you can't.
They use celestial navigation, by the way, and then you can look at the sky and further.
Do I count my steps? Do I need to count my steps? Yeah, right. How long should I like? What sort of journey is that? How many months do I need to like take in order to traverse the
it hasn't been done.
Australia?
Oh, yeah, nobody's ever walked. No one has ever walked across Australia. It's never happened. You're right. Come on. Even back in the time of Aristarchus, right? He had done that. And Aristosthenes. Aristosthenes hired somebody to walk 500 miles. Big deal. 500 miles.
So they say. So
He
they
got his
say.
grad student to do it.
Yeah, I walked 500 miles. I just took the money and left.
No, but yeah, everyone just stays home and no one goes anywhere. They don't know what the world looks like. They don't explore. No, never been an explorer that's ever walked more than down the street to their
All right,
local.
man.
Yeah,
Well,
local
let's
lake.
just be honest. The whole Eratosthenes thing is just kind of a joke, right? Like it's not like a real. It's like a fucking cartoon story you tell kids. It's not a real thing.
Yeah, like it's like the apple on the head to Newton, and it's pretty ridiculous.
Nothing to do with Australia. Nothing to do with Australia.
Yeah,
so much
we're
more
talking about
evidence.
multiple things at the same time. You can say that like what Eratosthenes has nothing to do with Australia. Yeah, fine, no worries. But it's a dynamic conversation. Deal with it.
Well, Shubo brought up Eratosthenes.
We didn't prove anything.
There's so much more historicity for Jesus Christ and Eratosthenes. It's so funny how people believe in Eratosthenes, not Christ.
Oh boy, no, it really.
The Pink Floyd is he's like Eratosthenes absolutely wrecks flat Earth.
No, the South totally wrecks flat Earth. The South, half the Earth that you guys won't talk about.
Just the sextant wrecks flat Earth.
Well, were you not here when I said, like, I literally came into the conversation like 30 minutes ago talking about the distortions in the sky. So, like, the fact that we don't address it, like, I address it all the time. It doesn't make sense to people, and not everybody agrees with me, but it's my
What kind of
position.
distortions? Tell me about this.
It's not just the sky, it's everything.
Give me one of the examples of your distortions that you've observed.
I think the sky is filled with a fluid, like it's a fluid gas, and I
What
think
makes-
everything's being projected through that fluid gas, and it has its own screen. So even if we didn't have atmosphere on the surface, the sun would still set, things would still rotate because it's being refracted through a completely different layer of liquid.
Doesn't
That's a
explain why
dangerous
there's two rotation points at all.
Yeah,
It's just words. It doesn't explain anything.
How would you
Well,
explain
the
the two different directions of rotation?
It's optical.
Yeah.
It's entirely optical. You're not looking at actual locations.
Yeah, but like if you're saying like Riggs, if you're taking away the atmospheric sort of manipulation that occurs, then sorry, I'm about to cough. One sec.
I mean, they
if
say
you
the
take away
sunset
the-
experiences reflection.
If you take away
Yeah,
the
no, it does. But that is done through the surface. There is a layer of gas that is heavy at the surface of the Earth. In that particular angle, it's going to cause a distortion on the sun, whatever is on the background in the sky, right? It's going to apply that. It's just two different layers. I'm saying that there's a primary layer and it's in the sky and it's fluid gas. That's what I'm saying. So even without the terrestrial gas, it would still have this
Can I
effect.
ask, are the southern stars a reflection of the northern stars, or are they all coming from Polaris? Like, where are the
I
southern
can't
stars
hear both
coming
of you.
from? Where are the southern stars coming from? Are they a reflection?
I
are they
don't know.
From the northern
I don't
stars,
know.
or are they coming?
Even-
from, but you've just made this
You're just
claim
invoking something.
that you
You're
did
invoking
know.
something at this point. No, you're just
No, I wanna know
imposing
the
the idea
answers.
of the reflection.
Well, we all want to know the answers, hon.
Reflecting in what
It's a red
way?
herring.
We all
Because
want to
what
know
you're
the
saying
answers.
is impossible. You haven't come up with how it's possible to be reflecting. It's not a reflection.
I didn't
Well, he
say it's a
thinks-
reflection.
No one invokes a
It's all
reflection
coming from
and then you're
Polaris.
stating that, like, you must say it's a reflection. This is ridiculous. What are you talking?
Yeah,
Well, you
what I'm
said bending
saying.
light. The light's bending. Where the fuck is it bending from? Why is that a horrible question to ask?
Chill. Jesus.
You said it was a fluid gas.
Yeah.
That's
No,
redundant.
it's what's it called?
A liquid.
Superfluid.
Yes,
Plasma.
it's. I think that the
Fluid?
sky is filled with a variety of superfluids. Yes, that's what I think.
Plasma is a superfluid. Yeah.
Okay, and it acts as a screen, and it collimates the view of the celestial
brain
bodies
as a superfluid.
into your. Okay, that's great. You're speaking over me. Somebody mod him. What I'm saying is that the sky above, because it's so vast and grand and so big, it can only collimate so much light from wherever it's coming from to your view. It's going to project onto that screen, okay? And wherever you're at, you're going to get a different view of what's atop of you, period.
I'm going to call bullshit. Sorry.
I mean, escape it though. When they do the cosmic radiation background, they say it's 2 Kelvin. You need 4 Kelvin to get superfluid. Where the fuck is all the gas going? It's turning to liquid in the top. It's that simple. There's water at the bottom. There's a liquid at the bottom. There's liquid at the top.
I call bullshit on that being able to make what we see happen. That's what I call bullshit on.
Riggs, what was that statement you just made? Like it turns into a superfluid or something? What was that? I haven't heard that before.
You need a certain temperature to reach to become for gases to become superfluid. And when the helium goes up and those balloons pop, everything separates according to its atomic structure or whatever. You get it gets up there, it sorts out, and it gets to a certain temperature, turns into a liquid.
Well, they do have a plasma layer up there, according to NASA.
And we get a whole sky that doesn't exist.
A whole what?
What? That's a throwaway
whole sky full of stars that don't exist.
But what does that have to do with what I just said? Dude.
Because we're trying to work out how the sun stars are there. And this is a part of it.
Problem is,
we're talking about the sun.
We don't detect helium. It has a specific signature when it reflects light, or other types of radiation as well. And we don't detect helium.
Isn't helium supposed to go into outer space? But our helium levels in the atmosphere are actually rising.
We don't detect that much. We don't detect a very tiny trace amounts of helium in space.
Why are the helium levels in the atmosphere rising?
So if we
explain the lunar wave.
If it would have to be like pure helium for it to have superfluid characteristics at 2 degrees Kelvin, and you would be able to detect it very simply with a number of spectroscopy devices.
Well, it's also not the only superfluid that's possible.
Riggs,
What's up?
Riggs, quick question. Do you reckon they'd acknowledge the lunar wave? Do you reckon they would actually engage and acknowledge?
I don't think that they would. They never seem to. They never seem to like. They're like, oh wow, that's interesting.
It was an airplane.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
They said it was an airplane.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Is that like how a boat courses across the surface of the water and it casts a wave? So just because a plane goes nearby them when you're taking your observation through a camera, that it would sort of like it flutters the atmosphere like that.
Well, that doesn't make any sense because if they say that contrails are basically ice crystals, okay, if this isn't making a contrail, how is it persisting its heat? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even appear to be anything that would look like some kind of plane anything.
You have a copy of what you're talking about? A picture?
Just Google lunar wave or YouTube anywhere. It's been cited many times now by many different people.
Pro 777 as the lunar wave.
Yeah. Do you acknowledge the lunar wave, Trouble? What's your position on the lunar wave? And actually, just to let you guys know, that the lunar wave actually, it doesn't just ripple across. It's said not to actually necessarily only ripple across the moon. It's actually going across the entire sky, potentially.
Right.
Yeah, is it
I think there's something wrong with his camera. I think he's one of very few people to do it.
Are you serious, Risky? It goes across the whole sky?
That's my suspicion, yeah. I think it does go across the entire sky.
That's crazy.
It's
I
like
have
a
seen the lunar
refresh rate.
wave.
There's something crazy about it, eh?
Oh yeah, it looks like a glitch or something. It's so weird. Like that's what it actually looks like. If anybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then
It's a black cat in the Matrix.
I'm not saying the moon's a hologram. I'm just saying that's what I see whenever I see the lunar wave. That's what it reminds me of. But yeah, that is weird. I don't know why that happens. Remember whenever they had that solar eclipse happen and there was like a burst of light coming through the moon? Did anybody find out what that was?
Not specifically. Does anyone else want to respond to that? Because I got an interesting question.
What was the question?
Anyone?
I was looking at something. I don't know if you're.
Kayla, can you rephrase it?
Oh, whenever the solar eclipse happened, why did the burst of light? Like, what was that burst of light that happened?
I don't know. I mean, I would assume personally, it's like has to do with some kind of contrast change. I don't know. Question.
Do you
Do
think
y'all
the
remember
moon
when
is
that
soft
happened?
glowing?
And it was captured on multiple cameras too.
Do you think the moon is
So,
self glowing?
My question,
Nobody said that, bro.
No, I'm just
Nobody.
asking. Well, I filmed a
imagine-
lunar eclipse, and there was no object in between it, so I'm just wondering. I think self-illuminating is the only option left.
Do you think the moon was assembled like a
Talking
beach
about
ball?
burst of light that came through the moon that NASA was recording. Multiple people were recording. I don't know.
I don't know.
I
I live
haven't
in
figured.
Australia. I
it.
don't pay attention to NASA. Sorry.
You probably have to watch the video. It was one from a few years ago.
I'm only
Like,
interested in things in the south, because that's where I live. And if I live on an island, I'd like to have a map so that I could fly in and out of this place without landing in the ocean.
Have you looked at the flight maps before?
Yeah, they don't work on a flat Earth. Have you looked at them?
Yeah. They looked like a flat Earth depiction.
You're not understanding them doesn't make them flat Earth. They're not flat Earth.
I mean, I'm just saying the flight maps look like flat Earth maps to me. That's pretty much.
Well, they don't. They don't
what they
straight a
are.
fly in a straight line. They do a great circle route, which means all the lines are bowed. But
That's
Banjo
the
didn't show
theory.
that.
You're
And that's
just
why I
gonna
don't
keep
pay attention to Banjo's videos anymore. Sorry?
so like one point to another.
If you're
Is
going
that
east
it?
to west, they do.
What are you talking about now? I'm so confused.
Flights in the south don't work on a flat Earth.
Why did we even start talking
They're
about
not as
flights?
long. You mentioned flights.
No, I didn't.
People are allowed to talk about what they want. Taylor, people are allowed to talk about what they want.
And then I said, by the way, the flight maps. Have you seen them? The flat Earth maps. So you were talking about living on an island, so you brought it up.
Because I live in Australia.
Okay, I'm just saying you brought up flights. Nobody else.
Well, you brought up flight maps. It's the same thing.
What? I brought up flight maps because you're talking about flying on a map. You would like to be able to fly away from the island using a map. Literally, you brought up both pretty much.
I heard that.
All right, sorry.
And I said, have you seen the flight maps?
Yes.
Okay, whatever.
God, the brain rot is funny this morning.
You want to post a picture, Coco?
It's the Coco.
Maybe
What
something from
picture
your
do you
dominatrix
want?
server.
I can post a picture for you. What do you want?
Yeah, from your dominatrix server, just something.
No
something
thanks.
there.
Oh,
got a flat Earth
sure. Will,
about?
will it get me banned though? I need to know if it'll
I
get
mean,
me
I don't
banned.
know. I don't know. I don't know. It seems like a bunch of adults here. Go ahead.
With Australia
All right,
on it
well,
would be good.
maybe we need a decision on that before I post one, okay? Let me know.
No, thank you.
How much are you hourly? Like, what are your rates? Got any feet pics?
I have a job that I get paid for, thank you. I don't take money for my private time. Thanks.
Yeah, post the pictures. Let's see them.
No, thank you.
All right, you got a fan already. Hey, he was a gladiator. You should post him. He might like it.
I need to know ahead of time where the line is and what I might get banned for.
Well, he was a race car driver, so just post him anyway. Worth it.
Don't worry, Coco. I can't ban people.
I'm sorry?
I can't. No one can ban you. You're right.
And see, this is the kind of person that says that she is identifying us and our people in our conversations as brain rot. And here I am. I just got her stuck on this dominatrix dog shit.
You didn't get me stuck in anything.
You really
you
are.
seem to be pretty stuck on it.
You really are a superior mind, Riggs. Wow.
Yeah,
It didn't take much.
Wow. Yeah,
Take much.
truly.
yeah, you asked
You
me
believe
a
in the flat
question and I
earth, so
answered
you're
it.
north.
Whoa, that's bad of you. Wow, what a big edgelord.
But great point, Riggs.
Wow, she said edgelord.
Great point.
She
Trouble
did say
about.
edgelord.
I have a question for you.
That's
No
insane.
pressure.
Okay.
Gibbity
There's always
She's
some
edgy.
trouble about here.
Coco's pretty edgy, right? Like she's got a bit of character to her. You're pretty edgy, Coco. What do you say?
She's probably got spike necklace.
In case you couldn't hear the sarcasm in my voice, I was being very sarcastic because, yeah, edgelords
come
are not
across.
very edgy.
That's literally
tone.
your entire tonality is sarcasm. So we can't tell the difference between like when it is and when it's not. So I don't know.
It's not going well.
Okay, that's fair because when you guys are in here, pretty much sarcasm is what there is.
Well,
Yeah,
somebody's
because you
just
call that forward.
posted
Like in
a
your
picture in the
interaction,
back chat
like you call
of the
us forward the
flights
need for sarcasm.
and how the
Instead of just-
flights don't work. Look at the distances; it's huge. So I tell you, the South doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Was anybody talking about flights?
Santiago
just
to
now?
Sydney or something? Is that what you're referring to? Like too far?
No, the one that someone posted.
No, but we should
So
go on that
you're saying
flight. We should try to take that flight, and we can confirm.
with trying to work out how the electrical flow is working within a 20 volt field. So that if I work with buses, and then I got a 12 volt that I'm trying to charge, right? Because most of the batteries come out in 12 volts. If I like put the neutral to the 12 volt and I put the positive to the 24 volt, what reading do you think I'll receive?
No, I'm not following your circuit.
Well, okay, so I've got a 12 volt circuit, right? And I'm measuring it against a 24 volt circuit. So I've got a positive and a negative. I put the neutral or the negative on the 12 volt system, and then I measure it against a 4 volt circuit. What voltage should I read from that in your interpretation?
Well, depending on how you want to hook this up, there are quite a number of ways it could be done. But one way you could get 12 volts. The other way you could get 36 volts.
Yeah, that's the way I thought of
Yeah,
it.
you are right. You are right on that. But I told you specifically.
Of course, I'm right on that. I'm an electrical engineer, buddy. You're talking to the wrong
you know your
guy.
shit. Yeah, you know your shit. So then I ask you the question. Then, if you're trying to test whether or not the Faraday cage is actually effective, right? And you say that you put your negative up against the voltage of the Earth, that's your constant. That's your control, and you're measuring it against whatever's going on in the Faraday cage, right? And you say that you detect nothing, it doesn't mean that you haven't detected actually what's going and flowing through that Faraday cage, because your neutral is only detecting that. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, not really. Yeah, I do.
I mean,
from
I did my best to
a wire twister, basic, layman understanding of it, I can see where you're confused, but I can point you to some things.
He says that he doesn't understand, then declares that you're the one that's confused. Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Epic prediction,
Yeah.
Blue.
This is problematic, sir.
No, it's not problematic for me, buddy. It may be for you.
It's not, because
It may be for you.
you want to your consistency and the grounding on which you're actually referring to is that of psychological grounding, because what I'm your interpretation psychologically.
First of all,